Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 712 to Chapter 764. The gold light flashed, and blood shot out like a fountain. It was breathtaking, and the killing intent was overwhelming. Yi Chen's three-sword attack had sent chills down everyone's spines. Lu Wujian's three-sky sword chi was already powerful enough to kill most of the top master-level warriors within seconds. Even Duguju would be severely wounded if he were to fight against it. However, the three-sky sword chi was even more powerful. Yi Chen's three-sword attacks were way more powerful than the three-sky sword chi. With just one touch, Lu Wujian had been wounded like never before. Gu Lai and the lady in colorful clothes were shocked. From the beginning to the end, they had never thought that Lu Wujian would lose. It was hard for them to accept this. Hiss. Impossible. I have also reached the realm of three-sword attacks. Why is there such a huge difference? Siduhao's eyeballs popped out. Without using his sword intent, Siduhao thought that Yi Chen's three-sword attacks would not be that much more powerful than his. Perhaps Yi Chen might not even be as skilled as him. However, right now, Yi Chen's three-sword attacks had thrown him dozens of streets away. Even if his opponent's sword intent was way more powerful than his, it should not be this powerful. Soul power? Yes, it was soul power. Siduhao suddenly realized that Yi Chen must be a soul power warrior. If Chu Zhongtian was the most powerful body, then Yi Chen might be the most powerful soul. Otherwise, there would be no other explanation for the horrifying defensive sword spell. The defensive sword spell required the control of soul power. Smiling bitterly, Siduhao suddenly felt a bit regretful. No wonder his opponent was willing to exchange the defensive sword spell with him. It turned out that he was a soul power warrior. For soul power warriors, the defensive sword spell was created for them, which made it invaluable. However, after thinking about it for a while, Siduhao felt better. So what if he did not give the defensive sword spell to Yi Chen? It would still be hard for him to catch up to him. If that was the case, he might as well enjoy it. At least, he had gotten 6 dragon blood plants, which had increased his strength by 300,000 pounds. He now had the same power as a body training warrior. Besides that, the spiritual sword had also helped him understand the fast profound, which would be very useful for his future growth. Lu Wujian lost. So it turns out that Yi Chen's last ace card is the same as Siduhao's, the defensive sword art. A powerful warrior is indeed a powerful warrior. Although the defensive sword art in Siduhao's hands is also powerful, it is still not as powerful as Yi Chen's. Yi Chen is indeed a sword master. Whatever it is in his hands, it will explode with a bright light. That's for sure. Looking back at Yi Chen's path of advancement, it was absolutely astonishing. He overcame all obstacles along the way, won every battle, and never suffered a single defeat until he reached the top. Such a terrifying speed of improvement is probably rare even in the early period of the Near Ancient Era. After the exclamation, everyone had already regarded Yi Chen as a legendary figure. Chi, blood was still pouring out of the wound on Lu Wujian's neck. A lot of people were wondering if he would die at this rate. Of course, if it were an ordinary martial artist, he would have died long ago. However, after cultivating to the Sea of Soul realm and condensing a spirit body, the blood density of an ordinary Sea of Soul realm expert was many times higher than an ordinary martial artist. Without any exaggeration, the blood of an ordinary Sea of Soul realm expert could fill several water jars, not to mention an expert like Lu Wujian. ****. With a deathly pale complexion, Lu Wujian swiped his neck with his left hand, immediately closing the wound. However, the next moment, it split open again, and blood continued to spurt out. The cause of all this was the remnant sword chi of the golden sword. This sword chi contained the destruction sword intent, which didn't dissipate for a long time. It seemed as if it wouldn't rest until its target was destroyed. Break! Biting on the tip of his tongue, Lu Wujian yelled with an evil look on his face. The sky sword intent poured out, clashing with the destructive sword intent. Although the destructive sword intent was powerful, it was still rootless after all. It could not last for long, and was soon removed. Once the destructive sword intent disappeared, the wound on Lu Wujian's neck started to close up, and blood stopped pouring out. Everyone was not surprised that Lu Wujian was still alive, since Sea of Souls realm warriors had a very powerful life force. Cutting off the main artery sounded horrifying, but it would only make the warrior die from blood loss. If the bleeding could be stopped, then the warrior would not die for sure. Yichen did not continue to attack. If he really wanted to kill the latter, he would not have waited until now. Yichen, Yichen. With the wound on his neck closed up, Lu Wujian's expression looked extremely cold. Before running into Yichen, he had never been defeated before. He had always won with ease. This time, he had even used his 3 sky sword chi, but still lost to Yichen. Yichen had broken his undefeated record. While he was alarmed, he was also extremely angry and unwilling. Do you still want to fight? Yichen's expression was indifferent. Back in White Cloud Restaurant, it was mostly the multicolor-robed woman who provoked him. Therefore, he could remain calm. It was best that Morong Qingqing had helped him deal with the trouble. Not being angry didn't mean that he would remain indifferent. His counterattack was not something that ordinary people could endure. His attack was like a clap of thunder, leaving the opponent with an unforgettable memory. Humph! Lu Wujian coldly snorted. He naturally wouldn't continue fighting. Not to mention whether he was Yichen's opponent or not, he only had 30% of his battle power left. His condition was unprecedentedly low. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. You can be proud for a moment, but not for a lifetime. The path ahead of me is still very long. At that time, I'll make you pay the price. Lu Wujian was already at the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm. He never doubted that he would be unable to step into Half-Step King Realm. Once he did, his strength would increase by several folds. Ordinary Half-Step Kings would not be his opponent, not to mention Yichen. After all, Yichen's cultivation base was only at the peak of Mid-Sea of Soul Realm, far from Half-Step King Realm. Wait until you become a Half-Step King. Words won't help you improve. Yichen's expression didn't change. By the time his opponent became a Half-Step King, his cultivation base would also be at the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm. Experiencing the state of being one with the world would allow his profound to advance by leaps and bounds, and he might even be able to cultivate Golden Hurricane to greater completion. Although his soul power wouldn't increase after entering Late Sea of Soul Realm, and thus wouldn't be able to directly increase the offensive power of Sword Control Art, the might of Sword Control Art had only just begun. Later, there would be 5 swords, 7 swords, 9 swords, 49 swords, 81 swords, and even the Supreme 100 swords. At that time, even he himself couldn't estimate how much his strength would grow. Let's go. Lu Wujian knew that it was useless to say anything at this moment. A loss was a loss. Only by defeating the opponent in the future could he redeem his dignity. Let's go. Gu Lai let out a deep breath and fearfully glanced at Yichen before leaving with the multicolor-robed woman, chasing after Lu Wujian. Before leaving, the multicolor-robed woman was somewhat apprehensive, fearing that Yichen would look for trouble with her. This person was too frightening. Once the 3 left, Yichen slightly calmed his blood and qi and recalled the previous battle. Without a doubt, Lu Wujian's strength was extremely astonishing. Without using Sword Control Art, he could only rely on his undying body to suppress his opponent and slowly exhaust him to death. As his cultivation base increased, he increasingly felt the reliability of the undying body. Although the undying body couldn't directly increase his strength, it was much better than directly increasing his strength. Even if his opponent was stronger than him, he wouldn't need to be afraid. If they were to truly fight to the death, the victor and the loser were still unknown. Unfortunately, he still couldn't comprehend the second layer of the undying body, limb regrowth. Once he comprehended it, as long as his head was fine, the rest of his body could rapidly regrow. His survivability would increase tenfold, and even if he encountered an opponent he couldn't match, he would have a high chance of escaping with his life. However, he wasn't anxious. He had a premonition that once he broke through to Late Sea of Soul Realm, he would have the qualifications to comprehend limb regrowth. In the boundless void, there was no sign of life. At the far end of the void, a colossus was rapidly approaching. From a close distance, this colossus seemed like a small plane. Its periphery was slightly transparent, and one could vaguely see the mountains and rivers inside, as well as the huge building at the center. The small plane's speed was extremely fast, and it was followed by a row of gray chi waves. As the chi wave surged, even the spatial power in the void was pushed aside. Even if a half-step king were careless and brushed by the gray chi waves, they would turn into ashes, leaving not even a corpse behind. According to the direction and speed of the small plane, it would arrive in the sky of Sky Marshal region in about a month. As the small plane approached, the finger hole left behind by Four Extremes' Great Emperor flickered, seemingly sensing an invisible aura. A subtle connection was established between the two. At the border of North Sea and True Spirit continent, a figure was rapidly approaching. Wherever it went, it left behind runes condensed from Jin Yuan, flickering and flickering, looking extremely mysterious. Swish, the figure suddenly stopped moving and stood in the void. This was a young man with a jade-like complexion, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. In between his eyebrows, there was a glazed rune. This rune wasn't just for show. It allowed the young man to have an unfathomable connection with the world, as if he was one with the world. I've arrived at True Spirit continent. This is my first time here. The young man's gaze swept through the surroundings. The surrounding islands and seawater were no secret to him. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Eh? Courting death? His gaze slightly paused, and the young man sneered. Kill. Hundreds of martial artists flew over from all directions. The lowest realm was at the astral reaching realm, while the highest was at the peak of late Sea of Soul realm. This was a gang force. To be more precise, it was the biggest pirate force at the border between North Ocean and True Spirit continent. They specialized in killing passing experts and robbing their wealth. Encountering them, even a peak master would have to flee in panic, not daring to face them head-on. Haha, another fat sheep has arrived. The leader of the pirates was an ugly man with a full beard. This month, they had already killed 7 or 8 Sea of Soul realm experts. The strongest among them was a Sea of Soul master, who had a bit of fame in the continent. However, if they ran into the black murder bandits, they would only be dead. Kill for me. Without saying any nonsense, the black slaughter bandits waved their hands, ordering their subordinates to attack together and kill the other party. Courting death. A cold light flickered in the young man's eyes. With a slap of his hand, a glazed palm energy condensed into a twisting rune, bombarding the group on the right. Poochie, the might of the palm energy turned into a rune was too powerful. At least 30 to 40 people were turned into flesh and blood, their bodies igniting and turning into ashes. So powerful. The black slaughter bandit's pupils shrank. While he was in a daze, the young man had killed more than 200 black slaughter bandits in succession. As for the black slaughter bandits' attacks, they couldn't even touch his body, as they were all evaded by an unfathomable movement skill. There's a troublesome opponent. Retreat. As the black slaughter bandit spoke, he had already turned around to flee. You think you can escape? With a few flickers, the young man caught up to the black slaughter bandit's back. Extending his palm, he easily shattered the bandit's protective Jin Yuan and grabbed his head. Mercy! The black slaughter bandit's face turned pale. Poochie, the young man's 5 fingers tightened. Starting from the bandit's head, a glazed flame ignited and soon turned him into ashes. Run! When the remaining members of the black murder bandits saw that even their leader had been killed, how could they not understand that this young man was no lamb to be slaughtered? Instead, he was a ferocious beast, a man-eating ferocious beast. Trying to rob and kill him would be akin to courting death. Each and every one of them wished that their parents had given them an extra pair of legs as they fled for their lives. Lowly ants. The young man didn't chase. These people were not worth chasing. Collecting the black slaughter bandit chief's storage ring, the youngster casually threw it into his own storage ring and looked in the direction of the True Spirit continent. I've been in the North Sea for a long time, but I've only been to the deep sea behind the North Sea. I wonder if there's anyone on this True Spirit continent who can withstand 10 moves from me. After standing still for a while, a colorful symbol appeared around the young man's body. The symbol rotated slightly, carrying him as he shot out like a flickering light. Too frightening. As soon as the young man left, 2 Sea of Soul realm experts appeared 100 li away. They were originally scared, afraid of being attacked by the black slaughter bandits. But, who would have thought that they would personally witness the destruction of the black slaughter bandits, and the one who did it was a very young man. This person's strength is world-shaking. I'm afraid he is the strongest below half-step king. I don't know where he came from. I've never seen him before. Elysium is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Moreover, we're facing a great era. There are many more geniuses and opportunities than before. Although the two of us have already passed the age of rapid growth, it doesn't mean that we don't have any opportunities. On the contrary, this is our chance. You're right. The Great Era is our chance. It had only been a week since the battle in the Nine-Dragon Lake, but Yi Chen's name of Sword Master had spread throughout the whole Sky Martial region. Adding on his previous fame, the current Yi Chen was like the sun in the sky. Some of the martial schools even used Yi Chen as a role model for their disciples. Just like before, everyone said that Xianxia was the #1 martial genius in 1,000 years. Right now, Yi Chen seemed to be able to inherit that title. Of course, it was only a trend. As long as Yi Chen did not reach the life and death realm, he would not be able to compete with Xianxia. Since the ancient times, countless martial geniuses had stopped at the Sea of Souls realm and half-step king realm. No one could be sure that Yi Chen would be able to become a life and death realm warrior. All they could say was that he had the most potential. Yi Chen was way too powerful, so the pavilion did not have to wait for the next month to announce him as the #1 warrior of this year's master-level warrior ranking. Plus, the introduction had already been written out, which would be Sword Master Yi Chen or something like that. It would be the same as confirming Yi Chen's identity as the Sword Master, instead of just giving him the title. Adding this year's ranking, Yi Chen had occupied the first rank for 3 consecutive years. His position was as stable as a mountain, unshakable. After renting a luxurious yard in a nearby city, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing settled in. There were mountains and rivers in the yard, which was very spacious. Beside the green water, Yi Chen was training his defensive sword spell. After battling with Lu Wujian, Yi Chen had revealed his last ace attack, which was almost no secret at all. It was not what he wanted. Right now, the most urgent thing was to train his defensive sword spell's 3-sword attack to the 5-sword attack realm, which would stabilize his ace attack a little bit. Shoo, shoo. Shoo, above the green water, 3 beams of gold light were flying around. Occasionally, 5 shadows could be seen, which was a sign that the 3-sword attack was about to reach the 5-sword attack realm. Once it reached the 5-sword attack realm, although the pure attacking power would not increase that much, the battling power would increase by at least 5 to 10%. For example, Lu Wujian's 3 sky sword chi was 3 beams of sword chi. If he used 3 sword attacks at the same time, he would not be able to do anything to his opponent. But, it would be different with the 5-sword attack realm, which would have 2 more attacks than his opponent. In the end, it was just a matter of quantity and quality. If there was enough quality, then there would be quantity. If there was enough quantity, then there would be quality. Both were very important, and it would be best to have the best of both worlds. However, the imperial sword technique was getting more and more difficult to cultivate. Although the 3 simultaneous swords and the 5 simultaneous swords did not seem to have much of a difference, it had already been 2 to 3 months. Furthermore, he had yet to succeed in cultivating it. It would probably take a long time for him to cultivate the 7 simultaneous swords and the 9 simultaneous swords. Of course, if he reached the late Sea of Souls realm, it would be a lot easier. After all, training the defensive sword spell required a lot of comprehension as well as Jinyuan realm. With a high Jinyuan realm, it would be easier to improve. If he reached the life and death realm, he would be able to train 49 sword attacks in one day. Yi Chen believed that. A couple of days passed in a flash, and Yi Chen had new insights every day. He felt that it was getting smoother and smoother, as if everything was going smoothly. Go. Pointing out his sword finger, Yi Chen yelled with a low voice. Chin, 3 beams of gold light shot out. For a split second, they split into 5 beams, but then shrank back into 3. Almost there. Yi Chen was very clear that he did not need to train hard anymore. The 5-sword attack realm was definitely going to happen. Boom, there was an ancient mountain range in the Sky Martial region. On this day, an earth-shattering sound was heard in the sky above the savage mountain range. After that, it was followed by lightning, thunder, wind, and fire, as well as hailstones and snowflakes. Do not look down on these strange phenomena. The lightning was not normal lightning, but the void lightning created by the friction of the space power. The windstorm was the void wind, and the fire was the void fire. Meanwhile, the hailstones and snowflakes were also tainted with the void power. All of these powers could turn a huge amount of half-step king warriors into ashes. Normal life and death realm warriors would also suffer from serious internal injuries if they were hit by it, which would cost their cultivation. Along with the appearance of the strange phenomenon, a huge vibration spread out in all directions with the sky martial region as the center. The sky, the lake, and the ground were all channels for the vibration. It would be hard not to feel it. The speed of the vibration could no longer be described as the speed of sound. It could travel hundreds of thousands of miles within a second, and the ground was shaking like there was an earthquake. What is happening? What is happening? Earthquake? All of a sudden, every city, every town, every village, every lone traveler in the wild, and every powerful warrior who was training in seclusion, everyone could feel that the ground was shaking violently, and the air was vibrating intensely. Waves of wind were blowing everywhere. This vibration is not normal. A powerful warrior walked out of his seclusion and came outside. He closed his eyes and tried to sense the source of the vibration. But, he realized that the source was very far away, and he could not sense it at all. Mysterious martial school. Beside the floating mountain, a young lady lifted up her head and looked in the direction of the mountain range. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through layers of surreal space and see the end of the world. Looking back, the young lady reached out her hand and caught a strand of space power. She sensed it carefully and mumbled to herself, "This is the violent space power caused by a small plane crashing into the space wall. It should be a moving forbidden place appearing. Oh well, I will send Fenger to check it out first." Inside the surreal door, in the depths of the surreal palace, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes and a golden crown opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to contain pieces of surreal space, devouring the heaven and earth. A horrifying scene happened. His pupils slightly shrank, and the surreal space of this world suddenly shrunk. The scenery hundreds of thousands of li away flashed through his eyes. 1,000,000 li, 2,000,000 li, 9,000,000 li. The situation of the savage mountain range fell into his eyes. The forbidden place has appeared. This strand of chi is the Emperor Chi of Four Extremes Emperor? Four Extremes Emperor was famous throughout the ages. His Emperor Chi was unique and could not be mistaken. Zuner's fortune is here. Those old guys should show up now, right? His pupils returning to normal, the luxuriously clothed man's eyes flickered as if he was calculating something. Something that could make him calculate was definitely not something a Sea of Souls realm warrior could stop. Only kings at the same realm could stop him. Evil King Pavilion, Back Mountain Ancient Temple, a young man with long and narrow eyebrows walked out. Haha, I haven't fought for dozens of years. I wonder how much those guys have improved. Xianxia, you won against me last time, but it might not be the same this time. As the young man walked out, the plants around the ancient temple started to grow strangely. They were filled with evil chi, as if they had turned into monsters. At the end of the eastern sea, there was a space full of holes. Some were big, some were small, some were flat, and some were round. They were constantly changing, and from time to time, a horrifying surreal turbulence would shoot out, as if a huge piece of cheese had been imprinted in the surreal space. In the depths of the space, a white-haired old man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. There was no sign of him waking up. However, the death chi on his body was gradually decreasing, and his vitality was increasing. He no longer looked like a rotten tree, but an old tree in the spring. At the same time, all the kings in the sky martial region felt it. Their eyes flickered as they calculated with different expressions. As for the kings outside the sky martial region, they did not feel anything. 5 swords at the same time. Yichen had felt a huge shock a couple of days ago as well. However, he was patient and did not pay attention to it. Right now, the most important thing was to train the defensive sword spell to the level of 5 swords at the same time. Everything else was secondary. Yichen pointed out with his right hand, and the gold sword turned into a beam of golden light shooting out of its scabbard. The sword chi was unstoppable, and the surreal space shook a little. The gold sword split into 3 and paused for a second. Then, the Zhenyuan gold swords on the two sides also split into two. 5 swords at the same time. Yichen had finally trained it to the level of 5 swords at the same time. Although it was still a bit rough, he had succeeded in the end. Go. He pointed out with his finger, and the 5 beams of golden light pierced through the broken top-rank shield in front of him, leaving 5 sword holes on it with smoke rising out of it. It was not over yet. Under the guidance of Yichen's soul power, the 5 beams of golden light spread out, dancing and piercing in the air. Each of the swords looked like they were controlled by a powerful sword user. It was impossible to tell that they were made by one person at all, which was quite shocking. Come back. The 5 swords merged into one, and the gold sword was inserted back into the scabbard on Yichen's back. I have trained the 5 swords at the same time. I wonder what Morong Qingqing has found out. The shock was not normal. Yichen did not go out to ask for information, but Morong Qingqing did. Right at the edge of the Sky Martial region, there was a rank 6 martial institution called the Red Cloud Martial School. The leader of the school was a famous master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. His Red Cloud palm art was extremely hot and brutal. Normal Sea of Souls realm warriors would be burned into ashes after taking one palm attack from him. A couple of days ago, a huge vibration was heard from the deep end of the Savage Mountains. He made a quick decision and sent out a third of the elite warriors to search for the source of the vibration. He himself did not stay idle either. He gathered half of the powerful warriors in the school and gave each of them valuable pellets and a couple of thunder fire bombs. Once the news arrived, they would leave immediately. Leader. Outside the Crimson Firmament Hall, a person hurriedly walked in. How is it? What news? Master Red Cloud's eyes shone brightly. It was the master he had sent out to search for the source of the vibration. Sect Master, our Scarlet Firmament Gate's luck has come. In the depths of the Savage Mountain Range, there is a huge moving forbidden area. The moving forbidden area collided with the spatial barrier and stopped, revealing a gap. The heaven and earth yuan qi inside is incomparably dense, and there are spirit herbs and spirit trees everywhere. There are spiritual herbs and spiritual trees everywhere? Master Red Cloud gasped. The moving forbidden place was huge. Obviously, the spirit plants and trees were just side effects. But, it was still shocking enough. Good. Luck has come, and you can't stop it. You take us to the source of the vibration. Once it is done, we will try our best to help you reach Late Sea of Souls realm. You will be rewarded as well. Yes. Thank you, leader. The man looked excited. He had been stuck at peak level mid-Sea of Souls realm for decades. He had been affected by his potential and comprehensive ability. If he wanted to reach Late Sea of Souls realm, it would take him at least a few decades of hard work. But, with the full support of the Red Cloud Martial School, it would not be hard for him to reach Late Sea of Souls realm. The Savage Mountain Range was not big, and it could not be compared to the Savage Mountain Range of the northern sector. It was only a small part of the primordial Savage Mountain Range, but the experts of the Scarlet Heaven sect still spent 3 days to reach the depths of the Savage Mountain Range. Raising their heads, everyone saw a shocking scene. Unbeknownst to them, a huge gap had appeared in the sky several hundred meters above them. This gap was polygonal in shape, with the widest part being over 100 meters, and the narrowest part being 7 to 8 meters. The edges of the gap were filled with cracks, imprinted in the air. Below the gap was a huge pit that stretched for an unknown distance, and at the edge of the pit were cracked crystals of various colors. Looking into the gap, Master Qi Zhao's breathing suddenly became rapid. Rich natural energy was constantly gushing out from the gap. Inside the gap, different kinds of spirit grasses were growing everywhere. Every few meters, there would be a towering tree. These towering trees were shining brightly, and the fruits on the branches were surrounded by colorful airflows. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of energy these fruit trees contained. Low grade, middle grade, they are everywhere. There must be high-grade spirit herbs and spirit trees in the deeper parts. This is the fortune of our Crimson Firmament clan. Master Qi Xiao laughed out loud. Not to mention the treasures inside the moving forbidden place, just these spirit herbs and spirit trees would be able to increase the overall power of the Crimson Firmament Martial School to another level. Those spirit herbs could be planted in the medicine garden, and the spirit trees would be able to bear fruits every few years. It would definitely be a huge fortune. Everyone, don't act recklessly. Let me try it out. Master Qi Xiao was the leader of the martial school after all, so he did not let the wealth go to his head. He took out a low-rank great weapon from his storage ring and threw it into the gap. Shoo, the low-rank great weapon turned into a beam of light and smoothly entered the gap. Leader, there is no danger. The master next to him said happily. Master Qi Xiao said, no rush, let's try again. He threw out another low-rank great weapon, but it barely touched the edge of the gap. Swoosh, a crystal-clear thunder light flashed through, and the low-rank great weapon turned into ashes. Taking a deep breath, Master Qi Xiao said emotionally, everyone, follow me in. Remember, don't go near the edge of the gap. Try to go in from the center. Obviously, the energy around the gap was too concentrated. Once something approached, it would sense it and destroy it. Let's go. Master Qi Xiao took the lead and flew into the gap. The protective Xianyuan around his body was a fiery red, like a red crystal protective layer. The others followed closely behind. Although he knew that there was no danger in the center of the gap, Master Qi Xiao was still very careful. His protective Xianyuan had protected him perfectly. The 1,000 meters distance was covered within a second, and he was about to enter through the gap. Right at this moment. Boom! Boom! The gap, which had no reaction before, started to shake violently. Beams of crystal-clear lightning, flames, and tornadoes shot out from the edge of the gap, interweaving into a perfect fire net. All of the people from the Red Cloud Martial School were caught in the net. Back out! Master Qi Xiao's face turned pale as he yelled. Unfortunately, it was too late. The fire net had turned all of the powerful warriors he had brought into ashes, and even he puked out a few mouthfuls of blood. **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** warriors from the Red Cloud Martial School, but they had all been turned into ashes within a second. After this battle, the Red Cloud Martial School's power had shrunk by half, turning from a top-rank 6 martial school to a mid-rank 6 martial school. And this was only because of him. Boom! Boom, lightning, fire, and tornadoes landed on his protective Xianxia, making him look like he had been struck by lightning. Blood started to flow out of all of his orifices. No, I cannot die. As long as I do not die and find enough treasures in the Forbidden Place, the Red Cloud Martial School will be able to continue to grow. I might even be able to become a half-step king warrior. By then, the Red Cloud Martial School will be even more powerful than right now. Suppressing his pain, he did not back out. Instead, he moved forward and was about to enter the gap. Boom, a pile of crystal-clear fireball landed on his body, burning him into ashes immediately. The broken top-rank weapon and storage ring were sucked into the crack on the edge of the gap, disappearing without a trace. All of the powerful warriors from the Red Cloud Martial School had been killed. A couple of days later, the second group of guests arrived at the Savage Mountains. There were only 5 people in the second group, 1 young man, 3 middle-aged men, and 1 elder. The young man was wearing gold robes and a gold crown, looking extremely aggressive. He was indeed the head disciple of the Surreal Martial School, Xianxia. The 3 middle-aged men were all master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. One of them was the headmaster of the school, the Axe Master. The last elder in yellow robes seemed to be the leader of the 5. He had a powerful body and was as steady as a mountain. "Great Master, should we go in?" One of the 3 middle-aged men said to the elder in yellow, looking very respectful. "This gap is not simple. The edge of the gap contains the surreal power, which can explode with surreal lightning, fire, and wind. If the defense is not strong enough, going in will only lead to death. You guys follow me closely. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately." The elder in yellow was one of the great masters of the school, at the half-step king warrior level. His power was unpredictable, and he was the leader of this operation. "Let's go in then." Xiaohozuan's eyes shone with a bright light. The grave of the 4 extreme emperor was his fortune, and it was also the key for him to reach the half-step king warrior level earlier. "Alright, let's go in." The elder in yellow was not afraid of the surreal power at all. With a flash, he flew toward the gap. The four followed behind him. Boom! Boom! As expected, the sparkling and translucent lightning, flames, and storms sensed a powerful source of energy approaching and immediately erupted with dazzling radiance. Ah! Among the three middle-aged men, the one who spoke earlier had the lowest defense. He was immediately burned into ashes by a fireball and a lightning bolt. Don't mind him. Go in. The elder in yellow did not have it easy. The surreal power would increase according to the individual's power. Although it would not surpass his own power, it was still not easy to bear. He had to defend with all his heart, and couldn't care less about the people behind him. Shoo! The remaining four smoothly entered the gap. Strangely, looking from the outside, there were no four people inside the gap. Not long after the four left, another group of people arrived. Unfortunately, the strongest among them was only a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. They were killed by the surreal power before they could even get close. Soon after, more people arrived, but they were all killed one after another. Those who could successfully enter the gap were few and far between. The next morning, two figures appeared on the opposite hill. Their aura was deep and immeasurable. As they blinked, the space around them slightly twisted. They were clearly two genuine half-step kings. Ghostwood King, this time, the tomb of 4 Extreme Emperor has appeared. There will be a lot of half-step kings here. Later on, there will be even more life and death kings. If you and I want to make a fortune, we have to do it now. The one who spoke was a short, dark-skinned elder. He looked like a midget with a pointy mouth. In front of him was a middle-aged man with a wooden face. His skin was not like a human's, but more like a tree's. Go for king, you like to take advantage of others. If you take advantage of me again, I'll break your legs. The middle-aged man said indifferently. The midget elder chuckled, no, not this time. The tomb of 4 Extreme Emperor has so many treasures. Why would I want to take advantage of others? Let's go. I hope you're telling the truth. In a courtyard deep in the mountains of Sky Marshal region, a youngster with a crystal symbol on his head arrived. Old Feng, Tian'er greets you. The youngster's voice spread out. Soon, the courtyard's gate creaked open. It's Tian'er. The one who came out was a skinny old man with long hair and fluttering clothes. When he saw the young man, a smile appeared on his face. The youngster said, the tomb of 4 Extreme Emperor has appeared. Master has asked me to go with you. The tomb of 4 Extreme Emperor has appeared? Could that vibration be the sign of its appearance? The skinny elder thought about the vibration a few days ago. Alright, you and I will go together. Nodding his head, the skinny elder casually closed the door of the courtyard and walked out. Walking side by side with the young man, they flew towards the origin of the tremors, the direction of the Savage Mountain Range. Meanwhile, the mysterious Martial School, Hell Martial School, Evil King School, and the other top-rank 5 martial schools had all sent their people to the Savage Mountains. The mysterious Martial School was a new school. Before Xianxia became a life and death realm warrior, it was only a rank 6 martial school, which was not as powerful as the other rank 5 martial schools. They did not have that many half-step king warriors and top master level warriors. Therefore, including Yan Feng, there were only 3 of them. Feng you said that Yi Chen has the power of a half-step king warrior? The one who spoke was a middle-aged lady who looked like she was in her 40s. Her chi was deep like the ocean, impossible to see through. Even when he tried to sense it with his soul power, it was like a whirlpool. Yan Feng nodded, yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The middle-aged lady was the great master of the mysterious martial school, Qing Lu. She was also a half-step king warrior herself, and she had a very high status. She used to be the leader of the mysterious martial school and Xuanho's teacher. After Xianxia became a life and death realm warrior, she gave up her position to Xianxia while she became the great master herself. Hearing her, Qing Lu thought about it and said, we do not have a lot of people, we can invite him in. Although she was a half-step king warrior, if they ran into people from other parties, she might not be able to make it out, since she was not the only half-step king warrior. Alright. Yan Feng thought about it, then nodded. In the past couple of days, Morone Qingqing did not get any news, since the source of the vibration was too far away from the city they were living in. The two were not in a hurry either, since the Sky Marshal region was only this big. They would probably get some news in a couple of days. Yichen used this opportunity to continue training his 5 sword attacks, trying to reach the level where he could use them as he wished. On this day, Yan Fengfeng and Qing Lu arrived at the city Yichen was living in. Inside the yard, the 5 sat in the pavilion in the middle of the green water. Yichen greets Senior Qing Lu. After knowing Qing Lu's identity, Yichen was a bit surprised. He had not expected that this person would be Xuanho's teacher, the former leader of the mysterious martial school. Qing Lu laughed, "Don't be shy. Xianxia thinks highly of you. She said that you are the one with the most hope to reach life and death realm within 5 years. 5 years? Senior Yan overestimates Yichen." Yichen forced a smile. Although he firmly believed that he would be able to reach the life and death realm, he did not have the confidence to do so within 5 years. Qing Lu said, "Don't look down on Xianxia's words. Her words will most likely come true. I have seen it many times." "Thank you for your auspicious words, Senior Yan." Yichen smiled. After taking a sip of the tea, Qing Lu asked, "Yichen, what rank is your sword intent?" "Feng'er said that you have the destruction sword intent, is it true?" Yichen said, "That's right, it's the 5th step destruction sword intent." Although she had already heard about Yichen's situation from Yan Fengfeng, but hearing it from Yichen himself, Qing Lu was still very surprised. Rank 5 sword intent, and it was the destruction sword intent, its power was equivalent to a normal rank 6 sword intent. It was a level that even most of the life and death realm warriors could not reach. Indeed, the younger generation will surpass the older generation. Xianxia is one, and so are you. Qing Lu sighed. Yichen asked, "Senior Qing Lu, what are you here for?" Yan Fengfeng answered for Qing Lu, "Yichen, do you know what is the source of that vibration?" "I am trying to find some information." "What is it?" "The tomb of the 4 extreme emperor has appeared. The vibration was caused by the moving forbidden place hitting the space wall. Right now, all of the rank 5 martial institutions in the Sky Martial region should know about it. The others will come a bit later. My teacher and I are here to explore the tomb. Therefore, we would like to invite you and Morong to join us. What do you think?" The tomb of the 4 extreme emperor, Yichen did not think too much as he nodded, "All right." He had the 3rd movement of the void-shattering finger art, as well as a white key from the Aries constellation. The tomb of the 4 extreme emperor was his fortune, so naturally, he would not let it go. Even if Senior Qing Lu and Yan Fengfeng did not come to find him, after a while, he would still go. Qing Lu said, "This time, the trip to the tomb will be very dangerous. There will be a lot of half-step king warriors joining us. Although some of them might not be able to reach the life and death realm in their lifetime, their power is unpredictable. Therefore, they are always in closed-door training. Therefore, their lives might be in danger." "I know." Yichen nodded. He was not that far away from the late seas of Soul's realm. It was just that there seemed to be a layer between them that he could not break through. With this opportunity, he might be able to make it. Once he reached the late seas of Soul's realm, even if he ran into a half-step king warrior, he would be able to escape unscathed. As for the weaker half-step king warriors, it would be hard to tell who would win. "Morong, what about you?" Yichen was a bit worried about Morong Qingqing. "I will go with you." Morong Qingqing replied. "All right then." Although Yichen was afraid that Morong Qingqing might be in danger, he knew that Morong Qingqing's survival ability was not weaker than anyone else's. Not only did she have the perfect demi-demon bloodline and demon power, there was also a lot of demon power essence from the Demon King inside her body. With Morong Qingqing's endurance right now, once she used it, it would be even more powerful than before. Just like that, the 5 of them headed toward the Savage Mountains. Before, Qing Lu and Yan Fengfeng were not that powerful. But with Yichen and Morong Qingqing, they had become a whole new level stronger. Yan Fengfeng was one of the top 5 warriors in the master-level warrior ranking, and Morong Qingqing's demon power qi was very powerful as well. Adding Yi Chen, who was invincible below the half-step king warrior realm, they would not be weaker than any group of warriors, unless there were 2 half-step king warriors. When they reached the deep end of the Savage Mountains, it was already a week later. Haha, mysterious king, you are here as well. In the distance, 7 human figures flew over. Their chi carried a hint of evil chi, giving people a feeling of being both righteous and evil. Gold Absolute King, if you can come, why can't I? Qing Lu's title was Mysterious King. All of the half-step king warriors were backup life and death realm warriors, so they could be called kings. And the one she called Gold Absolute King was the great master of the Evil King Martial School, the Evil King's teacher uncle. His power was unpredictable, and he used to be her old rival. Shoo! Shoo, shoo! The Gold Absolute King landed on a mountain not far away. He studied Qing Lu and the people next to her, then laughed. 5 of you? Not bad. I thought there were only 3 or 4 of you. Having more people is not always a good thing. What matters is quality, not quantity. Qing Lu said with a smile. Haha, there is no use in talking. My Evil King Martial School has always been more powerful than your mysterious martial school. Talking about elites, we have more of them. The Gold Absolute King had not come out for a long time, and no one had mentioned Yi Chen to him. Therefore, he did not know about Yi Chen and what he had done. Right next to the Gold Absolute King were 6 people, 2 young people, 2 middle-aged people, and 2 old people. Among the 2 young people, Yi Chen actually knew one of them. It was none other than Si Kongxing, who had not shown up for a long time. Right now, Si Kongxing had a blank expression on his face. He did not have that arrogant temperament that he used to have. However, with Yi Chen's eyesight, he could naturally tell that when Si Kongxing saw him, his eyes flickered a little, but strangely, he did not show any expression. For Si Kongxing to be called here, his power must have reached the top master level. I wonder how he made it this far. It was not that Yi Chen was looking down on Si Kongxing. It could only be said that after seeing so many martial geniuses in the Sky Martial region, Yi Chen had already become numb. With Si Kongxing's talent, he might not even be in the top 10. Therefore, the fact that he had the top master level power had surprised him. Right next to Si Kongxing was a young man with embroidery on his face. He looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. He was not as expressionless as Si Kongxing. Instead, he was curiously checking out Yi Chen, giving people a kind of frivolous and carefree look. That might not be the case. Things are different now. We will go first. Qing Lu did not plan to argue with the Gold Absolute King anymore. She flew towards the gap in the air first. Yi Chen and the other 3 followed right behind her. Rumble, the surreal power at the edge of the gap had sensed a powerful individual power approaching. Beams of surreal lightning, surreal fire, and surreal wind rushed out, attacking the 5. Before this, Qing Lu had already warned the other 3 to be careful of the surreal power. Therefore, the 4 behind her did not panic. They all pushed their protective Zhen Yuan to the limit, and increased their speed instead of slowing down. Be careful. Yi Chen's body flashed once, appearing on the right side of Morong Qingqing. The attacks around here were very intense. Morong Qingqing's face was a bit pale as she said, I am fine. Although her protective demon power was very powerful, way more powerful than normal peak-level late seas of Soul's Realm warriors, she did not have a semi-extreme rank armor after all. So, it would not be easy for her to handle the surreal power. The good thing was that she still had the darkness sky cover. The Dark Profound had a great effect on absorbing the surreal power. As for Yi Chen, his cultivation was not that high, only at peak level mid-seas of Soul's Realm. But, he had the semi-extreme rank armor, the Dragon Bone defense layer, and the Undying Body. So, it would be a lot easier for him to handle the surreal power attacks. On the other hand, Yan Fengfeng's real body was a blue phoenix, which was the top of the top rank. Within these 2 years, she had already reached rank 10 from rank 9, which made her one of the most powerful rank 10 beasts. Her body was extremely powerful, and her protective beast power was not any weaker than Morong Qingqing's protective demon power. Besides that, she had also gotten a semi-extreme rank armor from the Treasure Holy Tower, which made her even more powerful. The most difficult one would be Lin Gaoming, the leader of the Mysterious Peak, who was not weak at all. He was also at peak level late seas of Soul's Realm. Unfortunately, he did not have a semi-extreme rank armor as well, so he could only use his rich Jin Yuan to hold on. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Within a blink of an eye, the five had been attacked dozens of times. They managed to enter the gap with difficulty and disappeared without a single death. Wow, no wonder they are so arrogant. The Gold Absolute King wanted to see a joke, but he did not get to see it. Gold Absolute King, these years, the mysterious martial school has been catching up with your evil King martial school. It is natural for them to be arrogant. Another group of people arrived from the distance. This group of people were all wearing black robes. 5 of them had a huge prison word written on their chests. Although the other one did not have it, it was written on his sleeve. He was from the Hell Martial School. The power of the Hell Martial School was even more powerful than the evil King Martial School. The leader of the school was also a king warrior from the same generation as Su King. His cultivation was comparable to the old Dragon King. The Hell King had inherited Jailer's legacy, and was good at sealing. His most powerful martial art was the Sky Hell Sealing Great Art, which was extremely horrifying. Mu Yunhe, who had been with Lin Tian and had a conflict with Yi Chen before, was indeed the head disciple of the Hell Martial School. However, he was not among the 6. Punishment King, long time no see. The Gold Absolute King squeezed his eyes. The mysterious King Qing Lu's power was indeed unpredictable. However, compared to the Punishment King, he was more afraid of him. He was an executioner who had mastered a part of the Hell Martial School's sealing art. Fighting against him, even if he won, he would be severely injured. Hee, it has been a long time indeed. But now is not the time to talk nonsense. My Hell Martial School will go in first. You people from the evil King Martial School, you better not run into us, and you better not fight with us for anything. Otherwise, I will let you taste my punishment. Who will be the unlucky one? The Gold Absolute King was not someone who would be scared easily, so he said without hesitation. Haha. See you in the forbidden place. The Punishment King laughed out loud and entered the gap. Along the way, one of them puked out blood due to severe injuries. Unfortunately, he did not die. Let's go in as well. The Gold Absolute King led his people into the gap as well. Outside the gap, Yi Chen and the other 4 could see what was inside. There were spirit plants everywhere, and spirit trees were all over the place. But after entering, they realized that the place they were in had nothing to do with what they were seeing. It was obvious that those sceneries were refracted from the space, and they did not know where they were in the forbidden place. This place was a boundless plain. Strong gales whistled through the air, creating a sharp piercing sound. Be careful, we are already inside the spell. Qing Lu was very knowledgeable, so she could tell with one glance that there was a massive spell covering the whole plain, and there were a lot of smaller spells within it. Because of the high level of the spell, it had already merged with the nature. Without great eyesight and knowledge, one would not be able to tell. This should be a mimicry spell. Yi Chen nodded. Eh? You know? Qing Lu looked at Yi Chen with surprise. The fact that Yi Chen knew about the spell had already surprised her a lot. But he not only knew about the spell, he even knew what kind of spell it was. There were a lot of spells, and one of them was the mimicry spell. It could use the power of the spell to mimic all kinds of living beings, such as humans, beasts, or some other weird living beings. The power of these simulated living beings would be related to the rank of the spell. The higher the rank of the spell, the more powerful they would be. The more powerful the spell could even mimic living beings with the power of a life and death realm warrior and kill them. I know a little. Yi Chen said vaguely. His soul power was 5 times more powerful than normal people, and its quality was equivalent to the soul power of a life and death realm warrior. Naturally, he could tell if there was a spell on the plane. As for being able to tell the type of the spell, it was because of the spell knowledge that the Battle King had imprinted in his brain. He only needed to sense a little bit to know that it was a mimicry spell. Alright, let's go. Qing Lu put away her surprise and said to the 4. Yes, teacher. Yan Fengfeng was not surprised at all, since Yi Chen had a lot of secrets. After walking for a while, the 5 saw a gray-white stone tablet. There were 4 big words written on it, Grey Wolf Plain. Qing Lu said, if I have guessed it right, this should be the Grey Wolf spell set up by the 4 extreme emperors Grey Wolf King. What it mimics is a demonic wolf. Everyone, please be careful. After walking for a while, the wind on the plain was getting stronger and stronger. Howl, in the distance, 7 gigantic greenish-gray wolves, each the size of an adult elephant, ran over. These gigantic wolves had extremely long fur, and when the wind blew, it looked like greenish-gray flames were burning. Their eyes were ferocious and cruel, and they flickered with a blood-red light. The first one to jump over was the wolf on the left. It threw out a claw attack, and the green-gray claw light covered all 5 of them. Its battling power was not weaker than normal Sea of Souls realm master-level warriors. Die. Qing Lu ignored it. She waved her right hand and threw out a palm attack. That condensed palm power was like crystal, sweeping across the ground. Including the other wolves, all of them were shattered by that horrifying palm power. On the ground, there was a deep plow mark. Half-step King warrior Jin Yuan was indeed horrifying. Yichen finally knew the power of the half-step King warrior. Not to mention the others, just their Jin Yuan alone was already something that peak-level late Seas of Souls realm warriors could not compete with. It could already be solidified, and the density of the Jin Yuan had increased by more than 5 times. Besides that, Yichen realized that the space inside the forbidden place was more than 10 times more stable than the space outside. Normally, the attacks from master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would be able to twist the space. But inside the forbidden place, even Qing Lu, who was a half-step King warrior, could not move the space at all. Qing Lu had also sensed the stability of the space, so she frowned slightly. The 5 of them flew in the sky at a moderate speed. Before those wolves could even get close, they had already been shattered by Qing Lu, who was a half-step King warrior. However, it was very obvious that the power of the Ash Wolf formation had just begun to show. At the end of the horizon, densely packed black shadows were moving over like a black tide. When they got closer, they realized that they were all huge ash wolves. With a rough glance, the number of ash wolves that were running over was at least 800, if not 1,000. The surging demonic energy caused the sky above the ash wolf plains to be pitch black. One wouldn't be able to see their fingers in front of them. Only pairs of red eyes could be seen, as though they were vengeful ghosts. Everyone, be careful. Try not to get separated. Right then, Qing Lu did not dare to be careless anymore. These wolves that were made with the power of the spell did not have long-range attacking power. It seemed like they could only fight in close combat. However, there were almost 1,000 Sea of Souls realm master-level wolves jumping over, so no one dared to be careless. Mysterious Sky Spell. The wolves could not attack from a distance, but Qing Lu could. She formed a spell with both of her hands, and a shocking Jin Yuan vibration spread out from her hands. Go. After forming the spell, Qing Lu pushed both of her hands toward the wolf pack. Pap, there was no earth-shattering sound, but a weird palm print appeared in the middle of the moving wolf pack. It covered hundreds of meters in radius, and at least dozens of wolves had been killed by it. With one attack, she had killed dozens of master-level Sea of Souls realm wolves. She must be one of the top warriors among the half-step King warriors. Major Phoenix Cut. Burning Sky Fist. Yan Fengfeng and the leader of the mysterious mountain Lin Gaoming had also thrown out their attacks. They had both killed 7 to 8 wolves, which was not even 1/3 of what Qing Lu had done. Then, Morong Qingqing used her Dark Devourer to devour 6 to 7 wolves. This attack of hers was still far from completion, but judging on group killing power, it was already not that much weaker than Yan Fengfeng and Lin Gaoming's. Once it reached completion, its power would not be underestimated. Thunder Devour. Yichen used his Jin Yuan to form a huge black thunder ball. He shot it out, exploding in the middle of the wolf pack. The crazy thunder devoured their bodies, killing more than 20 wolves within a second as he chased after Qing Lu. She is indeed the unbeatable being below the half-step King warrior level. Qing Lu glanced at Yi Chen, feeling very surprised. The wolves were running at a very fast speed. After 2 rounds of attacks, they had arrived in front of them, surrounding the 5 of them. Awoo! Awoo! A shrill wolf howl was heard as all of the wolves started to attack the 5 of them. That powerful claw light filled the sky. Kill! There were still 7 to 8 white-headed wolves left. Qing Lu took the lead and threw out her ace attack. Wherever she went, the wolves would be shattered one after another. She was unstoppable. Yi Chen and the other three formed a circle and charged into the wolf pack. After all, 2 fists would not be able to fight against 4 hands, not to mention 700 to 800 wolves. Even so, there were just too many wolves, and all of them were at master level Sea of Souls realm. It would be impossible to avoid all of the attacks. Not to mention the 4 of them, even Qing Lu had been attacked by the wolves from time to time. It was just that her protective Jin Yuan was way too powerful, and those wolves' attacks had been blown away instead, landing on other wolves. Boom, Yi Chen had already been attacked dozens of times. His protective Jin Yuan was shaking, making a cracking sound. The other 3 were even worse, their faces starting to turn pale. No, there are just too many of them. If this continues, even if we can kill them all, we would be wounded as well, which would not be good for the future. With that thought in mind, Yi Chen did not plan to hold back anymore. 3-sword attack. Pointing out his sword finger, the gold sword on Yi Chen's back took out of its scabbard. It split into 3, turning into 3 beams of gold light and shooting out like lightning. Pooh. Pooh. Pooh, pooh. It was like cutting rice straws, as the wolves fell down one after another. Before, Yi Chen's kill count was only 2/3 of Qing Lu's, but right now, it was already above her. It did not mean that his power was already more powerful than her, it was just that the defensive sword spell was too powerful. It was not like the normal attacks, where he would have to pause for a second after each attack. However, the defensive sword spell was completely controlled by soul power, and there was no pause at all. Wherever it went, it would be more horrifying than a lawnmower. This is the defensive sword spell. Qing Lu's pupils shrunk. With such a huge movement, it was impossible for her not to notice it. Yi Chen's killing speed was unimaginable. A normal defensive sword spell would not be this powerful. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that Yi Chen must be a soul warrior. The defensive sword spell's power would increase exponentially in his hands. 500, 300, 100, soon, there were only less than 100 wolves left out of the 800. The density of the wolves had decreased a lot, and the pressure on Murong Qingqing and the other 2 had decreased a lot as well. Landing print. Qing Lu once again formed a spell. In the midair, 100-meter square crystal palm print appeared, smashing down at an extreme speed. The second it landed on the ground around it started to shake. A circular shockwave spread out in all directions. Out of the less than 100 wolves, half of them were killed. The rest of the wolves were much easier to deal with, as they were all shattered. Waiting until all the wolves had been killed, Qing Lu let out a breath and said to Yi Chen with a smile, "With your power, you would be able to threaten even normal half-step king warriors. This trip to the graveyard, perhaps you would be the key." Facing a powerful enemy, Qing Lu would definitely be stalled by the demi-king warriors and would not be able to take care of them. But with Yi Chen there, it would be much easier. Basically, no one below the demi-king warrior would be his opponent. And normal demi-king warriors, Yi Chen would be able to use his defensive sword spell to fight with them. "I will try my best." Yi Chen nodded. Then, the 5 of them continued to move forward. In front of the Grey Wolf Plain was a lava land. The whole world was red, and there would be hot lava shooting out from time to time, burning the sky red. Caw, 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 in the sky, horrifying bird cries were heard. Countless massive fire birds jumped toward the skinny elder and the young man with the colored symbol on his forehead. Their faces were slightly flushed. Although it was not dangerous, it was not easy either. These firebirds were stronger than the wolves on the Tsonglang Plain. Their speed was also faster than the wolves. When they swooped down, they were even faster than lightning. If it were not for their tyrannical strength, they would have already fallen here. 5 symbol palm. The young man's body was surrounded by the colored symbol, blocking out the firebird's attacks. Meanwhile, he himself pushed his Jing Yuan and threw out a palm attack. Pap. Pap, pap. 5 twisted symbols were thrown out in the midair. Those firebirds were hit by the symbols, and their bodies were shattered into pieces. Then, they were covered by the colored flame and burned into ashes. The young man's colored flame was way more powerful than the firebirds. Wind tooth. The thin old man was much stronger than the young man. He waved his hand, and a violent storm appeared out of nowhere. It rolled into a ball, and from time to time, crescent moon-like wind blades would burst out from the storm and sweep across the sky. They swept down a large number of firebirds and cleared the sky. Let's go. Most of the simulated spell did not have the trapping effect. As long as one left the coverage of the spell, one would not be attacked by the power of the spell. After the skinny elder had killed a huge amount of firebirds, his body flashed and he rushed out through the gaps of the dense firebirds. The young man also knew that he could not kill all of those firebirds. If he fought with his life on the line, it would only hurt him badly. Therefore, the second the elder finished talking, he had already chased after him. Caw 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 caw, hundreds of firebirds were like a fiery red ribbon of light, trailing behind the two. Unfortunately, like the ash wolf, these firebirds could not attack from afar. Only a few firebirds at the very front could hit the two with fireballs, causing countless sparks of fire to fly. So hot. Passing through the huge Songlang plain, Yi-chan and the other four arrived at the lava land. The temperature here was at least 100 times higher than the outside world. Even iron would melt if it was placed on the ground. The air was like a burning stream. Normal warriors would definitely burn their lungs if they took a breath. This should be the firebird spell. It is not a good idea to fight with brute force. Let's go through if we have the chance. Qing Lu reminded the other four. The ground was pitch black and covered in cracks, the lava was bright red, and the sky was filled with black smoke. The environment of the lava field was extremely harsh. It was very difficult for flesh and blood lifeforms to survive here. Only some natural lifeforms of the fire attribute would like this place. The 5 of them flew in the sky, avoiding the lava that was shooting up from time to time. All of a sudden, there was a huge volcano in front of them. There was a wave of red tide rushing out. Getting closer, they realized that it was not a tide but a sea of firebirds. Those firebirds did not have a physical body. They were completely made up of pure fire power. Between the flapping of their wings, the flame would burn even more. The temperature of the air had increased by a couple of times, and it could even melt metal. Black Sky Print. Qing Lu attacked first, killing a group of firebirds. Yi-chan performed his defensive sword spell. 3 beams of gold light shot through the firebirds. Wherever they went, the firebirds fell down like rain, disappearing into nothingness. Everyone, follow me. Qing Lu's protective Xianxia layer suddenly expanded by a couple of times, covering all 4 of them. She then crashed into the dense firebird flock. Bang 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 bang, Half-Step King's protective Xianxia was extremely powerful. Even if it had expanded by several times, it was still not something these master-grade firebirds could break through. One by one, the firebirds were knocked dizzy by the Xianxia, and their formation was in disorder, unable to unite. Rumble, suddenly, a loud noise came out from the protective layer. Qing Lu's face turned pale and her body froze. It turned out that there were 3 firebirds that were a couple of times bigger than Lu Wujian. Their power was not that much weaker than Lu Wujian's. They were attacking the protective Xianxia layer together, stopping the 5 from breaking through. Star-picking hand! Qing Lu yelled. Her left and right hands were like butterflies flying through the air, breaking the necks of the 2 firebirds. The intense Qi explosion had blown away the other firebird as well. Sword Control Art. Yi-chan seized the chance to activate his sword spell, and the golden sword pierced through the bird's body. Go! There was no time to lose. The firebirds behind them had already caught up, so the 5 increased their speed and flew into the distance. Soon, they had left the firebirds behind them far behind. Behind the Grey Wolf Plain was a land of lava. Behind the land of lava was a misty white fog. The fog had the effect of isolating soul power. When one was in the fog, one would not be able to distinguish one's position. One would also not know which direction to walk in to get out of the fog. The White Sheep King, who was under the command of the 4 Extreme Emperor, is good at illusion spells. The spell that he had set up must be an illusion spell. It does not have any attacking power, but it could trap people inside. If they could not break it, then they might even die of old age inside. This is bad. Qing Lu did not have that kind of power like Xianho. Although she knew a thing or two about illusion spells, she was not that good at it. On the other hand, who was the White Sheep King? He was a powerful beast king in the ancient times, and before he was taken over by the Four Extreme Emperor, he had dominated the world. Even king warriors at the same level would have to be cautious of him, afraid of falling into his illusion spell. Right now, the most powerful one among the five was only the half-step King Qinglu, so how could she break the illusion spell? Let me try. Morong Qingqing stood out. You? Qinglu looked at Morong Qingqing with surprise. Morong Qingqing's power was indeed not weak, but she had always been low-key, so Qinglu did not know what kind of power she had. Senior Qinglu, don't worry. I can handle it. Yichen knew Morong Qingqing very well. It could be said that the demons from the ancient times were not afraid of illusion spells at all, and Morong Qingqing had also inherited this advantage. Her pair of demon eyes could see through the illusion spell. Walking to the front, Morong Qingqing activated her demon power and transferred it into her eyes. The next second, her pupils turned gold. Her eyesight could see through the illusion spell and into the distance. Let's go there. Morong Qingqing pointed to the left. Let's go. Yichen could not trust Morong Qingqing more. Qinglu and the other two hesitated a little bit before following up. After a couple of hours, everyone indeed walked out of the illusion spell. The perfect demi-demon bloodline is indeed worthy of its name. You have the special features of humans, but also inherited the demon's advantage. Qinglu was completely convinced by Morong Qingqing. When exploring an unknown place, it was the most annoying thing to not be able to see or hear. But with Morong Qingqing here, she would not have to worry about it. Senior, you are flattering me. Ever since she got together with Yi Chen, Morong Qingqing no longer covered her face. She had covered her face before because she had made up her mind. Before she met the person she loved, she did not want to show her face to too many people. Right now, a smile appeared on her face. So beautiful. Just like Xianxia, the most beautiful woman in the world. Even though Qinglu was a woman, she could not help but compliment in her mind. Just like that, the five of them passed 3 spells and arrived at the last one. This spell was made by the leader of the 4 kings under the 4 Extreme Emperor, the Sky Scorpion King. It was called the Sky Scorpion spell. The Sky Scorpion spell was also an imitation spell, but it was not hard to imagine that the imitation spell made by the Sky Scorpion King would be way more powerful than the Ash Wolf King and the Fire Bird King. On the other side of the Sky Scorpion spell, the skinny elder and the young man were having a hard fight. Their opponent was a huge scorpion beast. Normal scorpion beasts would not be able to make them fight hard. This scorpion beast had already surpassed rank 10, and was between rank 10 and rank 11. It was a half-step scorpion king, which was extremely powerful. The black beast power could be solidified and condensed on the black shell, which had an extremely high defense. The huge shell was extremely heavy, and its tail was even harder to defend. 5-symbol palm. The young man controlled the natural Yuan Qi and threw out a palm attack on the shell of the half-step Scorpion King. Boom! The twisted symbol had only broken a part of the black solid beast power, but it did not hurt the half-step Scorpion King at all. Tian'er, you hold it down. I will prepare my defense-breaking ace attack. The skinny elder did not want to waste time with the half-step Scorpion King. He was sure that if they really wanted to waste time, it would not be them killing the half-step Scorpion King, but the half-step Scorpion King killing them. The half-step Scorpion King's beast power storage was way more powerful than theirs, plus with the support of the Sky Scorpion spell, it was like a fish in the water. All right. The young man nodded with his teeth clenched. The area covered by the Sky Scorpion spell was a barren land. After walking for 1,000 miles, Yi Chen and the other 4 had already been attacked by 5 to 6 groups of scorpion beasts. Judging on the power, they might not be that much more powerful than the fire bird, but they were the best at attacking. Their unstoppable tail was also unpredictable, like a hidden killer in the dark. With just a little bit of carelessness, they would be killed. Most importantly, the defense of the scorpion beasts was not something that the fire bird and the gray wolf could compete with. After killing groups after groups of scorpion beasts, the 5 of them had consumed a lot of Jin Yuan. Fortunately, the three of them had brought enough Xinyuan pellets before they came, and Morong Qingqing had the demon essence inside her body, which allowed her to recover her demon power at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, it would not be a problem for a while. Shoo! 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 Just when the five of them had killed the seventh group of scorpion beasts, a cluster of black clouds suddenly appeared from the deep mountains. Inside the dark clouds, there was a small mountain-sized scorpion beast. It was not only 10 times bigger than before, but its black beast power could even solidify, like a layer of black armor covering its shell. It had a pair of huge plates, each of which was the size of a house. They were clamped together, bringing with them a metal clashing sound. The long tail on its back was floating in the dark clouds, the hook shining with a purple light. It was obviously poisonous. Half-step Scorpion King. Qinglu frowned. There were half-step king warriors among the humans, and there were also half-step beast kings among the beasts. Qinglu had not expected that there would be a half-step Scorpion King in the Sky Scorpion spell. Although this half-step Scorpion King's chi was not that powerful, and its beast power cultivation was just below the middle of the half-step beast kings. However, in the same realm between half-step king warriors and half-step beast kings, the half-step beast kings would be a lot more powerful. Plus, the half-step beast king would be inside the Sky Scorpion spell, which would allow it to use its power as much as it wanted. Hiss, the half-step Scorpion King that was formed by the Sky Scorpion spell did not know how to talk. Its body flashed once, bringing along rolling dark clouds as it attacked towards the five. When it got close to the five, the half-step Scorpion King threw out a claw like a pair of huge scissors. Piss off. Qinglu's right hand shone with a dark blue light as she threw out a palm attack onto the Scorpion King's claw, bringing up a metal exploding sound that made people cringe. The half-step Scorpion King was indeed a half-step Scorpion King. After exchanging one attack with Qinglu, it had only backed out for dozens of meters and was not wounded at all. The tail hook on its back suddenly appeared from the left side, drawing an arc in the air as it attacked towards Morong Qingqing and Yi Chen. Go! Yi Chen's reflexes were extremely powerful. The second the tail hook moved, he had already put up his sword fingers. His gold sword flew out of its scabbard, blocking out the half-step Scorpion King's tail hook. Landing spell. Qinglu did not back out at all. She formed a spell with both of her hands and a huge crystal palm print fell from the sky. It landed heavily on the back of the half-step Scorpion King, making it sink down like a huge mountain. Let's go. After one attack, Qinglu did not want to waste time with the half-step Scorpion King anymore, so she tried to leave. Unfortunately, although the half-step Scorpion King was restricted by the Sky Scorpion spell and could not attack from a distance, its long tail hook could reach out very far, landing heavily on Qinglu's half-step Xinyuan. Boom! Qinglu backed out for dozens of steps, her face slightly pale. The protective Xinyuan layer outside of her body had been corroded. The poison on that tail hook was indeed powerful, being able to corrode even half-step king warriors' Xinyuan. It was not hard to imagine that once the body was invaded by the poison, it would turn into a pile of white bones within a second. You four, use all of your power to hold it off. I will prepare my defense-breaking ace attack. Qinglu was a half-step king warrior, so she had a lot of tricks up her sleeves. Although her profound sense martial arts might not be that much more powerful than top master-level warriors, her half-step king warrior Xinyuan was not something that top master-level warriors could compete with. With some time, she would be able to infuse more Xinyuan into her ace attacks, which would increase its attacking power drastically. Yes, teacher. Yan Fengfeng did not dare to waste any time. Her body flipped in the air, turning into a phoenix with blue flames burning around it. She screamed and flapped her wings. Two massive flame beams shot out from the left and right, attacking toward the half-step Scorpion King, blowing it away dozens of meters. Sky Demon Finger. A pair of black wings appeared behind Morong Qingqing's back. On the wings, a black light poured into her body, gathering at the tip of Morong Qingqing's right hand. Go! A beam of black finger power turned into a small black sun, landing on the head of the half-step Scorpion King. Giant Sword Spell. The defensive sword spell was a sword spell. The first and second level of attacks were very simple, but from the third level onward, there would be more attacking methods. Besides multiple sword attacks, there were also some special attacking sword spells, and the giant sword spell was one of them. Yichen pointed out his sword finger, and the gold sword shot out into the air. Along the way, the Zhenyuan contained in the gold sword suddenly expanded, forming into a massive sword shadow that landed on the back of the half-step Scorpion King. Chin, sparks spilled everywhere. That sword attack had not only cut open the beast power armor of the half-step Scorpion King, it had also left a light sword mark on its shell. Not bad. Yichen nodded. Seriously speaking, the pure attacking power of the giant sword spell was not as powerful as the flying sword. But, the giant sword spell had its advantages as well, which was its heavy power, which could blow away the target. In his sight, the half-step Scorpion King's body flipped and flew backward. Shoo, a black shadow suddenly broke through the air, which was indeed the half-step Scorpion King's tail hook. Let me handle it. Yichen's body drew an arc in the air, attacking the Scorpion King's tail from the side. He took out his Thunder Disaster Sword and used his power to attack. Chin. Chin. Chin, the speed of the half-step Scorpion King's tail kept decreasing, and its tail hook almost hit the head of the Xianxec's Tai Xian Peak, Lin Gaoming. Break! Lin Gaoming's fist landed on the tail hook, and this crisis was resolved. Alright. Right then, Qing Lu's defense-breaking attack had finished its preparation. She raised her right hand up high, and circles of different colored light appeared in her palm. It was like a celestial sphere, and in the middle of it, there was a dark blue energy core. The power was hidden inside. Go! Qing Lu yelled and threw out a palm attack. Woo-woo, the attack that was similar to an armillary sphere let out a shrill sound, heavily bombarding the head of the half-step Scorpion King. The halo around it was like a steel blade, continuously cutting through the opponent's demonic energy armor. When the halo's power was exhausted, a large hole had already been opened up on the Scorpion King's shell, and the dark green energy core had drilled into it. Boom, in the next moment, the half-step Scorpion King's head exploded, and its body twitched incessantly until it vanished into thin air. Amazing! Yichen sighed inwardly at how terrifying this attack was. No wonder it took such a long time to prepare. After killing the half-step Scorpion King, the 5 of them were unobstructed. There was no longer anything that could block their way. Storm Spear. On the other side of the Sky Scorpion spell, the skinny elder had finally finished his preparation. He was holding a long spear that was made of black wind. The long spear kept shaking, and the tip of the spear kept on lengthening, like a poisonous snake's tongue. Go! Using his right arm, the elder threw the spear towards the Scorpion King. Crack, the Scorpion King was pierced through, and it was instantly torn into pieces by the exploding wind blades. Go! The elder's face was slightly red, it seemed like he had used up a lot of energy. Behind the mountains and rivers was a twisted layer of thin film, reflecting countless scenes. Who? Yi Chan and the other 4 hesitated a little bit before they all jumped in. It was like going through a layer of water, the 5 of them appeared in a new environment. Taking a deep breath, the 5 of them had shocked expressions on their faces. In their eyes, the world seemed to have expanded a lot. As far as their eyes could see, there were lakes, grasslands, mountains, and ribbon-shaped white clouds in the sky, intertwining with the mountains in the distance. Looking up, the sky was clear, and the natural yuan qi was extremely dense. It was as if one casual breath was equivalent to a few days of training for a normal warrior. But that was not enough to shock them. What was truly shocking were the spirit plants and trees. On the grassland, the plants were rich and luxuriant. Every single one of them was extraordinarily green, and they could find a cluster of spirit plants with spirit qi every few meters. The spirit qi released by those spirit plants would nourish the normal plants nearby, making every single one of them full of vitality. On the lake, there were duckweeds that were full of spirit qi, and there were elegant green lotuses. On top of the lotuses, there were purple, white, and red lotuses that were competing with each other. Every single one of them had the value to be used as medicine. Under the lotuses, there were even fat fishes. Further in the distance, there was an endless stretch of lush trees. In the periphery, there were many low-grade spirit trees, and in the depths, there were towering mid-grade spirit trees that stood out like cranes in a flock of chickens. Even further in, one could faintly see several towering giant trees that pierced through the clouds. Although it was impossible to determine their grade, they were definitely not ordinary. The spirit plants and trees that grew from the tall mountains were obviously better than the grassland, lakes, and forests. On top of every mountain, there was a light that did not dissipate. It was very eye-catching. This is the 7-star blue that has already gone extinct in the outside world. Qing Lu was a former leader after all, so she was very interested in the spirit plants and trees. She squatted down and carefully dug out a light blue plant. Judging from its spirit qi, it should be a low-rank spirit plant. But considering that it had already gone extinct in the outside world, its value would be immeasurable. If she took it out and planted it, she would definitely be able to grow a huge amount of 7-star blue plants. After picking up dozens of 7-star blue plants, Qing Lu finally stood up and put all the 7-star plants into a storage ring with plant patterns on it. She turned around and saw that Yi Chen had actually put all the plants into his storage ring. She laughed and said, "Growing spirit plants requires a lot of soil. If you plant them in a pot, the effect would be much worse. I have another plant ring here for you." As she spoke, she took out a ring with plant patterns and threw it to Yi Chen. Plant ring? Yi Chen had heard about this kind of ring before. Storage rings were used to store things, while plant rings were used to grow spirit plants and flowers. The space inside was huge, and there was soil under the ground. Sunstones could be hung on top of the ring, which would help the plants to photosynthesize. A low-rank plant ring was even more valuable than a mid-rank storage ring, and there was no market for it. Taking over the plant ring, Yi Chen branded his soul mark on it, then poured his soul power into it. What he saw was a huge space, about 10 acres in size. On top of it, there were some exhausted sunstones. Below it was black soil. The spirit qi in the soil was very dim. It was obvious that this plant ring had not been used for a long time, and needed to be nourished by the spirit stones. "Thank you, Senior." Yi Chen held his hands together to thank her. "You are welcome. Even Xianxia thinks so highly of you. As her master, of course I will not be stingy." Qing Lu chuckled and continued to look for spirit plants. With the plant ring, Yi Chen started to pay more attention to the spirit plants. For the low-rank spirit plants, he only chose some extinct or rare ones to transplant into the ring, 10 of each. As for the mid-rank spirit plants, he would transplant as many as he could find, not to mention the top-rank ones. Arriving in front of a lake, Qing Lu also moved some of the duckweeds and green lotuses from the lake into the ring. It seemed like her plant ring was one rank higher than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen's plant ring did not have any lake water inside, and it was not that big either. So, it would be a bit crowded if he moved the river. The 5 of them walked in a straight line, not trying to look for spirit plants or flowers. Not long after, a forest blocked their way. Low-rank maple tree. Qing Lu's eyes brightened. She waved her hand, and a maple tree with red leaves was pulled out from the ground and thrown into her plant ring. Low-rank snake pattern tree. Low-rank pine tree. Spirit trees with a certain rank were very easy to find. Wherever the 5 went, spirit trees would be uprooted one after another and put into Qing Lu's plant ring. Yi Chen's plant ring did not have enough space, so he could only choose a very rare low-rank spirit tree, which was a pine tree. However, seeing that half of the plant ring space was gone, Yi Chen shook his head and put the pine tree back on the ground. There were still mid-rank spirit trees, so one low-rank pine tree was fine. The mid-rank spirit trees were much bigger than the low-rank ones. Of course, there were some small ones, but no matter how small they were still bigger than normal trees. In the end, even Qing Lu felt powerless. She hated that her plant ring was too small. If it were big enough, then she would not have to worry so much. "This plant ring of mine is only a top mid-rank one, 500 mu in size. Legend has it that the best high-rank plant ring is 5,000 mu in size, and the extreme rank one is 50,000 mu in size. Too bad. If I had an extreme rank plant ring, then I would be able to move all these spirit trees into it." Qing Lu was very reluctant. Yi Chen said, "Senior, let's go and have a look." Low-rank and mid-rank spirit trees, Yi Chen did not move a single one. If there were a top-rank spirit tree, he would not give it up no matter what, since it would be priceless. No, it would be priceless even for a whole country. One of them would be worth at least millions of top-rank spirit stones. Alright. Qinglu was also looking forward to it. Surrounded by the white mist, the 5 flew in the air above the forest, their soul power spreading out everywhere. Eh? Top-rank spirit tree? Yi Chen's soul power was not normal. Hundreds of miles away, he had already sensed that there was a rich spirit chi spreading out from the deep part of the forest. It was extremely shocking, almost reaching the semi-extreme rank-long life tree that he had seen in the savage ruin ancient place. The normal trees around seemed to be turning into spirit trees under the nourishment of the spirit chi. This tree, even if it was not a top-rank spirit tree, it would definitely be a top-mid-rank one. Of course, it was most likely to be a top-rank one. Otherwise, the spirit chi would not be this rich, almost reaching the semi-extreme rank-long life tree. Regardless, they had to go check it out first. After 10 breaths, Yi Chen and the other 4 stopped. It is a top-rank spirit tree, it really is. Qinglu's eyes brightened up. The mysterious martial school also had top-rank spirit trees, but there were only a few of them. Every single one of them was extremely important, and they were the most important resources of the martial school. In their line of sight, a towering tree full of blue fruits stood in front of them. This huge tree had a canopy that covered the sky. It was at least a few miles in circumference. Under the shade of the tree, people seemed very small. If one had the leisure and elegance, they could even build a village under the tree's shade and live under it. How beautiful would that be? It's a high-grade water elemental fruit tree. The water elemental fruit is extremely effective in healing injuries. It's comparable to ordinary high-grade elixirs. This high-grade water elemental fruit tree has at least a few thousand high-grade spiritual stones. Qinglu's breathing became irregular. Senior, congratulations. Yi Chen smiled wryly. This tree was way too huge, and his plant ring could not contain it at all. He really wanted to, but he did not have the power. So he could only congratulate Qinglu. Hee, then I will not be polite anymore. Qinglu cleared out a huge part of the plant ring, throwing out all the less important spirit trees. She then activated her Jinyuan and waved her hand. The huge tree was uprooted and slowly put into the plant ring, disappearing without a trace. With the tree in her hand, Qinglu was in a good mood. She picked up 5 of them and gave them to Yi Chen, Morong Qingqing and the other 4. Besides the healing effect, the water element fruit also has a great effect on recovering stamina. Plus, it is sweet and full of water. Everyone, try it. As she spoke, she tried one herself. Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing took over the palm-sized fruit and each took a bite. So sweet. Morong Qingqing complimented. It is indeed sweet, and not greasy. Yi Chen nodded. The flesh of the water element fruit melted in his mouth, turning into a stream of cool water that entered his stomach. Then, with his stomach as the center, it spread out to his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as well as the 100 meridians in his limbs. His body couldn't help but feel refreshed, and the slight tiredness from before disappeared. Qinglu smiled, although we haven't found the tomb yet, a water yuan fruit tree is still a great reward. This trip is worth it. Yi Chen, Morong, come visit our mysterious marshal school in the future. We will give you plenty of water yuan fruits. It was all thanks to Yi Chen that she was able to obtain the water elemental fruit tree. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to find it in such a huge forest. Compared to the water elemental fruit, the water elemental fruit tree was the real treasure. After eating the water elemental fruit, it could grow again, but if the water elemental fruit tree was gone, then there would be nothing left. Senior, don't worry. We won't hold back. Yi Chen did not feel too regretful either, since his plant ring would not be able to hold it anyway. Perhaps it was to make up for Yi Chen's regret. When the 5 had flown for thousands of miles, Yi Chen found another top-rank spirit tree. It was not as big as the water elemental fruit tree, but it was about 100 meters tall and 1 mile in radius. It was perfect for planting in the low-rank plant ring. Qinglu clicked her tongue and said, top-rank fire pear tree. Yi Chen, you are quite lucky. Although this fire pear tree is not as mature as the water yuan fruit tree, it is still thousands of years old. Plus, it is perfect for your plant ring. The fire pear tree has the fire element, and the fire pear tree that grows out of it is not only very useful for warriors who train fire element Xinyuan, but also for warriors of other races. For example, Morongrong's perfect demi-demon bloodline is not restricted at all. Qinglu had already gotten the water elemental fruit tree, so it would not be nice for her to fight for the fire pear tree as well. Indeed lucky. Yichen looked at the red crystal-like pears on the fire pear tree and nodded satisfyingly. Training the body and increasing the body would be more or less the same as the spirit power crystal stones. Even if the effect was not enough, it could be made up with quantity. There were at least 2,000 of them on the tree. Up. Activating his Xinyuan, Yichen was about to plant the fire pear tree. Stop. All of a sudden, a loud yell was heard from 100 miles away. 2 human figures broke through the air and arrived at an unbelievably fast speed. They were 2 half-step king warriors. Yichen frowned slightly, but he was not slow at all as he successfully put the fire pear tree into his plant ring. He then filled the soil with a lot of top-rank spirit stones to nourish the soil and provide enough nutrition for the tree. Then, he took out some sunstones with enough energy and hung them in the air of the plant ring for the fire pear tree to photosynthesize and grow normally. You are looking for death. Seeing the fire pear tree disappear, the 2 did not care about it at all. They joined hands and attacked toward Yichen and the group. Who is it? Qinglu yelled. Fighting against 2 at the same time, she shattered the incoming chi flow. Shoo! Shoo! The 2 human figures stood dozens of miles away. One of them was huge and had a wooden face. His skin pattern did not look like a human's, but more like a tree's, which was very rough. The other one was short and skinny. He was a dwarf with a pointy mouth and small eyes that looked aggressive. Half-step beast king. Qinglu could tell with one glance that these 2 were not humans, but a different kind of beast. The middle-aged man with a blank face was obviously a demi-beast king that had cultivated into a tree, and the dwarf elder was a demi-beast king. It seemed like he was a rat-type beast, which was vicious and cunning. Putting away the fire pear tree, Yichen turned his body to look at the 2. He could not help but frown. 2 half-step beast kings were not some random people. Not to mention 2 of them, any one of them would be enough to give them a headache, not to mention 2. Be careful later. Yichen sent a message to Murong Qingqing secretly, asking him to give up the fire pear tree. It was obviously impossible, since they were not fish on the chopping board. If they really had to fight, it would be hard to tell who would win. Don't worry about me. Murong Qingqing nodded slightly. You attacked us for no reason. That is so rude. Qinglu did not want to fight with 2 half-step beast kings either, so she tried to suppress her anger and said calmly. The elder with the pointy mouth sneered, give up the fire pear tree, and we can let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being cruel. You are planning to take it by force. Qinglu squeezed her eyes. Give up the fire pear tree, and we will not take it by force. As the elder spoke, he studied Qinglu and the other 4. He realized that although there were a lot of them, there was only 1 half-step king warrior, and the rest were 2 peak-level late Seas of Souls realm warriors. One was a rank 10 beast human lady, and the other one was at peak-level mid-Seas of Souls realm. Their average battling power was way weaker than theirs. Sorry, I can't do that. Qinglu's voice sank. She was a half-step king warrior, so she had her own dignity. If she was threatened and asked to give up the fire pear tree, what would Yichen and the rest think of her? They would think that she was a coward. Therefore, it would be impossible for her to give up the fire pear tree. If you don't, then you will have to die. The evil light in the elder's eyes was almost solid. It was very scary. Being stared at by him would make one's hair stand on end, as if they were facing death. You? Qinglu was also pissed off. Ghostwood King, I will leave the 4 of them to you. No problem, right? The elder turned his head and said to the tall middle-aged man with a wooden face. The latter said, 90% sure. Alright, then leave this to me. The elder turned his head and said to Qinglu, it has been a long time since I have killed a human half-step king warrior. Your skin is so soft and tender, so it must be delicious. Shoo! Just as he finished talking, the elder disappeared from where he was standing and jumped toward Qinglu. One was still while the other was moving, giving people a feeling that they could not react in time. You guys protect yourselves. Qinglu did not dare to waste any more time. She threw out a sentence before attacking the elder. Boom. Boom. Boom, one half-step beast king and the other half-step king warrior were about the same level. As their chi clashed, the trees around them fell and the ground was flipped over. Hee, your power is not bad, but your speed is too slow. The elder flashed his body again and again, turning into beams of black shadows that surrounded Qinglu. Qinglu did not expect the elder to be this fast, so she was caught off guard. She tried to fight back a couple of times, but it was all dodged by the elder. She was so frustrated that she wanted to puke out blood. Let me fight with him first. Yichen stretched his body and walked out. No. The middle-aged man shook his head. Let's fight first. Yichen had never fought with a half-step king warrior before, and it would be his first time fighting a half-step beast king as well. He would like to see how powerful a half-step beast king could be. Oh well, I will kill you and take the fire pear tree. The middle-aged man's pupils turned yellow and green as a creepy black chi spread out from his body. All of a sudden, he turned from a normal-looking middle-aged man into a ghost. Ting, Yichen did not dare to be careless. 5 beams of sword light appeared out of his body and gathered behind him, forming into a dragonfly-like sword wing. Shoo, the sword light sliced through the sky as Yichen took the initiative to attack. Die. The middle-aged man threw out a punch to the right. There, Yichen had just appeared. Such accurate observation skills? Yichen was a bit surprised. He flashed his body and dodged the fist power. Boom, a huge amount of trees died and were covered by the black chi. That punch from the middle-aged man was not simple at all. It seemed to have the effect of destroying the life force. The middle-aged man saw that Yichen had dodged that punch and seemed to be a bit surprised. His title was the Ghostwood King, and he was a half-step beast king trained from the Ghostwood. The Ghostwood had the Yin element, and wherever it grew, all the plants would die and all the life force would be sucked away. Therefore, the Ghostwood King was very sensitive to life force. No matter what kind of changes his opponent had, it would not be able to escape from his perception. Although Yichen was fast, in his eyes, Yichen was no different from a life force. As long as he was hit, his life force would be destroyed. Ghostwood King, do not waste time with this brat. Take care of him as soon as possible. This woman is quite tricky. The elder had indeed gotten the upper hand, but he had underestimated Qinglu. She was the former leader of the mysterious martial school after all, and her cultivation was unpredictable. She was one of the rare powerful warriors among the half-step king warriors. Soon, she had turned the situation around and fought back a couple of times, putting the elder in a difficult situation. 3 attacks to take care of him. The Ghostwood King saw that the elder was having a hard time, so he nodded. His cold eyes locked onto Yichen as the black chi on his body got even thicker. Brother Yi, don't be careless. Just do what you can. Yan Fengfeng was afraid that Yichen might be wounded by the Ghostwood King, so she reminded him. The sword wings on his back slightly opened as Yichen said, if I can't hold it anymore, I will call you guys. Right now, let me test his bottom line first. Yichen did not plan to fight with the Ghostwood King. He had 2 goals, one was to test how powerful a half-step beast king was, so that he would know when he ran into one in the future. The second was to let Murong and Yan Fengfeng know how powerful the Ghostwood King was. If it really did not work out, then the 4 of them could work together. Plus, he was confident that even if he could not beat the Ghostwood King, he would still be able to escape in one piece. Don't waste your time. In my hands, you will die for sure. How could the Ghostwood King not know about Yichen's plan? But, he did not care. An ant trying to test an elephant's bottom line was ridiculous. No matter how many ants there were, they were still ants after all. I am afraid not. Yichen slowly took out his Thunder Disaster Sword, the sword light flickering. Wait until you die, then you will know that I am telling the truth. First attack. The Ghostwood King did not have the patience to waste any more time. The black chi on his body suddenly expanded, looking extremely creepy. Shoo. 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 An air-piercing sound was heard as countless black vines shot out, attacking toward Yichen. Thunder Devour. Stepping on the surreal air, Yichen used the power to back out. In the middle of it, he held his sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. A perfectly round black thunder ball attacked toward the center of the vines. Boom, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. After the thunder ball exploded, the shockwave blew away the vines. The aggressive thunder power followed the vines and spread toward the Ghostwood King's body. The Ghostwood King did not react at all, allowing the thunder power to spread toward him. Suddenly, a strange thing happened. The thunder power that was usually aggressive just got close to the Ghostwood King's body, but it started to slow down, seeming very obedient as if its power had been sucked out. His life force has been absorbed? Yichen was shocked. Although the power of thunder and lightning was only a type of energy, it still had its own vitality. It was just that this vitality was slightly different from normal vitality. It was like a withered tree that had not sprouted for many years without any vitality. But one day, a bolt of lightning struck down, and the next year, the withered tree was reborn with new branches and leaves. This meant that the thunder and lightning not only activated the remaining vitality of the withered tree, but also brought it nutrients. The Ghostwood King had taken away the vitality of the thunder power, which meant that the thunder power had lost its source of power, and no longer had a powerful destructive power. Humph, Yichen was shocked, but the Ghostwood King was even more shocked. He had indeed taken away the vitality of the thunder power, but inside the thunder power, there was still a destructive power. The destructive power could destroy everything, no matter if it was life force or death chi, nothing could escape the destruction of the destructive power. The life force that he had just absorbed from the thunder power had also been invaded by the destructive power, which had hurt him a little bit. The dead yellow-green pupils suddenly showed a fierce light. The Ghostwood King's body shook, and more black vines shot out. These vines did not attack Yichen, but instead blocked the space around the two of them, creating a huge net that made it impossible for them to escape. Gold pattern. Yichen did not dare to be careless. He threw out a sword attack, bringing out a dark gold pattern, destroying the vines around him. Crack! Crack, chin! 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 The toughness of the vines was beyond Yichen's imagination. After destroying only 10 vines, the dark gold pattern formed by the sword chi had lost its power. Break! Unable to break through with one attack, Yichen changed his sword aura. More dark golden ripples blossomed, turning the area within hundreds of meters into a dark golden realm. The vines that had been infused with beast power started to crumble under the waves of attacks before shattering into pieces. Killing attacks in a row? The Ghostwood King's expression changed slightly. Soul-shattering fist. Clenching his bull-sized fist, the Ghostwood King threw out a punch towards where Yichen was standing. Once this punch was thrown out, a loud buzzing sound could be heard, which could make people's hearts and blood boil, making it impossible for them to concentrate. Those who did not have a firm mind would lose immediately, and their condition would fall to the bottom. Gold Fury. Pushing his Xianxia to its limit, Yichen threw out a sword attack, using his most powerful sword attack. The Ghostwood King was not Lu Wujin. Even if it was just a normal ace attack, he still had to use all of his power. Boom, a huge wave of chi exploded. The vines that were blocking the area tightened, but there was no sign of them breaking. On the other hand, the forest outside of the vines was unlucky, as all of the trees were uprooted. However, this was a forbidden area, so the space was very stable. The power was limited a lot. Plus, the trees down there were not normal ones, but fake spirit trees that were close to spirit trees. Therefore, the range of the attack was not very far, only 1 to 2 miles away. Yichen suddenly made a noise. It turned out that this punch from the Ghostwood King contained a life-destroying power other than the normal fist power. Xianxia could not block it out, so it could only weaken a part of it, but it had still landed on his body, destroying his life force. Destroy. The destruction sword intent exploded, and Yichen countered this power. The third attack, soul-shattering fist, kill. The Ghostwood King's eyes were cold as he used his ace attack. He said that he would take care of Yichen with 3 attacks, so naturally, he would not hold back. With this attack, Yichen would definitely die, because the power of the soul-shattering fist was 3 times more powerful than the soul-shattering fist. Woo 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 woo, ghost cries and wolf howls could be heard everywhere. Not to mention Yi Chen, even Morong Fong Fong and the other two could feel their hair standing on end, feeling a chill running down their spine. The wings on Morong Qingqing's back tightened to its limit as waves of demon power poured into her fingers. As long as Yi Chen was in danger, she would use her most powerful sky demon finger. But it was still not enough. She secretly took out a part of her demon power essence and combined it with her own. All of a sudden, the demon intent around her intensified, making her look like a princess of demons. This attack. I have to take it. Yi Chen let out a long roar as his Jin Yuan burst out. The gold sword on his back shot out with a clang, shrouded in the destruction sword intent. Then, with an incomparably sharp and murderous sword chi, it slashed out. Wherever it went, all the vitality was destroyed. It was not the slightest bit inferior to the Ghostwood King's soul shattering. Boom, the fist power and the gold sword finally clashed together. 2 different kinds of power clashed with each other, each taking up half of the sky. The life-destroying power clashed with the destruction sword intent. No matter who won, it would have a huge impact on the other. Defensive sword spell. The Ghostwood King frowned. Crack. Crack. A metal twisting sound was heard. The tip of the gold sword started to twist under the fist power. It turned out that the soul-shattering fist was a spiral power attack, which was very aggressive. Although the gold sword was extremely hard, it was only a top-rank weapon after all. How could it block out the attack from a half-step king warrior? It was slightly damaged, and Jin Yuan leaked out. Not good. A cold light flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He pointed out his sword finger and the gold sword separated into 3. 2 sword shadows attacked the Ghostwood King from the left and right, while the gold sword itself was shattered by the fist power. The fist power carried the life-destroying power as it attacked toward Yi Chen. Immortal, suppress. After doing all that, Yi Chen's expression did not change, but his eyes got colder. He yelled with a low voice as an immortal chi spread out around his body. Pooh, puking out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen was blown away by the fist power. However, he was only wounded, and his life force was not affected at all. In that critical moment, he took out the immortal sword intent that he had not used for a long time, defending against that life-destroying power. As for the fist power, although it had wounded him, he was not scared at all. With his immortal body, no matter if it was an external or internal wound, he could recover instantly, unless the wound was too serious. After wounding Yi Chen, the Ghostwood King was not feeling good himself either. Those Jin Yuan flying swords were extremely fast, and even with his reaction speed, he could only shatter one of them while the other one landed on his protective beast power. His chi and blood started to boil, and he was forced to back out. Sky Demon Finger. Right then, Morong Qingqing threw out her attack. The black finger power broke through the vine's blockade and turned into a small sun, attacking toward the Ghostwood King. The Ghostwood King did not even look at it. He waved his sleeves, and the small black sun disappeared. It was not without reason that he used the vines to block the surroundings. It was to prevent other people from helping him. Even if they did, they would be weakened a lot, so how could they hurt him? Nirvana Flame. Yan Fengfeng's attack followed right after. The undying flame landed on the vines, and the vines caught on fire immediately. Even the Demi-King beast power could not burn it out. The flame followed the vines and spread toward the Ghostwood King's body. As long as he was burned by the Nirvana flame, even if he was a demi-beast king, he would still be in trouble. This was the top-ranked talent of the Blue Phoenix, which was unbeatable. Eh? Although the Ghostwood King had guessed that Yan Fengfeng's real body was powerful, he did not expect her to be a phoenix descendant. Both the phoenix and the phoenix descendant belonged to the fire element, which was the natural nemesis of the Ghostwood King. Not wanting to waste his energy to fight against the Nirvana flame, the Ghostwood King cut off the connection with the vines immediately. The sky full of vines lost control and fell down immediately. Burning Sky Kill. Lin Gaoming, the peak master of Taishan Peak, seized the opportunity, and with a fierce and unparalleled style, the fist with the power to cut straight toward him, the sound of breaking through the air was sharp. You are overestimating yourself. The Ghostwood King would not care about this fist power at all. He released his protective beast power, and that fist power was blown away immediately. It did not even make him move. So powerful. Only then did Lin Gaoming realize how big the gap between him and the demi-beast king was. Even 3 attacks could not take care of you. It seems like I have indeed underestimated you. The Ghostwood King split out a small part of his mind to pay attention to Murong Fengfeng and the other 2, while most of his attention was still on Yi Chen. He could feel that Yi Chen's life force had not been weakened at all, and he had only been wounded a little bit. It was not hard to tell how powerful he was. Same to you. Yi Chen activated his immortal body, and all the wounds in his body healed at a fast speed. His spirit, qi, and mentality that were a bit tired had reached its peak again. Not only that, after the bloody battle, his aura had become even more condensed, carrying that intense killing intent. It was even more threatening than before. Impossible. The Ghostwood King's emotionless expression changed drastically. Although he had not taken care of Yi Chen in 3 attacks, he was confident that he would be able to kill the wounded Yi Chen in the next 3 attacks. However, he did not know what kind of secret art his opponent had used, but not only had his wounds healed completely, even his mental power had been adjusted to its peak. His aura had increased instead of decreasing. Nothing is impossible. Yi Chen smiled casually. However, that smile gave people a feeling of coldness. The Ghostwood King calmly thought for a while, then slowly said, I was almost fooled by you. This secret technique of yours must have a huge side effect. Once the side effect is triggered, it will definitely backfire on its owner. He did not think that there was any secret art that could go against the rules of nature. Let's try and find out. Yi Chen did not express his opinion. The immortal body did have side effects, but these side effects could be made up with yuan qi recovering pellets or spirit herbs. In other words, as long as he had enough yuan qi, he could theoretically perform the immortal body countless times. Ghostwood King, why haven't you taken care of that brat yet? The elder could not be distracted at all. As time passed by, his speed was not that useful anymore. His opponent's casual attacks had already made him unable to perform his full power. He had to admit that although the average battling power of a human demi-king was not as powerful as a demi-beast king, but their battling techniques were way more powerful than them. Plus, Qing Lu's battling power was not weaker than his, she might even be a bit more powerful. Hold on for a bit longer. The Ghostwood King said. Alright, you have to take care of it as soon as possible. The elder did not know what had happened to the Ghostwood King. All he knew was that he was starting to regret. If he had let the Ghostwood King take care of Qing Lu, then the situation would have been even. Since the Ghostwood King was a bit slower than him in every other aspect. This Yi Chen really can't be judged by his cultivation base. Qing Lu was different from the elder. Besides the fact that she was not used to the elder's speed at the beginning, she was able to handle it with ease. She was able to pay attention to Yi Chen's situation, and it was much better than what she had expected. Yi Chen isn't injured? Lin Gaoming, the Peak Lord of Taishan Peak, was quite surprised to see Yi Chen's undying body for the first time. However, Yan Fengfeng was no longer surprised. When Yi Chen fought with Lu Wujian, he seemed to have revealed this ability, suppressing Lu Wujian to the point where he couldn't even fight back. As for Morong Qingqing, her expression was calm. When Yi Chen obtained the secret method of the undying body, she was right beside him. I don't have the patience to tangle with you. The Ghostwood King was a half-step king cultivated from Ghostwood. Even if he was impatient, his expression didn't change at all. However, his tone revealed his emotions. Inescapable net. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless black vines shot out from the Ghostwood King's body. These vines were surrounded by black qi. Wherever they went, the vitality in the air would be completely gone. It was dead silent. In the blink of an eye, layers upon layers of vines appeared. It was unknown how many layers had been set up. Some of the vines even took root underground, absorbing the vitality in the ground to strengthen themselves and grow on their own. This Ghostwood King is indeed tricky. Yan Fengfeng tried to burn the vines with her nirvana flame, but once the Ghostwood King sensed it, he immediately cut off the vine, not giving her any chance to do anything. Not only that, the vines taking root underground grew more and more out of control. They started to grow crazily. Even the trees miles away were affected and started to wither rapidly. With so much vitality gathered together, it formed an unbreakable cycle. The Ghostwood King and Yichen's figures could no longer be seen, as they were wrapped in a huge ball of vines with a diameter of no less than 5 miles. Huge sword spell. Yichen had no reason to let the Ghostwood King use his advantage. His slightly damaged gold sword shot out and expanded in the air, turning into a huge sword and attacking toward the Ghostwood King. Meanwhile, his left hand also formed a sword finger and pointed out. The green longsword on his waist also shot out. One sword turned into 3, attacking toward the Ghostwood King's left side. He could tell that although the Ghostwood King's power was horrifying, his speed was his weakness. From the beginning until now, he hadn't moved at all. Boom, the Ghostwood King knocked away the gold sword with one punch, but he couldn't block the green longsword. A huge chunk of his protective beast power was shaved off, and the sword chi left a bloody wound on his shoulder. A vine flew out. Using the huge sword spell to shake up my protective beast power, then using the defensive sword spell to break through. The Ghostwood King's protective beast power was extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, the defensive sword spell would have a hard time breaking through his protective beast power. However, due to the clash with the huge sword spell, his protective beast power was not stable, which gave the flying sword a chance. If it wasn't for the vine growing out of his shoulder, it wouldn't have been as simple as a bloody wound, but a piece of flesh. Soul-shattering fist. Soul-shattering. The Ghostwood King's body did not move, but both of his fists continued to attack, throwing out one tricky fist power after another. Yichen did not dare to be careless, so he used all of his power. Each of him controlled 2 flying swords. The gold sword turned into a huge sword, and the green longsword turned into 3, and then into 5. Sword shadows filled the air, and they were evenly matched with the Ghostwood King. All of a sudden, no one could do anything to the other. Of course, only when one's soul power had reached Yichen's level would one be able to control 2 flying swords at once. However, even so, Yichen was not feeling too good either. Right now, it looked like they were evenly matched, but the Ghostwood King was a half-step king warrior after all. Each of his punches was full of power, and Yichen had to use all of his power to block them out. If it were not for his undying body and the godly dragon metal that stored 1/3 of his Jinyuan, he would have lost already. Outside of the huge vine ball, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Morong Qingqing, Yan Fengfeng, and the other 2 started to attack the huge vine ball. The 3 of them cooperated perfectly, first using the Nirvana flame to burn the vines. The Ghostwood King had no choice but to control the vines and let the burning vines fall down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Morong Qingqing and Lin Gaoming started to attack crazily, trying to break through the huge vine ball. It was also because of their combined attacks that the Ghostwood King was distracted and could not focus on attacking Yichen. Otherwise, the pressure on Yichen would be even greater. Since you all want to die, then I will let you die. The Ghostwood King's beast power exploded, and the vines that had been wrapped into a ball started to move. Countless vines were like whips, whipping toward the 3 outside. These vines contained half-step king warrior beast power, and their attacking power was horrifying. It was no less powerful than the full power attack of a top master-level warrior. Hundreds of vines whipped over, and even with the 3's powerful strength, they were still pushed back continuously, unable to get close. The power of a half-step beast king had shocked the 3. Fighting 1 against 4, he still had the upper hand. Mysterious void seal. All of a sudden, a huge palm print appeared on the surface of the huge vine ball, and the broken vines flew everywhere. The Ghostwood King, who was in the middle of it, suddenly had a pale face, and his qi and blood started to boil. It turned out that Qing Lu had taken out her hand and used a mysterious void seal to attack the huge vine ball. Her power was not weaker than the Ghostwood King, and the latter was also doing 2 things at the same time. He was battling with Yichen on one side while controlling the vines to attack Morong Qingqing and the other 2. He was caught off guard, so he was at a disadvantage. 5-sword attack. Yichen took advantage of the time when the Ghostwood King's qi and blood were boiling. The gold sword and the green longsword each separated into 5, and 10 sword shadows attacked toward the Ghostwood King. Chin. Chin. Chin, swoosh, swoosh. After a series of metal exploding sounds, the protective beast power started to not be able to hold on any longer. A couple of cracks appeared on it, and the sharp sword chi leaked in, attacking the Ghostwood King's body. Break! The Ghostwood King suppressed his chi and blood. His beast power exploded, and he was able to get out of this crisis. Just like that, the Ghostwood King, the Dwarf Elder, Qing Lu, Yi Chen, and Murong Qingqing, a total of 7 people, were all dragged into a long battle. No one could do anything to the other. As the battle was going on, more and more human shadows were attracted to the forest. In the northwest was the skinny elder and the teenager with the glazed symbol on his forehead. In the west was the gold absolute king and the powerful warriors from the evil king tower. In the north was the punishment king and the powerful warriors from the hell martial school. In other directions, there were some scattered human shadows. There were demi-king warriors from rank 5 martial institutions, and some of them were solo demi-king warriors. All of a sudden, there were almost 10 demi-king warriors gathered. Haha. It seems like there is some great treasure. Otherwise, the battle would not be this intense. The gold absolute king laughed as he licked his lips. If they are not powerful enough, then it would not matter even if we kill them all. The punishment king's killing intent was the heaviest. He was talking about killing Yi Chen and the rest. Huh? It is the Ghostwood King. From afar, the skinny elder saw the huge vine ball in the middle of the forest and said, Ghostwood King? Is this person very powerful? The teenager asked. The skinny elder said, the Ghostwood King is a demi-beast king cultivated from a ghost wood. He is born with the ability to absorb life force and strengthen his body. His talent is to release the vine realm and create a huge ball to trap the enemies inside. These vines would take root in the ground and absorb the life force from the plants around, which would reduce the consumption of the Ghostwood King's beast power. It is a very tricky attack. If you run into him, it would be best not to fight. Everyone moved extremely fast. Soon, they were already hundreds of miles away from the center of the battle. Not good. There are so many demi-king warriors. Qing Lu's expression changed as she suddenly pulled back. What? Are you scared? The dwarf elder let out a breath and said. Qing Lu said with an annoyed expression, look around. Hearing her, the dwarf elder let out his soul power and spread out. The next second, his expression changed a couple of times. Within his sensing range, 7 or 8 demi-king warriors had appeared out of nowhere. Each of them was not to be underestimated. There were even 1 or 2 of them whose chi was extremely horrifying, no weaker than Qing Lu. But soon, he laughed evilly again, what does this have to do with me? It is you guys who got the fire pear tree, not us. You tell me, if they know that you guys got the tree, what will they do? Qing Lu's expression looked bad, you might have some treasures on you. Worst case scenario, we will fight to the death. I believe they will not mind killing you as well. Then, let's see who dies first. The dwarf elder's eyes flashed as if he was calculating something. The Ghostwood King fought against 4 of them at the same time, but he still could not take down Yi Chen. It made him realize that Yi Chen's power could not be judged by his cultivation. Although the Ghostwood King was not a top half-step beast king, he was still one of the top ones among them. Normal half-step beast kings would not be able to last until now, but Yi Chen with his peak level mid-seas of Soul's Realm cultivation could not only handle it, but also threaten him from time to time. If he was a little bit careless, he would be wounded, which made him re-evaluate Yi Chen. If Yi Chen managed to reach late seas of Soul's Realm, then he would be able to fight against him. Although he was in the middle of an intense battle, the Ghostwood King still let out his soul power from time to time. The arrival of all the half-step king warriors had been sensed by him. He took back his beast power, and the Ghostwood King stopped attacking Yi Chen. That huge ball of vines had also sunk back into the ground. However, it did not mean that those vines were useless. At the critical moment, the vines with enough life force could trap everyone within miles. As for whether or not it would be broken through, it would be another story. Yi Chen was not stupid. Although he could not sense what was going on outside with his dual swords, the expression on the Ghostwood King's face had told him that something had changed. Indeed, when Yi Chen let out his soul power, he immediately knew why the Ghostwood King had stopped attacking. The Gold Absolute King and the Punish King's power are not weaker than Qing Lu's. Compared to the Ghostwood King, they are even more powerful. Just these two alone are not something that the Ghostwood King and that Dwarf Elder can compete with. Adding the other 5 half-step King warriors and 20 top master-level warriors, if they are against us, we will definitely lose. Yi Chen's expression turned serious. The situation right now was not good for them, and they might become the target of everyone. Shoo! Shoo! Coincidentally, Yi Chen and Qing Lu flew to the side of Murong Fengfeng and the other two at the same time. They then pulled out some distance to avoid being surrounded. The Ghostwood King and the Dwarf Elder also didn't have the time to bother the 5 of them. They also kept their distance and waited to see what would happen. In just a few blinks of an eye, the half-step kings and peak master-level masters who had rushed over from all directions stopped dozens of li away. They all had different expressions on their faces. Some were expressionless and cold, some had a playful expression and a fierce glint in their eyes, and some were just watching from the sidelines, as if they didn't want to get involved easily. So many half-step kings. Mysterious peak leader Lin Gaoming sucked in a cold breath. Qing Lu said with a low voice, "There are 7 demi-king warriors in total. The most powerful one among them should be the Punishment King from the Prison Martial School, followed by the Gold Absolute King from the Evil King Martial School. These 2 are not weaker than me in terms of power. Among the remaining 5, the Iron Hand King from the Gu family in the East Royal City would be the strongest." As the former leader of the mysterious martial school, other than some of the newly born demi-king warriors and those who had not been in the martial world for a long time, Qing Lu almost knew everyone. Who is this half-step king on the left? Yi Chen glanced at the 7 demi-king warriors and eventually fixed his eyes on the elder in brown on the left. Qing Lu glanced at the elder on the left and said, "This person is the Shadow King from the Rank 5 martial school in the Sky Martial region." "What's wrong?" Yi Chen said, "Among the demi-king warriors, his chi is the weakest. When the situation is dangerous, we can choose to break through from his side." Qing Lu did not know how Yi Chen judged the chi, but she had a different opinion. The Shadow King might be the weakest in terms of battling power, but his speed is not weaker than the elder. His battling style is also very strange, which makes him hard to deal with. It will not be easy to break through from his side. Of course it will not be easy. But in comparison, it would be easier for me to deal with these fast but not powerful demi-king warriors. Right now, Yi Chen's power was not weaker than normal demi-king warriors. Even the Ghostwood King would not be able to hurt him. The Shadow King's chi was the weakest among all the demi-king warriors there, so choosing him was something that Yi Chen had no other choice. It was not that Yi Chen did not care about the Shadow King. Qing Lu thought about it and agreed with him. Yi Chen's defensive sword spell was already extremely fast. It would not be possible for him to dodge the attack with his speed. "Haha, Gopher King, you are a fly that never bites a seamless egg. What has attracted you here this time? And even made you fight a big battle?" It was the Iron Hand King from the Gu family in the East Emperor City. Qing Lu did not know the Ghostwood King and the Elder, but he did. He had also fought with the Elder, who was the Gopher King before, so he knew his habits. The Gopher King forced a smile and said, "Iron Hand King, you seem to know me well. But what I want to do has nothing to do with you, right?" To be honest, the fire pear tree was too tempting for him. He would rather spend more effort than to tell the truth about the fire pear tree being with Yi Chen. Because once he did, the chance of him getting the tree would be even smaller. He did not believe that Yi Chen had been with Qing Lu the whole time. Hearing him, Qing Lu let out a breath. It seemed like the Gopher King would not tell the truth anymore. Indeed, if he did, it would mean giving up. The Iron Hand King rolled his eyes and laughed. "You have 2 demi-king warriors on your side, and they only have 1. Then, it would not be you who got the treasure. Therefore, you guys are planning to rob it. And this is the Forbidden Forest, there are a lot of spirit trees here. The treasure would basically be spirit trees. How could it be a mid-rank spirit tree for you to rob it? It must be a top-rank one. Gopher King, am I right?" The Iron Hand King was very cunning. With just a few words, he had already explained everything, which made Qing Lu, Yi Chen, and the rest of the people's expressions change. The Gopher King chuckled. Since they had already guessed it, there was no point in hiding it. Let's go. Qing Lu knew the Iron Hand King's personality. He was very greedy, so it would not be good for them to stay. Mysterious King, the treasure should belong to the right person. Leave the top-rank spirit tree behind and leave. The Iron Hand King was not afraid of the mysterious school. There were 2 king warriors in the Gu family of the East Emperor City. One was the East King, and the other was the Destruction King. If the 2 worked together, even if they could not win against Xianho, they could at least make her feel a bit scared. Plus, this was the forbidden place. As long as they did not kill her, Xianho would not look for trouble with them. Iron Hand King, this is only your opinion. You say we have the top-rank spirit tree, so we have it? Qing Lu said with a low voice. Whether you do or not, take out the thing in your ring and we will know. The Punishment King crossed his arms in front of his chest and said lightly. Yeah, take it out for everyone to see. If you don't have it, we will naturally not look for trouble with you. There are so many of us here. You have to give us an explanation. The attraction of a top-rank spirit tree was too huge. It was 10 times more valuable than a semi-extreme rank weapon. If a martial school had a top-rank spirit tree, their overall power would increase by another level. Most importantly, a top-rank spirit tree's lifespan was at least 10,000 years. In other words, in the future, the top-rank spirit tree's usefulness would be limitless. If you want us to open our ring, it is not impossible. But, you guys have to open your ring as well. In this moving forbidden place, we might not be the only ones with treasures. Yichen saw that they had become the target of everyone, so he took a deep breath and said calmly. Brat, we are talking. Since when did you have the right to interrupt? Are you tired of living? The Iron Hand King had a creepy look on his face. He would not kill the mysterious King Qing Lu, but it did not mean that he would not kill Yi Chen. A mere peak-level mid-seas of Soul's Realm warrior dared to bargain with them. Iron Hand King, who are you trying to scare? Once we get out of the forbidden place, I will let you know how high the sky is. Qing Lu had never been this frustrated before. A killing intent appeared in her eyes. Hee, I will be waiting for you. The Iron Hand King did not care at all. Shadow King, move. This place was not suitable for them to stay for long, so Qing Lu brought Yi Chen and the rest flying toward the Shadow King. Sorry, this way is blocked. The Shadow King would not let go of this opportunity. He was the fastest, so his chance of getting the top-rank spirit tree might not be any lower than the Punishment King and the Gold Absolute King. Even if it is blocked, it has to be blocked. Yi Chen did not want to waste time with him at all. He pointed out his sword finger and the gold sword and the green longsword took out of their scabbards. Each of them split into 5, turning into 10 sword shadows that shot toward the Shadow King. Because of their speed and the sudden attack, even if the Shadow King had a fast reaction, he was still 1 step late. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions were heard, and the Shadow King's whole body was blown away. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Qing Lu was only a bit slower than Yi Chen. She waved her hand and that crystal-like palm power blew out all of the top master-level warriors that the Shadow King had brought. It was like swatting flies, so effortlessly. Let's go. Qing Lu's protective Zhen Yuan covered Lin Gaoming while Yan Fengfeng turned into her blue phoenix form. The sword wings on Yi Chen's back flapped intensely while a black light flashed once on Murong Qingqing's body. The 4 of them used their highest speed to break out of the encirclement. Within a blink of an eye, they were already dozens of miles away. Where do you think you are going? The Iron Hand King lifted up his right hand. A black metal shine appeared on his palm as he threw out a palm attack toward Yi Chen and the other 4. Boom! This palm attack contained 2 types of profound, which were the gold profound and the earth profound. The sky darkened as a massive iron hand grabbed toward the 5. Landing spell. Qing Lu was a demi-king warrior after all. She knew that these people would not let them leave easily. So, while flying, she had already started to make a spell. The second the massive iron hand attacked, a crystal palm print landed from the sky, pressing down on the iron hand. Punishment kill. The Iron Hand King's attack had been cancelled out, but there was still an even more powerful Punishment King behind him. The Punishment King's attack was the same as the Punishment King's. He formed a spell with both of his hands, and the sound of iron chains came from the surreal space. Something shocking happened. In the deep of the surreal space, 10 iron chains landed from the sky, locking onto the 5 wrists. It was not hard to guess that being locked by these iron chains would not be a good thing. Punishment King, how dare you? Qing Lu's face was full of evil intent. This punishment kill was the famous punishment martial art of the Punishment King. Once locked by the iron chains, one would be no better than a criminal. Mysterious escape. Her Jinyuan burst out, and a blurry door appeared in front of her. Once the door appeared, Qing Lu brought Lin Gaoming and flew in. When they reappeared, they were already 50 miles away. It was a real instantaneous movement, and there was no trace of movement. However, Qing Lu was very worried. She and Lin Gaoming had escaped, but there were still Yan Fengfeng and Yi Chen chasing after them. Nirvana fire. Yan Fengfeng, who had turned into her blue phoenix form, flapped her wings. The aggressive Nirvana fire attacked toward the iron chains in the surreal space. The iron chains were burned by the fire, and a part of them was cut off. Morong, you can escape by yourself. I have a way. There was no time for Jinyuan's sound transmission, so Yi Chen talked to Morong directly with his soul. It was like they were connected, and it was a method that only he could master. Although Morong Qingqing was worried, she knew that Yi Chen had said it with confidence. If she stayed, she would only drag them down. Her demon power essence poured into the black wings on her back. Morong Qingqing's speed had reached beyond Demi-King warrior level. She could travel hundreds of miles within a second, and the iron chains were only locking onto a shadow. Swoosh, the iron chain was falling at an extremely fast speed. The end of the chain was like an agile little snake, wrapping around Yi Chen's wrist and body. Once he was entangled, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shadow spell. At that critical moment, Yi Chen's body started to turn illusionary. His real body shot out from the illusionary body, and that horrifying iron chain was actually locking onto a shadow like Yi Chen. This shadow Yi Chen was still struggling, looking no different from a living person. Crack, the Punishment King did not just lock people down with the iron chain. After locking people down, it followed up with another attack. A blade light flashed in the air, and an illusionary executioner's blade sliced through the shadow Yi Chen's body. There was no blood, but the shadow Yi Chen was cut in half, disappearing into nothingness. So close. Dozens of miles away, Yi Chen's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had not expected the Punishment King to be this powerful. If it were not for the fact that he had trained his shadow profound to near completion and trained his separating shadow flying art to mid-rank profound sense flying art, even if he did not die, he would have been crippled by that attack. Shadow profound. A surprised look flashed through the Punishment King's eyes. Qing Lu being able to escape from the executioner's attack was within his expectations, since she was not weaker than him in terms of power. It would be weird if she could not escape from it. Yan Fengfeng being able to escape from it was not that surprising, since the Blue Phoenix was one of the most powerful top-ranked beasts. Among the demi-beasts, those demi-beast primogenitors like the blue-eyed white wolf and the sky tiger were all similar to the Blue Phoenix. Moreover, the Blue Phoenix's Nirvana fire was inherited from the Phoenix, so its destructive power was not hard to imagine. As for that woman with the black bat wings on her back, she should have a perfect demonic human bloodline and cultivated devilish energy. But just that wasn't enough to escape his executioner's chains. At the last moment, the devilish energy that had surged out of her body was of an extremely high quality. It was definitely king-level devilish energy. Even if it was diluted, it still contained an inconceivable might. It had instantly increased her speed to a terrifying level. So it was understandable that she had been able to escape. The only thing that moved the Punishment King was Yi Chen. The Shadow Profound was one of the most difficult profound to comprehend. In terms of speed, it might not be as fast as the Wind Profound, Thunder Profound, and Speed Profound, but in terms of speed, the Shadow Profound was above all of them. It was hard for him to imagine how Yi Chen had comprehended the Shadow Profound to this level, not far from minor completion. Interesting. I'll let you off this time. The Punish King did not chase after her. His speed was the same as Qing Lu's, maybe even slightly weaker, so it would be impossible for him to catch up. However, the other three were not slow at all. Tian'er, those youngsters are not to be underestimated, the skinny elder said to the teenager next to him. The teenager with the symbol on his forehead said coldly, they indeed have some tricks up their sleeves. Yan Fengfeng's Nirvana Fire, Morong Qingqing's Demon Power Essence, and Yi Chen's Shadow Profound and Defensive Sword spell had piqued his interest. B** starred. How dare you wound me? The Shadow King, who had been blown away, was furious to the extreme. He was a half-step king warrior, but he had been blown away by a peak-level mid-seas of Soul's Realm insect. He had even been wounded a little, which was something that he could not accept. He felt like he had been slapped in the face, which made him extremely embarrassed. Shadow King, you trash. You can't even stop someone. The Iron Hand King took back his sight and looked at the Shadow King with disdain, adding fuel to the fire. Ah, the Shadow King roared as he pointed at the Iron Hand King and yelled, Iron Hand King, say that again. I said that you are a trash. The Iron Hand King's tone was full of sarcasm. Die. The Shadow King's eyes turned bloodshot. He no longer cared about the fact that the Iron Hand King was stronger than him. He waved his hand and countless hidden weapons filled the sky. Each of them contained half-step King Jin Yuan and an invincible martial will. They shrouded the Iron Hand King. You're courting death. The Iron Hand King's eyes turned cold. He made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the sky full of hidden weapons were gathered into a ball before being pushed back at the Shadow King. A few screams were heard as the Shadow King retreated a few steps without a single injury. However, the peak master level warriors of the Shadow sect beside him were all killed. This is too cruel. The Shadow sect is really unlucky this time. They've suffered a huge blow. Many of the onlookers shook their heads. Top grandmasters weren't as common as cabbages. There were as many of them as one wanted. This time, the Four Extremes Emperor's tomb had appeared, and all the 5th grade sects had sent their top experts. Now that Shadow King was the only one left, one could imagine how big of a blow it was to the Shadow sect. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head, the Shadow King woke up. Seeing that all the peak master level warriors of the Shadow sect had been killed, he said with a venomous gaze, Iron Hand King, you're so cruel. They didn't offend you. Aren't you afraid that my Shadow sect will start a war with your Gu family? The tomb of Four Extreme Emperor has appeared. Life and death are up to fate. If your Shadow sect really wants to start a war with my Gu family will be waiting. I'm just afraid that you won't dare. The Iron Hand King was a bit angry earlier and didn't hold back. However, he couldn't admit that he was wrong. He could only walk this path to the end. Good. I, the Shadow King, will remember this. Your Gu family's experts better not run into me. Otherwise, not a single one will be left alive. Shua, leaving behind a vicious sentence, the Shadow King's body disappeared with the wind. Huh. How dare you? The Iron Hand King waved his sleeves, feeling a bit regretful. It was true that he was not afraid of the Shadow King, but the Gu family warriors beside him were not him. They would definitely not be able to block out the Shadow King's attack. Because of a moment of anger, he had made a huge enemy. You guys, don't get too far away from me. The Iron Hand King reminded the Gu family warriors. Thousands of miles away in the deep part of the mountains, Yi Chen and the other 4 stopped. Is everyone okay? Qing Lu let out a breath secretly. It was very lucky that they were able to get out alive this time. 7 half-step king warriors were not something to be messed with. As long as 3 of them attacked, the 5 of them would suffer a great loss. Luckily, Yi Chen had beaten back the Shadow King and bought them some time. Teacher, I'm fine. Yan Fengfeng's face was a bit pale. The Nirvana fire was her natal fire, and it was not endless. It would take a long time for her to recover. Senior, don't worry. Everyone is fine. Yi Chen was in the most dangerous one, but he was also the one who had consumed the least amount of power. Yan Fengfeng had escaped with her Nirvana fire, Morong Qingqing had used her demon power essence, and he had used his Shadow Profound. Very good. Next, we will try to be careful and find the graveyard. Qing Lu looked around and said. The forbidden place was huge and endless. The five did not know where they were in the forbidden place, so they could only rely on their instincts and take one step at a time. Boom. Boom. After walking for a long time, the five arrived at a thunder area. Perhaps this place is a spell? Such a powerful thunder. Imprinted in their eyes was a dense black thundercloud with countless lightning bolts striking down. These lightning bolts had been amplified by the power of the array, and their might was frightening. That destructive aura was enough to make one's heart tremble. Even a half-step king couldn't ignore it. Look. There seems to be a human shadow inside. Lin Gaoming accidentally glanced over and gasped. Qing Lu frowned. Who is inside? Why is he not coming out yet? As she spoke, she followed Lin Gaoming's gaze and looked over. Yi Chen and the other two looked over as well. Under the concentrated thunder and lightning attack, a human figure stood in the air, walking slowly in the sky. What startled the five people was not this. What startled them was that this figure didn't have any protective true essence around his body. The thunder and lightning struck down on his head, forehead, chest, and back, nearly submerging him in a sea of thunder and lightning. But they couldn't do anything to him. He was like a conductor, and the thunder and lightning followed his body and spilled onto the ground, splashing countless arcs of electricity. So powerful. Yi Chen gasped. He could tell that this person was not a life and death realm warrior. He was just like Qing Lu, a half-step king warrior. However, these thunder and lightning were close to the full power attack of a half-step king warrior. Even a half-step king warrior would have to use his protective Zhen Yuan to block it out. However, this person could block it out with only his body. It was like his body was a conductor, able to ignore the thunder and lightning. It is him. Qing Lu blurted out. Senior Qing Lu, who is this person? Yi Chen asked curiously. Qing Lu said, there are different levels among the half-step king warriors. Although my power is not bad, I am still not at the top of the half-step king warrior level. There are 3 top half-step king warriors on this true spirit continent, and this person is one of them. He is called the Thunder Spirit King. He has the Thunder Spirit body, and his achievement in the Thunder Profound is very high. I heard that once he reaches the life and death realm, he would be able to take down the Thunder King from the Thunder region and inherit the title of Thunder King. Only he could ignore the Thunder attack that was equivalent to half-step king warrior level. Thunder Spirit King. Yi Chen had heard that among the half-step king warriors, the Thunder Spirit King was one of the most powerful ones. The tomb of the 4 extreme emperor had appeared, and almost all the half-step king warriors had come out. We will have to be more careful. Although the Thunder Spirit King is cold, he would not kill innocent people. But if we encounter other half-step king warriors, it would be hard to say. Qing Lu was not worried about herself. She was worried about Yan Fengfeng and Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. He could feel that this time was not the same as before. Normally, the enemies he encountered would not be much more powerful than him. Even if he could not beat them, he would be able to escape. But this time, the enemies were all half-step king warriors. With his power right now, he could only fight with normal half-step king warriors. The Ghostwood King's power was slightly weaker than Qing Lu's. Without Yan Fengfeng and the other 2, he would have to rely on his undying body to survive. But if it dragged on, the consequences would be unimaginable, since the Zhen Yuan of half-step king warriors was way more powerful than him, and the undying body would consume Yuan Qi. It seems like I have to find a chance to increase my cultivation to late seas of Soul's realm. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. Yi Chen's cultivation was only 1 step away from late seas of Soul's realm. Perhaps he would be able to make it in the next second. Once he did, his Jing Yuan would be at least 30% more powerful, and the quality of his Jing Yuan would continue to increase as well. Most importantly, when he reached the late seas of Soul's realm, he would experience the state of being one with the nature for a short period of time. The Thunder Spirit King's body had already disappeared into the endless Thunder Ocean. Of course, Yi Chen and the other 4 would not be like the Thunder Spirit King and choose to go through this thunder area. Besides Qing Lu, the rest of them would not be able to handle the endless thunder attacks. If they tried to take it head-on, they would be turned into ashes. Following the edge of the thunder area, the 5 of them flew at a high speed. It was a dark underground world. It was not that high, only a couple 100 meters high. The top of the world was hard black mud, which was oddly shaped and sharp like blades. The surface of the mud was covered with a layer of forbidden power, supporting this huge underground world. On the ground, there were primitive jungles, swamps, rivers, and all sorts of other harsh environments. Pop! Pop! On one of the swamps, dozens of gray bubbles suddenly appeared. Boom! A massive figure appeared out of it, raising up its wok-sized fist and attacking towards Xiaohozuan, who was in the sky. Piss off! Xiaohozuan yelled angrily as he pointed out his finger to welcome the incoming attack. Boom! The massive figure was blown away and landed on the swamps, bringing up gray mud waves. Xiaohozuan's body was shaken as well, his qi and blood boiling. Its attacking power is only slightly weaker than mine. Xiaohozuan was very surprised as he looked down at the massive figure. It was a humanoid monster formed from gray soil. Just like the swamp, the humanoid monster's body was covered in sticky muddy water that kept slipping down. Its eyeballs were a pair of black agate stones, and it had no mouth, nose, or ears. It was 3 to 4 meters tall, and its limbs were thick. It was more appropriate to describe it as a swamp monster. Take my axe attack. The axe master, Lin Ruhai's body flashed once before he arrived right next to the swamp monster. He held his massive axe with both of his hands and threw out an attack. The axe light was extremely heavy. Crack! One of the swamp monster's arms had fallen off. Oh whoa, the swamp monster did not have a mouth, but it let out an angry roar. Its thick and powerful right leg swept out, kicking right at Lin Ruhai's head. Dang, at that critical moment, Lin Ruhai blocked in front of his body with his massive axe, but that kick was way too powerful. His whole body was blown away, bringing up a huge qi wave. Void-shattering finger. A sharp light flashed through Xiaohozuan's eyes as he pointed out his finger at the swamp monster's chest. Pop! The golden finger power went through the swamp monster's chest and shattered the black stones inside. Walala! As if it had lost its bones, the swamp monster softened and became one with the swamp. At the same time, an extremely terrifying power of earth and water radiated outward, dissipating into nothingness. This swamp monster should be the combination of the earth spirit and the water spirit. It's called the swamp spirit, or the swamp monster. It's much stronger than the earth spirit or the water spirit. Its body contains the power of earth and water, and it's born with the ability to control these two powers Upanishads. However, the swamp monster also has a weakness. It has an energy core inside its body. The speaker was the supreme elder of the Void Martial School, the Armored King. He was famous for his defense. Among the half-step kings of True Spirit Continent, few could surpass him in defense. Lin Ruhai frowned and said, "A single swamp monster is not much weaker than me. If 4 or 5 of them come, only you, Grand Elder, can handle them." His power was at the same level as Xiaohozuan, so he could take on 3 to 4 swamp monsters at most. If there was one more, then he would not be able to handle it. It's been 3 days. I wonder if the others have found the entrance to the graveyard. The forbidden place was boundless. Yi Chen and the other 4 had spent 3 days and still could not find the entrance. They could only wander around and try their luck. Let me see. Although Yi Chen did not plan to expose his soul eye, he could use his soul power in his eyes, which would be 1/10 of the effect. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils were completely silver white. 2 beams of silver white light shot out. 50 miles, 500 miles, 5,000 miles, 30,000 miles, layers of shadows flashed past in front of Yi Chen's eyes. His gaze seemed to have traveled through time and space, and even the power of the spell could not stop it. What kind of secret art is this? Qing Lu was shocked. His eyes kept moving. After a long while, Yi Chen fixed his gaze on the southeast direction and said, 18,000 miles to the southeast, there is an underground entrance. A couple of people have gone down there. Underground entrance? Let's go check it out. Qing Lu said. All right. The silver-white light faded away as Yi Chen closed his eyes and opened them again. He had used up a bit of his soul power. Shoo, the 5 of them flew toward the southeast direction at an extreme speed. Far away in front of them was an ancient underground entrance. At the entrance, there was a wide staircase that extended downwards. Haha, this should be the entrance to the tomb. Let's go down. There were at least 1,000 people who had come to the forbidden place, and there would always be some people who were lucky enough to find the entrance soon. Right then, there were dozens of people gathered at the entrance. There were 3 half-step king warriors and 12 top master-level warriors. Before them, there were already 3 to 4 people who had gone in. Shoo, shoo, after making sure that the people who had gone in before did not run into any danger, the remaining people could not sit still anymore. Their bodies flashed as they flew down the stairs. Soon, they disappeared at the end of the stairs, and could not be seen or felt anymore. They have gone in. Let's go in as well. The rest of the people started to move as well. After half an hour, Yi Chen and the other 4 arrived. It is here. Yi Chen looked at the entrance and said. It should be the entrance to the tomb. Qing Lu let out a breath and said with a smile. Then let's go in. The black bat wings on Morong Qingqing's back flapped. Yeah, let's go in. Qing Lu was the first to move, and Yi Chen and the other 3 followed behind her. Waiting until the 5 disappeared at the end of the stairs, the shadow of a rock nearby started to move, and a human figure appeared. It was indeed the Shadow King. Brat, it is all because of you that I am the only one left in the Shadow Martial School. If you run into me alone, you will die a horrible death. Shoo, the Shadow King flew in as well. The first thing that entered their eyes was the dark underground world. Looking up, the black mud was as sharp as blades. It was only a few hundred meters away from the ground. The place where the 5 appeared was a cliff. Looking down from above, they could see the ancient forest connected to each other. The dead rivers were like ropes, intertwining with each other. Such a creepy place. Yi Chen took a deep breath. He could feel that this place was full of danger. It was definitely not as peaceful as it looked. No matter how creepy it is, we have to get through it. Qing Lu also felt that this place was not a safe place. Just when Qing Lu finished talking, there was a scream coming from the forest not far away. Then, a couple of human figures flew out of the forest like birds that were scared by the twang of a bough. The trees in the forest were all very tall, not much shorter than the cliff. Therefore, after these few human figures flew out of the forest, they were not far away from the top of the black mud. That was also why they did not fly from the sky. They were afraid that there might be something else on the black mud. What is going on with these people? Look at them. Yan Fengfeng frowned. As a blue phoenix, she had never known fear. As her power increased, the aggressive qi that only beasts had started to show. Her gold pupils scanned around as Morong Qingqing said to the group, in the deeper part of the forest, there are a lot of killer flowers. They look like the oldest kind. If one were to ask what the most dangerous thing in the forest was, it would not be the beasts, nor the enemies. It would be those killer flowers and killer plants. These kind of creatures in the forest would have the advantage of the terrain, and it would be hard to defend against them. The people who flew above the forest saw Yi Chen and the other 4, and their expressions changed slightly. They then left the place quickly, heading deeper into the forest. Let's go down. Qing Lu flashed her body and jumped down the cliff. Since the forest was already 200 meters high, the top was only less than 100 meters away. The black rocks on the top were all weirdly shaped. Some looked like stalactites, hanging down all the way into the deeper part of the forest. Some looked like massive sharp teeth, spreading everywhere, layer upon layer. Flying above the forest, one would not only have to avoid those rocks, but also have to watch out for the dangerous creatures hiding in the dark. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, after flying for a few dozen miles, countless black bats suddenly appeared from the black rocks in front of them. These bats were as big as domestic dogs, with blood-red eyes and terrifying fangs. Sensing the presence of the 5 people, they swarmed over like a swarm of bees, forming an endless black mass. Not good. It is the dark shadow ghost bat. Qing Lu was shocked. The dark shadow ghost bat had a close relationship with the demons. At the same rank, even 2 or 3 beasts would not be able to compete with them. Thunder Devour. Lifting his Thunder Disaster sword up high, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack. A massive black thunder ball looked like a falling black sun, falling into the group of bats. Boom, the thunder light appeared, spreading out like a spider web. Hundreds of bats were killed under that sword attack, and a burnt smell spread out. Qing Lu and the other three also made their moves, attacking toward the incoming bats. But there were too many ghost bats. At first, it was just a dark mass, but later, it was like a black tide that covered the sky and the earth. Creak, a giant umber ghost bat with a hint of red was hiding in the swarm of bats. It spat out a black halo toward Ji Chen and the others. This black halo almost ignored their protective true essence and shrouded over them. Danger! Yi Chen's perception was the best out of the five. He was the first to react, moving 10 meters to the side and avoiding the black light. Qing Lu's speed was not slow either. Her body flashed once, and a blurry door appeared. The next second, she disappeared from where she was standing and reappeared hundreds of meters away. Although Yan Fengfeng and Morong Qingqing's speed was fast, but their reactions were a lot slower than Yi Chen and Qing Lu, so they were not able to avoid the black light. As for the leader of the mysterious peak, Lin Gaoming, it was even worse. He had been covered by the black light directly. Yan Fengfeng and Morong Qingqing were fine, but Lin Gaoming started to act strangely. The veins on his face were exposed, and both of his eyes were blood red. He looked like he had lost his mind, and a thunderous roar came out of his throat. He then turned around and jumped toward Yan Fengfeng. Yan Fengfeng was not completely unaffected. Perhaps it was because she was a blue phoenix, so she was not affected much. It was just that her aggressive qi was even more intense. Therefore, when Lin Gaoming jumped toward her, she threw out a punch instinctively, blowing him away. Yan Fengfeng only used 70% of her power in that punch, since she did not plan to hurt him. Unfortunately, Lin Gaoming, who had been blown away, fell into the swarm of bats. His whole body was wrapped up, layer after layer. Soon, he had been wrapped into a 100 meters wide black massive ball. The black massive ball kept on spinning, looking extremely horrifying. Mysterious sky spell. Qing Lu saw that the situation was not right, so she threw out a palm attack. Boom, the black massive ball exploded, and Lin Gaoming's body was nowhere to be seen. He had probably been devoured until there were no bones left. Do not fight it head-on. Go down. Qing Lu's expression changed drastically. It was her first time facing so many shadow ghost bats, especially the leader that was hiding in the dark. Qing Lu had some understanding of that black halo before. It was the natural power of the dark creatures. When used on the dark creatures, it would increase their power drastically, making them not afraid of death. But when used on humans, it would make them lose their minds and go crazy. Lin Gaoming was not Yan Fengfeng, who had a beast body, nor was he Morong Qingqing, who had the perfect demi-demon bloodline, which made him half a dark creature. Therefore, out of the three of them, only Lin Gaoming was affected. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The four flashed their bodies and flew into the forest. Shoo, 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 shoo. The bats chased after them like a black river. Moving through the forest, the four of them were much more relaxed. The forest was very dense, and the vines were everywhere. It was very difficult for the ghost bats to catch up with them in large numbers. As time went by, the number of ghost bats chasing after them decreased. They were either shaken off or devoured by the dangerous creatures hiding in the dark, without a sound. Break! However, there were dangers in the forest as well, and it was hard to defend against. In the dark, a house-sized bright red flower shot out of the ground, attacking toward Yi Chen on the left. Yi Chen's reaction was extremely sharp. A black sword qi sliced through the air, cutting the flower in half. A huge amount of acidic liquid poured out, making a sizzling sound. Right after that, a huge amount of killer vines attacked the four from all directions. In the underground environment, there was an invisible power covering them. The light was dim, and the four's soul power could only reach out a couple 100 meters. The attacking speed of the vines was way too fast, and they could only react when it got close to them. It made the four panic, and their speed decreased drastically. The good thing was that there were only a few bats chasing after them, so they had finally gotten rid of one danger. Finally, the four made it through the forest and arrived at the swamp area. If it is not necessary, try not to go above the forest. Qing Lu was very sad. Lin Gaoming was one of the main pillars of the mysterious martial school, and he was only in his 90s this year. If he did not die, he might be able to reach half-step king warrior level in the remaining years, and it might even be possible for him to become a life and death realm warrior. Dying like this would be a huge loss for the mysterious martial school. Yan Fengfeng said, if I had used a bit less power, or if I had just dodged it, it would have been fine. She was a bit blaming herself. She could have dodged it, but there seemed to be that evil chi inside of her that she had to explode. Qing Lu waved her hand and said, this has nothing to do with you. The brutal halo's effect on the beasts is even more powerful than humans. Because of your noble bloodline, you are not affected as much. It is already very rare for you to be able to control your mind. Pausing for a second, Qing Lu said again, the dead cannot be revived. From now on, we will have to be more careful. Among the remaining four, besides her, Yan Fengfeng, Yi Chen, and even Morong Qingqing were all martial geniuses that Qing Xian thought highly of. It would be hard for her to accept even one of them dying. If all of them died, she would not have the face to go back to the mysterious martial school. Senior, don't worry. We will take care of ourselves. Yi Chen knew that Qing Lu's burden was huge, so he said with determination. All right, let's go. Qing Lu sighed, her eyes turning sharp. Damn it. Why are there so many shadow ghost bats? In the sky above the forest, a huge amount of shadow ghost bats were chasing after the Shadow King, forcing him into a very difficult situation. If it were just normal shadow ghost bats, he would not be in such a difficult situation. But the shadow ghost bat leader's brutal halo had affected him a lot. 100 Shadow Transformation. Forming a spell with both of his hands, the Shadow King split into 2, then 4. Hundreds of clones appeared all of a sudden before he managed to escape from the shadow ghost bats. After the Shadow King had left, the black rock on top suddenly cracked open. A black stone coffin fell from the sky, being held by a lot of shadow ghost bats. Crack, crack, the lid of the black stone coffin moved open slowly, revealing the pitch-black darkness inside. Within a couple of blinks of an eye, the coffin cover had been completely opened. That horrifying black chi poured out, forming into a ball in the midair. Pooh, the black chi disappeared, and a human-shaped shadow ghost bat appeared in the midair. Such a delicious smell of blood and flesh. This human-shaped shadow ghost bat was 3 meters tall. It was muscular, and its skin was a metallic black color. A pair of fangs were exposed, dripping with purple liquid. On its back was a pair of black cloud-like bat wings. There was a pair of claws on the wings, which were sharp and curved. Licking its lips, a lot of colors flashed through its eyes. There was violence, cunning, cruelty, evil, and madness. King. All of the shadow ghost bats surrounded it. Some of the leaders who were hiding in the dark also walked out, speaking in human language. You guys are so useless. You can't even stop a few people. The human-shaped shadow ghost bat was the shadow ghost bat king. It had been sleeping for a long time, and would only wake up after being stimulated by the smell of blood and flesh. However, it was different from humans. Every time it woke up, it would take days to prepare. When the first batch of people came in, it had woken up, but when it finally woke up, a few batches of people had already passed by. The leader of the shadow ghost bat lowered its head, not saying a word. It was not their fault for being useless. In the first 3 batches of people, there were powerful half-step king warriors. Alright, since I am out, then no one will pass through this place. Eh? Someone else is coming. The shadow ghost bat king's body flashed once, disappearing from where it was standing. Dozens of miles away, 3 human figures flew at a high speed. All of a sudden, a huge amount of black chi appeared in front of him. Hee, stay here and be my blood food. The shadow ghost bat king's body appeared. Not good. It is a half-step king warrior among the dark creatures. There was a half-step king warrior among the 3 as well. He was shocked as he threw out a blade attack. Swoosh, the blade light sliced through the black chi, and the shadow ghost bat king's body was cracked open. However, it was only a shadow of the shadow ghost bat king. The real one appeared above the 3's heads. Go. A circle of black aggressive light spread out from the Shadow Ghost Bat King's body, covering the three inside. Their protective Xianyuan was almost useless. The aggressive light released by the Shadow Ghost Bat King was 10 times more horrifying than the one released by the leader. Including that half-step king warrior, they all fell into a crazy state and started to attack each other. Soon, there was only that human half-step king warrior left. Die. The Shadow Ghost Bat King jumped over and bit that half-step king warrior's neck. It sucked his blood and turned him into a dried-up corpse. It's so delicious. The Ghost Bat King dropped the dried corpse in his hand and licked his lips, an intoxicated expression appearing on his face. How many years had it been? 50 years, 100 years, perhaps even a few hundred years? He had always been in deep sleep. He didn't expect that as soon as he woke up, a human half-step king would come knocking on his door. After absorbing the essence of this half-step king's flesh, he could feel a surging power awakening in the depths of his body. It was not far from its peak, provided that there were enough prey. As long as I absorbed 3 more people's flesh, no one under life and death realm would be my opponent. Shwa, the black chi shrunk as the Ghost Bat King disappeared into nothingness. On the ground, beside the entrance of the graveyard, dozens of people were gathered. Iron Hand King, what a coincidence to meet you here. The speaker was a half-step demi-beast with a pair of bull horns on his head. He was the half-step demi-beast king of the barbarian bull family, Hawk. The barbarian bull family was famous for their power. Even the royal Sky Tiger family might not be able to surpass them. Iron Hand King had dealt with Hawk before, so he laughed, so it's Hawk. I thought your barbarian bull family was not going to send anyone. Hawk let out a puff of white chi from his nose, for Extreme Emperor's graveyard has appeared. How could my barbarian bull family be indifferent? Iron Hand King, the situation down there is unknown. How about we join hands? That would be for the best. But before we join hands, we have to take care of some problems first. Iron Hand King looked at the skinny elder and the young man with the symbol on his forehead with an evil intention. No need for you to do anything. I, Hawk, will take care of them. The barbarian bull family was stubborn and arrogant, and Hawk was no exception. He had inherited the family's fine tradition. Reckless. The young man said indifferently without any expression. You dare to look down on me? Hawk could feel the young man's disdain. More and more white chi came out of his nose, and his eyes turned red like 2 dots of red light. Elder Feng, I will play with him. Don't get involved. The symbol on the young man's forehead flickered, and his connection with the heaven and earth became even stronger. Bull charge. Hawk didn't care what kind of confidence the young man had. As long as he was displeased, he would send the other party to hell. Hawk's muscles bulged as he threw a punch at the young man. The giant black bull phantom raised its hooves and galloped, opening its mouth to let out a high-pitched cry. 5 symbol palm. The young man put his left hand behind his back and struck out with his palm. Boom, the 5 runes stuck to the body of the giant bull phantom, causing a shocking explosion. You have some tricks up your sleeve, but it's not enough. The white gas that came out of Hawk's nose was incomparably hot, and there were even faint sparks. His arms shook, and the muscles on his body swelled once again. At the same time, the phantom of a demonic bull condensed in the void behind him. This bull's eyes were like copper bells, and the aura it emitted was supreme. Roar. The phantom of the demonic bull condensed, and Hawk's strength multiplied. His entire body seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. He let out a loud roar, and the wind and clouds changed color, and the world became silent. Pure strength is enough, but your barbarian bull clan is too stupid. You don't know how to use your own strength. The glaze rune between his eyebrows flickered to the extreme. The young man stretched out his right hand, and pieces of twisted runes materialized and floated above his palm, looking magnificent and magnificent. Absolute strength is absolute strength. Anyone who looks down on my barbarian bull clan will pay the price. The horns on Hawk's head flickered with black light, and with 2 puff sounds, 2 bull horn phantoms shot out like 2 sledgehammers, and also like 2 sharp spears. Symbol shield. The young man's right hand moved, and the twisted runes on his left hand split apart. A part of them gathered on his right hand, condensing into an indestructible shield. Boom! Boom! The runes and the bullhorn phantoms dissipated at the same time. Bull demon trampling the sky. Hawk's entire body rose from the ground. His hands opened wide, his left leg bent, and his right leg stretched out perfectly straight. Like a bull's hoof, he ruthlessly stomped towards the young man in front of him. With this stomp, with the young man as the center, a huge hoof print appeared. The air was even heavier than mercury. 100-symbol seal. The young man wasn't someone to be trifled with. He drew a complete circle in the air with his right hand and pushed it forward. Dozens of twisted runes converged into a strange mudra and blasted towards Hawk, who was in midair. The mercury-like heavy air immediately escaped in all directions as soon as it came into contact with the mudra. Boom! Like a comet hitting the earth, a huge sound exploded between the two. The crazy bull demon phantoms and the twisted runes clashed against each other, creating a soul-stirring scene. Mountain-breaking Iron Hand. Right at this moment, the Iron Hand King, who had been biding his time, suddenly made his move. His first move was the Iron Hand art that he was extremely good at. A huge iron hand with a metallic luster appeared out of nowhere, grabbing towards the young man. Once it was firmly grasped, even if the latter had bronze skin and iron bones, he would still be crushed into a bloody pulp. "Sir, do you think I don't exist?" The skinny elder raised his hand, and a crescent moon formed by the storm swept across the iron hand. With a cracking sound, the iron hand had lost 5 fingers, turning into a toothless tiger. Interesting. The Iron Hand King looked at the skinny elder with a serious and surprised expression. Bull demon stomps the ground. Hawk was still fighting with the young man. Waves of fluctuations radiated out, and the ground was full of cracks. "Hawk, stop," the Iron Hand King said to Hawk. "The battle is not over yet. I will beat him." Hawk's eyes were red, and he was breathing heavily like an angry bull. "Did you forget why you came here?" The Iron Hand King knew that the people of the barbaric bull family were all stubborn. Persuading them was useless, and he could only let them know what was more important. Sure enough, after the angry Hawk heard this, he hesitated. He naturally knew the purpose of coming here, and if he did not do well, he would not be able to explain himself when he went back. Tian'er. The skinny elder did not want to fight to the death with the Iron Hand King and Hawk. It was not the right time yet. "Yes." The young man stopped and stood still. "I have never seen you two before, so I don't know your names." Although the skinny elder did not reveal much of his power, the Iron Hand King had a premonition that this person was very powerful. The skinny elder said, "Names are just a code. Forgive us for not being able to keep you company." After speaking, his body flickered and shot toward the entrance of the graveyard. The young man followed behind him. Hawk walked to the Iron Hand King and said fiercely, "If they hinder me, I don't mind killing them." The Iron Hand King squinted his eyes and said, "Don't look down on them. That old man is very hard to deal with." Yi Chen's group of 5 was very unlucky. Not long after flying above the swamp land, they encountered 3 swamp beast leaders and a swamp king. The swamp beast's power was far more powerful than the ghost bats. Normal swamp beasts were equivalent to peak master-level masters, and the swamp beast leader's power was several times more powerful than normal swamp beasts. In the master-level ranking, it could be ranked in the top 5. Meanwhile, the Swamp King's power was simply heaven-defying. Normal half-step kings would only be torn apart if they encountered it. After finally taking care of the 3 swamp beast leaders, Yi Chen and the other 3 realized that they could not get rid of the Swamp King. The Swamp King was completely different from normal swamp beasts or swamp beast leaders. Its energy core did not seem to be inside its body, and its body could easily blend into the swampland and then appear in another direction. In other words, unless the 4 left the swampland in an instant, they would not be able to escape from the Swamp King's pursuit. Nirvana Flame. After reaching rank 10, Yan Fengfeng could already condense Nirvana pellets. These pellets had no other use other than to replenish the Nirvana Flame. After swallowing 1 pellet, Yan Fengfeng had already recovered to her peak state. With a flap of her wings, the extremely sticky Nirvana Flame burned toward the Swamp King. Swoosh! The Swamp King's left arm was instantly caught on fire, but it was useless. The arm automatically slid down and turned into a puddle of muddy water, losing connection with the Swamp King. Gold Fury. Yichen pierced through the Swamp King's head with his sword. The last one to attack was Morong Qingqing. She quickly formed a spell and a dark light ball formed right next to the Swamp King. It continued to spin and absorb the Swamp King's energy. However, the Swamp King's energy seemed to be endless. Even after the dark light ball had absorbed enough energy, its chi did not weaken at all. You will not be able to kill it like this. We have to find its energy core. Qing Lu had slapped the Swamp King into muddy water. Seeing that the Swamp King had reformed dozens of meters away, she could not help but frown as she said to the other three. Morong, can you see it? Yichen asked Morong Qingqing. Her demonic eyes had the power to see through everything. Let me try. Morong Qingqing opened her gold demonic eyes, trying to find something. After a long while, Morong Qingqing shook her head. I can't find it. He does not seem to have any energy core. No energy core? Impossible. Qing Lu said with certainty. Yichen thought about it and said, once humans reach the life and death realm, their Jin Yuan would be able to merge with their body and gain the undying body. Could the Swamp King have this kind of power? His energy core had already merged with the swampland? The undying body of a life and death realm warrior was still different from Yichen's undying body. Yichen's undying body could only be described as a simplified version, and its effect would be greatly reduced. Undying body? Qing Lu seemed to have thought of something and said with surprise, perhaps he has already reached the king warrior level? Impossible. If he had reached the king warrior level, then his power would be at least a couple of times stronger than it is now. He would be able to kill us within seconds. Yichen glanced at the swampland and said, Senior, this might not be impossible. After battling for so long, we can already be sure that the Swamp King has a close relationship with the swampland. Perhaps it is because of the swampland that he has the undying body. Besides that, this swampland is also the source of his power. As long as he does not leave the swampland, his undying body would be unbreakable. The undying body of a life and death realm warrior could be broken through, because each time he was wounded, he would have to spend a lot of Jin Yuan. Once his Jin Yuan was used up, the undying body would lose its meaning. Moreover, the power of the Swamp King had merged with the power of the swampland. Qing Lu nodded with a dark expression, that is indeed possible. But for us, this is not good news. He will never die in the swampland, unless someone destroys the whole swampland. They could not run away, and they could not kill him either. The four of them were stuck there. You will all become the nutrients for this swampland. As the four were talking, the 5-meter-tall, brown-green Swamp King jumped up into the air. Its water tank-sized fist tore open the air and threw out a punch. Boom! Qing Lu took on the punch head-on, her body sliding backward. Since there is no other way, then I will hold it off. You guys leave the swampland immediately. The Swamp King was very powerful, and Qing Lu thought that she would be weaker than it. Plus, with her immortal body and endless power source, she would have to hold it off by herself. Even Yichen would not be able to do it. Teacher. Yan Fengfeng looked worried. Qing Lu said, don't worry, without you guys here, I will have a higher chance of escaping. Yichen, protect the two. She believed in Yichen's ability to survive. Yes. Yichen nodded. He said to Yan Fengfeng and Morong Qingqing, let's go. We should not add more pressure to Senior Qing Lu. Yan Fengfeng and Morong Qingqing knew that Yichen was right. If they stayed, they would not be able to do anything. So, leaving as soon as possible would be the best solution. Shoo, the three started to run toward the front. Do you think you can leave? The Swamp King's body merged into the swampland. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Yichen and the other two. Right when the Swamp King was about to attack, a blurry light door appeared. Qing Lu flew out from inside, blowing away the opponent with one palm attack. Let's go. Qing Lu yelled. Let's go. The three did not have any extra thoughts as they flew at full speed. Alright, I will take care of you first, then take care of them. The Swamp King's green gem-like pupils shone with a cold light. He reached out his hand into the air and said with a low voice, Swamp Fountain. Boom, within 100 miles radius, the swampland started to shake. The next second, 100 meters thick fountain exploded under Qinglu. The earth power and water power interweaved together. Landing print. Qinglu looked serious as she pressed down with her palm. Rumble, the fountain was blocked by the crystal palm print. With your strength, you can't do anything to me. The Swamp King's power was only slightly higher than Qinglu's. If it were not for the fact that she was afraid of his immortal body and endless power, Qinglu would have joined hands with Yi Chen to wound him. There was no need for her to run away. That's right. With my current strength, I can't do anything to you. The Swamp King stopped attacking and stood on the swamp. However, this is not my true strength. Voila, with that, the Swamp King's body melted into the swamp. Qinglu frowned. She could not understand what he was trying to do. Soon, Qinglu noticed the change in the swamp. The color of the swamp was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if something was extracting the essence and energy of the swamp, leaving behind only mud. This is my true strength. A pile of green shadow jumped out from the swamp, throwing a punch towards Qinglu. There was no time to dodge or block. All Qinglu could do was cross her hands and block the attack. Crack, her protective Zhenyuan was shattered instantly. The sound of metal twisting was heard. The top-rank armor on Qinglu's arm had been completely destroyed, and her bones had broken as well. It looked like it was going to break at any second. She herself looked like she was struck by lightning. Her body was blown backward uncontrollably, crashing into the black rocks on top, shattering a black stalactite into pieces. Puking out a huge amount of blood, Qinglu, who had sunk into the black rocks, looked down with shock. The Swamp King's power was even more powerful than before, at least twice as powerful. If before, Qinglu was only slightly weaker than the Swamp King, then right now, even 5 of her would not be able to beat it. How is it? My power. The Swamp King, who was standing on the swamp, had a huge change. His height had dropped from 5 meters to 3.5 meters, and his color had changed from brown-green to dark green. The biggest change was not the height or the color, but the nature of his body. His body looked like it was made out of green crystal. Green liquid kept coming out of his body, flowing downwards. When it reached the bottom of his feet, it went back into his body again. I see. Before, it was just another form of yours, right? Flying out of the pit, Qinglu swallowed a pellet. As the medicinal power spread out, Qinglu's wounds recovered quickly. Her broken bones had also reconnected. It was a semi-extreme rank healing pellet, which was extremely valuable. Not bad. The Swamp King opened his crystal-like mouth. There were no teeth inside, only green sticky liquid. 2 forms. The first form allowed you to never be killed in the swampland, but your power was on the weaker side. The second form increased your power, but gave your undying body a weakness. As long as I use up your power, the undying body would be useless. Qinglu did not lose her cool as she analyzed. You are very smart. But do you think you can use up my power? The Swamp King was not worried at all. In the other form, his power was endless. As long as the swampland was not destroyed, he would not be destroyed either. Right now, although his power had been reduced, it was still dozens of times more powerful than normal half-step king warriors. For her to be able to use up 1/10 of his power was already impressive enough. How would you know without trying? A light flashed once and a huge hammer appeared in Qinglu's hand. It was square-shaped and extremely heavy, so heavy that even the air could not move. A blurry light door appeared in front of the Swamp King. Qinglu took a step forward and threw out a hammer attack onto the Swamp King's chest. The power pattern spread out. A shocking loud sound exploded. Half of the Swamp King's body had been shattered, disappearing in the wind. How is my attacking power? Qinglu waved her hammer again, shattering the other half of the Swamp King's body as well. It was extremely horrifying. What kind of weapon is this? Hundreds of meters away, the body of the Swamp King reappeared. However, it seemed that the chi was a lot weaker than before. It was only 1/5 of his original power. Qinglu's 2 hammers had consumed 1/5 of his power, which was unbelievable and incomprehensible. You can call it a pseudo-extreme rank item. Qing Lu breathed heavily. She hurried to swallow a semi-extreme rank pellet to replenish her Xinyuan, then took a bite of a water yuan fruit to nourish her body. The hammer in her hand was called the Square Sky Hammer, which was even more powerful than a semi-extreme rank item. A pseudo-extreme rank item was actually an extreme rank item, because it was the worst of the extreme rank items. Just like an extreme rank item, a pseudo-extreme rank item was like a black hole that devoured Xinyuan. With Qing Lu's Demi-King Warrior Cultivation, 2 hammer attacks had already used up 2/3 of her Xinyuan. Pseudo-extreme rank item. Although the Swamp King was a swamp creature, it did not mean that he had low intelligence. The hammer in Qing Lu's hand could already threaten him. Although he could recover to his first level any time, but it was obvious that he could not kill her. Indeed, now I can go, right? Qing Lu did not care about the Swamp King's attitude. Her body flashed and shot out. I hope not everyone who comes in has a pseudo-extreme rank item. The Swamp King stood on the swamp ground and did not chase after Qing Lu. I think we can work together to take him on. In the sky above the jungle, there was an endless dark shadow ghost bats. In the center, the skinny elder, the young man, Hawk, Iron Hands, and a dozen other people were trapped here. Their opponents were not only a large number of dark shadow ghost bats, but also a terrifying dark shadow ghost bat king. The Bat King was way more powerful than any of them. 1-on-1, 2-on-1, they would not be able to take it on. 3-on-1, they could only barely keep themselves from losing. This Shadow Ghost Bat King was terrifyingly powerful. It had the power to beat normal Demi-King warriors. Indeed, we should work together. The Iron Hand King looked serious. If it were not for the skinny elder and Hawk, he would not be able to take on the Bat King by himself. If they wanted to survive, they would have to work together. Brat, wait until I kill him, then I will take care of you. The muscles on Hawk's body expanded. A massive demonic bull shadow stood behind him. With a casual punch, a huge amount of ghost bats would be shattered into pieces. The power of the bull family was not something to joke about. I will wait for you. The young man's body was covered in twisted symbols. The ghost bats that were attacking him were blown away. Kill me? Hee hee. The Bat King revealed a horrifying smile. You guys, release the berserk aura together. The Bat King ordered the leader of the bats that were hiding in the dark. Yes, King. Who? 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 Waves of vibration spread out as 4 to 5 black berserk auras enveloped everyone, covering a radius of several miles. Roar, a roar was heard. Apart from the skinny elder, the young man, Hawk, and the Iron Hand King, who had escaped from the berserk aura, the others had all fallen into madness and started to kill each other. Soon, besides these 4, everyone else had been killed. The asterisk starred, die. Hawk and the Iron Hand King were furious. These were all the top master level warriors of the Bull family and the Gu family, the pillars of their families. Even one death was not a small matter, let alone all of them dying in battle. Demon Bull roar. Hawk opened his mouth and roared. The sound wave spread out. With him as the center, all of the ghost bats within miles exploded into pieces. The ones that were miles away were slowed down and fell down. In terms of battling power, Hawk was indeed not as powerful as the Iron Hand King and the Skinny Elder. But in terms of pure power, he was the best out of the 3. You are looking for death. The Bat King was furious. Black Chi surged out as he rushed towards Hawk. You are the one who will die. The Iron Hand King reached out his hand and grabbed in the air. The huge iron hand was about to close up and crush the Bat King. Shoo, the Bat King's speed increased again, and the huge iron hand was left behind. Fong of the storm. A violent storm appeared out of nowhere. Countless crescent-shaped wind blades spread out, covering the Bat King within and sweeping across the sky. Squeak! Squeak! The Shadow Ghost Bat King's attack scared the 4 of them. A huge amount of black smoke came out of its body. Countless black bats spread out in all directions. One of them was like an army of bats. Even the Shadow Ghost bats around were pushed far away. Ah! Demon Bull roar. Huika's body was covered with bats. These bats had their teeth embedded in his body and were sucking his flesh and blood. Huaka roared and shattered a large number of bats. Unfortunately, there were too many bats. Even more bats pounced on him and drilled into his body. In the blink of an eye, Huaku was sucked dry. A grand half-step demonic king had died in an instant. So delicious. The bats merged into one and the Bat King's body appeared. He licked the blood stain on his lips. F***CK. What the hell is this guy? Iron Hand King's hair stood on end. In terms of battle strength, although Umber Ghost Bat King was powerful, it was not beyond his imagination. It was close to peak half-step kings. However, Umber Ghost Bat King had too many tricks up his sleeves. His speed was fast, and his attacks were endless. Even a half-step king of the same level was not his opponent. Sooner or later, they would be killed and sucked dry. The only thing we can do now is to escape. The skinny old man's expression was grave. Old Feng, you run first. I'll catch up later. The young man seemed very calm, as if he had something to rely on. Then be careful. The skinny old man was not too worried about the young man. The latter was not an ordinary person. Although his battle strength was far from Umber Ghost Bat King's, his survivability was definitely above his. I will. As he spoke, the twisting symbols around the young man's body increased by several folds. They were densely packed and layered, wrapping around him layer after layer. It was as if he was a huge ball made of countless symbols, revolving unceasingly. Wind escape. Huff, the skinny old man's figure disappeared with the wind as if he had become one with it. He was the wind, and the wind was him. Iron Hand King saw the skinny old man leave while the young man stood there motionlessly. His eyes flickered, and he turned into a beam of metal light and shot out. Pung, a huge sound echoed. Umber Ghost Bat King saw through Iron Hand King's intention and chased after him, slashing at Iron Hand King's protective Jin Yuan. Surprisingly, Iron Hand King's protective Jin Yuan was extremely sturdy, and was not broken. You can't kill me. Iron Hand King swallowed a pill and continued to escape. Pung 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 pung, a series of explosions rang out as Iron Hand King tumbled around in the air. His protective Jin Yuan was not broken at all. If one observed carefully, one would notice that his protective Jin Yuan was different from other people's oval-shaped protective Jin Yuan. It was an armor-shaped protective Jin Yuan, and this armor-shaped protective Jin Yuan came from Iron Hand King's armor. Defensive artifact. Umber Ghost Bat King saw the problem. Not bad. Iron Hand King chuckled. The armor on his body had a great origin. It was the only pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact of the Gu family, called the Green Origin Armor. With it, as long as his Jin Yuan hadn't been exhausted, his defense would be unbreakable. Origin Array Technique. The Jin Yuan outside Iron Hand King's body burned fiercely as he continued flying. This wasn't the end. Burning Jin Yuan was something an astral-reaching expert could grasp. The frightening part of the origin arrangement art was that it could burn in layers. The first layer only increased his speed, the second layer increased his speed by 30%, and the third layer increased his speed by 30% on top of the second layer. With a swish, the Iron Hand King turned into a ray of light and instantly left the ghost Shadow Bat King behind. Oh, there's actually such a method of escape? Fine, I'll let the Swamp King deal with you while I take care of the first checkpoint. It wasn't that the Shadow Ghost Bat King couldn't catch up with the Iron Hand King, but he didn't think it was necessary. He had a feeling that more and more people would enter the underground world, and all he needed to do was wait. Why aren't you running? The Shadow Ghost Bat King looked at the young man who was wrapped in the rune ball strangely. You think I can outrun you? The young man asked. That's true. Then are you willing to surrender? The Shadow Ghost Bat King wasn't interested in the young man at all. The latter's blood and flesh essence was far less than a half-step king warrior, but he could give it to his subordinates. No, I will trap you first, then I will leave. Thousand Symbol Array. The young man gave a thunderous roar. The large spell symbol sphere around his body expanded, turning into a hollow sphere with a radius of a few miles. Those twisted spell symbols stuck on the outside of the hollow sphere, moving along the sphere in a regular pattern. Countless twisted light patterns connected with each other, looking seamless and seamless. Shoo, After doing all this, the young man's body sank down and appeared outside of the hollow ball, running toward the direction where the skinny elder had left. Huh. The Shadow Ghost Bat King's eyes were extremely cold. His body flashed once, trying to chase after the young man. Boom, the symbols on the hollow ball all shone with a bright light, bouncing the Shadow Ghost Bat King back. Break for me. The Shadow Ghost Bat King's expression changed. The opponent was only a peak-level late Sea of Souls realm ant, but he could use his own power to set up such a powerful array, which made him quite surprised and angry. Boom, the hollow ball made of symbols shook a bit, stopping the Shadow Ghost Bat King's second attack. Boom, boom, on top of the cliff, a human figure shot out toward the direction of the huge ball. The tomb of the 4 Extreme Emperor is right here? The man who was talking to himself carried a battle blade on his back. His metal armor was exposed without any clothes covering it. If there were any human half-step king warriors here, they would be able to recognize him for sure. It was indeed one of the most powerful half-step king warriors, the Thunder Spirit King. It seems like a lot of people have already made it in. The Thunder Spirit King heard the commotion in front of him, but he looked calm. Shoo, shoo. Shoo, tens of miles flashed past within a second, and the Thunder Spirit King saw the source of the noise. In front of those huge bats, a huge ball made of spell symbols exploded with a boom. A human-shaped bat with a muscular body walked out, looking at him with a pair of cold eyes. Another human half-step king warrior. My luck is indeed not bad. The Shadow Ghost Bat King licked his lips. The anger from before had disappeared completely. Nothing could be more exciting than having food delivered to one's doorstep. I am afraid that your luck is just bad luck. The Thunder Spirit King scanned around, his eyes filled with thunder and lightning. Little ones, get him. The Shadow Ghost Bat King could tell that the Thunder Spirit King was not a normal warrior, so he planned to let his bats surround him first before making his move. Shoo, shoo. Shoo. Shoo, countless dark shadow ghost bats flew towards the Thunder Spirit King. Die. Using his right palm as a blade, the Thunder Spirit King spat out one word softly before throwing out a palm blade attack. Whoosh, the thunder blade light flashed once before disappearing, and all of the incoming ghost bats were destroyed. Looking from afar, it was like a black wave had been cut in half by a blade attack. The Shadow Ghost Bat King's pupils shrunk into 2 dots as it was shocked beyond belief. Perhaps you can play with me for a bit. The Thunder Spirit King looked at the Shadow Ghost Bat King. Don't be so arrogant. The Shadow Ghost Bat King screamed and jumped toward the Thunder Spirit King at an extreme speed. Piss off. Facing the Shadow Ghost Bat King's aggressive attack, the Thunder Spirit King still threw out a palm blade attack. Swoosh, dark blood splashed everywhere. The Shadow Ghost Bat King's right shoulder to the left side of its abdomen had been cut by the blade light. Its whole body was almost cut in half, and even the bones and organs could be seen. Boom, the Shadow Ghost Bat King showed up at its original position. It looked down at its chest, then looked at the Thunder Spirit King. There was a hint of fear in its cold eyes. Although its power had not recovered to its peak yet, it was at least 80 to 90% of its peak power. However, his opponent did not even take out his blade, and only one palm blade attack had almost cut it into pieces. With this kind of power, even if it was at its peak, it would not dare to say that it could win. The flesh and blood of the Shadow Ghost Bat King wriggled, and the wound on its body started to close up. There was no sign of it being wounded at all. This was the special ability of the Shadow Ghost Bat King, and it had nothing to do with its immortal body. Oh. You are qualified to make me take out my blade. A bit. The Thunder Spirit King held the handle of the blade on his back with his right hand and slowly took it out. The blade light was cold, and the blade was extremely sharp. A bright electric arc flashed through the blade. You can pass. The Shadow Ghost Bat King screamed and tried to escape. What kind of joke was this? His opponent had almost killed him without even taking out his blade. If he took out his blade, he would definitely die, or even die without a doubt. He had not lived long enough, at least not now. Of course, when he recovered to his peak, he would find his opponent to take revenge. Before he recovered to his peak, he would have to lower his noble head. If the Iron Hand King were here, he would definitely be shocked. This ghost Shadow Bat King had killed many of them, and some of them had escaped. In terms of power, it was already close to or equivalent to a top half-step king warrior, and yet, it was scared to this extent. Just how powerful was the Thunder Spirit King? Very well. Putting his blade back into the scabbard, the Thunder Spirit King did not take a detour, but shot straight toward the group of bats. Squeak! 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 All of the bats screamed and backed off to the sides, forming a wide path. After passing through the swamp, Yi Chen and the other two slowed down their speed, but they did not dare to relax for even a second. Who knew if there were other dangers besides the Swamp King? My power is still far from enough. Before coming here, although Yi Chen knew that his power was not that much among the half-step king warriors, he had always had it easy, so he did not feel too much. At least, he was not in a rush to increase his power at all costs. But right now, he felt that his power was still not enough. Not to mention the dangerous creatures here, just those half-step king warriors who had come for the tomb of the 4 Extreme Emperor were enough to make him feel a heavy pressure. Right now, his power was only equivalent to a normal half-step king warrior, and there was still a gap between him and the top half-step king warriors. And above that, there were still the top half-step king warriors and the most powerful half-step king warriors. He was at the bottom, only above those top master-level warriors. He did not think that there were only these few half-step king warriors who had come. There were a lot of them that he had not seen yet, such as the half-step king warriors from the top 9 martial schools, the top 4 families, the other rank 5 martial schools, and those half-step king warriors from the demi-beast families who rarely showed themselves. Even if his survival ability was extremely powerful, it would be useless for him to run into those half-step king warriors who could kill him. If he wanted to preserve his life, and if he wanted to gain something from the Tomb of Emperor of 4 Extremes, the only way was to increase his strength and reach a higher level. There was no other way. Find a safe place and try my best to reach late Seas of Soul's realm, or even peak level. Yi Chen thought to himself. Yi Chen, are you okay? Morong Qingqing saw that Yi Chen had a lot on his mind, so she asked. I'm okay. We will wait for Senior Qing Lu here. Time passed by bit. After about 15 minutes, Qing Lu had arrived. Teacher. Yan Fengfeng let out a breath. Senior, are you all right? Yi Chen said. Qing Lu shook her head and said, luckily, I let you guys leave. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After turning into its second form, its power had increased by 2 times. Without the pseudo-extreme rank weapon, even she would not be able to handle a couple of attacks. What about the Swamp King? Qing Lu said, he is still here, and even more powerful than before. Let's talk on the way. Within thousands of miles of the swampland, a loud sound was heard before everything returned to silence. Where did this monster come from? After an unknown period of time, the Swamp King crawled out of the mud, his pitch-black gem-like eyes filled with fear. The opponent had only thrown out 1 blade attack. 1 blade attack had already used up half of his power. If he were to throw out another blade attack, he might very well be killed. He had never expected that there would be such a powerful being among the Demi-King warriors. His undying body was nothing in front of the opponent. And since the opponent could make it all the way here, he must have taught that huge bat a lesson, or even killed him. Damn it! I have lost half of my power. I would need at least half a month to recover from the swampland. If I get hurt again, the power of the swampland would not be enough. I hope that huge bat is killed. Without him, there would be more people coming here and using their dead bodies to nourish the swampland. My power would be even more powerful. The Swamp King was born from the purest energy of the swamp. To a certain extent, he was the swamp, and the swamp was him. The two were bound together. As for the swamp monsters and the swamp monster leader, they were born from the leftover energy of the swamp. They were naturally weak, and their defenses weren't high enough. If there were enough dead bodies to nourish the swampland, then all of the swamp monsters would increase their power as a whole, and his power would reach a whole new level. I have a feeling that this trip to the tomb of the 4 Extreme Emperor would be very deadly. Flying in the air, Qing Lu sighed and said. Yi Chen said, 4 Extreme Emperor is a famous titled monarch from ancient times. His tomb's appearance will definitely cause a storm of blood. We're merely pawns. The real main characters are those people, not us. You're right. Qinglu knew who Yichen was talking about. Right now, all of the king warriors were planning. Some were calling their friends, and some were forming alliances. Her disciple Yan Qingxian was on the same side as the old dragon king of the dragon god's celestial palace. Back then, they had even chased after the 9 underworld demon king together, destroying the 9 evil cult. However, a battle between kings will only happen among kings. It has nothing to do with us. The king realm kings would be restrained by the king realm kings. They were on 2 different levels. There was no distinction between black and white in the underground environment. After roughly half a day, the 3 of them arrived at a barren rocky forest. That looks like a spider web. Morong Qingqing's eyes were sharp. In the depths of the stone forest ahead, she saw a slightly transparent giant spider web. This spider web had a diameter of 300 meters. With her eyesight, she could see that the thinnest spider silk was as thick as an arm. Everyone, pay attention. Qinglu slowed down her speed and flew into the stone forest. Be careful. Without any sign, Qinglu was suddenly stuck in the surreal space, as if she had been caught by something. Her heart skipped a beat as she turned around to warn Yichen and the other 2. Boom. Boom, boom. Yichen took out his thunder disaster sword almost instinctively. He sliced 3 times around Qinglu's body, forming an inverted triangle. During the whole process, there was a sound of a steel wire breaking. Qinglu got out of the trap and backed out. This is the invisible spider web. She reached out her hand to grab the invisible spider web on her body. She realized that even with her soul power, she could barely sense its existence. Invisible spider web? Yichen frowned. He did not even notice the existence of the spider web before. He scanned it with his soul power, but it was empty. He just felt that something was not right. Now that the spider web had been sliced open, he could sense it and simulate the shape of the spider web in his mind. Like a bolt of lightning, a shadow darted into the void and stuck there. It was a bathtub-sized spider with 8 legs. There were 2 colors of black and white on its back. Its pitch-black mouth opened and closed, looking like it was about to devour someone. Obviously, it had sensed the movement of the spider web, so this spider that was hiding in the dark jumped out immediately. It was planning to use the spider web to wrap up its prey and enjoy it slowly. Unfortunately, Qinglu had already gotten out, which made it miss its target. Of course, with this spider's chi, it was only equivalent to a top master level warrior. Even without Yichen, it would not be able to do anything to Qinglu, who was a half-step king warrior. It would probably be broken into pieces right away. It is a predator that had disappeared from the outside world. Qinglu recognized the spider right away. There were still predators in this true spirit continent, but they were very rare. Most of them had been captured by the powerful human warriors, who treated them as their own wealth and used the spider web to make special items. This predator had the power of a top master level warrior at most, but once a top master level warrior was caught in the web, they would not be able to escape at all. It was not hard to imagine how powerful it was. Shoo, seeing that there was no prey, the predator turned around and left immediately. It was fast like a shadow. Where do you think you are going? Qinglu threw out a palm attack and killed the predator in the midair. Green blood spilled everywhere. Deep inside the rock forest, Great Master, save me. In the midair, a huge invisible web had caught Lin Ruhai and Xia Hozuan. The armored king was caught as well, but he soon broke out of the spider web and escaped. Lin Ruhai and Xia Hozuan were panicking as they yelled at the armored king. All right. The armored king activated his Jin Yuan and ripped off the broken spider web on his body, trying to save the 2. All of a sudden, a shadow appeared. 2 massive predators jumped at Lin Ruhai and Xia Hozuan from the left and right respectively. These 2 predators were even bigger than the one Ji Chen and the rest had encountered. Their chi was even more horrifying. They were the king of the predators, and their power was equivalent to normal half-step king warriors. No. Save me. Lin Ruhai and Xia Hozuan yelled at the same time. The armored king had a bad look on his face. Lin Ruhai and Xia Hozuan were dozens of meters away from each other, and in a short amount of time, he could only save one of them. After all, these two predators both had the power of half-step king warriors, and it would be impossible to kill them within a second. If he took the risk, he might lose both of them. Biting on his teeth, the armored king decided to save Xia Hozuan first. For the school, Xia Hozuan was more important than Lin Ruhai, even if he was the headmaster of the school. Why? A desperate look appeared in Lin Ruhai's eyes. The armored king did not look at Lin Ruhai as he instantly appeared right next to Xia Hozuan. His rich Xinyuan was activated, shattering the spider web instantly. He then reached out his hand and grabbed Xia Hozuan. Shoo, seeing that its prey had been taken away, the predator that jumped at Xia Hozuan changed its target to the armored king. Piss off. The armored king threw out a punch at the predator's head, leaving a fist mark on it. At the same time, the predator was blown out 100 meters away, hanging in the midair. Meanwhile, a scream came from Lin Ruhai. His head had been pierced through by the predator's mouth, and he died instantly. You all go die. Throwing Xia Hozuan onto the ground, the armored king's expression turned cold. His body flashed, arriving in front of the predator that had killed Lin Ruhai. His 5 fingers formed into hooks as he grabbed out. Swoosh, the tough shell of the predator was nothing in front of the armored king. It was instantly pierced through, causing it to struggle in pain. It then shot out a transparent spider web toward the latter. Unfortunately, the latter's protective Xinyuan was not just for show, so the spider web stuck onto it and could not penetrate through. Die. The armored king used his arm strength and reached his palm into the predator's body. His earth element Xinyuan exploded, and with a couple of cracking sounds, the predator was shattered by the expanding rock. This rock was simulated by the armored king's Xinyuan, so it was 100 times tougher than the real thing. The internal organs of the predator were not as tough as its shell, so how could it block it out? The other predator woke up from its dizziness. Seeing that its comrade had been killed, it spat out countless threads of spider silk from its mouth. The area it covered was shockingly large, trapping the armored king in an instant. Then, the spider silk grew thicker and thicker until the predator's stomach was almost stuffed. Rock Mountain Defense. The armored king's protective Xinyuan flickered a couple of times, and a huge amount of rock expanded out, eventually forming a small rock mountain. Inside the mountain, the armored king's body moved, carrying the rock mountain and attacking toward the predator. After a loud explosion, the predator was blown into pieces. Amidst the flying rocks, the armored king jumped out and appeared right next to Xia Hozuan. Great master, thank you. Xia Hozuan was still scared as he thanked the armored king. Your life was exchanged with Lin Ruhai's. Treasure it. The armored king said lightly. Yes, the headmaster will not die in vain. An endless ambition appeared in Xia Hozuan's eyes. He desperately needed to increase his power. With enough power, he would be able to protect himself, and with enough power, he would not need anyone to save him. Regarding the fact that he had almost died, Xia Hozuan was more frustrated than anyone else. Let's go. There might be an entrance in front. This time, Yi Chen and the other 3 were quite lucky. They had only been ambushed 3 times. The first 2 were normal predators, and the third one was a predator king, which had been slapped by Qing Lu until it puked out blood. Eventually, it used the spider web to escape. Soon, the 4 arrived at the deepest part of the rock mountain. So many people. It was the first time they had seen so many people since they had entered the underground environment. With a rough look, there were at least 30 of them, and 1/3 of them were half-step king warriors. There were more than a dozen of them, and 3 of them had chi no weaker than the gold absolute king. One of them was even a bit more powerful than the gold absolute king, which was almost the same as the Punish king. Judging from their clothes and the clothes of the people behind them, Yi Chen could tell who they were from. One was a half-step king warrior from the Ice Pavilion, one was a half-step demi-beast king from the Sky Tiger race, and the last one was a half-step king warrior from the Lin family. The arrival of Yi Chen and the other 3 had attracted a lot of attention, including the armored king and Xia Hozuan. The armored king frowned. He thought that they would be the first ones to find the entrance, but there were already 30 people ahead of them. It was not hard to imagine that there would be other secret tunnels besides the ones they had been through. Yi Chen, Xia Hozuan was shocked, his eyes cold. Before Yichen appeared, the top 5 young warriors had been ruling the whole young generation, which was their glorious time. But after Yichen showed up, the top 5 young warriors had started to decline. Besides by Wu Xue, the other 4 had already been replaced, and it was all caused by Yichen. Yichen seemed to have injected energy into the whole young generation, making everyone improve drastically. For example, Du Guju, Yan Fengfeng, and Dan Tai Mingyue. There were still a lot of people chasing after them. No matter if Xia Hozuan wanted to admit it or not, the end of the top 5 young warriors was indeed started by Yichen. Our battle has just begun. Tightening his fists, Xia Hozuan controlled his emotions. Compared to his whole life, peak-level late seas of Soul's realm was only the starting point, and the life and death realm was the real stage of his life. Yichen did not pay much attention to Xia Hozuan. His eyes scanned through the crowd before landing on the massive cave. It was extremely huge, with the largest diameter being 2,000 meters, and the shortest 1,000 meters. It was an irregular circle, and it was pitch black inside the cave. Even if one pushed their eyesight to its limit, they would not be able to see too clearly. They could only tell that it was not a dead cave from the heat coming from inside. Originally, a cave would not be enough to stop everyone, since those who could make it here would not be simple. They would either be half-step king warriors or top master level warriors with extremely powerful survival abilities. So, why would they be afraid of a cave that they did not know how deep it was? There must be a reason for everyone to stop. Everyone, this cave is basically the only way to the graveyard. But at the same time, this cave is also the nest of the hunters. It is filled with invisible spider webs, and 7 people have already died inside, 3 of which were half-step king warriors. It was a half-step king warrior from the Lin family who was called the Guanglin King. After the predator. Some of the people who came later were shocked. If the predator king's strength was equivalent to an ordinary half-step king, then the predator queen's strength was equivalent to a peak half-step king. The most frightening thing was that the predator kings had the advantage of the spider web, which allowed them to hunt creatures with higher strength than them. In other words, if one wanted to enter this cave, even a peak half-step king would have a slim chance of survival. However, there was not a single peak half-step king present. Then what should we do? A half-step king who had just arrived asked. Guanglin King said, "There's strength in numbers. Before, there were only a few of us, but now there are 36 of us. We can attack the cave together and clear all the obstacles in the cave. It would be best if we could force the predator out. With all of us combined, the predator would definitely die. Will it collapse the cave?" Someone asked. There's no need to worry about that. Everyone has also noticed that there's an invisible power enveloping the underground world, greatly limiting our destructive power. King Guanlin said with certainty. Qinglu nodded. When she was battling with the Swamp King, it suddenly changed into its second form and threw her onto the black rock on the top. However, the black rock had only sunk half a meter in, which meant that its toughness was unimaginable. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it together. Hearing him, everyone was ready to move. They did not plan to take all the treasures in the tomb for themselves. As long as they could get a couple of them, it would be enough for them to digest for a long time. The 4 Extreme Emperor was a famous titled emperor warrior, and he had 4 powerful beast kings as his subordinates. Alright, everyone, fly to the top of the cave. When I say attack, everyone attack together. Do not hesitate. As Guanglin King spoke, he vaguely exchanged glances with the half-step king from the ice pavilion and the sky tiger race. A cold light flashed in his eyes. 36 people was not a small number, since all of them were either top master level warriors or half-step king warriors. It was an extremely powerful force. However, compared to the 2,000 meters wide cave, it was just like a drop in the ocean. Flying into the sky, a lot of people shivered. Looking down at the pitch-black cave, it made them feel insecure. Not knowing if it was intentional or not, Guanglin King, the half-step king from the ice pavilion, and the sky tiger race flew to the highest point without a sound while the rest of them were still in the sky. He yelled, "Everyone, get ready. Accumulate your power and try to break through the cave with one attack. Guanglin King, don't worry. With the 36 of us working together, it will only be a matter of time before we turn into ashes." You are right. There is no need to worry at all. Everyone was full of confidence as they quickly accumulated their most powerful power and ace attacks. Let's go up a bit. Yichen still felt a bit weird. His qi and blood were fluctuating. Seeing that Guanlin King and the other two were at the top, he said to Qing Lu, Morong Qingqing and the other two. Why not go up a bit? Yan Fengfeng did not understand. Qing Lu thought about it and said, let's listen to Yi Chen. He should have his reasons. Just like that, the three did not attract anyone's attention. Without realizing it, they had moved to the top. Including them, there were 13 of them in total. Let's do it. Guanlin King yelled. Boom. Boom. Boom, all of a sudden, the beautiful qi power fell from the sky and flew into the cave. There was blade qi, sword qi, fist qi, morphed Jinyuan, wind blades, and lightning. Although there were so many qi power compared to the whole cave, it was still very small. But soon, the small qi power exploded with a shocking destructive power. The huge cave was filled with different colors. Countless qi power rubbed against each other, forming an energy black hole in the middle. The energy black hole kept going downwards, sucking everything in. Everyone could clearly see that a lot of invisible spider webs were pulled by the energy black hole. They showed their shapes and were then pulled in. This result caused everyone to be excited. No one knew how deep the cave was. The noise caused by the energy black hole was getting further and further away, until nothing could be heard anymore. Alright, everyone, let's do it again. Guanlin King said worriedly. Boom, without needing Guanlin King's reminder, everyone threw out a killing attack in unison. The powerful qi power had even shaved off layers of the cave walls. Shoo! 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 After the second joint attack, an extremely sharp piercing sound suddenly came from the depths of the cave. The next moment, dozens of white lines shot out from the cave like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, covering most of the people in the air above the cave. Not good. It is the spider silk of the killer. No. Cut it. It is dragging us in. The change was too sudden. A lot of people did not even have time to react before they were stuck on their bodies by the sticky spider silk. They were then dragged into the cave. There were some people who had fast reactions and tried their best to avoid the attack of the spider silk. Below Yi Chen, a person had dodged a spider silk, but his protective Jinyuan had been stuck by another one. He made a quick decision and released his protective Jinyuan. Unfortunately, there were dozens of spider silk, so the rest of the people were the main targets. Eventually, his ankle was caught, and he was about to be dragged down. Save me. That person turned to Yi Chen and Qing Lu for help. Save him. Yi Chen threw out a sword attack without hesitation. The black sword qi cut on the spider silk. Dong. That destructive sword qi did not break the spider silk, but only made it thinner. Black sky finger. Right after that, Qing Lu broke the spider silk with a finger attack. After escaping from death, the person who had just been saved flew to Yi Chen and the rest, saying gratefully, "Thank you for saving my life. I, Sun Tianlang, owe you my life. If you need me to help in the future, just let me know. I, Sun Tianlang, will not say no." Yi Chen said, "Brother Sun, let's help each other in the future." Sun Tianlang was also a half-step king warrior. Working together, their power had undoubtedly increased to another level. If they ran into the Ghostwood King and the Gopher King again, they would definitely be able to beat them. Alright. Sun Tianlang nodded. He then looked down at the cave and sighed. It was so tragic. 36 people, and now there are only dozens of them left. If it were not for you guys, I might have followed in their footsteps. Yi Chen said, "Brother Sun, do you think this is just a coincidence? Is it not a coincidence?" Sun Tianlang looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen then said, "Before you came, how many people were there?" "I came quite early. When I came, there were only 7 or 8 people." Guanlin King had said before that 7 people had already died. "Then, after you came, were there any deaths?" "No." Sun Tianlang shook his head. "That's right. It means that before you came, Guanlin King and the rest of them had already made their moves. They knew about the power of the hunters. So, he suggested to work together. The purpose was indeed to get rid of the hunters and clear out the obstacles in the cave. But it was not like he did not want to use us as a shield. You mean, they knew that this would happen? Sun Tianlang was extremely angry. Yichen said, I am just guessing. As for whether it is accurate or not, I do not know. Perhaps it is just a coincidence. But, brother Sun, you better not show your hostility toward them. It is not a smart thing to do. Taking a deep breath, Sun Tianlang said, Don't worry, I will not be reckless. Among the remaining dozens of people, Guanlin King and the ice pavilions, half of them were already there. There were only 5 of them on their side. The Shield King and Xia Hozuan could not be counted on. So, once a conflict broke out, it would be them who would suffer. There is still a long way to go. We just have to be careful. Yichen noticed the change in Sun Tianlong's expression and nodded secretly. He did not think that saving Sun Tianlong's life would make him follow him all the way. In this life and death situation, it would already be great if they did not step on him. Only by exposing Guanlin King's evil intentions would Sun Tianlang feel insecure and start to rely on them. Only then would he be able to make Sun Tianlang work for him wholeheartedly. After all, without Yi Chen and the rest of them, Sun Tianlang would not be able to move forward easily, and his life would be in danger at any moment. Of course, Yi Chen was not using him. It was a win-win situation. The more people there were, the more power there was. It was an unchanging truth. Shoo, right then, the skinny elder, the teenager and the Iron Hand King flew over. Iron Hand King. Qing Lu's eyes looked cold. The Iron Hand King forced a laugh. What a coincidence. He was all alone right now, and his power had been greatly reduced. He did not dare to mess with Qing Lu anymore. Huh. Qing Lu's cold expression did not change, but she would not attack the Iron Hand King first. It was not the right time yet. Haha. Not long after the 3 arrived, a loud laugh was heard. Thunder light flashed. Guanlin King and the rest frowned as they looked towards the direction of the laughter. Shoo, a thunder light figure materialized from the void. It was the Thunder Spirit King. Thunder Spirit King, nice to meet you. Guanlin King held his fists together, his tone was a bit respectful. If it were before, they could still control the situation. But once the Thunder Spirit King arrived, the situation had changed. With the Thunder Spirit King's power, he could kill them all. It was the power of absolute power. Thunder Spirit King. The Shield King and the Iron Hand King both held their fists at the Thunder Spirit King to show their respect. Although the skinny elder did not hold his fists together, nor did he say anything, his expression was extremely serious. He could clearly tell that the Thunder Spirit King was unpredictable, more powerful than any of the half-step king warriors he had seen before. It was so powerful that it was hard to predict. What is going on here? The Thunder Spirit King nodded as he came to the top of the cave with his hands behind his back. Guanlin King said, There is a predator queen inside, and dozens of people have already died in her hands. Of course, with your power, the predator queen would not be able to do anything to you. The Thunder Spirit King waved his right hand. One predator queen is not scary. What is scary is that there is more than one inside. Even if one predator queen could bring him some trouble, it would be very limited. If there were 2 or 3 of them, then it would be a huge problem. Thunder Spirit King, I am Machi Hu. In my opinion, we should wait for another group of people to come, and then we will all go in together. Machi Hu was a demi-beast king from the Sky Tiger race. He could tell that the predator queen was in the cave, and it would be impossible to attack it from the outside. So, the only thing they could do was to go in with brute force. Of course, they would need to have enough people. That way, even if some people would die, it would only be a small portion of them, and the rest would be able to make it through. Most importantly, with the Thunder Spirit King, one of the most powerful demi-king warriors, being here, it would be a lot safer. Brother Machi is right. The cave is deep and unpredictable. Staying outside would be a waste of time. The one who answered was the Ice Pavilion Demi-King warrior, the Ice Spear King. The Ice Pavilion was one of the top 9 martial schools, and their head disciple Duanlingya had even lost an arm to Yi Chen. Since that is the case, let's wait until there are more than 25 people. The Thunder Spirit King nodded. Time passed slowly as everyone waited quietly. Remember, don't stay too far away from me. Going through the cave might be the most dangerous thing to do in the forbidden place. Even with the sky hammer in her hand, Qing Lu might not be able to make it out alive. Yes, teacher. Senior, don't worry. Yan Fengfeng and Murong Qingqing both nodded. Yi Chen didn't say anything. He was meditating and cultivating. Although breaking through to the next realm was about success when the conditions were right, sometimes it was also about luck. If luck was on his side, he could break through in the blink of an eye. If he could break through now, Yi Chen's strength would naturally increase greatly, which was a good thing. After 2 hours, the number of people finally exceeded 25. Everyone, the hunter's nest is extremely dangerous. If you go in alone, you will definitely die. If you go in together, you will only have a 50-50 chance of survival. I still stand by my words, those who don't dare should not come looking for the Tomb of Emperor of 4 Extremes, because they do not have the qualifications. Guanglin Wang was very eloquent. With just one sentence, a lot of people who were hesitating had made up their minds. After all, he was right. There were countless treasures in the tomb of the 4 Extreme Emperor. However, the more treasures there were, the more dangerous it would be. Without effort, there would be no return. Since they were already here, they had to give it their all. Alright, let's charge together. Swish swish swish, just as Guanglin Wang finished his sentence, everyone jumped down into the cave. Among them, the Thunder Spirit King was the fastest, leading the way. He had the power to do so. Then, it was Guanglin Wang, Ma Qihu, and the Ice Spear King. They were all trying to get close to the Thunder Spirit King. There is still not enough time. While he was meditating, Yi Chen already had a feeling that if he had enough time, he would be able to break through to late seas of Soul's realm. Even if he did not have 100% confidence, he would have at least 50% confidence. 25 people jumped into the massive cave like a small rock being thrown into the ocean, not making any waves at all. Without a sound, everyone fell into the deep darkness. Of course, looking from the outside, it was indeed pitch black. But, once they got in, it was not so dark that they could not even see their fingers. They could still see 1,000 meters clearly. But, what made them curious was that they could not see anything on the surface of the cave at all. It was pitch black as if it could devour any kind of light. Yan Fengfeng and Murong Qingqing were breathing very fast, and their hearts were beating very fast. It was not that they had not faced life and death situations before, but it was always in the light. But right now, they were in the dark, and they did not know where the predators would attack from or when. The unknown was always scary. Even Yan Fengfeng and Murong Qingqing were no exception. Normally, the two's mentality was not that different from Yi Chen's. But right then, the real difference was finally revealed. Among the 5, Qing Lu and Sun Tianlang were both breathing a bit faster. Only Yi Chen was able to keep his heart rate normal. For him, being nervous would affect his performance. It would slow down his thinking and slow down his movements. Even if it was only 1%, it would be enough to kill him. No wonder my soul power could not reach out, and I could only see things with my eyes. It turns out that there are soul stone mines everywhere. Yi Chen finally knew why he could not see the walls of the cave. Most of the stones on the walls were minerals that contained soul stones, and the soul power would be greatly restricted. Soul stones could not only block out soul power, but also devour light. Without light, the eyes would naturally not be able to see the walls of the cave. Yi Chen could tell that there was a soul stone mine here because he had gotten a lot of soul stones in the Savage Ruin ancient place, so he was not a stranger to this kind of situation. But, this cannot stop me. His pupils turned silver white, and wherever Yi Chen's eyes could see, the cave was all white, like a black and white world. Nothing could escape from his eyes. The only downside was that it was not as wide as the coverage of his soul power. After all, Yi Chen only had a pair of eyes, and it would be impossible for him to see everything in every direction. Almost at the same time, a pair of gold light beams shot out of Murong Qingqing's eyes. It was like two small searchlights, drawing a golden trace in the darkness. There were countless black holes on the walls of the cave, and they were all connected. The smallest one was at least 10 meters in diameter, and the biggest one was at least 10 meters in diameter. The black shadow moved, and a round object that was about 7 meters in size moved to one of the holes, its head poking out. In the red vision, the figures of the Thunder Spirit King and the others appeared. Swish, opening its mouth, the round creature shot out a huge white web, covering towards the Thunder Spirit King and the others. Open! The Thunder Spirit King's reaction was extremely fast. He took out his long blade and slashed at the center of the spider web. It had not only cut the spider web into two, but the horrifying thunder power had also burned half of the spider web. It was not over yet. The Thunder Spirit King then threw out a second blade attack. The blade chi followed the spider web and attacked towards the round creature, which was the predator. The predator immediately retracted its head and jumped into the deep part of the black hole. There was a cracking sound. 100 meters long and a couple of meters deep crack appeared on the wall of the cave. The thunder power was spreading everywhere. Great Master, save me! Although the spider web had been cut into two, and half of it had been burned, the remaining two 10 meters wide web still covered the two top Master level warriors behind Guanglin King and Ice Spear King. Being covered by the huge web, even if they released their protective Jin Yuan, they would not be able to get rid of it. The huge power contained in the spider web had sent them flying towards the other side of the cave wall. Guanglin King and Ice Spear King did not have the time to think before they realized that the two had disappeared from their sight. It turned out that the other side of the cave wall had shot out two beams of white spider web, dragging them into the black hole. Damn it! Guanglin King clenched his fists. Before this, their Lin family had only lost one top Master level warrior, and now they had lost another one. If they could not get some treasures as compensation, then this mission would not be worth it. Ice Spear King's expression was even worse than Guanglin King's. The other Master level warrior who had been captured was his junior disciple. If he had known that the forbidden place would be this dangerous, he would not have brought a top Master level warrior with him. Just like the Thunder Spirit King, he had nothing to worry about. Of course, even if he suggested not to bring a top Master level warrior, most of the people in the Ice Pavilion would not agree. A big party would usually only have one or two half-step king warriors, and it would be impossible for them to send all of them. At most, they would send one. Although one half-step king warrior was powerful, there would be no advantage if the enemy had half-step king warriors as well. At this moment, it would depend on who had more top Master level warriors. Plus, who would have thought that the forbidden place would be more dangerous than they had imagined? Top Master level warriors would not be able to move even an inch. The predator seemed to have been angered by the Thunder Spirit King, attacking him from time to time. He had even set up a lot of spider webs along the way. However, the Thunder Spirit King was way too powerful. Those spider webs could not stop him at all. They could not even slow him down for a second. Facing the Thunder Spirit King's counterattacks, the predator had more or less taken some damage. He no longer attacked the Thunder Spirit King, but instead turned to attack the people behind the Thunder Spirit King. On the other side of the cave wall, the predator did not attack the Thunder Spirit King and the group. His target was the others. Ah! Ah! Every scream meant that one person had been caught. So far, there had been 7 screams in total, bringing an indescribable horrifying atmosphere to this dark environment. Be careful! Stepping on his flying sword, Yichen looked like a beam of sword light, traveling in the darkness. As he pointed out his sword finger, another flying sword appeared out of nowhere, shooting out sword chi from time to deflect the incoming spider webs. With his soul eyes, these invisible spider webs had nowhere to hide, and he had noticed them from far away. Although Murong Qingqing's demon eyes were not as powerful as Yi Chen's, she could still see the spider webs. With the two of them there, Qin Lu, Yan Fengfeng, and Sun Tianlang did not have to worry about these spider webs at all. All they needed to do was to follow the instructions and attack. Luckily, I am here with them. Sun Tianlang was extremely glad. If it were not for the fact that he was with Yi Chen, it would not be this easy for him, and he might have been killed already. And this had made him even more determined to stand on Yi Chen's side. As long as he could get some soup, he would be fine. He knew very well that without Yi Chen and the rest, no matter how many treasures he had, he would not be able to bring them back. Ah, screams were heard from time to time. 11 people had already been caught, which was almost half of the total number. What made everyone let out a breath of relief was that they had already seen the light, which was bright red. We are almost there. Everyone, do not let your guard down. Qinglu did not let her guard down at all. Instead, she was getting more and more nervous. Her years of experience told her that when they were about to get out of danger, it was actually the most dangerous moment. Just as she finished talking, dozens of spider webs covered over. In the deepest part of the cave, besides the 2 predator queens, there were also a lot of predator kings. No. Seeing that they were about to get out of danger, a lot of people subconsciously let their guard down. However, the dozens of spider webs that were coming at them made them feel hopeless. Mystical attack. Qinglu yelled as she held the sky hammer in her hand, blasting out a shining rectangular tunnel. Come in. Qinglu jumped in. Yi Chen and the other 3 followed right behind her. Boom. Boom, the tunnel behind them kept on breaking down as the 4 traveled through it. In times of danger, it was the best time to show one's power. The Shield King formed a spell with both of his hands, forming a brown-colored mountain right outside of his body. It wrapped around Xia Hozuan and flew towards the other side of the cave, letting the spider web cover them. Guanglin King, Ice Spear King and Machi, who were a bit more relaxed. The 3 of them had put up a huge protective layer together, breaking through everything easily. The skinny elder performed his super powerful wind art, carrying the teenager and flying in the air in a mysterious way. The Iron Hand King was all alone, looking very messed up. However, he was quite lucky, as he could always make it out safely. As for the Thunder Spirit King, he held up his blade with both of his hands and waved out 1,000 meters long thunder blade light. Anything that got in his way would be turned into ashes within a second. However, the others did not have such powerful attacks. No matter how hard they struggled, no matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to escape from those layers of spider webs. The mysterious attack contained the Space Profound, which could send the enemy into a different dimension, where they would only be able to use half of their power. It was an ace attack that Xianhou had created. As Xuanhou's teacher, although Qinglu was not as powerful as Xianhou, she was still a very talented genius. She had not only trained the mysterious attack to an extremely high level, but she had also created another kind of effect. This rectangular glowing tunnel looked like a rectangle, but it was actually a space node. Traveling through it, Yi Chen and the other 3 felt like they had arrived at a colorful spiral tunnel. Tearing open the surreal space? Yi Chen was a bit shocked. Qinglu explained, the space has its own structure as well. If you treat it like a building, there are 2 ways to get in. One is to use brute force to break the wall and get in directly. The other is to open the door or the window. The mysterious attack would be the second one. Of course, the space here is too stable. I can only use the sky hammer to do it. Right now, it is breaking down. We have to hurry up, otherwise we will be exiled into the surreal space and be assimilated by the space power. Entering the surreal space in the forbidden place was extremely dangerous, so Qinglu had to do it. 25 people had entered the cave, but only 15 had passed. More than half of the total number had survived, but in reality, less than 10% had survived. That was because those who had survived had the greatest chance of surviving. Those who had died were those who hadn't been strong enough. In other words, if one was not strong enough and did not have the ability to survive, there was no need to hope for a 50% chance of survival. Before entering, those who died would always think that they might not have a 50% chance of survival. If they were given another chance, most of them would give up. Of course, there was no second chance in life, and time could not be reversed. There were many things that needed to be considered before acting. After passing through the cave, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a deathly still world and a black graveyard that stretched as far as the eye could see. We've reached the graveyard. Joy appeared on Sun Tianlong's face. We've finally arrived. Qinglu let out a sigh of relief. Their luck was very good. Up until now, only Lin Gaoming had died. The rest of them had all survived. However, if there were a few more dangers, the result would be hard to say. From now on, everyone will have to rely on their own power. A beam of light flashed through the Thunder Spirit King's eyes. His purpose of coming here was not the same as the others. The others were here for the treasures, but he was only here for the Space Profound martial arts. As long as he could learn the Space Profound, it would be very beneficial for him in the future. As the Thunder Spirit King was talking, a wave of space vibration appeared. Everyone looked over and were all shocked. It turned out that there was another portal. From the portal, 5 human shadows came out in 2 groups. One group was the Punished King and the 2 top master-level warriors from the prison martial school, and the other group was Dantai Mingyue and the elder with white hair. Prison martial school, Tantai family. Guanglin King's eyes flickered. Although the top 9 martial schools and the top 4 families were at the same level, seriously speaking, the top 4 families would be a lot weaker than the top 9 martial schools. A martial school was a martial school after all, and it was not something a family could compete with. The prison martial school was one of the top 9 martial schools, so their power was definitely above the Lin family. And the Punished King was an old generation demi-king warrior, who had the power of a top demi-king warrior. The Tantai family was just like the Lin family, also one of the top 4 families. Unfortunately, the Tantai family had a martial genius like Dantai Mingyue, while the Lin family was lacking in talent. Haha, we are quite lucky. We did not fall behind. The Punished King laughed out loud as he glanced at the Thunder Spirit King and Qing Lu. The former made him afraid, while the latter had a top-rank spirit tree. Punished King, long time no see. When the Thunder Spirit King had just reached the Demi-King warrior level, the Punished King was already one of the top warriors among the Demi-King warriors. After a long time, the Thunder Spirit King had caught up, and any Demi-King warrior would give him enough respect. Indeed, long time no see. The Punished King nodded. There were 5 graveyards in total, forming a line. The first one should be the grave of the 4 extreme emperors Grey Wolf King. There were 2 30-meters-tall giant wolf statues in front of the graveyard. They were roaring into the sky, bringing with them a horrifying evil chi. Yichen used his soul eye to check out the surroundings. He realized that the whole graveyard was covered in a horrifying forbidden power. Although the power was hidden, the light chi that was being emitted was enough to make people's hair stand on end. It was as if it could kill people at any second. The only entrance was the gate of the Grey Wolf King's graveyard. I knew I needed a key. Yichen saw a teacup-sized keyhole on the gate. Without any surprises, if he wanted to enter the graveyard, he would need the key to the Grey Wolf constellation. Open! All of a sudden, the Thunder Spirit King, who was standing in front of the gate, took out his blade and waved it. The dominating thunder and lightning blade light landed on the metal gate. Boom, the metal gate shone with a bright light. The thunder and lightning blade light seemed to have landed on something soft and bounced back even faster. Eh? The Thunder Spirit King was surprised as he lifted up his blade to block out the blade light that he had shot out. Perhaps I need a key? Guanglin King looked at everyone with a different thought. Tian'er, go. The skinny elder nodded to the teenager. Right now, everyone was here, so it would be pointless to hide the key. Most importantly, opening the graveyard would require 4 keys, and the other 3 would be in the hands of the others. All right. The teenager walked towards the gate. He had gotten the first movement of the void-shattering finger art. Xia Hozuan and Yichen realized it immediately. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that the first movement of the void-shattering finger art and the key to the Grey Wolf constellation had been taken by this mysterious teenager. If I have guessed it right, that person should be the Stormwind King. The Shield King had recognized the skinny elder's identity. Who is he? Xia Hozuan was talking about the mysterious teenager. The Shield King said, the Stormwind King is under the command of the Air Emperor. Without any surprises, this kid should be the youngest disciple of the Air Emperor, Jiang Tian. He has the rare Dao body, which is one of the most powerful ones right now. It is even more powerful than the evil spirit body. Jiang Tian? Xia Hozuan squinted his eyes. The Shield King was the great master of the surreal martial school, so the source of the information would not be wrong. And the Air Emperor was even more famous. He was just as powerful as his teacher, the leader of the surreal martial school, Su King. How is Yichen compared to him? Xiao Hozuan asked subconsciously. The Shield King said, it is hard to say. But in my opinion, Yichen should not be able to compete with him. The Dao body was a rare body that could only be found once in 10,000 years. It had a great comprehensive ability, and was the favorite of the nature. It had a secret connection with the nature itself. Different from the evil spirit body, the Dao body was powerful in all aspects. Therefore, it was even more powerful than the evil spirit body. It would be hard for Yichen to compete with it. This kid is called Jiang Tian. He is 28 years old. Perhaps he will be your biggest rival in the future. Judging on all aspects, Dugaju would not be able to compete with him. Qing Lu said to Yichen. Very powerful indeed. Yichen nodded slightly. He could feel that wherever Jiang Tian, who had the symbol in between his eyebrows, went, the natural environment would be centered around him, bringing him an extreme threat. Walking to the metal door, Jiang Tian took out a huge blue key from his storage ring. He inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it slowly. Crack, crack. Crack, the metal door that did not move at all opened up a gap as the key was turned. Crack, Jiang Tian pushed it hard, and the metal door opened completely. The door is open. Without thinking, everyone flashed their bodies and shot into the metal door. Let's go in. Qing Lu and Yichen and the other 4 entered the door as well. The second they entered, everyone realized that they had entered a lost space without any sense of direction. They were separated from their friends all of a sudden, and were all alone. Is this a king-level spell? Once he entered the tomb, Yichen not only realized that his vision had been twisted, but his soul power had also been twisted. It was like he was in a surreal space, and nothing could reach out of it. Although his soul eye could see some images, it could not tell the distance and direction between the two, which was something that had never happened before. Therefore, Yichen thought that this was a king-level spell, which would work even on life and death realm warriors. Looking at Morong Qingqing's image that was so far away, Yichen gave up on trying to find her. He could only take it one step at a time, since he did not think that this spell was used to kill them. Otherwise, why would they leave the key behind? Not knowing how much time had passed, Yichen walked out of the spell and appeared in a dark tunnel. The lights on the side lit up automatically, making a slight popping sound. Without thinking too much, Yichen continued to walk along the tunnel. 3 walls away from Yichen, Jiang Tian's body appeared. At the same time, Dan Tai Mingyue, who was wearing red clothes and a red veil over her face, also appeared behind 2 walls to the north of Yichen. The 3 were very close to each other. If there were no walls separating them, they could even see each other. The tomb was like a maze, very complicated. Yichen walked in the tunnel with his intuition. He seemed to have sensed a familiar qi, and the dream-eating wolf that had been quiet in his beast tag started to get restless. Quiet. Yichen patted the beast tag. After a pot of tea worth of time, the dream-eating wolf inside the tag started to get restless again. Compared to last time, it was even more intense this time, as if something was attracting it. I'm almost there. It should be the pellet room, right? Yichen could sense the source of the dream-eating wolf's restlessness. There was a hint of extremely light pellet scent coming from there. Following the scent, Yichen gradually approached. Soon, the footsteps stopped. Yichen was standing in front of a stone door. The pellet scent was indeed coming from inside. Reaching out both of his hands, Yichen pushed the stone door with all his might. There was nothing special about the stone door, and it opened with a loud bang. This is demonic beast breeding fluid? The stone room was extremely huge, like a square. In the middle of the room, a pellet furnace was standing there. On the outside of the furnace, there was a metal wolf head. Below the wolf head was a stone trough, with drops of blue liquid dripping down from the wolf head's mouth into the trough. The trough had already been filled up a long time ago, and the transparent liquid kept dripping out. A dense pellet scent filled the room, lingering for a long time. The reason why Yichen thought it was demonic beast breeding fluid was because of the demonic power contained within the pellet scent, which was extremely hard for humans to absorb. Can it still be used? Yichen walked over to the stone trough and realized that the liquid in the stone trough was different from the liquid that had flowed down from the wolf head's mouth. One of them was transparent, without any nutrition, while the other one was blue, which obviously contained an extremely powerful energy. Obviously, this blue liquid would lose its effect after a while. The energy in the stone trough had already evaporated, and only the alchemy furnace was still working. Opening the lid of the furnace, Yi Chen's eyebrows flicked. He was extremely shocked. Inside the alchemy furnace, there was nothing but a cyan crystal. The crystal was about the size of a fist. As the alchemy furnace revolved, strands of cyan air gathered together and condensed into a cyan liquid. It flowed into the metal wolf head through the pipe and then flowed down. The fact that the furnace could operate for 70,000 years should have something to do with the formation in the graveyard. The formation could absorb the natural energy and provide power. But this crystal has been refined for 70,000 years, and it still hasn't disappeared? Intuition told Yi Chen that this blue crystal was not simple at all. It was at least a semi-extreme grade crystal. It might even be an extreme grade crystal, which was priceless. After looking at the cyan crystal, Yi Chen reached out his hand to grab it. So heavy. The fist-sized cyan crystal was thousands of times heavier than Yi Chen had imagined. Even with his strength of several 100,000 genes, it wasn't easy for him to pick it up. He estimated that it weighed no less than 100,000 genes. This kind of density surpassed any known metal. Generally speaking, even top-grade treasures weren't this heavy. The cyan crystal and the alchemy furnace are still in good condition. They can be used to cultivate the dream-eating wolf. Maybe he can become a half-step demon king or even a demon king. The higher one's power was, the more help they would need. The world was just too big, and there were a lot of unknown dangerous places. In the future, there might be life and death friends, but friends would also part ways. There would always be times when one would be alone. Therefore, cultivating beasts was the best way. They would not betray you, and they would not have conflicts of interest with you. At the critical moment, they would be able to fight side by side with you. The longer the time it took to cultivate the beasts, the better it would be. After a long time, they would develop feelings for you, and they would be willing to sacrifice for you. If the time was short, although they would not betray you, they might not agree with you. Extreme rank beast power crystal. A voice was suddenly heard. Yi Chen turned his head and squinted his eyes. It was Xianxia. He had a secret connection with nature, and his qi hiding power was top-notch. Plus, Yi Chen did not release his soul power all the time. Therefore, Yi Chen was not able to sense it even when he was hundreds of meters away. Hee, my luck is not bad. I can't believe I got a fist-sized extreme rank beast power crystal. Normally, a finger-sized one would be enough to make a half-step demon king fight for it. Such a big one, even a beast king would be tempted. Jiang Tian had a smile on his face as he walked over step by step. Putting away the blue crystal, Yi Chen said, "It should be my luck. You are only the one who found it. The one who will get it in the end will be me." Jiang Tian looked very confident. "That is not for sure." Yi Chen put the cauldron away. This cauldron was not a normal cauldron, as it could only be used to train things. Therefore, its value was just as high as a semi-extreme rank great weapon. Without this cauldron, Yi Chen would not be able to train it even with the blue crystal. Not for sure. You will find out soon. But if I were you, I would take the initiative to give you these two things. Only then would you have the chance to live. Jiang Tian blocked in front of the stone door, looking at Yi Chen casually. The symbol in between his eyebrows started to shine, which was a sign that he was about to attack. You are very confident. But too bad, confidence will not let you win against me. Yi Chen admitted that Jiang Tian was very powerful. According to Qing Lu, he should be just like him, the type that had no weaknesses. But it did not mean that he would have the chance to win against him. Hearing him, Jiang Tian laughed. "If I am not wrong, you are Yi Chen from the True Spirit continent, right? It is really regretful, but this might be the last time you show your face. In the future, there will not be a sword master Yi Chen in this world anymore. You will die here. It is too early for you to be arrogant." Tidying up his clothes, Yi Chen straightened his back. A wave of invisible sword chi appeared, and his thunder disaster sword made a loud noise. Just as the two were about to attack, a light footstep sound was heard from outside the stone door. The owner of the footstep did not seem to be planning to hide. The next second, a red figure appeared outside the door. It was Dantai Mingyue. These two are going to attack? Dantai Mingyue's pretty eyebrows flicked. The two people in her sight were not normal warriors. One was the True Spirit Continent's sword master, and the other was a mysterious young warrior. The threat that he brought to her was no weaker than Yi Chen, and even more dangerous than Du Guju and Lu Wujian. They were definitely not normal warriors. Just as the two were about to attack, she came at the wrong time. This girl is not simple. Jiang Tian glanced at Dantai Mingyue out of the corner of his eyes and came to a conclusion. He said to Yi Chen, "It seems like you are quite lucky after all. You will not die here without anyone knowing." Although Dantai Mingyue was not simple, Jiang Tian was confident that he would only need to pay a small price to kill Yi Chen. And even if he paid a small price, Dantai Mingyue would not be able to handle him. Therefore, this battle was inevitable. You talk too much. Let's do it. Yi Chen would not underestimate Dantai Mingyue, who was very mysterious. But, he was thinking the same thing as Jiang Tian. This battle was inevitable. Besides the extreme rank beast power crystal, it was also because of the fact that there could not be two tigers on the same mountain. Since he could not run away, then he might as well fight with all he had. Since you are not going to hand over the thing, then you will have to pay with your life. 5 symbol palm. The symbol in between his eyebrows suddenly shone as Jiang Tian reached out his right hand. A twisted symbol appeared on each of his 5 fingers. As he threw out a palm attack, 5 symbols attacked toward Yi Chen. Symbol palm power. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. When activating a semi-extreme rank defensive weapon, there would be symbols on the protective Zhenyuan as well. This Jiang Tian's symbol palm power was a bit similar to the defensive symbols. However, it did not show defensive power, but offensive power. Taking out his Thunder Disaster Sword, Yi Chen waved out a dark gold pattern, preparing to test the destructive power of the symbol palm power. Swoosh, the dark gold pattern contained the destruction sword intent. Once it made contact with the symbol palm power, a series of explosions were heard. Not good. It is the nature's will. This symbol palm power contains not only its own martial will, but also the nature's will. Yi Chen's body flashed as he backed out. In front of him, 5 crystal-colored fire waves attacked toward him. It was the flame chi after the symbol palm power exploded, which tore apart the dark gold pattern instantly. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, drawing an arc in the air, Yi Chen avoided the colored flame. However, the stone wall near him had 5 extra holes, which were all burnt black. Not bad. You managed to avoid the 5 symbol palm. Jiang Tian smiled and nodded. He threw out dozens of 5 symbol palm attacks with both of his hands. The twisted symbols flew everywhere, blocking all the blind spots. Thunder Devour. Condense. Yi Chen was not the kind of person who did not know how to fight back. 5 sword wings appeared on his back as he flew in the air. His speed was instantly doubled, traveling through the twisted symbols. At the same time, the Thunder Disaster Sword that was shining like thunder also waved out a killing attack in his hand, shooting out a black light ball. Boom, the black light ball exploded, and the thunder spread out crazily. Haha, you are still too young. Above the stone room, Jiang Tian's body appeared, throwing out a palm attack toward Yi Chen. As this palm attack was thrown out, dozens of hundreds of symbol palm power attacked out. The aggressive natures will made people feel like they were in the middle of a natural disaster. Not to mention top master level warriors, even normal half-step king warriors would not be able to get away with it. It would be impossible for them to do it without paying a price. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was not a normal top master level warrior, nor was he a normal half-step king warrior. He was Yi Chen, and compared to warriors at the same level, he had no weakness at all. Facing the incoming symbol palm power, his sword intent continued to increase, breaking through the natural's restriction as he threw out a sword attack. This sword attack was still the Thunder Devour, but its shape was extremely huge, more than 5 meters in diameter. It was like a falling star surrounded by thunder and lightning as it shot out. Boom, the symbol palm power and the thunder ball clashed together, and waves of horrifying blast waves spread out. If this stone room were not covered by the restriction spell, it would have been destroyed for sure. A thunder profound that is way beyond the entry level? Dantai Mingyue was shocked. The mastery of the profound was divided into 3 levels: entry, completion, and completion. Once the mastery of a profound was over 30%, it would be the entry level, and 99% would be the completion level. Yi Chen's Thunder Devour contained the thunder profound that was way beyond the entry level. It was at least 50 to 60%. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to accumulate this much power. With her back against the wall outside the stone room, Dantai Mingyue shifted her attention to Jiang Tian. His ability to control the naturals will had surprised her as well. Without some kind of powerful body and talent, even if one had great comprehensive ability, it would still be impossible to control the natural's will. Although Jiang Tian had only controlled a small part of the natural's will, not the whole world. It is over. Inside the stone room that was as huge as a square, Jiang Tian had a smile on his face. Out of nowhere, layers of colorful spell symbols appeared out of his body. They expanded all of a sudden, forming a massive spell ball that covered Yi Chen, taking up almost half of the stone room. It should not end like this, right? Dantai Mingyue could see the power of the symbol ball, but Yi Chen was not an easy person to deal with either. Those who had underestimated him had all failed. Being inside the massive spell ball, Yi Chen could feel that he had lost his connection with the outside world. These spell patterns were connected by countless thin energy strings, which was very unique. It was like a small ball-shaped world with the natural will inside. And the natural will was completely under Jiang Tian's control. In other words, Jiang Tian was the ruler of this massive spell ball. Boom. Boom, boom. Yi Chen continued to wave his sword and attack. The black sword chi was like a tornado as it attacked toward the giant symbol ball. But, the giant symbol ball had the ability to disperse the power. No matter how powerful the power was, it would be dispersed into hundreds of thousands of parts, which would be useless. Gold Fury. Sword intent poured out of his body as Yi Chen waved out an extremely powerful sword attack. The sword chi formed into a beam of dark gold light and shot out. Crack, a crack appeared on the giant symbol ball, which was getting bigger and bigger. The twisted symbols around it started to crumble and disintegrate while the sword chi leaked out. Combined sword movement? Jiang Tian was a bit surprised. He hurried to form a spell with both of his hands and threw out a symbol palm power to fill up the gap. It was like he was patching up his clothes. Break! Zheng Yuan exploded as Yi Chen continued to attack the gap that was being filled up, trying to prevent it from recovering immediately. Don't even think about getting out. Jiang Tian was furious. The colored symbol in between his eyebrows actually separated out and floated in the midair. The next second, a mysterious power covered the giant symbol ball. The gap that had been cut open started to recover at 10 times the speed, which was obviously faster than Yi Chen's breaking speed. Soon, the giant symbol ball was as perfect as before. Die. Symbol kill. His right hand tightened as a cold look flashed through Jiang Tian's eyes. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions were heard one after another. The innermost symbols in the giant symbol ball started to surround Yi Chen, spinning at an extreme speed like a tornado made of symbols. Normal tornadoes could already cause huge damage to normal people and destroy buildings. However, the tornado made of symbols could kill any top master level warriors, and even normal half-step king warriors would be badly wounded. It was Jiang Tian's ace attack that could kill everything within a second. This won't do. This rune sphere is a complete entity. It contains the will of the world that belongs to Jiang Tian. If I want to destroy the rune sphere, I have to make it imperfect. The best way is to destroy the will of the world inside, allowing my sword intent to dominate everything. Oh woo, blue veins popped out on his forehead and temples as he released his destruction sword intent for the first time. Before, even when he encountered Lu Wujin, he had only used his normal power without going beyond his limit. It should be known that the reason why martial geniuses were called martial geniuses was because they could bring out their potential at the critical moment. Obviously, before Jiang Tian, there was no one who could make him bring out his potential. No one knew how powerful the destruction sword intent would be when it surpassed its own limits. But right now, the result would be revealed. Boom, with Yi Chen as the starting point, a beam of black sword intent shot out into the sky. It did not break through the giant symbol ball, but it had messed up the natural will inside, breaking away from Jiang Tian's control. Under the black sword intent, Yi Chen looked like a destructive sword artist. His whole body was covered in that destructive qi. Wherever he went, any will that tried to attack him would be destroyed. Although he was not the dominator of this place, he was the destroyer of this place, and was above the dominator. What? The natural will has been broken. Jiang Tian looked shocked for the first time. The giant symbol ball was his ace attack, and even the Shadow Ghost Bat King had been trapped by it for a while, allowing him to escape easily. He did not think that Yi Chen would have the same power as the Shadow Ghost Bat King. It was obvious that Yi Chen had used his sword intent to break through his natural will, making the giant symbol ball imperfect. Moreover, the Shadow Ghost Bat King did not know anything about it at all, so it had broken through it with brute force. Crack, the natural will had been messed up, and the symbols on the giant symbol ball started to become unstable. Seizing the chance, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack. The dark gold light pierced through the giant symbol ball, shooting towards Jiang Tian. Seal. A huge amount of symbols gathered into a shield. Jiang Tian controlled the shield from a distance, putting it in front of his body. With a bang, the glyph flew in all directions like moss burning with glazed flames. The dark golden light that had not yet dissipated hit Jiang Tian's defensive armor, causing him to lose control of his body and fly out involuntarily. In the end, he stumbled and fell on the ground, his back leaning against the stone wall. Cough cough, the dark gold light had consumed a part of its power to break through the giant symbol ball, and another part to break through the shield. The remaining power was not enough to break through Jiang Tian's defensive armor, but it was not good for him either. His chest felt heavy, and he could not help but cough out a couple of times. Squinting his eyes, a bone-chilling cold light appeared out of them as Jiang Tian said coldly, "It seems like I have underestimated you. I did not expect you to be able to break through my symbol small world." His destruction sword intent had been pushed to its limit. Yi Chen walked out of the crumbling giant symbol ball and said coldly, "Does this mean that things are out of your control now?" "Not necessarily." His palm left a symbol palm print on the stone wall as Jiang Tian rushed towards Yi Chen. At an extreme speed, throwing out a palm attack. Symbol killing palm. Boom, a huge twisting symbol fell from the sky, covering Yi Chen within, trying to cover up Yi Chen's body. 5 sword attacks. Pointing out his right hand, the gold sword on Yi Chen's back came out of its scabbard automatically. It turned into 3, then 5. 5 sword shadows attacked towards that huge symbol palm power. An explosion was heard as the symbol palm power turned into a bright flame, burning the gold sword. Go. Yi Chen frowned as he waved his finger again. That slightly twisted gold sword shot out of the flame, flying towards Jiang Tian's head. Break. Jiang Tian grinned and reached out his right hand. A giant hand made of symbols grabbed the gold sword. The giant hand gripped the sword tightly. The sword was already damaged, and it was burned by the crystal flame. Instantly, it shattered into a few pieces, turning it into a piece of trash. At the same time, Jiang Tian silently chanted, "Rune-killing curse." Danger. Yi Chen's pupils shrank as he sensed countless tiny symbols attacking towards him with his soul power. Flashing his body, Yi Chen tried to dodge. However, he had underestimated these rune seals. These rune seals did not have a physical form, and they were all aimed at Yi Chen. In just a split second, several rune seals drilled into Yi Chen's brain and floated above his sea of soul, trying to destroy the sea of soul. This is a soul attack. Yi Chen was shocked. It was his first time facing a soul attack, and it was not a normal one either. It was a soul attack martial art that was made up of soul power. It was a secret martial art that even life and death realm warriors might not have such a high-level soul attack martial art. As the symbols were activated, Yi Chen's soul ocean started to churn. Die. The destruction sword spirit, which had been treating the soul ocean as its own territory, was activated. Countless destructive sword intents attacked towards the symbols, destroying them completely. But very quickly, even more runes and curses invaded. You really think that I am powerless? Yi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent as his destruction sword spirit turned from being extremely quiet to being extremely active. It traveled quickly above Yichen's soul ocean. Wherever it went, pieces of symbols were destroyed. Yichen's soul ocean was already 5 times bigger than normal people's, so how could it be destroyed so easily? Of course, he would not be stupid enough to let his opponent do whatever he wanted. Therefore, he activated his destruction sword spirit right away, using it to destroy the symbols. Such a powerful sword spirit? Xianxia could sense that the symbols that he had activated were being destroyed one by one. They did not work as they should, and activating the symbols had drained his soul power. Even if he did not want to admit it, he had to admit that the symbol-killing spell did not work on Yichen. These two. Dan Taimingyue's red lips opened as a shocked expression appeared in her eyes. The two's power was within her estimation, so she was not that surprised. However, Jiang Tian's symbol-killing spell had frightened her. With normal attacks, even if she could not handle it, she would still be able to leave easily. But, soul attacks were impossible to avoid. For the warriors at the current stage, it would be a fatal attack. Only after reaching the life and death realm would they be able to study the mysteries of the soul and strengthen their soul defense. But obviously, Yichen had blocked out Jiang Tian's soul attack. She could not imagine how powerful his soul was. Blood-severing ghost finger. After destroying all the symbols, Yichen pointed his finger at Jiang Tian. Maybe it was because of the increase of his killing intent, or maybe it was because Jiang Tian had stimulated Yichen's battle intent, but as Yichen waved his finger, a ghostly figure in white appeared behind him. According to the introduction of the blood-severing ghost finger, only after reaching the minor realm could one condense a ghostly figure. And Dragon King's blood-severing ghost finger was only at the minor realm. Unfortunately, the ghostly figure had only appeared for a second before disappearing, as if it had never appeared before. That was why it did not attract Jiang Tian and Dan Taimingyue's attention. However, the power of the blood-severing ghost finger had shocked Dan Taimingyue once again, while Jiang Tian was a little frightened. A white ghostly claw had ignored his defense and reached deep into his body, drawing out a thick bloody light. Blood-severing secret art. Jiang Tian coldly glanced at Yichen, and quickly fled to the stone room's entrance. His blood and qi had been reduced by a lot in an instant. If he continued to fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yichen did not plan to let him go. He took the opportunity to perform 2 more blood-severing ghost finger, causing Jiang Tian's qi to weaken. So, Jiang Tian left the stone room. Yichen chased after him. There is always a higher mountain. Unfortunately, Yichen is still the highest mountain. Standing where she was, Dan Taimingyue shook her head. Yichen had been a famous figure for several years now. During this period, many people had challenged him, but all of them had failed. Even Du Guju, who was equally famous as her, had suffered setbacks time and time again. If there could only be one monstrous genius in each generation, then Yichen would undoubtedly be that monstrous genius. Yichen, I will make you fall. While flying, Jiang Tian saw that Yichen was still chasing after him. His voice was extremely cold. Yichen said, I remember you said that before. You think you can kill me? A pair of rune wings appeared on Jiang Tian's back. With a flap of the wings, his speed suddenly increased, leaving Yichen far behind. Speed is also my advantage. Jiang Tian was indeed well-rounded and did not have any weaknesses. But, he was facing Yichen, who also had no weaknesses. A flying sword landed under Yichen's feet, carrying him as he chased after Jiang Tian. Tricked. What Yichen could not see was Jiang Tian's cruel smile. When he left the stone room, his jade token had suddenly sensed Windstorm King's qi. Now he was getting closer to Windstorm King. With Windstorm King's power, killing Yichen would be a piece of cake. Although it would make him feel a bit regretful that he could not kill Yichen with his own hands. The two were not only moving at an extremely fast speed, but every turn, every acceleration, and every deceleration were perfectly timed. It was as if they had gone through the most precise measurements. Yichen relied on his powerful soul, while Jiang Tian relied on his control of the environment around him. Go. With 5 times more soul power than normal people, Yichen was able to move with ease. He continued to calculate his movement while controlling his flying swords to attack Jiang Tian. Obviously, Jiang Tian was just as good at calculating his movement. He kept waving his palm to block out the flying swords, making clanking sounds. Is it Tian'er? Who was chasing after him? 1,000 meters away, the skinny elder took out the jade tag from his storage ring. On the tag, the red dot was flashing at an extremely fast speed, which meant that Xianxia was moving at a high speed. Otherwise, the red dot would not be flashing at such a fast speed. No matter who it is, he is dead for sure. The skinny elder squinted his eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. In his opinion, the one chasing after Xianxia must be a famous half-step king warrior. Although Xianxia's spell was a killing attack, the half-step king warrior's soul was already in a metamorphosis state, which meant that the spell would not be able to help Xianxia kill his opponent's soul. It would at most wound his soul. With his own power, Xianxia would only be about the same as a normal half-step king warrior. Putting away the jade tag, the skinny elder's body flashed, disappearing from where he was standing like a gust of wind. Yichen realized that Dan Tai Mingyue had already left the stone room with the extreme rank beast power crystals. The Iron Hand King walked out, shaking his head as he said with a low voice, "There must be a lot of treasures in the Grey Wolf King's pellet-making room. I wonder who took them. If I had come earlier, I would have been able to kill this person and take all the treasures." The stone room had been through a huge battle, so it was impossible for the Iron Hand King not to notice it. Since it was able to cause such a huge battle, the treasures inside must be extraordinary. Hopefully, my luck will be better from now on. Activating his Jin Yuan, the Iron Hand King flew toward the other side of the tunnel, where Yi Chen and Jiang Tian had been. "Yi Chen, your death is coming." On the other side of the wall, Jiang Tian had already sensed Elder Fang's presence. Once he sensed it, he immediately stopped and turned around, looking at Yi Chen with a cold expression. "Is that all you know how to do?" Yi Chen didn't have Jiang Tian's ability to control part of the heaven and earth, and in the graveyard, his soul power wasn't that useful either. He activated his soul eyes and scanned around. Soon, he saw a figure flying towards him through the wall. Although he couldn't see it clearly, from Jiang Tian's expression, he could tell that it was the skinny Storm King. Rumble, the Wind Storm King didn't choose to take a detour at all. He directly broke the wall and appeared in Yi Chen's sight. When he was about to say something, he saw lightning flashing in front of him. A black light ball that had been compressed to the extreme shot toward him. Knowing that the other party was a foe and not a friend, Yi Chen could not be bothered to waste his breath. He sent a compressed devour of lightning at the other party before turning around and flying away. Puff, waving his hand to blow out the black light ball, the Windstorm King sneered, "Do you think you can get away?" As he spoke, the Windstorm King waved his hand and countless wind walls appeared at the end of the tunnel, blocking Yi Chen's way. This Windstorm King's power. I am afraid he is not weaker than the Punish King. Yi Chen broke through one wind wall after another. However, the speed of the wind wall's formation was way too fast. Every time he broke one, another one would already be formed, which seemed to be endless. Tian'er, what is going on? Blocking Yi Chen's way, the Windstorm King didn't attack right away. He was curious, since Yi Chen was only at peak level mid-sea of Soul's realm. Normally, he shouldn't be able to fight against Jiang Tian. But based on what had happened before, it was obviously Yi Chen who was chasing after Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's expression was not good as he said, "He is not weak at all. My simple killing spell does not work on him at all. Plus, he knows a secret art that can cut off my chi and blood, which ignores my defense." Cut off chi and blood. Could it be the blood-severing ghost finger? Windstorm King immediately thought of Dragon King's blood-severing ghost finger. This finger art was extremely strange, disregarding defense and rules. In terms of lethality, it wasn't inferior to the rune extermination curse in the slightest. If cultivated to greater completion, one could even kill ordinary life and death kings with the strength of a half-step king. "Little brother, hand over the blood-severing ghost finger, and I will let you go." A light flashed in the Windstorm King's eyes as he thought of a plan. Elder Feng. Jiang Tian did not plan to let Yi Chen leave alive. He was different from the other arrogant martial geniuses. What he wanted was the result. If he could kill Yi Chen with his own hands, it would be the best. If not, then he would kill him no matter what. What is the rush? Let's get the blood-severing ghost finger first, then kill him. The Windstorm King said with a Zhenyuan transmission. Get the blood-severing ghost finger? Xianxia suddenly understood. He then nodded slightly and said to Yichen with a smile, right now, you only have one choice. Hand over the blood-severing ghost finger. Otherwise, you will die. Blood-severing ghost finger. You guys know about it too? Yichen's expression did not change. The Windstorm King touched his beard and said, the famous blood-severing ghost finger. Who doesn't know about it? I, the Windstorm King, will keep my words. Hand over the blood-severing ghost finger, and I will let you live. He thought to himself, there is no need to keep promises to dead people. This is the law of the jungle. All right. Yichen agreed without hesitation. What? The Windstorm King and Xianxia were a bit surprised. The blood-severing ghost finger was so important, and he had agreed without even thinking about it. It was hard for them to believe. But then, they got angry. Yichen had just finished talking when he waved his finger at the two, taking away a lot of their qi and blood. Especially Xianxia, who had already lost a lot of qi and blood. Now that he was attacked again, his legs went soft and he almost fell onto the ground. Shoo, while the Windstorm King's qi and blood were in chaos and his control was greatly reduced, Yichen activated his flying sword and broke through several wind walls, breaking out of the encirclement. You are looking for death. The Windstorm King was furious. He threw out a palm attack at Yichen from a distance. The horrifying whirlwind palm attack did not have a trace at all as it landed on Yichen's back. Boom, the muddy sky armor could not stop this powerful palm attack at all. Yichen felt that his internal organs had been shifted instantly. His bones were broken in dozens of places, and he puked out a mouthful of blood along with pieces of his internal organs. All of a sudden, he had suffered an unprecedented injury. If a normal top master took this kind of attack, they would die without a doubt. Huh? Still not dead? The Windstorm King chased closely. Seeing that Yichen was still running away, he could not help but be shocked. He would not have thought that Yichen had the undying body, and his life force was terrifyingly strong. Let's see if you will die or not. The Windstorm King threw out another palm attack on Yichen's back. Yichen, who had no time to dodge, was like a broken sack as he fiercely slammed into the wall at the end of the passage. On his left and right, there was a passage. In the passage on the left, Iron Hand King flew over. Seeing Yichen being heavily injured, he was quite astonished. He sensed slightly and immediately knew who had attacked. Windstorm King, Iron Hand King, have a big gift for you. Iron Hand King was quite unwilling to not kill Yichen's group last time. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he planned to kill Yichen first and then seize his storage ring. Bang, Iron Hand King punched out, and a huge iron fist landed on Yichen's body from the side. Iron Hand King, this graveyard will also be your grave. After suffering 3 heavy injuries in a row, Yichen felt his life force rapidly depleting. Relying on his astonishing willpower, he forcibly propped up his body and flew toward the passage on the right. Impossible. Both Windstorm King and Iron Hand King were astonished. They were not ordinary half-step kings, but well-known figures among half-step kings. The gap between them and peak half-step kings wasn't that big. Not to mention a peak Sea of Soul Realm expert, even an ordinary half-step king wouldn't be able to survive. However, Yichen had managed to survive. Especially since they could already feel that many of Chen's internal organs were shattered, his meridians were severed, and his bones were mostly broken. Logically speaking, even walking should be difficult. However, Yichen was still able to fly at an extreme speed. Compared to before, it was as if he was erupting with the last of his life force. Only Yichen knew what was going on. The immortal body gave him an astonishing life force, but the immortal body alone couldn't allow him to fly at high speed when he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He relied on his well-tempered will. What was the ability to survive? It was the amazing will to survive in a situation where death was certain. In the Dragon God Celestial Palace's secret pavilion, there was a secret art called Survival-Seeking Tao. Those who cultivated Survival-Seeking Tao would have an extremely strong will to survive under any circumstances. Yichen didn't choose survival-seeking Dao because he believed that he wouldn't give up under any circumstances. Therefore, it didn't mean much to him whether he chose it or not. Relying on his terrifying willpower, he ignored his shattered internal organs, his broken meridians, and even ignored the fact that his broken bones couldn't support his body. He crazily dashed in another form of life. In this kind of situation, his speed increased without slowing down. This kid can't be left alive. Windstorm King and Iron Hand King sucked in a deep breath, unconcealable killing intent leaking out of their eyes. Die. The two released a killing move together. The Berserk Chi energy scraped off a thick layer of the seemingly indestructible wall before fiercely slamming into Yichen's back. Yichen's back caved in, and his broken bones pierced into his internal organs. The armor let out creaking sounds as if it would shatter at any moment. Yichen roared and forcefully swallowed the blood. At this moment, he couldn't let go of even a single breath. As for these two, he had to kill them. However, before that, he had to find a place to raise his cultivation base to Late Sea of Soul Realm. Windstorm King and Iron Hand King were not Jiang Tian, nor were they Yichen. In the narrow passage, their speed was greatly restricted. Moreover, Yichen and Jiang Tian's speed was not much lower than theirs. Therefore, after going through dozens of passages, they lost track of Yichen. This kid is really King strange. Iron Hand King was both startled and angry. At this moment, Windstorm King was instead relaxed. He inwardly laughed. So what if Yichen managed to escape? Would he be afraid of the latter's revenge? It would be fine if the latter didn't take revenge. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to return. The monk can escape, but the temple can't. He still has companions. As long as we capture them, he won't be able to cause any big waves. Windstorm King couldn't forget about the blood-severing ghost finger. I'm not afraid of him. Even if he recovers, so what? I can crush him to death with one hand. Iron Hand King grinned. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! An intense wind blew past Yichen's ears. At this moment, Yichen couldn't even open his eyes. The whole world was incomparably silent. He couldn't hear anything, and he didn't want to care about anything. He only wanted to sleep for a while, and it would be best if he never woke up. Not good. After biting the tip of his tongue for the umpteenth time, Yichen tried his best to use the pain to wake himself up. Then, he stuffed a yuan qi replenishing pellet into his mouth. Shaking his head, Yichen felt that his thoughts had slowed down a lot. At this moment, even an ordinary Sea of Soul master could knock him down in one strike. My strength is still too weak. Since I've reached this point, there is no such thing as a peak master level opponent. My true opponents are half-step kings. If I want to leave this graveyard alive, if I want to make a name for myself and not be looked down upon, I can only increase my strength. At this moment, the only thought in Yichen's mind was to find a place to heal. If he didn't, he would die soon. After healing, he didn't plan to act immediately. Instead, he would try his best to break through to Late Sea of Soul Realm. When he had enough strength, it would not be too late to leave. However, the problem at hand was that he couldn't find a good place to train. He didn't want to find a random place to heal, which would make him die even faster. Seems like geniuses also need enough luck. Let's hope I can find a place to train as soon as possible. Yichen smiled self-mockingly, feeling that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Reality proved that Yichen's luck was quite good. After half a cup of tea's time, just as Yichen was about to collapse, he found a stone chamber. The stone door of this chamber moved up and down, and there was a mechanism to open the door. Without any hesitation, Yichen smashed the switch, and the stone door slowly rose up. With a swish, Yichen rushed in and closed the door. All these years of luck accumulation did not go to waste. As the last thought flashed through his mind, Yichen fainted. Before he fainted, the undying body had already begun to take effect, continuously healing his internal injuries from the inside out. The pills that he had swallowed had turned into streams of vital energy, providing the undying body with a source of energy. After all, the undying body also needed to consume energy. Morong Qingqing, who was far away, frowned, and a worried look appeared on her face. She faintly felt that something related to her was being threatened, and it made her very uncomfortable. No matter how she thought about it, only Yichen could make her feel uneasy. But very quickly, Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. The uneasiness in her heart automatically dissipated. Perhaps Yichen was already out of danger. After an unknown period of time, Yichen woke up from his slumber. He took out the water bottle from his storage ring and realized that 3 days had passed. 3 days. Letting out a sigh, Yichen started to check his injuries. What made him slightly happy was that his injuries, which were close to death, had already recovered by 30%, and he had a certain amount of combat strength. This was because the elixirs that replenished his vitality had already been used up. If someone had fed him elixirs in these 3 days, it was very likely that his injuries would have recovered by more than 50%. Fortunately, I'm out of danger now. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yichen looked around. After discovering that the stone chamber was empty, he no longer paid attention to it. Grabbing another handful of elixirs, he stuffed them into his mouth. While unconscious, the undying body would automatically operate. After waking up, Yichen could actively operate the undying body, increasing his recovery speed by several folds. Another 2 days passed, and Yichen's body had recovered to 90%. Almost there. This bit of injury won't affect me much. Next, I'll break through to Late Sea of Soul Realm with all my strength. Breaking through from the peak of Mid-Sea of Soul Realm to Late Sea of Soul Realm was extremely difficult. It could be said that it was 2 to 3 times more difficult than breaking through from the peak of Early Sea of Soul Realm to Mid-Sea of Soul Realm. If one were to say that there were 100 Sea of Soul Realm experts, 60 would be at Early Sea of Soul Realm, 38 would be at Mid-Sea of Soul Realm, and as for Late Sea of Soul Realm, only 2 or 3 would be at most, which was only 2 to 3%. One could imagine how difficult it would be to reach Late Sea of Soul Realm. If not for the fact that Yichen had already touched the barrier of Late Sea of Soul Realm, he wouldn't have thought of breaking through immediately. After all, it was too unrealistic. How could breaking through realms be so easy? Of course, once he broke through, the benefits would be enormous. The state of being one with the world lasted even longer, roughly 2 to 3 times longer than the time it took to break through from the peak of Early Sea of Soul Realm to Mid-Sea of Soul Realm. With such a state, Yichen had a premonition that all his profounds would improve greatly. With his meridians almost fully repaired, Yichen sucked in a deep breath and entered the ethereal state, slowly operating his Jinyuan and making a great circulation. As his Jinyuan circulated, a cyan radiance appeared around Yichen's body, making him look like a cyan statue. That night, although Yichen didn't operate the undying body intentionally, his injuries were completely healed without any mishap. Moreover, after this near-death experience, the strength of Yichen's body had greatly increased, as if he had been reborn from a bath of blood. His essence, qi, and soul were even more powerful and abundant than before. Huff, letting out a breath of impure qi, Yichen paused his cultivation and took a pear from the fire pear tree in his plant ring, fiercely taking a bite. The red crystal-like pear was crisp and tender, and its flesh melted in his mouth, nourishing his body and slowly increasing his body's strength. This fire pear tree needs to be nurtured properly. Unfortunately, I don't have any spirit tree nutrient fluid. Mid-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid could be used for 100 years in 1 year. In other words, using mid-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid to nurture a fire pear tree could increase its maturity by 100 years. Peak mid-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid could increase it by 200 years in 1 year. If it were upper-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid, it would be even more amazing. 1 year could be used for 500 years, or even 600 or 700 years. Only 10 years would be needed to turn a several thousand-year-old fire pear tree into a 10,000-year-old one. A 10,000 years old upper-grade fire pear tree was several times more precious than a supreme-grade artifact. There were at least 5,000 fire pears growing out of it, and the effect of each pear was more or less the same as a Sea of Soul Realm spirit crystal stone. It was extremely astonishing. Of course, the current fire pear tree wasn't bad either. It was more than 3,000 years old, and dozens of fire pears were equivalent to a Sea of Soul Realm spirit crystal stone. The longer it was eaten, the greater the effect would be. Spirit tree nutrient fluid is not easy to refine. I'll try my luck in the auction later. Yichen had a lot of upper-grade spirit stones on him, as well as some extremely valuable treasures such as soul stones. Encountering an upper-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid, Yichen couldn't let go of it. After resting for a while, Yichen continued cultivating. While Yichen was cultivating, a portion of people had already arrived at Firebird King's graveyard. Ghostwood King and Gopher King were among them. Ghostwood King and Gopher King had entered Grey Wolf King's graveyard a day later than Yichen and the rest. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't good, and they didn't gain anything. Thus, they could only give up on the graveyard and enter Firebird King's graveyard to try their luck. As demonic beasts, they greatly hoped to obtain the inherited demonic arts of the 4 demonic kings. "I wonder who has the second key?" Gopher King muttered. "Zuner." Armored King signaled Xiaohozuan. "Yes." Xiaohozuan didn't intend to monopolize Firebird King's graveyard. With so many people guarding here, he simply couldn't afford to waste time. Moreover, once the graveyard was opened, it couldn't be closed, and others could enter as well. Thus, he might as well open the graveyard openly. "Why is it the young generation again?" Many people revealed doubtful expressions. The first key was in Jiang Tian's hands, and the second was in Xiaohozuan's hands. They suspected that the third and fourth keys' owners would also be youngsters. There seemed to be some sort of rule that allowed the youngsters to obtain the keys. Creak, Firebird King's graveyard's entrance loudly opened. "Let's go in." Firebird King is a bit stronger than Grey Wolf King, so he should have more treasures. "I hope my luck is good." Everyone gathered here entered Firebird King's graveyard one after another. While flying, Gopher King said to Ghostwood King, "I wonder if those people have come here. It would be best if we can bump into them." Ghostwood King said, "This time, we won't let them escape. We can kill them one by one." "Right. I suspect that the kid you're fighting also has a great treasure." Gopher King's small eyes revealed an ominous glint. Several hours later, Windstorm King Jiang Tian and Iron Hand King also appeared. That kid might be dead. Iron Hand King didn't think that Yichen could survive after suffering such heavy injuries. For him, death is better. Living would be more painful. Haha, indeed. The three put aside Yichen's matter and entered Firebird King's graveyard. Soon, Qing Lu and Yan Fengfeng also appeared. "I wonder how Yichen and the rest are doing." Frowning, Qing Lu and Yan Fengfeng's figures flickered, entering the second graveyard. Time passed bit by bit, and Yichen finally reached the crucial moment. He could feel that the Zhen Yuan in his body was showing signs of transformation. It was like an undercurrent under a calm ocean, ready to erupt with a huge potential at any time and raise a huge wave. "If I don't use it now, then when?" Yichen had once killed Murong Qingqing's eldest uncle, the extremely ambitious Murong Wang, and obtained 7 supreme-grade spirit stones. Supreme-grade spirit stones were used by life and death kings for cultivation. The yuan qi contained within them was astonishing, and each one had a huge value. Previously, Yichen was reluctant to use them. But now, he had no choice but to use them. Taking out a supreme-grade spirit stone, Yichen held it in his palm and absorbed the energy within. Supreme-grade spirit stones were worthy of being called supreme-grade spirit stones. They didn't need to be refined at all, and could be directly absorbed. Instantly, the Zhen Yuan in Yichen's body thickened. Although the absorbed Zhen Yuan couldn't become his permanent Zhen Yuan and was an external force that would gradually dissipate if he couldn't break through, without a doubt, this external force increased Yichen's chances of breaking through to late Sea of Soul realm. "Break!" Roaring inwardly, Yichen summoned his Zhen Yuan and attacked that non-existent barrier. The first impact loosened the incorporeal barrier a bit, showing signs of disintegration. The second impact intensified this trend. However, Yichen knew that this was an extremely long process. If he could break through with just 1 or 2 impacts, it would be too much of a joke. As the saying goes, the first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, the third spurt of exhaustion. After 2 impacts, Yichen didn't immediately break through. Instead, he stored up some energy and began a new round of impacts. Each time, there were only 2 impacts. Yichen had to endure until the limit. Only then would he be able to erupt with a greater effect. 5 impacts, 6 impacts, 10 impacts, 20 impacts, 30 impacts. Unknowingly, the indicator beside him pointed to the next morning. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's entire body was drenched in sweat. His spirit was extremely excited, and he faintly felt a trace of morbid exhaustion. Success or failure will be decided here. Yi Chen, who had been deliberately suppressing the number of impacts, sucked in a deep breath and began a new round of impacts. Once, twice. After 2 times, Yi Chen didn't stop. He continued the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way to the 11th time. He still had energy left over. This was the energy he had accumulated throughout the night. It was no small matter, and it was something Yi Chen had long since planned. Break for me. After the 12th impact, Yi Chen seemed to hear something shattering. Unfortunately, this process only lasted for a blink of an eye, and he couldn't break through in one go. Gathering his remaining energy, Yi Chen clenched his teeth and launched the 13th impact. As if competing with Yi Chen, the incorporeal barrier clearly cracked, but it didn't break through. It was firmly stuck there like a heavy shackle. After the 15th impact, Yi Chen felt exhausted. This was intolerable. If he gave up now, it would be equivalent to giving up all his previous efforts. A night's worth of effort would be wasted. Most importantly, if he lost this opportunity, Yi Chen wouldn't have the confidence to break through to late Sea of Soul realm in a short time. 16th time. Biting his lips until they bled, veins popping out on Yi Chen's forehead. 17th time. Yi Chen's eyes started to redden. 18th time. Roar. 18 consecutive attacks had already surpassed Yi Chen's limits. If he didn't succeed this time, he would die trying. He couldn't help but roar. The sound waves spread in all directions, causing dust to fly up and fill the entire stone chamber. Yi Chen, who was in the middle of the stone chamber, could only see a faint shadow. His aura was like stagnant water, without any fluctuations. It was extremely strange. All of a sudden, boom, a vast and boundless true essence fluctuation shot up into the sky, twisting the dust in the air into nothingness. This true essence fluctuation far surpassed the true essence Yi Chen had before. Whether it was rich or pure, it wasn't on the same level, it had reached a whole new level. Late Sea of Soul realm, breakthrough successful. Success. Even with Yi Chen's temperament, he couldn't control his emotions. He was extremely excited. This breakthrough had been too difficult. He had spent an entire night accumulating energy, and at the last moment, he had almost failed. If he hadn't withstood the pressure, if he hadn't surpassed his limits, the chances of failure would have been as high as 90%. But all of this was over. Right now, his cultivation base was at Late Sea of Soul realm. Although he was happy, Yi Chen didn't get carried away. Breaking through to Late Sea of Soul realm didn't mean that he would immediately have a Late Sea of Soul realm cultivation base. The Zhenyuan within his body hadn't completely transformed, and the compatibility between his body and Zhenyuan hadn't reached a perfect state. The first thing he had to do was stabilize his cultivation base and gradually adapt to the new Zhenyuan. Of course, the most important thing was comprehending the profounds. Slowly letting out a breath of impure qi, Yi Chen closed his eyes again and entered the state of being one with the world. He automatically operated his Zhenyuan and stabilized his cultivation base while comprehending all sorts of profounds. This was the best time to comprehend profounds. If he missed this chance, who knew when he would have the chance again? So, thunder profounds can be deduced like this. Under the state of being one with the world, Yi Chen's comprehension and deduction ability reached the pinnacle. Naturally, an illusory lightning appeared in his mind. The lightning existed in various forms, containing extremely high thunder profounds. And Yi Chen was able to clearly observe the thunder profounds within the lightning. 60%, 70%, before, Yi Chen's thunder profound had only been comprehended to 50% completion. But now, it had continued to climb, reaching 70% completion. What kind of concept was this? It should be known that the thunder profound was only at 99% completion, and 70% completion was not far from it. If nothing unexpected happened, the thunder devourer, which contained the thunder profound, would gradually approach a high-rank profound martial skill. It would be more than twice as powerful as before, or even several times more powerful. Crack, without opening his eyes, Yi Chen subconsciously reached out a finger and pointed out in the air. With a thunderous sound, a hole appeared on the stone wall in front of him. The edge of the hole was burnt black, looking like a crystal. Gold profounds, unstoppable. Since his thunder profounds could not progress any further, Yichen switched to the gold profounds. Although Yichen's gold profounds had once been left behind by the thunder profounds, Yichen, who had a natural affinity with the gold profounds, had comprehended the gold profounds far more than the thunder profounds. In just a short while, the gold profounds had climbed from 40% to 50%, quickly reaching 80%. It was extremely close to greater completion. Puff, pointing out his finger as well, a dark golden ripple appeared on his fingertip. It was like a dark golden flower quietly blossoming, leaving numerous marks on the stone walls. It was not over yet, as Yichen flicked out the other fingers of his right hand, causing dark golden flowers to blossom one after another. It was as if he was performing a magic trick. Under his control, the metal profound had become soft and flexible, which was a sign that he was close to reaching the completion of it. At this point, Yichen's thunder profounds and gold profounds had reached 70% and 80% respectively. Thunder Devour and Gold Ripple, which contained these two profounds, had also taken a huge step forward. Their might was not far from high-grade profound martial skills. Moreover, Yichen's cultivation base had advanced greatly, breaking through to late Sea of Soul realm. With these three factors added together, Yichen's strength had sharply increased. Ordinary half-step kings could be killed in an instant, like cutting melons and vegetables. Even well-known half-step kings wouldn't be his opponent. If he were to encounter Ghost Wood King or Iron Hand King again, he would make them suffer on the spot. So much so that Yichen could rely on his powerful undying body to fight a peak half-step king. As for who would win and who would die, it was still unknown. Spiritual sword has been used for a long time. This time, I should be able to shine brilliantly. After comprehending thunder profounds and gold profounds, Yichen hadn't forgotten his previous killing move, Spiritual Sword. Spiritual Sword contained two profounds, wood profounds and fast profounds. Because he had spent a lot of time on other profounds, his wood profounds had only reached minor completion, and so had his fast profounds. The reason why he didn't like Spiritual Sword was because this move was different from other sword moves. Adding fast profounds wouldn't increase the might of Spiritual Sword, but only make it faster. Of course, under the condition that the quality didn't change, the faster the speed, the greater the might. However, these two profounds weren't what Yichen was good at. Therefore, it put Yichen in a bit of a dilemma. He didn't have enough time. Under the state of being one with the world, he didn't need to spend much time to greatly comprehend wood profounds and fast profounds. 40%, 50%, 60%, 40%, 50%, soon, Yichen's wood profounds had reached 60% completion. The fast profounds, which were harder to comprehend, had also reached 50% completion. The power of Spiritual Sword, which contained these two profounds, suddenly increased sharply. It should be known that his thunder profounds were only at 70% completion. Now, his wood profounds had reached 60% completion, which was not much. Inferior to thunder profounds. Adding the fast profounds, its might immediately surpassed Thunder Devour, which contained thunder profounds. Apart from that, Spiritual Sword's attack speed was also much faster than Thunder Devour. Be it in terms of power or speed, Spiritual Sword had become more powerful. It could completely become one of Yichen's trump cards. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Raising his right hand's index and middle fingers, Yichen made a few strokes in the air. The opposite wall was covered with sword marks. With a rough look, there were hundreds of sword marks, and Yichen had only made a few strokes. Since he had favored fast profounds, Yichen naturally wouldn't forget about slow profounds. Slow profounds were much harder to comprehend than fast profounds. Previously, Yichen had just learned it and had only reached 20% completion. Now, taking advantage of the state of being one with the world, Yichen had successfully raised his slow profounds to the minor completion realm. His every movement was extremely slow, and time seemed to have slowed down as well. When the air came into contact with Yichen's fingers, it seemed to become extremely lazy. Without a doubt, this was a profound that could affect others. Although Yichen currently didn't have the ability to create an ultimate or killing move for the slow profounds, he had the foundation, and he would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Finally, the key point came. Without a doubt, Yichen's strongest sword move was the Gold Fury. Just like the spiritual sword, the Gold Fury contained two profounds, metal and water. However, even though they were both sword moves, the spiritual sword's power was far inferior to the Gold Fury's even though their profounds were at the same realm. This had nothing to do with the nature of the sword, it was just that they had different characteristics. The spiritual sword's most important aspect was its speed, while the Gold Fury's most important aspect was its destructive power. Of course, there was no need to comprehend the metal profounds. Yichen focused on the last profounds, the water profounds, which weren't his main profounds. Before this, the water profounds had just stepped into the minor completion realm. But soon, it broke through the minor completion realm and reached 40%, then 50%, and finally stopped at 60%. Yichen discovered that the further he went, the harder it was to comprehend. Although the water profounds weren't his main profounds, due to its low realm, he was able to improve it very quickly. On the other hand, the thunder profounds had only improved by 2 levels, because the starting point of the thunder profounds was too high. On the other hand, the metal profounds were very compatible with Yichen's body, so there was no need to mention how fast it improved. The metal profounds had reached 80% completion, and the water profounds had reached 60% completion. This was a shocking breakthrough. The Golden Hurricane, which contained these 2 profounds, was no longer a mid-grade profound sense martial skill, but a high-grade profound sense martial skill. Up until now, only life and death kings could grasp high-grade profound sense martial skills. Chop. Yichen's sword finger slashed out, and a strange scene occurred. The sword chi released by the Gold Fury had changed. It was no longer a rippling light beam, but a crescent moon-shaped sword energy. Rumble, the walls of the stone chamber, which were several times harder than the walls of the passage, were slashed open with a peerless sword energy. Sucking in a deep breath, Yichen opened his eyes and saw the scene. After a while, he exclaimed, "Gold Fury is no longer suitable. I should change the name. Sky Moon Cut? Not too appropriate, and too vulgar. Gold Wind Water Moon? This is okay, but not very appropriate. Waning Moon? Waning Moon, this name is not bad. It has an artistic conception. Let's call it Waning Moon then." Giving a name to a martial art was also a kind of knowledge. It had to be suitable for one's own style as well as the sound and light effect of the martial art. Although Waning Moon was more common, simplicity was beauty. With 80% of the gold profound and 60% of the water profound, Waning Moon has already reached the threshold of a high-rank profound sense martial art. The hardness of the stone room's walls is a couple of times higher than the tunnel's walls. Before, I couldn't even use my Thunder Disaster sword to break through the walls. But now, with my finger as a sword, I can do it. Its power has increased by a couple of times, almost 10 times. It is indeed horrifying. The original Gold Fury, which was the current Waning Moon, was a high-rank profound sense martial art and name, but Yichen had only mastered it to 50%. Now, it was not only a high-rank profound sense martial art, but its power had also reached the same level. Most importantly, its potential had not been used up yet. If the gold profound and water profound could both reach the completion level, then it would definitely become a top-rank profound sense martial art. Of course, it was too hard. The further one went, the harder it would be to comprehend the profounds, especially the greater completion realm. Without luck and exceptional comprehension, one would not be able to cross this threshold in their lifetime, not to mention raising 2 profounds to the greater completion realm. The reason why Yichen was able to greatly increase all of his profounds under the state of being one with the world was because his soul was 5 times that of ordinary people, and his comprehension was also 5 times that of ordinary people. This was the reason why he was able to make such astonishing progress. If it were someone else, it would be considered pretty good if they could increase their profounds by 10%. All the profounds in my sword arts have been improved. It is time for the space profound. The void-shattering finger was a finger art. Even though the profound of space contained within it was very powerful, it was still not very useful in increasing one's battle power. Therefore, it was left as the last one. After all, the state of being one with the world was very short, and no one knew when it would end. When he had comprehended the third style of the void-shattering finger to 100%, Yichen's space profound had reached more than 10%. It might seem low, but it was actually not low. After all, the space profound was one of the strongest profounds. 10% of the space profound was roughly equivalent to 30% of the thunder profound. Therefore, the progress was very slow. In the state of the union of heaven and man, Yichen finally grasped a trace of the profound meaning of space and slowly progressed. 15%, 20%, 25%, in the end, his space profound didn't reach the minor completion realm, stopping at around 28%. Yichen was very satisfied with this result. Time was supreme, and space was king. This saying was not false. Even though the void-shattering finger was not his main martial art, it would not stop Yichen from studying the sword skills of the space profound in the future. Once he succeeded, his power would increase greatly. The state of the union of heaven and man was too short. After the last water profound was improved to 60%, Yichen reviewed each of the profounds to see if there was any new progress. Just as he reviewed the slow profound, the state of the union of heaven and man disappeared. Because of the huge difference, Yichen felt like he had become a lot more stupid, and his deduction ability had been greatly reduced. Fast profound and slow profound. One of them is in the light while the other is in the dark. It's easy to comprehend the one in the light, but the one in the dark has to be in the light. If I want to improve the slow profound, I must comprehend the fast profound to a certain level. The slow profound was too mysterious, so much so that Yichen couldn't integrate it into any of his sword skills. If he tried to do it by force, it would only result in a nondescript result, and the power would be greatly reduced. Huff, letting out a heavy breath, Yichen opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light flickered within. 2 more days. 2 more days should be enough for my Yuan to completely stabilize, and there won't be any signs of weakness. Yichen knew the saying of sharpening the knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. If he went out now, there was nothing to be afraid of, but this was still not his peak battle power. If something unexpected happened, it would be hard to avoid regret. Rather than that, he might as well wait for 2 more days and stabilize his cultivation base. 2 days passed quietly. Bang, the heavy stone door suddenly shattered, and a figure shot out like a phantom. After roaming around the Grey Wolf King's graveyard for half a day, Yichen didn't find a single person. He thought for a bit and realized that everyone had gone to the second graveyard, the Firebird King's graveyard. No matter how complicated a maze was, it was still a maze. If he spent some time, he would be able to solve it. After 2 hours, Yichen arrived before the Firebird King's graveyard. I wonder who opened this graveyard? Xiaohozuan? There were a total of 3 people who had keys. One was Yichen himself, one was Jiang Tian, and the last one was Xiaohozuan. Jiang Tian's key was the first key, and Yichen's was the third. Then, the second key had a 50% chance of being Xiaohozuan's. Swish, with a flicker, Yichen entered the Firebird King graveyard. The Firebird King graveyard was emitting a somewhat fiery aura. If an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert entered, the slightest bit of carelessness would cause the fiery aura to invade their body and cause hidden injuries. The deeper they went, the more vicious the fiery aura became. Flying in the dark red passageway, the fiery aura in front of Yichen suddenly condensed into a firebird, pouncing toward Yichen. This Firebird King is not just a bit stronger than the Grey Wolf King. The aura in the graveyard has actually condensed into a tangible object. Dispersing the firebird with a flick of his finger, Yichen said inwardly. What Yichen didn't know was that it wasn't that the Firebird King was much stronger than the Grey Wolf King. In fact, the Firebird King's strength was only a bit higher. The reason why the fiery aura could condense into a tangible object was because the Firebird King mainly cultivated the Fire Profound, which was also the Nature Profound. Nature Profound was the easiest to give birth to spirituality. For tens of thousands of years, the fiery aura had accumulated here, so condensing into a tangible object was not strange at all. In a hall of the Firebird King graveyard, Ghostwood King and Gopher King were using their soul power to search for treasures. Gopher King was even using his special skill, condensing his soul power into mice that could penetrate any hole. This was his scouting innate skill. GG, a soul rat noticed something and squeaked. There's a treasure. Gopher King scuttled over. F***CK, it's only a semi-supreme grade fire cloud crystal. Semi-supreme grade fire cloud crystal was a rare treasure for Sea of Soul realm experts who mainly cultivated fire Xianxia and fire profound. However, for Gopher King who mainly cultivated earth attribute demonic power, it was merely an ordinary item. He didn't care about it at all. What truly caught his attention was the Fire Bird King's demonic art. Ghostwood King said, "No need to be anxious. This is only the second graveyard. There are still White Sheep King and Sky Scorpion King's graveyard. Lastly, for Extreme Emperor's graveyard is even more important." Gopher King's mouth twitched. White Sheep King's graveyard and Sky Scorpion King's graveyard are easy to deal with, but how could 4 Extreme Emperor's graveyard be our turn? That's a place where life and death kings compete. If we go there, only death awaits us. Unfortunately, we haven't run into those people yet. Otherwise, if we could seize their upper-grade spirit tree, it would also be a great harvest. Ghostwood King said woodenly, "You're too anxious. In my eyes, they're already dead. It's only a matter of time. I'll only be at ease if we get the upper-grade spirit tree. How about we go look for them first? I believe they haven't gathered yet." "All right." Ghostwood King faintly nodded. Just as the two were about to move, a figure silently appeared at the hall's entrance. "Are you guys looking for me?" Yichen calmly walked into the hall. "Kid, it's you." Gopher King was overjoyed. A dull yet extremely frightening light flickered in Ghostwood King's eyes. If not for Yen Fengfeng and Murong Qingqing's assistance last time, he would have been able to grind Yichen to death. "You're looking for me, and I'm also looking for you." Yichen's strength had increased by several folds, and he was looking for someone to verify his strength with. These two were undoubtedly the most suitable candidates. "Why are you looking for us?" Gopher King slowly walked to Yichen's left and surrounded Yichen with Ghostwood King. Yichen said, "To kill you." "Kill us?" "Haha. So that's how it is. No wonder you're so confident. You've broken through to late Sea of Soul realm. If my guess is right, your profound should have made some progress as well. However, this alone is still not enough." Ghostwood King could tell with a single glance that Yichen's cultivation base had reached late Sea of Soul realm. If nothing unexpected happened, Yichen's profounds would have improved a bit. However, regardless of whether Yichen's profounds had improved or not, Ghostwood King didn't care. Outside the graveyard, the reason why Yichen could resist was not because of his strength, but because of his undying body. How could he know that Yichen's profounds had not improved by just a bit, but several times? If he knew, he wouldn't have said so. "You'll be the first to die." Yichen darted toward Gopher King. Gopher King's speed was rather fast. If Yichen didn't kill him first, he might escape. As for Ghostwood King, he was nothing but a meat target. "Kid, you're courting death." Gopher King's green bean-like eyes emitted an ominous glint. His figure flickered, turning into hundreds of phantoms as he attacked Yichen, wanting to kill him in one strike. Clang, Yichen ignored the numerous phantoms and unsheathed the Thunder Disaster Sword. Because the speed was too fast, Gopher King and Ghostwood King didn't sense it at all. It was a spiritual sword that was extremely fast. "Ah!" Gopher King shrieked as one of his arms flew off. He didn't expect Yichen to see through his real body and slash him. Although he was wearing a defensive armor, his arm was not. Therefore, it was instantly severed. Rip, Yichen's figure was incomparably elegant as the Thunder Disaster Sword pierced through Gopher King's forehead. The Destruction Sword intent extinguished the latter's soul. Two swords, Gopher King fell. "What?" Ghostwood King's wooden expression revealed a horrified expression. Gopher King's strength might not be as good as him, but his speed was his advantage. However, Yichen didn't even look at him. He struck the latter's real body with one sword and killed him with the second sword. This kind of insight and strength was beyond his imagination. Compared to Yichen, Yichen was more than 2 times stronger. It could only be described as demonic. Inescapable net. The Ghostwood King's expression was dull, but it did not mean that his thinking and reaction were dull. Within a split second, he reacted. The muscles on the surface of his body wriggled, and countless vines wrapped in black chi shot out, interweaving into layers and layers of vines, covering towards Yichen. As for himself, he took a step forward and flew toward the outside of the hall. Break! Facing the huge net of vines, Yichen casually waved his sword. A dark golden ripple blossomed like a flower, opening a huge hole in the net. His body flickered, and 5 sword lights condensed behind Yichen's back, chasing after the Ghostwood King. Soul-shattering destruction. The Ghostwood King threw out a punch, and the spiraling fist energy created an ear-piercing sound like a ghost's cry, making people's hair stand on end. Puff, if it were in the past, Yichen would have definitely been blown away and wounded badly. However, it was different now. Facing this fist attack, Yichen only stabbed out with his sword, piercing through the fist power and disappearing it like a bubble. Meanwhile, sparks flew out of the Ghostwood King's back as a huge amount of internal organs flew out of its mouth. Kill! Shattering the fist energy, Yichen's face turned cold. The Thunder Disaster sword slashed several times in a trajectory that was invisible to the naked eye. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Ghostwood King's figure paused. Then, apart from his torso, his limbs and head were cut into hundreds of pieces, as if a sword net had pierced through his body. What? Impossible. It has only been a few days. How could his strength increase to such a level? In the corner of the hall, a shadow fluctuated. Picking up the storage rings of the Ghostwood King and Gopher King, Yichen didn't even look at them as he left the hall and walked toward the other side of the passage. Swish! Without any warning, Yichen instantly pulled out his sword and put it back into its scabbard. You already knew I was here? The shadow-chasing king revealed his figure. His face was deathly pale, and there was a red dot between his eyebrows. He stared at Yichen and said with a hoarse voice. You're too confident in your hiding ability. If the shadow-chasing king left immediately after Yichen killed the Gopher King and Ghostwood King, Yichen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Yes, but unfortunately, I won't have the chance. The shadow-chasing king's eyes flashed with annoyance as he fell to the ground. Iron Hand King, I hope you won't meet me. Putting away the Shadow King's storage ring, Yichen's eyes flickered with a cold light. There was an empty space in the center of the Firebird King's graveyard. The surroundings of the empty space were connected to various passages, and it was like the center of the entire graveyard. In the center of the open space, the two sides were facing each other. On one side was Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingqing. On one side were Windstorm King, Jiang Tian, and Iron Hand King. Windstorm King, we have no enmity with you. Why are you making things difficult for us? Sun Tianlang searched for Yichen and the others in the Firebird King's graveyard. The first person he found was Murong Qingqing. He hadn't expected that the Windstorm King would stop them for no reason. The Windstorm King said indifferently, you don't have the qualifications to make things difficult for me. If you cut off one of your arms, I can spare your life. As for her, she must stay. You've met Yichen? Murong Qingqing suddenly said. Iron Hand King chuckled, women being too smart is not a good thing. You just need to be obedient. In your dreams. Murong Qingqing's beautiful brows twitched, her eyes filled with killing intent. This is not up to you. Iron Hand King made a grabbing motion, and a huge iron hand condensed in the void. Its 5 fingers were like hooks as it shrouded Murong Qingqing. Demonic finger. The black bat wings on Murong Qingqing's back suddenly flapped, bringing up a huge gust of wind. She borrowed this enormous force and shot out like a sharp arrow, pointing out her finger at the incoming massive iron hand. Pung, a small hole appeared in the center of the iron hand. After a slight pause, it still reached over. Tiger Roar Palm. Sun Tianlang hesitated for a moment before clenching his teeth and striking at the iron hand. Immediately, a tiger's roar resounded as a huge black striped tiger pounced out, shattering the iron hand. You dare! Iron Hand King looked at Sun Tianlang with killing intent. Sun Tianlang braced himself and said, I'm on the same side as her, so I'll naturally make a move. You'd better not reach out for a yard after taking an inch. You're courting death. Windstorm King, how about I leave this person to you? Iron Hand King had the confidence to defeat the two, but he didn't want to drag things out. Sure. Windstorm King waved his hand, and a black whirlwind attacked Sun Tianlang. Run. Sun Tianlang was very clear that he wasn't Windstorm King's opponent. His figure flickered as he shouted at Murong Qingqing. You think you can escape? Windstorm King smiled. All the passages at the edge of the open ground were sealed by the black whirlwinds. More and more black whirlwinds appeared, layer after layer, completely sealing off the open ground. Not to mention ordinary half-step kings, even a well-known half-step king wouldn't be able to charge in or break out of the encirclement. Even if you capture me, you'll have to pay the price. Soul-extinguishing wave. Morong Qingqing extended her right hand, and a black light sphere condensed. As she clenched her fist, a large amount of black light spread out in a fan shape, attacking the three. Windstorm King and Iron Hand King didn't move at all. Jiang Tian's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Eh? Soul attack martial skill? Too bad, its grade is too low. Windstorm King was somewhat astonished. How could he not see that soul extinguishing wave was a rare soul attack martial skill? Unfortunately, he and Iron Hand King were both half-step kings, and their souls had already gradually transformed, producing a layer of soul membrane that could isolate the majority of soul attacks. Although Jiang Tian was not a half-step king, he had cultivated Rune Annihilation Curse, and had a deep understanding of soul attacks. Using soul attacks in front of me? Displaying your sleight skill before an expert. Rune Puppet Curse. Jiang Tian's mouth revealed an evil smile as he muttered an incantation. Immediately, numerous tiny incorporeal runes violently attacked Morong Qingqing. These incorporeal runes had distorted shapes, looking like human figures. It was extremely strange. Didn't expect Tian to have even comprehended Rune Puppet Curse. Windstorm King exclaimed. Rune Annihilation Curse was used to attack the soul, while Rune Puppet Curse had a controlling effect. Once the Rune Puppet Curse's runes invaded the mind, one would immediately lose control of their body and life. These 2 secret arts were not created by Air Emperor himself, but came from Puppet Sect. They were secret arts of Puppet Sect. Morong Qingqing's expression changed drastically. Rune Puppet Curse, as the name implied, was used to control people. She didn't want to be controlled by others. With a soft roar, she extended both of her hands and instantly unleashed 2 soul-extinguishing waves. A large amount of black light overlapped and rushed toward the incorporeal runes. PFFF, 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 the soul-extinguishing wave could attack one's soul, while the runic puppet incantation could control one's soul. Therefore, even if the soul-extinguishing wave was not as powerful as the runic puppet incantation, it was still not an easy fight. Fine explosions could be heard in the air as the runes were destroyed one by one. However, there was still the most powerful incorporeal rune that invaded Morong Qingqing's mind, occupying the Sea of Soul, attempting to control her soul. Morong Qingqing bit the corner of her mouth and blood dripped down. She urged her devil soul to resist this rune, and the sky above her Sea of Soul was dyed a glassy color. Rumble, on the other side, Sun Tianlong's situation wasn't very good either. After being hit by Windstorm King's Fong of Storm, he spat out blood and fell heavily on the ground. You guys are too much. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Sun Tianlang said angrily. More is yet to come. Windstorm King ignored Sun Tianlong's threat. He raised his right hand, and the fierce wind condensed into a storm spear. Once the spear was unleashed, Sun Tianlang would die for sure. Rip, right at this moment, the layers of whirlwinds around the open space were suddenly sliced apart by a fierce sword chi, emitting a cloth-tearing sound. Who is it? Windstorm King and the other 2 looked in that direction. To be able to tear apart layers of whirlwinds with a single sword strike, even Windstorm King didn't dare to look down on such strength. They subconsciously thought that a powerful half-step king was passing through this place. Seeing that this place was sealed by whirlwinds, he naturally wouldn't choose to take a detour. If that was the case, they wouldn't purposely make things difficult for him. Swish, a figure flew in, appearing right next to Morong Qingqing in a flash. It's you. Jiang Tian blurted out. Kid, I didn't expect you to still be alive after being beaten like that. Fine, since you've delivered yourself, don't blame us. It was impossible for Windstorm King and Iron Hand King not to be astonished. They knew clearly what kind of injuries Yichen had suffered. If it were an ordinary half-step king, they would have died long ago. However, not only had Yichen recovered, his cultivation base and strength seemed to have improved greatly. Of course, the two were only somewhat astonished. No matter how strong Yi Chen was, how strong could he be? They were not ordinary half-step kings. You can leave your last words. Yi Chen threw out these words, then raised his right hand's index and middle fingers and tapped on Morong Qingqing's forehead. In the next moment, the immortal sword soul in his sea of soul slowly revolved, and waves of immortal sword intent entered her sea of soul through his fingertips. The immortal sword intent was the most mystical sword intent. Although its grade was inferior to the destruction sword intent, its soul defense was far superior. Moreover, Yi Chen didn't dare to invade Morong Qingqing's sea of soul with the destruction sword intent, which would be extremely dangerous. A slight carelessness could destroy her soul. With the help of the immortal sword intent, Morong Qingqing finally cleared the puppet runes in her sea of soul and opened her eyes. Everything's fine now. Yi Chen nodded at Morong Qingqing and turned around. Hee, truly boasting shamelessly. Iron Hand King seemed to have heard the funniest joke. A week ago, he had been beaten like a dead dog, yet he dared to speak such arrogant words. He didn't know how to laugh at the other. He could only say that the other's stupidity had reached a certain level. Yi Chen, don't be forceful. Sun Tianlang could sense Yi Chen's strength. However, his opponents were not ordinary half-step kings, but the powerful Wind Storm King and Iron Hand King. The two joining hands were enough to defeat a peak half-step king. At this moment, he could only wait for an opportunity to escape. Brother Sun, many thanks. Yi Chen's tone was sincere. Sun Tianlang could have left by himself, but he didn't do so. What are you saying? Although I, Sun Tianlang, am not a good person, I'm still a trustworthy person. How can I go back on my words? I owe you my life. Sun Tianlang said with a stern expression. Alright, since Brother Sun didn't disappoint me, I, Yi Chen, won't disappoint Brother Sun either. Yi Chen had chosen to save Sun Tianlang with the intention of making use of him. After all, saving the latter wouldn't require much effort, and he believed that the latter would have some suspicions. At this moment, Yi Chen had truly acknowledged Sun Tianlang as a companion. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but in my opinion, it's foolish. Windstorm King spoke. As a half-step king at the same level as Punishment King, Windstorm King was a nameless existence. However, those who knew his bottom line wouldn't dare to look down on him. It should be known that half-step kings were divided into several levels. There were ordinary half-step kings, well-known half-step kings, and peak half-step kings. Above peak half-step kings were the scarce few strongest half-step kings. Although Windstorm King might not have the strength of a peak half-step king, he was definitely the closest. Not to mention that Yi Chen was only at late Sea of Soul realm, even a peak half-step king wouldn't be able to take him down in a short time. Moreover, Windstorm King had calculated that Yi Chen's strength would at most reach the level of a well-known half-step king. The temporary state of being one with the world wouldn't allow Yi Chen's profound to improve too much. A 10% increase in each would already be the limit. Windstorm King, I'll deal with this kid. You stay on guard from the side. Iron Hand King clenched his fists, letting out a metallic sound. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape even if they grow wings. Windstorm King formed seals with both of his hands, and one wind wall after another spread out like concentric circles. Kid, you can die. Seeing that Windstorm King had already sealed off the scene, Iron Hand King's face revealed a sinister expression as he gloomily stared at Yi Chen. However, before he could finish his words, he discovered that Yi Chen was already less than 10 meters away from him. The latter waved his hand, and countless cutting power enveloped him, hard to perceive with naked eyes. The sharp cutting power caused the Iron Hand King to feel a chill run down his spine. His pupils involuntarily contracted into two dots, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. Yi Chen's sudden attack had already caught him off guard. What shocked him even more was that he could not even see the trajectory of the sword chi. He could only vaguely sense that the space was filled with the power of slicing. Each slice of power was extremely threatening, and all of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was extremely fast. This kid must not be allowed to leave alive. As a veteran half-step king, Iron Hand King's strength was even higher than Ghostwood King and Gopher King. His reaction speed was not something the two could compare to. Almost subconsciously, he crossed his arms in front of his body. At the same time, the protective Xianyuan outside his body was strengthened to the limits of his control. Bronze runes spread out from his armor and stuck to his protective Xianyuan. Clang 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 clang. In the next instant, countless sparking arcs appeared on the surface of Iron Hand King's protective Xianyuan. Most of the arcs were on his chest, interweaving together. Pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact. Yichen squinted his eyes. His spiritual sword contained the wood profound and fast profound, reaching 60% and 50% completion respectively. Adding his cultivation base having broken through to late Sea of Soul realm, his Xianyuan's purity was even higher. The might of the spiritual sword was several times stronger than before. The protective Xianyuan of a half-step king would not be able to completely block it. Haha, you've truly given me a big shock. However, I have the bronze armor protecting my body. I'm naturally undefeatable. Let's see how you break my defense. Iron Hand King laughed loudly with an ostentatious expression. However, he was inwardly shocked. If he did not have the bronze armor, he would not have the slightest confidence in defending against this sword. This sword was simply too fast and too sharp. He could not imagine how Yichen had suddenly become so powerful. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Pseudo-supreme. Great defensive artifact indeed lives up to its name. Seems like I'll have to spend some effort. Yichen did not expect Iron Hand King to have a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact. This way, the difficulty of killing the latter would increase by several folds. Fortunately, activating the pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact required a large amount of Xianyuan. He did not believe that the opponent could use it endlessly. Thunder Devour. Since the spiritual sword didn't work, Yichen used Thunder Devour. A thin layer of black light pellet fiercely stabbed at Iron Hand King's protective Xianyuan like a sharp blade of thunder. Rumble, Iron Hand King's feet left the ground and was blasted away. Berserk thunder wrapped around him, making him look like a human-shaped lightning bolt. Iron Hand King, do you need me to make a move? Windstorm King's expression turned grave. He almost didn't dare to believe his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating and everything was fake. No need. Iron Hand King fiercely stood up and inwardly thought, I've underestimated this kid's strength. However, Late Sea of Soul Realm is Late Sea of Soul Realm after all. His defense can't be that high. I don't believe that he can withstand my attack. Violent Gold God Fist. Stamping his feet on the ground, Iron Hand King's entire body shot up and punched at Yichen, who was 100 meters away. Following this punch, countless metal fists appeared in the void. A large number of metal fists crazily smashed out like tornadoes. Iron Hand King's strength was displayed without a doubt at this moment. Iron Hand King, you'll die without a doubt today. If the opponent did not have a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact, he would have died long ago. However, Yichen was not anxious. Iron Hand King's Xianyuan was limited, and he could not use it for long. Generally speaking, a half-step King's Xianyuan could use a pseudo-supreme grade offensive artifact 3 to 5 times, while a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact could only be used for a cup of tea's worth of time. Facing this punch, Yichen waved his Thunder Disaster Sword, and a dark golden ripple blossomed in the void, shattering the metal fists. What? His metal profound has also improved so much? Iron Hand King had always thought that Yichen's spiritual sword and Thunder Devour were so powerful because of his great luck. In the past, it was not like there had been no one who had advanced 1 or 2 profounds by leaps and bounds under the state of being one with the world, but it was only 1 or 2. However, up until now, Yichen had already revealed 4 profounds: Wood Profound, Fast Profound, Thunder Profound, and Metal Profound. Each of them had improved by leaps and bounds. Boundless Gold Ripple. Yichen did not give Iron Hand King any chance to catch his breath. He waved his Thunder Disaster Sword again and again, sending dark golden ripples toward Iron Hand King, rapidly consuming his Xianyuan. Windstorm King, make your move. The pressure on Iron Hand King increased greatly. The Xianyuan in his body was disappearing like water. The speed at which the bronze armor was consuming Xianyuan was truly frightening. He could not hold on much longer. Without needing Iron Hand King's order, Windstorm King had already made his move. The first move he made was his proudest move, the Storm Spear. A spear light flickered in the void as it pierced toward Yichen's forehead. Ding, Yichen pulled out an upper-grade sword with his left hand and cut the storm spear in half. He then transmitted his voice to Sun Tianlang and Morong Qingqing, who wanted to help. Don't make a move. Watch Jiang Tian. Either he didn't kill, or he would kill them all. Alright. Sun Tianlang and Morong Qingqing halted their steps and secretly locked onto Jiang Tian's figure, guarding against his escape. Storm Rain. Windstorm King saw that even his proudest move could do nothing to Yi Chen, so he roared and waved his palm in the air. Storm spears filled the sky. These storm spears only had 1/5 of the original storm spear's might, but their quantity was several hundred times more. It was completely capable of winning through sheer quantity. Explosive Gold God Fist. Iron Hand King didn't care about consuming a huge amount of Zhen Yuan as he performed his most powerful attack. Countless metal fists turned into a torrential rain as they attacked toward Yi Chen. That kind of sound and that kind of violence could probably scare a normal half-step king. At this moment, the two were fighting with their lives on the line. They didn't want Yi Chen to continue living. Right now, Yi Chen was already frightening enough for them. Facing the two's most powerful attacks, Yi Chen's expression didn't change at all. On the Thunder Disaster Sword, a massive black thunder ball appeared and grew larger and larger until it reached 10 meters in diameter. It was like a black sun that didn't give off any light, and all of the thunder power was contained within. Go! Yi Chen threw out a sword attack toward the center of the two. Boom! Sun Tianlang, Morong Qingqing, and Jiang Tian, who were on the periphery, were all blasted back, their faces pale. Meanwhile, that wind wall was instantly shattered. In the end, boundless thunder power radiated out in all directions with the empty space as the center. The passage connecting the empty space seemed to have become a pipe, completely filled with thunder power. If someone were to come at this moment, they wouldn't have a good time. Iron Hand King and Windstorm King bore the brunt of the attack, their feet sliding on the ground. Iron Hand King had the protection of his bronze armor, so he was fine. However, Windstorm King was in a much more difficult situation. Although he was stronger than Iron Hand King, he didn't have a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact, so he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of smoking blood. This kid is troublesome. Let's go. Windstorm King's complexion was unsightly. He had never thought that he would be forced to this extent by a youngster. This was simply a disgrace. You can't escape. Yi Chen held his sword with both hands and slashed at Windstorm King. A crescent moon-shaped sword energy flew out and brushed past Windstorm King's body. Poochie, Windstorm King's head and left arm separated from his body, blood spraying everywhere. A clear sword mark was left on the pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact. One sword, Windstorm King had fallen. This sword was indeed Yi Chen's strongest sword move, Waning Moon. Iron Hand King had a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact, and Waning Moon might not be able to break through it. However, Windstorm King was different. He definitely wouldn't be able to block it. You actually killed Old Feng. Jiang Tian looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Someone as powerful as Old Feng had been killed by Yi Chen just like that. This made him extremely shocked and numb. So be it. It'll be your turn soon. Yi Chen's tone was indifferent. You're dead for sure. Windstorm King is my master's heir emperor's right-hand man. Now that you've killed him, no one under the heavens can save you. Jiang Tian roared and flew toward the nearby passage. Stay here. Sun Tianlang blocked Jiang Tian's path while Morong Qingqing surrounded him from the side. Piss off. Jiang Tian was extremely powerful. Before Yi Chen broke through, he would have to use all of his power to barely win. Therefore, although Sun Tianlang was a half-step king warrior, he was still forced back dozens of steps due to his lack of preparation. Fortunately, he did not let Jiang Tian escape. Losing this opportunity, Jiang Tian fell into a predicament. Although he was not afraid of Sun Tianlang and Morong Qingqing working together and could maintain the situation for a while, it would be extremely difficult for him to break out of the encirclement. Yi Chen, you better let me go. My Gu family's anger is not something you can handle. Iron Hand King's heart sank. Since Yi Chen could kill Windstorm King, he could definitely kill him as well. It was only a matter of time. He could only place his hope on the Gu family's prestige and force Yi Chen to let him go. Do you think this is realistic? Yichen attacked Iron Hand King again and again, not giving him any chance to breathe. I am very important to the Gu family. Are you really not afraid of our Gu family's king warriors coming to kill you? Iron Hand King tried to act tough. Since I have already killed Windstorm King, I will not let you go. If he let any one of them go, then the news would be leaked. Yichen did not think that Iron Hand King would keep it a secret. Since he could not kill him himself, he would definitely leak the news to the Air Emperor. The Air Emperor was a titled Emperor Warrior, a king among kings. One Windstorm King might not be enough to make him come after him, but with Jiang Tian added in, it would be hard to say. Raising a genius was extremely hard, especially a natural-born genius like Jiang Tian, who was extremely rare. Once Yichen killed Jiang Tian and the news was leaked, it would be hard to imagine how furious the Air Emperor would be. Even Dragon King might not be able to stop him. Bastard, you madman! Killing the Windstorm King, you're bound to offend the Air Emperor. If you kill me, the 2 kings of my Gu family won't let you off. Facing the pursuit of 3 kings, even if you flee to the Dragon God's celestial palace, it'll be useless. You're dead for sure. Iron Hand King roared as his hair stood up in anger. Boundless Xianxia poured out of his body, forming a spiral shape that eventually condensed on his right fist. Immediately, his right fist was filled with a blinding light, as if it was made of metal. Carrying a tremendous force, it punched toward Yichen. Don't waste your efforts. Yichen slowly walked over. The crescent-shaped sword energy tore through the metal fist and slashed on Iron Hand King's protective Xianxia with unstoppable force. Bang! Iron Hand King shot out like a sharp arrow, crashing into the wall at the edge of the empty space. Gotcha! The wall cracked, and Iron Hand King passed through it, quickly escaping. It turned out that Iron Hand King knew that he wasn't Yichen's opponent, so he borrowed Yichen's strength to instantly break through the wall and escape, and he had already succeeded halfway. Swish! How could Yichen let Iron Hand King escape? A flying sword landed under his feet, and he used Imperial Sword Flight to chase after Iron Hand King. In a blink of an eye, he had caught up. Break! Yichen once again slashed out with Waning Moon Slash. Pong! The sword energy was shattered, and Iron Hand King's figure staggered, his speed greatly decreasing. How could he be so fast? Iron Hand King was on the verge of despair. Your Xianxia should be running out, right? Yichen wasn't afraid of Iron Hand King escaping at all. After breaking through to Late Sea of Soul Realm, using Imperial Sword Flight had raised his speed to a whole new level. On the other hand, Iron Hand King had already swallowed several pellets, and the conversion of medicinal energy into Xianxia was gradually unable to keep up with his consumption. 1 sword, 2 swords, 10 swords, subsequently, Iron Hand King forcibly endured 10 swords from Yichen, each of which could kill anyone below peak half-step king realm. The reason Iron Hand King was able to survive until now was all because of the bronze armor. However, although the bronze armor was powerful, Iron Hand King's Xianxia couldn't keep up. After enduring the 10th sword, the bronze runes on his protective Xianxia shattered one after another. Die! Seizing the opportunity, Yichen slashed out again. Clang! Iron Hand King's protective Xianxia shattered, and sparks appeared on the bronze armor. As for himself, a bloody line appeared from his forehead to his chin. The bloody line gradually enlarged, and ultimately split into 2. Brain and blood interweaved together, looking extremely miserable. Pong! Iron Hand King fell to the ground, thoroughly dead. This pseudo-supreme grade artifact is too abnormal. Fiercely letting out a mouthful of turbid chi, Yichen revealed a bitter smile. A pseudo-supreme grade artifact could also be considered an extreme grade artifact. However, it was an inferior product among extreme grade artifacts, a failed product. However, even if it was a failed product, it was still extremely frightening. Without this pseudo-supreme grade artifact, Iron Hand King's strength would have been a bit weaker than Windstorm King. How could he have lasted until now? Removing the bronze armor on Iron Hand King's body and taking away his storage ring, Yichen turned around and returned to the open space. Pung 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 pung, Jiang Tian was still battling with Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingqing. Explosions resounded one after another, and the berserk chi could be felt from far away. You can't kill me. Jiang Tian's battle strength was tyrannical. Even 1 against 2, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. This kid is simply a freak. Sun Tianlang sucked in a breath of cold air. In all these years, he had only seen 2 freaks, one was Jiang Tian, and the other was Yi Chen. Those geniuses he had seen before were not even worth mentioning in front of these two. No wonder he had always heard that this was a great era. Brother Sun, Murong, leave him to me. Yi Chen rushed over. Yi Chen, you killed Iron Hand King? Sun Tianlang turned his head and saw Yi Chen. Inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief and retreated to the side with Murong Qingqing. Yi Chen faintly nodded, there is no Iron Hand King in this world anymore. Good. Good kill. Kill him, and the mission will be complete. Sun Tianlang and Yi Chen were on the same boat right now. If the news leaked out, he would not have a good ending. But, if they could kill all 3 of them, then there would be no problem. With so many people in the graveyard, who would know that they were the ones who killed the 3? Jiang Tian looked at Yi Chen calmly and said, Yi Chen, don't waste your energy. Although you can kill Elder Feng, you can't kill me. Oh. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Tian with a bit of surprise. Even at this moment, he was still talking like this. Either he was crazy, or he had something to rely on. Judging from Jiang Tian's expression, it might be the latter. Then, let me see how I can't kill you. Tapping his foot on the ground, Yi Chen stabbed his sword toward Jiang Tian's forehead. Can't dodge it? Yi Chen's spiritual sword was too fast. Jiang Tian could only watch as the Thunder Disaster sword pierced through his protective Zhenyuan and stabbed toward his forehead. Shoo, his forehead cracked open, and Jiang Tian was about to die. Boom, all of a sudden, a beam of light shot out of Jiang Tian's body and condensed into a middle-aged man's shadow. His 2 fingers pinched the tip of the Thunder Disaster sword, causing the sword and Yi Chen to freeze in the surreal space, unable to move forward. Air Emperor. Yi Chen's pupils shrank as his scalp went numb. Taking out the Thunder Disaster sword, Yi Chen clenched his teeth and performed his most powerful sword attack, Waning Moon. The crescent-shaped sword power tore through the air and attacked out. Pung! The crescent-shaped sword power was shattered, and the Air Emperor's shadow did not move at all. Yi Chen, you and I will meet again. But, that is if you can live until that day. Jiang Tian's body flashed once as if he had teleported, disappearing all of a sudden. All he left was a sentence that lingered in the air. Sun Tianlang had a bad look on his face, we are in big trouble now. The Air Emperor had left a trace of willpower in Jiang Tian's soul ocean. As long as it does not dissipate, even a top half-step king warrior would not be able to kill him. Plus, with the protection of willpower, his speed would increase to an unimaginable level. There would be no way for us to catch up. I miscalculated. Yi Chen stayed silent for a while before sighing. Putting a trace of willpower into someone else's soul ocean was extremely exhausting. Even a life-and-death realm warrior would not want to do it. Jiang Tian was a natural-born martial body, so it was natural for him to be favored by the Air Emperor. According to what had just happened, Yi Chen had roughly calculated that the Air Emperor's martial will had already reached the peak of rank 7, and this willpower contained a drop of the Air Emperor's Zhenyuan. With the combination of the two, no one below the life and death realm would be able to break it. No wonder Jiang Tian was not afraid at all. With the Air Emperor's willpower in his soul ocean, it would not show up normally. But, once he was about to die, the Air Emperor's willpower would help him escape. We do not need to worry too much. One Windstorm King might not be enough to make the Air Emperor fight us. Morong Qingqing said. Right. What kind of status does the Air Emperor have? He is a titled king warrior. If he attacks us, it would be too much. Sun Tianlang comforted himself. Yi Chen nodded, the Air Emperor will not attack us personally, but he will not let us go either. Perhaps, he will use some other methods. We can only take it one step at a time. Now that the Air Emperor had come personally, Yi Chen had no choice but to accept his fate. After all, the only person who could stop the Air Emperor in the whole True Spirit continent was probably Su King. Dragon King and Xianho were both slightly weaker. Moreover, he could not stay under the protection of Xianho and Dragon King all the time. Pausing for a while, Yi Chen continued, besides the Air Emperor, we still have to be on guard against the Gu family's revenge. Brother Sun, this time, you better find a place to hide, or leave the true spirit continent. I have dragged you into this. Letting out a breath, Sun Tianlang said, it has nothing to do with you. It was my own choice. Perhaps, this is fate. Don't worry, I won't die that easily. At worst, I'll do as you said and leave the true spirit continent for the outer ocean. The world is vast, and there will be a place for me to stand. I'm afraid I'll also have to leave the true spirit continent, Yichen thought inwardly. Before, nobody knew that he had killed Ghostwood King, Gopher King, and Shadow Chasing King. But now, he had killed Windstorm King and Iron Hand King, which would inevitably arouse suspicions. This way, not only would the Air Emperor and the Gu family look for him, the powers behind Ghostwood King and Gopher King, as well as the Shadow sect behind Shadow Chasing King, would not let him off. Offending so many powers at once, Yi Chen's future days would not be good. We'll talk about other things later. Right now, let's check the valuables. Although Sun Tianlang had not contributed much in killing Windstorm King and Iron Hand King, they had staked their lives to stand on the same side as Yi Chen. Not giving them a share of the valuables would be inexcusable. After leaving the forbidden area, Sun Tianlang would inevitably have to leave the true spirit continent. A bit more valuables would make their lives a bit better. Sun Tianlang said, I didn't contribute much. You only need to give me some spirit stones. Windstorm King and Iron Hand King storage rings didn't have any miscellaneous items, mainly upper-grade spirit stones, some spirit grasses, precious gems, and crystals. Although there were some other extremely valuable treasures, they weren't many and only occupied a corner of the ring. In the end, there were 5 million upper-grade spirit stones, over 100 spirit grasses of various grades, and more than 5,000 upper-grade gems and crystals. The most valuable one was 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Splitting evenly, Yichen gave Sun Tianlang more than 1,600,000 upper-grade spirit stones and 330 supreme-grade spirit stones. The same went for Morong Qingqing. I can actually get 330 supreme-grade spirit stones. Sun Tianlang's gloomy face revealed a smile. Half-step kings were in between Sea of Soul Realm and Life and Death Realm. Using upper-grade spirit stones and supreme-grade spirit stones could be used for cultivation. Using upper-grade spirit stones would make one's progress extremely slow, but using supreme-grade spirit stones would make one's progress several times faster. Before this, Sun Tianlang only had 50 supreme-grade spirit stones, which he was reluctant to use for cultivation. In comparison, 1,600,000 upper-grade spirit stones didn't attract much attention. Sun Tianlang's harvest wasn't small, but Yi Chen's harvest was something he couldn't compare to. Ghostwood King, Gopher King, and Shadow Chasing King contributed a total of 6 million upper-grade spirit stones and 800 supreme-grade spirit stones. Adding the 1,600,000 upper-grade spirit stones and 330 supreme-grade spirit stones, Yi Chen's harvest this time was 7,600,000 upper-grade spirit stones and 1,200 supreme-grade spirit stones. Before entering the forbidden area, Yi Chen's upper-grade spirit stones were even more than a half-step king's. On his way up, he had killed innumerable experts, and the wealth he had obtained was naturally unimaginable. Adding this harvest, Yi Chen's upper-grade spirit stones astonishingly crossed the 20 million range, reaching a huge amount of 21 million. It was simply shocking. Of course, the most valuable harvest this time was not the huge amount of upper-grade spirit stones or the 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, but a pseudo-supreme-grade defensive artifact. If pseudo-supreme-grade artifacts were sold in the market, then 20 million upper-grade spirit stones would definitely be enough to buy it. The key was that pseudo-supreme-grade artifacts were priceless, and could not be bought even if one had spirit stones. It should be known that normal Life and Death Kings didn't even have a pseudo-supreme-grade artifact, and used a semi-supreme-grade artifact. The Gu family of the East Royal City was one of the oldest families, so it was understandable for them to have a pseudo-supreme-grade artifact. However, Qing Lu had a pseudo-supreme-grade attacking artifact, which should be out of luck. She might have found it in some rank 5 or even rank 4 ruins. Morong Qingqing then reminded Yi Chen that armor has the sole mark of the Iron Hand King. If we do not erase it, it might be sensed by the Gu family. You're right. Yi Chen nodded and said to the two, you guys guard the surroundings for me. the Iron Hand King is a half-step king, and his soul is slowly changing. His soul mark will not be that easy to erase. Yi Chen's soul was a bit strange, 5 times more powerful than the same level Seas of Soul's Realm Master-level warriors. In terms of quality, it was beyond half-step kings, and was equivalent to normal life and death kings. However, half-step King's soul had a soul membrane, but his did not. Yi Chen thought about it and felt that the soul membrane should be a special effect of the late-stage soul. If he wanted to erase the soul mark of the Iron Hand King, he would have to spend some effort. Don't worry, leave this place to us. Sun Tianlang put away a large amount of soul stones, his expression serious. If he did not erase the soul mark of the Iron Hand King, this armor would be a hot potato. Who knew when it would cause trouble? After all, once the graveyard of the 4 Extreme Emperor opened, the Gu family's king would come for sure. Taking out the armor, Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath and poured his powerful soul power into it, searching for the soul mark of the Iron Hand King. Generally speaking, the core of a treasure's formation was the best place to imprint a soul imprint. It wasn't impossible to imprint a soul imprint in other places, but it would make it difficult to control the treasure, and there would be some barriers. Just as Yi Chen had expected, the soul mark of the Iron Hand King was imprinted at the core of the array. Facing the invasion of Yi Chen's soul power, the soul mark struggled with all its strength, even using the energy of the armor itself to attack Yi Chen's soul power. Scatter. How powerful was Yi Chen's soul power? It was comparable to ordinary life and death kings. With a shake of his soul power, the soul mark of the Iron Hand King that had just been mobilized immediately dissipated, unable to affect Yi Chen in the slightest. Not only that, the soul mark of the Iron Hand King also began to waver. Refine. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Chen's soul power rushed into the core of the array and clashed with the soul mark of the Iron Hand King. If Yi Chen's soul was only an ordinary soul, he would not be able to do anything to the soul mark of the Iron Hand King within a short period of time. It would take him at least a month, perhaps even longer. However, Yi Chen was a soul genius, and the quantity and quality of his soul power were much higher than the Iron Hand King's. Moreover, it was only a soul mark, so how could it compete with Yi Chen's soul? After half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the soul mark of the Iron Hand King dimmed, and strands of soul mist drifted in the air. Ah! Although this soul mark had no intelligence, it possessed the most basic of instincts. The instant it was about to be erased, it let out a soul cry and vanished like smoke in thin air. After losing the soul mark of the Iron Hand King, Yi Chen easily left his soul mark at the core of the array. Moreover, Yi Chen's soul mark was much stronger than the Iron Hand King's. Even a half-step king would need several months to erase it. After successfully leaving his soul mark, Yi Chen poured his Jin Yuan into the armor. Immediately, the armor emitted an ancient bronze radiance, and bronze runes undulated within the radiance. Success? Sun Tianlang and Morong Qingqing looked over. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Sun Tianlang glanced at Yi Chen in astonishment. He thought that Yi Chen would need at least 2 hours to erase the soul mark of the Iron Hand King, and this was because he knew that Yi Chen was not an ordinary person. If it were anyone else, it would take at least a month. Someone's coming. Morong Qingqing kept her innate demonic eyes open. Everything within 3,000 meters was within her line of sight. Without putting on the armor, Yi Chen put it away and asked, "Who is it?" "It's Thunder Spirit King." Morong Qingqing frowned. "Thunder Spirit King? We'd better leave first." Yi Chen waved the Thunder Disaster Sword, turning Windstorm King and Iron Hand King's corpses into nothingness. His figure flickered, and he, along with Sun Tianlang and Morong Qingqing, headed toward one of the passages at the edge of the open space. Thunder Spirit King was one of the strongest half-step kings. Under Life and Death Realm, he was invincible. Yi Chen didn't want to have too much contact with him. After all, who knew if he had any relationship with Windstorm King or Iron Hand King? Swish, as soon as Yi Chen and the other two left, Thunder Spirit King's figure appeared in the empty space. Eh? A great battle took place here? Thunder Spirit King's gaze swept the surroundings. The sword scars on the ground and the holes in the walls were telling him that a great battle had taken place here. Both sides had high strength, and there was even a peak half-step king who could cause such a shocking destruction. Interesting, Among those who had entered the graveyard, apart from himself, there was only one peak half-step king, Punishment King. Although Windstorm King's strength was close to Punishment King's, it was still a bit lacking. He could barely be considered a peak half-step king. Apart from Void-Shattering Finger, only White Sheep King and Sky Scorpio King were taught other space-profound martial skills. Hopefully, I'll be able to reap some benefits in White Sheep King's graveyard. Thunder Spirit King's goal was only space-profound martial skills. He didn't care about anything else. Outside Grey Wolf King's graveyard, people arrived from time to time. Some came from the conveyor gate, while others came from the caves. The number of people kept increasing. In one day, there were at least 50 to 60 people. On the second day, the number increased to 70. Everyone says that the closer you get to the graveyard, the more dangerous it gets. How come we didn't encounter any danger along the way? A yellow-robed old man asked curiously. Perhaps it's just a rumor. I don't think so. I'm afraid there's something else going on. Who cares about it? Grey Wolf King's graveyard's gate is already open. Let's go in. Shwa shwa shwa, like locusts, numerous half-step kings and peak masters entered Grey Wolf King's graveyard. Shwa, after a while, a green light flickered over. As they approached Grey Wolf King's graveyard, the green light revealed its true form. It was an extremely aged white-haired old man with a haggard face. The white-haired old man's aura was extremely mixed. There was the vigorous life force of a tree, but also the gloomy death chi. The two auras intertwined together, creating a very strange scene. My lifespan is almost up. If I can't reap some benefits, I'm afraid I won't be far from death. The white-haired old man sized up Grey Wolf King's graveyard before his figure flickered inside. Inside Firebird King's graveyard, 4 inhuman figures flickered. If Yi Chen's group saw these 4 figures, they would definitely feel their blood run cold. These 4 figures were none other than the Umber Ghost Bat King, the Undying Swamp King, and the 2 predators' descendants. It turned out that after Yi Chen's group entered the graveyard, these 4 vicious creatures had hunted enough half-step king's flesh and were preparing to enter the graveyard to try their luck. They didn't want to guard the graveyard for the rest of their lives. The world outside the Forbidden Zone was the world they yearned for. And it was precisely because they had left their original location and entered the graveyard that the people behind them didn't encounter any danger. My strength has already recovered to its peak. No one can kill me anymore. The Umber Ghost Bat King was in high spirits. His strength was above the Swamp King and the Predator's descendants. This group was also led by him. Relying on this strength, he could obtain a lot of treasures and then borrow the strength of others to leave the Forbidden Zone. If he had the opportunity, he might even become a Demon King. Firebird King's graveyard was extremely vast, and the open space was only the center. There was still half a way to reach White Sheep King's graveyard. The open space at the center was already hot enough, and the fiery chi would condense into various fire birds from time to time to attack outsiders. However, as they passed through the open space, Yi Chen discovered that the temperature was still rising from 1,000 degrees to 2,000 degrees. The previous temperature could already melt ordinary steel. The temperature here can more or less melt low-grade metals. Metals also had grades. Low-grade metals could be used to forge low-grade artifacts and were extremely hard. Metals below low-grade could only be used to forge ordinary weapons. Morong Qingqing said, "There's lava ahead, and there's a passage leading down. Lava. No wonder. Everything on True Spirit Continent couldn't be compared to the things of Yi Chen's world. For example, the titanium alloy of Yi Chen's world was only an ordinary precious metal in this world, not even comparable to low-grade metals. Moreover, the lava of the 2 places couldn't be compared either. The temperature of True Spirit Continent's lava could easily reach several thousand degrees, and the temperature would also vary according to the environment. In a short while, the 3 arrived at the periphery of the lava. This place was the same as the empty space in the center of the cemetery. It was also a large empty space, but this empty space was filled with magma and red jade-like stones. In the center of the magma, there was a staircase leading downwards. The temperature there was much higher than the surrounding temperature. It seemed that the lower one went, the higher the temperature. Come, let's go in. Yi Chen disregarded the high temperature and took a step forward, arriving at the top of the stairs. Swish! Swish! Morong Qingqing and Sun Tianlang followed behind. Raising his protective Jin Yuan, Yi Chen faintly sucked in a breath of air. His feet landed on the stairs, and he walked down. Creak creak, although the stairs didn't conduct heat, the surface temperature was still quite high. When the protective Jin Yuan came in contact with it, it emitted a faint burning sound and smoke. Soon, the three arrived at the bottom of the stairs. Yi Chen. Yi Chen and the other two had just gotten down when they heard someone calling out to them. They turned their heads and saw Qing Lu and Yan Fengfeng. Not far away from them, there were even more people who were standing in a circle. In the middle was a 100-meter radius lava lake. The color of the lava was not the normal red or yellow, but blood red. It was extremely pure, without any impurities. In the center of the magma lake, there was a circle of orange-yellow light coming from the bottom. An incomparably majestic energy wave swept out in all directions, causing people to hold their breaths. Senior. Yi Chen and the other two walked over. Qing Lu smiled, "As long as you guys are fine." "What's the situation here?" Yi Chen asked. Yan Fengfeng pointed at an orange-yellow halo at the bottom of the lake and said, "There is a half-step extreme-grade Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit at the bottom of the lake." Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit? This was the first time Yi Chen had heard of it. What? Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit? Sun Tianlang cried out in shock. Yi Chen looked at Sun Tianlang. "Brother Sun, you know about the Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit?" Sun Tianlang said, "The Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit above 10,000 years old is a top-grade spirit fruit. Consuming one will allow a monarch's spirit body to rise by one level. Normally, both monarchs and monarchs have 5th-grade spirit bodies. Consuming a Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit will allow them to rise to the 6th grade. The higher the cultivation, the greater the increase. 8,000 years ago, there was a body-tempering monarch whose spirit body had reached the 6th grade. Coincidentally, he found a 50,000-year-old Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit, which allowed his spirit body to rise to the 8th grade. He instantly became an undefeatable monarch. Even monarchs were no match for him. A 50,000 years old Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit can increase one's spirit body by 2 ranks, and from rank 6 to rank 8. Yi Chen was quite shocked. The higher one's spirit body was, the harder it would be to increase. Rank 5 spirit body was the standard of life and death kings. Even titled monarchs could only reach rank 5 spirit body. If it was a king who focused on body refining, they could reach rank 6. The gap between rank 6 and rank 5 was huge, not to mention rank 8 and rank 5. It was like heaven and earth, and it would be easy for a king to sweep the whole world. Sun Tianlang continued, "Of course, a Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit that has matured for 10,000 years and above is a rare occurrence. One that has matured for 50,000 years and above has only appeared once in history. After all, the Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit is not an ordinary spirit herb that can easily reach 10,000 years and above." Qing Lu nodded. "This Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit is not more than 5,000 years old. It is impossible for it to increase our spirit body by 1 rank, but half a rank should not be a problem. If it is at the peak of rank 4, then reaching rank 5 is almost certain." Rank 5 spirit body was the king's spirit body. Most of the people here have rank 4 spirit body. I'm afraid this Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit will make everyone go crazy. Yi Chen used his soul eye and saw that there was a 1-meter-tall purple-red tree under the lava. On top of the tree, there was a purple fruit, and there was a red light flashing on the surface of the fruit from time to time. Qing Lu said, "Although there are a lot of people here, only a few have the chance to get the fruit, such as Punishment King, Ice Spear King, Machi Tiger, Forest King, and Armored King. Wait until the fruit ripens, I will go down alone. You guys stay up here." She still did not know that Yi Chen's power had reached a horrifying level. Even Windstorm King and Iron Hand King had died in his hands. But, she could not be blamed for not having a good eyesight. Who would know that Yi Chen had only broken through a small realm, and his power had increased by several folds? "Senior, I will go down with you later." Yi Chen was a bit tempted by the Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit. Who would not want to strengthen their spirit body? "You will go down with me?" Qing Lu's brows creased as she looked at Yi Chen. Morong Qingqing explained in place of Yi Chen, Senior, Yi Chen has already broken through to late Sea of Soul Realm. His strength is very powerful. She did not say that Yi Chen had killed Windstorm King and Iron Hand King, as it was not the right time yet. Right, Yi Chen's strength will certainly surprise you. Sun Tianlong's tone was certain. Oh? In that case, you must be extremely careful. Qing Lu was still not convinced. However, Yi Chen's strength was indeed not weak before. Now that his cultivation base had reached late Sea of Soul Realm, his improvement should not be small. Right, Senior, this Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit's effect is so powerful. The Fire Spirit Tree should be able to be cultivated, right? There was only one Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit. If he could obtain the tree, he would be able to grow more Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruits in the future. Qing Lu smiled bitterly. It would be great if that was the case. The Sky Demon Fire Spirit Tree is very strange. After producing a Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit, it will die. Some trees will bear fruit in 1,000 years, some in 5,000 years, and some in 10,000 years. There is no clear pattern, and one can only rely on luck. Therefore, the Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit is the peak among the same grade spirit fruits. I see. Yi Chen still planned to obtain the Sky Demon Fire Spirit Tree. This kind of spirit plant could only be found by luck. Buzz, suddenly, ripples appeared in the center of the lava lake, spreading toward the edge. At the same time, an extremely hot chi current spread out. So hot. The experts surrounding the magma lake retreated one after another, leaving only a few of the most powerful people behind. The temperature of this chi current is probably above 5,000 degrees. The temperature was too high, and Yi Chen could no longer estimate it. After all, he did not have a temperature measuring device. He could only make a rough estimate based on his own feelings. Buzz, buzz, the waves in the magma lake became more and more numerous. In the end, huge bubbles emerged on the surface of the magma lake one after another. These bubbles were pure golden color. After leaving the magma lake, they suddenly burst, releasing an even hotter chi flow. Even Yi Chen's body was covered in sweat. Although he was powerful, his cultivation base was only at late Sea of Soul Realm, which couldn't compare to half-step kings. The Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit has matured. Qing Lu's eyes brightened. Obviously, the others had also guessed that the fruit had matured as well. Otherwise, there would not be such a weird phenomenon. All of a sudden, everyone around the lava lake started to move, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. But strangely, no one made the first move. They all seemed to be worried. Fortune comes from danger. Let's do it. A half-step king warrior flashed his body and jumped toward the lava lake. Seeing that, the people around him hesitated a bit, but did not stop him. Qing Lu said to Yi Chen, "The lava lake is extremely dangerous. The first one to go down will have to bear the most danger. If he is not careful, he will be killed. Let's wait." Yeah. Yi Chen nodded. The first one to go down was indeed the most dangerous. Even if he could get the fruit, he would be the target of everyone else. Perhaps this half-step king warrior thought that he was quite powerful, and wanted to give it a try. If he succeeded, his spirit body would reach rank 5 soon. Plop. Lava splashed everywhere as this half-step king warrior jumped into the lava lake. Yi Chen used his soul eye and observed carefully. At the bottom of the lake, apart from the boiling magma, there were also countless scorching chi currents. These surging chi currents formed bubbles on the surface. The half-step king unceasingly evaded the chi currents, gradually approaching the fruit. When he was less than 50 meters away from the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit Tree, a golden stream of air suddenly shot up and swept past. A shocking scene occurred. The half-step king didn't even have the time to let out a scream before his entire body was burned into ashes by the golden chi flow. Only his semi-extreme grade artifact remained, sinking into the depths of the lava lake. This gold chi flow is very scary. Yi Chen's pupils shrunk. Outside, he could not feel the temperature of the gold chi flow, but if a half-step king warrior could not handle it, it was obvious that the temperature was horrifying. With the first one dead, the rest of the people started to hesitate even more. They looked at each other, knowing that they would not give up on the fruit. But before that, they had to figure out the danger under the lava lake first. Therefore, they all hoped that someone else would go down first. Of course, the condition was that the one who went down was not too powerful. If he was too powerful, then once he got the fruit, there would be no hope left for them. The Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit is indeed ripe. I wonder who will be the second to go down. Yichen noticed that the Sky Demon Fire Spirit fruit at the bottom of the lava lake had turned from purple to orange. Its entire body was emitting an orange glow. The purplish-red tree and the orange fruit were exceptionally eye-catching. If Yichen were a half-step king, he would definitely be the second one to go down. However, his cultivation base was only at late Sea of Soul realm, and his protective Jin Yuan was not that powerful. Moreover, he couldn't immediately expose his bronze armor. Therefore, going down recklessly would put his life in danger. Only after understanding the situation of the magma lake would he make his move. Since everyone is so cautious, I'll go first. I hope you won't regret it. The great elder of the Void Gate, the Armored King, burst into laughter. His silhouette flickered, and turned into a streak of yellow light, shooting towards the magma lake. Puff, magma splashed up from the surface of the magma lake as the Armored King dived in. It's the Armored King. Everyone's expression changed. Armored King was very powerful, at most a bit weaker than Punishment King. Moreover, Armored King's defense was very high. Even one of the strongest half-step kings, Thunder Spirit King, couldn't compare. Although that golden chi flow could burn a half-step king into ashes, it might not be able to do anything to Armored King. Everyone was waiting. Once they confirmed that the Armored King could resist the golden chi flow, they would go down and fight for the Sky Demon Fire Spirit fruit. The density of the magma was very high, and there were many undercurrents, causing the Armored King's diving speed to be very slow. Apart from this, the Armored King did not dare to go too fast. He was not sure if he could resist the golden currents. If necessary, he would have to dodge. When the Armored King was only 50 to 60 meters away from the Sky Demon Fire Spirit fruit, a golden stream appeared. In a flash, it arrived in front of the Armored King. So fast. The Armored King was startled, and an earthing yellow radiance surged from his body, condensing into a 10-meter-tall black mountain. When the golden chi came into contact with it, a blinding light burst out, and the black mountain rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, like melted cheese. Seizing this opportunity, the Armored King twisted his body and dodged the golden airflow, continuing to dive deeper. He blocked it. Everyone was overjoyed, but then they were alarmed. The Armored Monarch could resist the golden chi flow for a short period of time. They absolutely could not allow him to snatch the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit. Let's go. Qing Lu yelled with a low voice, her tone decisive. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Chen and Qing Lu almost flew out at the same time. Within a second, they arrived above the lava lake, flashed and jumped down. Whoosh! Whoosh! Swoosh! Not only Yi Chen and Qing Lu, the others had also made their move. Others like Punish King, Guanlin King, Machi Tiger, Ice Spear King, and dozens of other Demi-King warriors all jumped into the lava lake, their speed exploding to the extreme. At this moment, it was all about speed. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people plunged into the magma lake at the same time and dived into the bottom of the magma lake. The closer he got to the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit, the more the golden air currents appeared. At this time, the Armored King's speed wasn't even 1,000th of his usual speed. He simply didn't dare to face so many golden air currents. He could only swim like a fish, blocking the golden air currents for a moment, taking the opportunity to dodge, and then continuing to approach, seeing that the Armored King was less than 20 meters away from the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit. Punishment King, who was the strongest among them, decisively made his move. His first move was the punishment kill that had almost killed Yi Chen and the rest. Numerous chains extended out, wrapping around the Armored King's limbs. Armored King's strength was only slightly weaker than Punishment King. A black mountain peak condensed outside his body once again. The chains clashed with it, letting out a metal clashing sound. However, the next blade light sent the Armored King flying to the side, colliding with a golden chi flow. Chi, the black mountain peak rapidly shrunk as Armored King hurriedly escaped from the range of the golden chi flow. Punishment King, you dare to attack me? Armored King roared. Why wouldn't I dare? Punishment King snorted. With Punishment King taking the lead, the others became bolder. Once Armored King approached the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit, they would immediately attack. This made Armored King extremely annoyed, but helpless. Soon, everyone arrived in the vicinity of the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit. Dozens of people dodged the sudden Golden Chi flow while guarding against other people's sneak attacks. Although the Golden Chi flow's temperature was high, as long as one didn't get too close to the fruit, the frequency of its appearance wouldn't be high. Moreover, those who came down were all relatively powerful half-step kings. Even if they were burned by the Golden Chi flow, they would be able to dodge at the crucial moment. There's only one Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit, but there are dozens of us here. I'm afraid it won't be easy to divide it. Punishment King's gaze swept around and chuckled. Ice Spear King said with a cold tone, there are too many people. It's better if fewer go. After saying these words, he looked at a few weaker half-step kings with ill intentions, as well as the only one who wasn't a half-step king, Yi Chen. Be careful later. There might be a fight. Qing Lu transmitted her Jinyuan to Yi Chen. Senior, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Yi Chen could sense that the whole lava lake was enveloped in a layer of restriction, making it impossible to concentrate energy, greatly reducing the offensive power. Moreover, the density of the lava lake was also very high. At least half of the offensive power would be wasted on the transmission. In this way, the strength everyone could display at the bottom of the lava lake wouldn't be enough to break through the defense. The only thing they had to be wary of was the Golden Chi flow. Once they were hit, they wouldn't be able to control their body, and if they were careless and bumped into the Golden Chi flow, it wouldn't bode well for them. Die. Among the crowd, the first to suffer was a skinny half-step king. He was the first to suffer Forest King's attack. His body tilted and was about to bump into a Golden Chi flow. At the crucial moment, he twisted his body and forcefully dodged. However, it was not only Forest King who was attacking him, but Machi Hu as well. No. This person's eyes were filled with fear as he was engulfed by the Golden Chi flow and turned into ashes. Go. Seeing this, two half-step kings felt that their strength wasn't enough and rushed up. They didn't want to lose their lives here. They didn't fear death, but there were too many experts down there. They couldn't fight over the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit. With one dead and two gone, there were still 10 people down there. Kid, this is not a place for you to stay. Ice Spear King suddenly attacked Yi Chen with his spear, which was unexpected. This guy. Among the crowd, Yi Chen's defense was the lowest. Attacking other half-step kings wouldn't be able to break through their defenses. However, attacking Yi Chen would still be able to break through. Moreover, even if it didn't, Yi Chen would lose control of his body and crash into the Golden Chi flow. Get lost. Yi Chen waved his Thunder Disaster Sword and a dark golden ripple greeted the incoming attack. Rumble, even with the protection of the restriction, the magma lake exploded and the magma surged. What? Ice Spear King had only used 50 to 60% of his power in this attack. He thought that 50 to 60% would be enough to send Yi Chen flying. However, he was wrong. The one who was sent flying was himself. Under his carelessness, he simply couldn't react in time. What was even more unfortunate was that behind the Ice Spear King, 2 golden streams of air rushed up and brushed past the Ice Spear King's body. Pung, Ice Spear King's body lit up. First, a bright light shot out from his 7 orifices. Then, his body collapsed and fused with the magma. The long spear in his hand and the armor on his body gradually sunk down. Yi Chen was stunned. He was only counterattacking just now and had never thought of killing Ice Spear King. In his opinion, Ice Spear King should be able to resist. However, he didn't expect that Ice Spear King would only use 50 to 60% of his power. Caught off guard, he died. Sigh, I've offended another ice pavilion. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Kid, you're courting death. Everyone was shocked by Yi Chen's strength. Even if Ice Spear King was careless, he was still not a normal half-step king. Who would have thought that under one move, it would be him who died? As soon as Ice Spear King died, Forest King and Machi's eyes flickered with an ominous light as they each launched an attack at Yi Chen. You dare. Qing Lu held the sky hammer in her hand and attacked at the two. What happened next made everyone speechless. Forest King and Machi Tiger did not expect Qing Lu to have a pseudo-extreme rank weapon. They immediately followed Ice Spear King's footsteps and were blown away by the hammer power before being burned into ashes by the golden chi flow. Damn. It's a pseudo-extreme rank weapon. Punishment King's eyebrow twitched. Originally, there were 10 people, but now, 3 had died, leaving only 7. Damn it. We can't stay here at all. Let's go. The continuous deaths had chilled the others' hearts. They would rather fight outside of the magma lake than under it. With a little bit of carelessness, they would be burned into ashes by the golden chi flow. Among everyone, only Armored King could resist the golden chi flow for a short period of time. In the end, 4 people were left at the bottom of the magma lake. They were Qing Lu, Yi Chen, Armored King, and Punishment King. The others were either dead or had escaped. Mysterious King, I did not expect you to have a pseudo-extreme rank weapon. But you have killed Forest King and Machi Tiger. Lin family and Sky Tiger race will not let you go. Punishment King was not afraid of Qing Lu. He was a top half-step king warrior. Even if Qing Lu had a pseudo-extreme rank weapon, it would still be impossible for her to beat him. Qing Lu said, life and death are decided by fate. If you do not want to die, you should just hide at home. Although it would be troublesome to offend Lin family and Sky Tiger race, he could not care about that right now. He could only blame them for being careless. Punishment King laughed, you are Xuanho's master. Lin family and Sky Tiger race might not be able to do anything to you. But for this brat, he might not be able to make it out alive. The one from the ice pavilion is the most protective. He still did not know that Yi Chen had not only offended the ice pavilion, but also the Air Emperor, the Shadow Martial School, and the Gu family. Therefore, for Yi Chen, there were too many troubles. One more or one less did not matter anymore. He would just have to take it one step at a time. Dying here is their fate. If the king warriors behind them are ready to attack, my disciple Xianxia and Dragon King will not just watch. As Xianhou and Yan Qingxuan's master, how could Qing Lu not know Xuanho's plan? She knew that Xianxia and Dragon King had made up their minds to protect Yi Chen. Whoever dared to touch Yi Chen would be touching them as well. Dragon King? I wonder if he is still alive or not. Armored King sneered. The Dragon King's closed-door training was something everyone knew. If the Dragon King was close to the end of his life, then everyone would give him face. After all, no one knew how powerful he really was. They only knew that he was the oldest human king warrior, over 1,000 years old. It was also said that in terms of cultivation, even titled king warriors would not be able to compete with him. Such a powerful Dragon King would naturally be feared by everyone. Unfortunately, this was the second time the Dragon King had been in closed-door training. You two, in order to avoid hurting the relationship, why don't you guys leave the lava lake first? Yi Chen put the Ice Spear King thing to the back of his head and smiled. Punishment King's expression turned cold. Brat, are you joking? Don't think that just because you killed the Ice Spear King, you have the right to talk in front of us. Armored King looked at Yi Chen coldly. Ice Spear King's death couldn't be attributed to Yi Chen's strength surpassing Ice Spear King's. It was mainly due to Ice Spear King's own carelessness. This was the magma lake, and if he couldn't control his own body, he would have died. If he were outside, even if Ice Spear King was careless, he wouldn't have died a miserable death. Yi Chen said, if I'm careless and you die miserably here, I'm afraid that the Void Emperor and Prison King behind you won't let me off. You retreat and preserve your lives, while we obtain the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit. Isn't that a win-win situation? You really dare to say it out loud. Punishment King squinted his eyes, his killing intent rising. Punishment King, your opponent is me. Qing Lu looked at Yi Chen strangely. Yi Chen was not the kind of person to talk big. Could it be that his power had really improved to such a shocking level? Qing Lu Sr., leave him to me. You go take on the Armored King. With the Sky Hammer, Qing Lu might be able to suppress Punishment King for a short period of time. But once she used up too much Jin Yuan, she would be in danger. And Yi Chen would rather face Punishment King. His defense was too high, and Yi Chen might not be able to do anything to him. Can you do it? Qing Lu obviously did not want to fight with Punishment King, but she was more worried about Yi Chen. It's too late. Punishment King did not have the leisure to watch the other side fight. True Yuan surged inside his body as he quickly formed a seal with both hands. In an instant, 5 chains wrapped around Yi Chen's limbs and neck at lightning speed. Punishment martial art, punishment. Among the peak half-step kings of True Spirit Continent, Punishment King was certainly the most famous. His punishing martial skills were too strange. Each of his moves and styles seemed to be carrying out torture, and the slightest carelessness could lead to decapitation. Therefore, some peak half-step kings whose strength was not weaker than Punishment King didn't dare to provoke him, giving him some face. Walala, the speed at which the 5 chains descended was too fast. Even at the bottom of the magma lake, they didn't slow down this much. They were about to wrap around Yi Chen's body. Break! Floating in the lava lake, Yi Chen held the Thunder Disaster Sword and waved it in the air. Clang 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 clang, the speed at which the chains descended was fast, but Yi Chen's sword speed was even faster. It was almost 1/10 of a blink of an eye, and the 5 chains had been shattered into pieces. It was unknown how many times they had been attacked. The chains were only the prelude. What followed was a blade light, which looked like an executioner's blade. Unfortunately, it could not escape from Yi Chen's eyes. Dang! The blade light was blown away by Yi Chen's casual sword attack. Right now, the punishment kill that had almost killed Yi Chen and the other 4 had been broken completely. It did not hurt Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen, he? Qing Lu was shocked. Yi Chen's opponent was Punishment King, one of the top half-step king warriors of True Spirit Continent. His punishment martial art had killed countless people, especially this punishment kill, which was one of his ace attacks. It had been tried and tested many times, but it had been broken by Yi Chen with only a couple of sword attacks. This brat! How is this possible? Qing Lu was shocked, but the Shield King was even more shocked. He had always thought of Yi Chen as one of the young warriors, and thought that he would still need a couple of years before he could make a name for himself among the half-step king warriors. So, he had never thought of him as someone on the same level. Right now, his mind was in a mess. The most shocked one would be the Punishment King. No one would be able to surpass him in terms of understanding his ace attacks. Although those chains were only made of Jin Yuan, they contained 70% of the gold profound. And that blade light that came after was the embodiment of the gold profound. Yi Chen had broken it with only a couple of sword attacks. All right. Take another attack of mine. The Punishment King yelled. His rich Jin Yuan pushed the lava to the side, forming a 12 meters wide hollow ball. Inside the hollow ball, the Punishment King's hair danced in the air as he formed a spell with both of his hands at an extreme speed. He had formed 8 spells in a row, which only took 1/5 of a blink of an eye. Boom, the lava lake exploded and a massive platform rose up. On the platform, a huge amount of gold element Jin Yuan had formed into a massive blade, hanging high in the air. Yi Chen and Qing Lu were both on the platform. It was also made of Jin Yuan, which was extremely hard and had a power field. Being inside it, one would be restricted, and would not be able to use their speed. This is one of the Punishment King's ace attacks. The Shield King let out a breath. The strange thing about punishment martial arts was that it was very hard to avoid. The Punishment King could lock people down and then kill them. The beheading blade could decrease the opponent's speed drastically, and the huge blade hanging in the air was like the executioner's blade. It could lock onto the target, and with one blade attack, no matter how famous the target was, it would be cut in half. Indeed strange. Yi Chen could feel that he had been restricted by a power field, and that blade above him had already locked onto him. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. It was his body's instinct to sense danger. Fall! The Punishment King yelled. Shoo, the blade hanging in the air suddenly fell down, its blade light as fast as a shadow. Dang, Yi Chen raised his Thunder Disaster Sword up high, blocking the blade. It is a bit more powerful than the last blade light, but it is still limited. According to the power that came from the Thunder Disaster Sword, Yi Chen could guess the attacking power of the blade. Huh. Beheading blade. If the head does not fall on the ground, it will not stop until death. The Punishment King controlled the blade with his right hand, and another blade light fell down. Dang! 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 The sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. Eh? No wonder the Punishment King is so confident. It turns out that this blade is just like the flying sword. It can attack continuously, and each attack is more powerful than the previous one. It can make people tired out, and as long as they are tired, the blade will take advantage of it, and the head will fall on the ground. Yichen praised inwardly. Punishment King's reputation was not undeserved, but genuine, without the slightest bit of exaggeration. Unfortunately, he was facing Yichen. No matter how fast the blade was, it could not be faster than Yichen's spiritual sword. In an instant, Yichen could unleash hundreds of sword strikes. The speed of the blade paled in comparison. Punishment King, your beheading blade is not much. Now, take one of my moves. Once again blocking the blade, Yichen suddenly shot a crescent moon sword energy at the Punishment King. The Punishment King was a peak half-step king, so Thunder Devour and Gold Ripple were useless. Thus, he directly used his strongest sword move. Although the Crescent Moon Sword energy seemed similar to the Crescent Moon Sword Chi, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. This Crescent Moon Sword energy circulated unceasingly and condensed together. As soon as it was slashed out, the lava in front of it disappeared. Danger! The Punishment King did not expect that Yichen would have the time to counterattack while blocking. Obstructing all prosperity, prison gate. The Punishment King could no longer control the beheading blade. His hands joined together and separated, and a prison gate suffused with black chi appeared in front of him. The prison gate seemed as if it had not been repaired for a long time. With a loud rumble, it closed, trapping the Punishment King inside. Everything outside had nothing to do with him. Clang, the Crescent Moon Sword energy slashed at the prison gate, only cutting a few iron bars. Powerful. It's a fusion profound martial skill. It should be metal profound and dark profound. Yichen's eyes squinted. He could tell that it was impossible for the Punishment King to create such a powerful fusion profound martial art. It should have been created by the Hell Gate sect master, the Hell King. The profoundness contained in this move was too profound. It was not a simple fusion of two profoundness, but it had some kind of special demonic power. Your dark profound comprehension is too low. Let's see how many strikes you can block. Yichen waved his Thunder Disaster Sword, and another Crescent Moon Sword energy flew out, slashing at the prison gate, causing it to sway unceasingly. This brat is troublesome. The prison gate will not be able to hold on for much longer. The Punishment King's face turned pale. Before this, he had thought that his opponent would be the Armored King. He had never thought that Yichen would be able to suppress him. Go. Making a quick decision, the second the prison gate was about to be cut open, the Punishment King activated his Jin Yuan and shot out toward the surface of the lava lake. Yichen did not chase after him. He had already offended enough parties. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not plan to fight to the death with the Punishment King. Forcing him to leave would be more than enough. Once the Punishment King left, there were only 3 people left under the lava lake. Qing Lu and Yichen stood on the side, while the Armored King was alone. Alright, it seems like we have all made a mistake. The Armored King glanced at the ripe Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit reluctantly before flashing his body and flying up. He alone could not be Qing Lu and Yichen's opponent. Therefore, no matter how good the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit was, he would need to be alive to enjoy it. Right now, he could only give it up. With all the powerful enemies gone, Qing Lu let out a sigh of relief. She then stared at Yichen as if he was a monster. No wonder Xianxia said that as long as you enter the life and death realm, no one in this world would be able to do anything to you. You are even more powerful than she was before. I did not believe it at first, but now I do. Yichen only had late Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base. If he reached the half-step king realm, then it would be even more terrifying. No half-step king would be his opponent. She even suspected that Yichen could break the rules of nature and defeat a life and death king as a half-step king. Of course, it was only a suspicion. Yichen smiled as he looked at the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit. Qing Lu said, "It's yours. This Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit is more valuable to you than to me." Then, Yichen will not be courteous. Yichen activated his soul eye, raising his attention and perception to the extreme. He then cautiously approached the sky-fiend fire spirit fruit tree, avoiding one golden chi flow after another. Soon, Yichen arrived beside the sky-fiend fire spirit fruit tree and reached out his hand to pluck the fruit. As soon as the fruit was plucked, the purple-red small tree immediately decayed and turned into ashes, no longer existing. If I consume this sky-fiend fire spirit fruit, my spirit body will definitely rise to the 4th grade. However, it's a pity. The spirit body of a half-step king was at the 4th step, which was the key to becoming a half-step king. Yichen naturally did not have a 4th step spirit body. Back then, he had used the dragon blood grass to raise his spirit body to the 3rd step. During that time, his spirit body had basically not improved much, and was only at the mid-3rd step. Since this sky-fiend fire spirit fruit could raise the spirit body of a half-step king by half a step, then it would naturally be able to raise Yichen's spirit body by 1 step or even close to it. Going from the 3rd step to the 4th step was almost guaranteed. However, the skyfiend fire spirit fruit was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Using it now was truly a pity. If he could wait until his spirit body reached the mid or peak 4th step, he would be able to reach the 5th step immediately, which would be even more valuable than the 3rd step. It should be known that the 5th step spirit body was the average standard of life and death kings. In fact, when one first entered life and death realm, their spirit body would still be at the 4th step. Without any external help, it would be extremely difficult to reach the 5th step by relying on one's own efforts. It would take at least dozens of years, or even 100 years of effort. After thinking for a while, Yichen decided to wait until his cultivation base reached the peak of late Sea of Soul realm. At that time, if his spirit body was still at the 3rd step, he would eat the fruit. Let's go up. Qing Lu saw Yichen got the sky fiend fire spirit fruit and said. Glug glug glug, golden bubbles appeared on the surface of the magma lake, and soon, 2 figures broke out of the water. When he came up, Yichen realized that the armored king and the punished king had both disappeared. The remaining people were less than half of the original number. These people did not expect that the one who would get the fruit would be Qing Lu and Yichen. Their eyes were all shining with excitement. If you don't want to die, you'd better behave yourself. Qing Lu reminded these people. Haha, not at all. Some people recalled the gloomy expressions of the punishment king and the armored king when they left and immediately knew what was going on. Since the punishment king and the armored king had suffered a loss, they wouldn't dare to steal the sky demon fire spirit fruit. Let's go. Yichen did not care about these people as he walked up with Qing Lu, Morong and the rest. In front of the White Sheep King's graveyard, the Thunder Spirit King sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting patiently. Behind him, more and more people rushed over from time to time. About an hour later, Yichen's group of 5 arrived. I'll get the door. Yichen glanced at Thunder Spirit King, Punishment King, and the others before he walked towards the entrance of the tomb. The 3rd key is with this kid? Punish King frowned. Adding in Yichen, 3 of the 4 keys were in the hands of this youngster. Furthermore, Yichen's strength made him extremely apprehensive. Haha, not bad. You didn't make me wait too long. Thunder Spirit King stood up. Creak, as Yichen inserted the key, the gate of Ares King's graveyard opened. With a swoosh, Thunder Spirit King was the first to enter. White Sheep King is good at illusion, we should be careful. Qing Lu walked over. Yichen nodded. As long as we don't separate, there shouldn't be any problems. Just as Qing Lu had said, Ares King's graveyard was filled with all kinds of illusion arrays. Some were used to trap people, some could cause illusions, and some could even lead people astray. Yichen and Qing Lu had the highest strength, and their soul power was also the most powerful. Although the illusion array had an effect on them, it was negligible. Morong Qingqing had the perfect demonic blood vessel, which gave her a powerful illusion immunity, so she was fine as well. As for Yan Fengfeng and Sun Tianlang, they suffered a bit. The former fell into an illusion once, and saw the people around her as enemies. The latter was, after all, a half-step king, and could restrain herself. Finally, I've obtained a space-profound martial skill. In a secret room, Thunder Spirit King held a jade strip in his hand as he laughed heartily. Although he was one of the strongest half-step kings, there were two others who were equally famous as him. There was no one who didn't wish to be a bit more powerful and comprehend a bit more profound. Moreover, although half-step king and life and death realm seemed to only be separated by a thin line, it was actually an abyss. Without an opportunity, one would never be able to step into it in their lifetime. Before that, he had to make ample preparations to attack life and death realm. With this base profound martial skill, my stagnant strength will certainly improve again, and I'll have an opportunity to attack life and death realm. Seems like the heavens are still taking care of me. Carefully putting away the jade strip, Thunder Spirit King left the secret room with a happy mood. When Yi Chen's group entered White Sheep King's graveyard, the 100 people following behind also entered Firebird King's graveyard. Unfortunately, not only did they not obtain any treasures, they were hunted down by 4 dangerous creatures, leaving not even their bones behind. In a passage, 2 half-step kings were trapped in midair, unable to budge. What trapped them was an incorporeal spider web that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Even if one were to release their soul power, they would have to search over and over again in order to sense the slightest trace. Unfortunately, who would have thought that there would be a spider web in the passage? A moment of carelessness and they would be caught, losing control of their lives. Hee hee. Another 2. Shadow Ghost Bat King didn't speak any nonsense. It bit the neck of a half-step king and fiercely sucked his blood essence. As for the other half-step king, he became food for the 2 hunters and was brutally dismembered. Licking his lips, Shadow Ghost Bat King threw away the dried corpse in his hand and said with an evil smile, "With our strength, we have no opponents here. I hope we can meet that person." Shadow Ghost Bat King's pride was extremely strong, so he hated Thunder Spirit King who had humiliated him. Recalling the scene of him begging for mercy, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Swamp King said in a muffled voice, "He's very strong. It's best if we don't provoke him for now." Just like Shadow Ghost Bat King, Swamp King was also beaten miserably by Thunder Spirit King. Only after killing enough half-step kings with great difficulty did his strength recover. Afterwards, his strength returned to its peak, and his frontal battle strength was already at the peak of half-step kings. "I know what you're saying. I can feel that my strength has increased a lot." Shadow Ghost Bat King was different from other creatures. Within a certain limit, as long as he absorbed enough blood essence, his strength could increase. Along the way, he had killed 7 or 8 half-step kings. His strength had long since surpassed his peak, reaching a new height. This was also the source of his confidence. "Let's go." Shadow Ghost Bat King didn't say much and walked ahead. In White Sheep King's graveyard, Yi Chen and the rest didn't have any harvest. After half a day, the 5 arrived before Sky Scorpio King's graveyard. Unexpectedly, the graveyard's entrance was already open. They wondered who had the 4th key. Was it a youngster? Walking in the graveyard's passageway, Qing Lu said, "Sky Scorpio King is the strongest demonic beast king under 4 Extreme Emperor. He's a rare demonic beast sword artist who likes to use swords. His sword arts realm is also very high." Back then, some even called him Sky Scorpio Sword King. Sky Scorpio King is a demonic beast sword artist who likes to collect swords. Perhaps there's a sword mound in his graveyard. Sword mound meant a graveyard of swords. Some powerful sword kings would build a sword mound for their beloved swords in addition to their own graveyard before their death. Apart from their beloved swords, there were also many treasured swords in the sword mound. Sky Scorpio King is a sword artist? Yi Chen felt that it was very novel. Qing Lu nodded, "Right, Sky Scorpio King's sword was also very famous at that time. It's called Sky Scorpio Sword. It's said that he forged it himself, using supreme-grade materials. Some of them can't even be found on True Spirit Continent, and can only be found on some planets in the starry sky. Because some planets contain special energy, his Sky Scorpio Sword also inherited this energy, greatly increasing its destructive power. It's much more powerful than ordinary supreme-grade swords. Of course, I'm only guessing. Perhaps Sky Scorpio King won't build a sword mound. Let's hope we're lucky." The Battle King's sword in Yi Chen's storage ring was also a supreme-grade sword, but it was damaged and didn't have a trace of power. Forging it again would be meaningless. However, the damaged Battle King's sword also had value. If Yichen wanted to forge a sword, he could extract some useful materials from the damaged sword, saving him a lot of effort. Sky Scorpio King's graveyard was the largest among the 4 demonic beast kings. After walking for half a day, the 5 still hadn't reached the end. Eh? There is Sword Chi. Yi Chen, who was walking in front, suddenly frowned as he tried to sense it carefully. Are there sword artists battling? Qing Lu asked. Yi Chen shook his head slightly. No, this sword chi is different from the sword chi that was shot out. It is the chi of the sword, and there are many kinds of them. Yi Chen was a sword artist, so he was very sensitive to sword chi. It might be the location of the sword grave. Qing Lu's eyes brightened. Follow me. With the subtle feeling of the sword chi, Yi Chen led the way in the front. After a few turns, Yi Chen and the other 4 unknowingly arrived in front of a massive stone door. The door was half opened, and countless kinds of sword chi leaked out, cutting the air. It is indeed the sword grave. Qing Lu said with certainty. Someone has already entered. Yi Chen glanced at the half-open door, flashed his body and flew in. So many swords. Once the 5 entered, they were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. Yan Fengfeng and Morong Qingqing even lifted up their heads, their mouths wide open. In their sight, there were swords everywhere. Inside the sword grave, there were all kinds of swords. There were swords stuck in the low places, and there were also swords stuck in the high places. Every few steps, there would be a sword stuck in the ground. Looking over, there was no end to the sword grave at all. This is a low-rank great sword. Yi Chen touched one of the swords on the outside and said. Morong Qingqing said strangely, after tens of thousands of years, the low-rank great swords should not be able to survive. How come the swords here do not seem to be damaged at all? Yi Chen said, if I have guessed it right, after the passage of time, the swords in the sword grave had already sensed each other and could use sword chi to nourish each other, and the other would also use sword chi to nourish each other. There are thousands of swords here, thousands of sword chi lingering around, which had become the best nourishment for these swords. Therefore, after tens of thousands of years, the swords here have become sharper instead of damaged. Yan Fengfeng said, perhaps there really is the Sky Scorpio sword here. Let's go look for it. It does not seem easy. These swords have the same chi, and they seem to be hiding their chi. Morong Qingqing looked around, but could not see anything. Yi Chen smiled, you are right. The swords have their own spirits, and will not release their chi in public. Therefore, if we want to find a good sword, we would have to understand it very well and have a pair of sharp eyes. Alright, I would like to see if I can find the Sky Scorpio sword among these thousands of swords. There were too many swords in the sword mound. As far as the eye could see, it was like a sea of swords, a mountain of swords. Countless sword chi clashed in the air, issuing metallic clanging sounds. Yi Chen walked at the front alone, gradually going deeper. What a powerful sword chi. He couldn't sense how powerful the sword chi was from the outside, but as he went deeper, more and more incorporeal sword chi slashed at Yi Chen, as if wanting to cut him into countless pieces. The sword chi accumulated by thousands upon thousands of swords was no joke. Plus, Yi Chen realized that being surrounded by so many great swords, his sight and soul power started to get mixed up. Just by looking with his naked eyes and sensing with his soul power, he could not tell which sword was special at all. In fact, he even had the illusion that all of them were good swords. Seems like I can only rely on my intuition towards swords. Yi Chen's expression didn't change as he resolutely walked forward, using his heart to sense the call of the swords. In this huge sword mound, there seemed to be no sword that was the same. Not only were they of different colors, even their shapes were bizarre. Some swords were as tall as a person, broad and heavy, weighing no less than several thousand jin. Some swords were as long as a forearm and as wide as a finger. Although they were called swords, they were actually more like extended daggers. Some swords were covered in sawtooth edges, brimming with evil chi. Some swords had a forked front like a snake's tongue. Some swords were incomparably gorgeous, inlaid with all kinds of gems and crystals. There were also some swords that were extremely simple, only made of 2 pieces of wood. With so many treasured swords, with so many shapes and auras, no one knew which swords were good, and which swords were just for show and not powerful at all. Sky Scorpio sword. Where is it? Before Yi Chen and the rest entered, a half-step king had already entered. This half-step king was a sword artist with the title of Metal Sword King. He primarily cultivated metal attribute Jinyuan, and his profound was also metal profound. His sword arts were incomparably sharp and unstoppable, displaying the sharpness of metal. He was quite famous among half-step kings. It was already not bad to have a supreme grade sword in the sword mound. Without a doubt, the Sky Scorpio sword was the strongest in the sword mound of the Sky Scorpio King. However, there were too many swords in the sword mound, and these swords had their own spirituality. They didn't deliberately release their aura, but instead knew how to hide their aura. Then, through the myriad of sword chi, they could confuse the senses, making it even harder to find the Sky Scorpio sword. As far as the Metal Sword King was concerned, semi-extreme grade swords had no meaning other than selling them for some upper-grade spirit stones. Therefore, he only had one target, the Sky Scorpio sword. I don't believe I can't find the Sky Scorpio sword. The Metal Sword King was extremely confident that he could find the Sky Scorpio sword. If he didn't have confidence, he wouldn't have become a half-step king with the identity of a sword artist. Suddenly, the Metal Sword King's attention was attracted by a flicker of golden light. A faint golden sword was stabbed into the pit in front of him. The sword's body was long and slender, and two words were carved on its hilt, Jining. Although the sword was deliberately hiding its aura, its sharpness couldn't be concealed. As long as one approached it, one could feel the sword chi that seemed capable of cutting one's soul. Good sword. Moreover, it's a metal attribute sword. The Metal Sword King's face lit up as he extended his hand, intending to pull it out. But halfway through, the Metal Sword King hesitated. His target was the Sky Scorpio sword. Clearly, this sword couldn't be the Sky Scorpio sword. He hadn't heard that the Sky Scorpio sword was metal attribute, and the Sky Scorpio King himself was not a metal attribute demonic beast. Moreover, the two words carved on the hilt of the sword should be the name of the sword. The Jining sword is extraordinary. It's definitely a supreme grade sword. I can't let it go. In any case, after taking the Jining sword, I'll go find the Sky Scorpio sword. After a moment of hesitation, the Metal Sword King grabbed the hilt of the Jining sword and pulled it out. Clang, as the sword was pulled out, a golden sword chi soared into the sky and circled above the sword mound. At the same time, hundreds of swords in the surroundings rang out, seemingly paying homage to the sword in the Metal Sword King's hand. Seeing this, the Metal Sword King let out a sigh of relief. His consciousness sank into the Jining sword, determining its grade. The higher the grade of a sword, the more difficult it was to determine when it was hiding its aura. It was unlike a low-grade sword, which could be determined with a touch. After a while, an incomparably disappointed expression flickered on the Metal Sword King's face. The Jining sword was not an extreme-grade sword, not even a semi-extreme grade sword. It was only an upper-grade sword. As far as he was concerned, it was just a piece of scrap metal without the slightest value. Depressed, the Metal Sword King pulled out an ordinary longsword beside him as if venting. How is this possible? What astonished the Metal Sword King was that this ordinary longsword he had casually pulled out unexpectedly blossomed with an icy blue radiance. The sword chi radiated in the surroundings, causing the surrounding longswords to sway. It's a semi-extreme grade sword. After a careful inspection, the Metal Sword King discovered that this was a semi-extreme grade sword. Before this, he had only treated it as an ordinary low-grade sword and didn't pay much attention to it. Could it be that in this sword catacomb, the more high-profile a sword is, the lower the chances of it being a good sword, even though its grade isn't too low? On the other hand, ordinary and inconspicuous swords have a higher chance of being a good sword, or even a supreme grade sword. This result made the Metal Sword King very excited. He had finally found a pattern. Swords have sword bones. If the sword bones are upright, the sword chi will be strong. Yi Chen was like a cursory glance as he shuttled through the mountains and seas of swords. Occasionally, he would come across a sword with a clear sword bone and touch it. It was easy to see that the swords Yi Chen touched were not all of the same style. Some swords were high profile and powerful, showing off their sharpness. Some swords were calm like water, silently nourishing everything. Some swords were simple and unadorned, but not refined. He wasn't like the Metal Sword King, who only paid attention to the sword's aura and unintentionally pulled out a simple sword, thinking that it was better to be unremarkable. In Yichen's opinion, a powerful aura and a simple and unadorned form were just the appearance of a sword. Perhaps he might come across a good sword if he was lucky, but most of the time, he would be disappointed. The more powerful the sword, the more spirituality it had. A sword with spirituality was no longer an inanimate object. It had a sword bone, just like humans. Humans had bones in their bodies, and some masters would describe geniuses with potential as having a clear and wondrous bone. Therefore, a good sword would also have a good sword bone. Of course, nothing was absolute. Perhaps there would be a sword with a bad sword bone but a powerful sword chi. But, everyone had their own area of expertise, and it could not be forced. On the way, Yichen had also seen some semi-extreme rank swords, but he did not pull them out. Before he found the Sky Scorpio sword, he would not pull out any sword. It was not because he had sensed something, but it was just his instinct. The swords in the sword grave had been through tens of thousands of years, and their spirituality was much stronger than other swords of the same rank. If he pulled out another sword right now, it would be disrespectful to the Sky Scorpio sword, and he might miss it. As for Qing Lu and the rest, they did not have this concern. They saw some decent swords and pulled them out. However, after each of them had pulled out a couple of swords, the sword chi in the sword grave suddenly started to target them. Before, the sword chi in the sword grave was formed naturally, but this sword chi was created by countless swords. The sword chi was 10 times stronger than before, and even Qing Lu was not feeling well, so she stopped pulling out her sword. Eh? So many swords that look exactly the same? After walking for 10 minutes, everyone's vision blurred. Looking over, dozens of meters ahead, there was a huge area filled with swords that looked exactly the same. These swords were all around 4 feet long, silver with a hint of purple. The sword hilt was black, and it looked like a black scorpion. The tail of the black scorpion was the tip of the hilt, and its 2 huge pincers were opened, forming a sword socket, protecting the sword artist's palm. And in the middle of the sword socket, there were 2 peanut-sized red gems, which looked like the eyes of the black scorpion. The silver with a hint of purple sword body was spat out from the black scorpion's mouth. It was extremely sharp, and its aura alone gave people an unbearable feeling. Sky Scorpio sword, it must be the Sky Scorpio sword, but why are there so many? Qing Lu's breath slightly increased as she mumbled to herself. There should only be one real one, and the rest are all replicas. Although Morong Qingqing said so, when she used her demon eyes, she realized that every sword was exactly the same, even the aura was exactly the same. She could not tell which one was special. There is only one real Sky Scorpio sword. Yi Chen's expression turned serious as he walked over one step at a time. Haha, first come, first served. These Sky Scorpio swords are all mine. I'll go back and slowly figure them out. Just as Yi Chen was walking over, another figure walked out from another direction. It was the Metal Sword King. Seeing so many Sky Scorpio swords, his face revealed a joyful expression. He waved his hand, and his Jing Yuan formed a huge hand, wanting to collect all the Sky Scorpio swords into his storage ring. Overestimating yourself. Yi Chen did not stop him, revealing a sneer on his face. Ting, just as Yi Chen finished his words, hundreds of Sky Scorpio swords made a ringing sound. Purple sword chi spiraled out and gathered together, forming a huge purple sword aura. It slashed apart the Metal Sword King's huge Jing Yuan hand, then slashed toward his body. What? The Metal Sword King was shocked. He pulled out his great sword and blocked in front of him. Kacha, the great sword in the Metal Sword King's hand was a semi-extreme rank great sword called the Absolute Gold Sword. It had accompanied him for dozens of years, stained with the blood of countless experts. However, under the purple sword aura's attack, the Absolute Gold Sword was immediately broken, shattering like a crystal. A wave of sword chi passed through the shattered Absolute Gold Sword and heavily attacked the Metal Sword King's protective Jing Yuan. Pooh, spurting out a huge mouthful of blood, the Metal Sword King was sent flying, knocking away countless swords along the way. The swords flew everywhere like flying swords. Qing Lu and the rest were shocked by this scene. Hundreds of Sky Scorpio swords had actually released sword chi on their own, causing a half-step Sword King to puke out blood. Even the semi-extreme rank great sword was shattered in one strike. If not for the semi-extreme rank greatsword blocking, the purple sword aura might have killed the metal sword king completely. There must be a Sky Scorpio sword inside. Qinglu was even more certain of her thoughts. Even if all the Sky Scorpio swords here were upper rank great swords, they would not be able to break a semi-extreme rank great sword. If it were that easy to break, it would not be a semi-extreme rank great sword. It should be known that even normal life and death realm warriors would not be able to break a semi-extreme rank great weapon with one strike, unless it had no master. Damn it! How could it be like this? The Metal Sword King was heavily wounded, lying on the ground, unable to get up. Looking carefully, one could see that the clothes on his chest had already crystallized, turning into tiny particles. The skin in front of his chest had also crystallized, with many cracks on it. The power of the purple sword aura was horrifying, and it was still under the condition of not having a master. In that split second, 3 Sky Scorpio swords were the first to release sword chi, and the others followed closely behind. Yichen clearly saw that hundreds of Sky Scorpio swords seemed to release sword chi at the same time, but in fact, 3 swords were the fastest, and seemed to be guiding the others. However, there is only one true Sky Scorpio sword. Yichen walked into the crowd of Sky Scorpio swords. Eh? The auras of the 3 swords are the same, and the sword bones are also about the same. There is no difference between them? Yichen didn't pull out any of the Sky Scorpio swords, but only touched them one by one, feeling the subtle differences in auras and the feeling they gave him. However, the result left him puzzled. These 3 swords, no matter how he looked at them, were the same. Yichen, is Sky Scorpio sword among these 3? Morong Qingqing asked. Yichen shook his head, I don't know either. A moment ago, he was sure that the true Sky Scorpio sword was among these 3 swords, but now, he didn't dare to be sure. Even if there were some slight differences in appearance and sword bones, they were at the same level. Among these 3 swords, which one is the true Sky Scorpio sword? Yichen stood in the middle of the 3 swords, pondering with his head lowered. Or maybe I'm wrong, and the true Sky Scorpio sword isn't among them. Immediately, a new idea popped up in Yichen's mind. Yes, this is a possibility. If the Sky Scorpio sword was the first to release sword chi, then there should only be 1, and not 3. The reason for the 3 is very likely to be the Sky Scorpio sword trying to confuse me, diverting my attention to these 3 swords, while it hid among the other swords. I didn't expect that I was almost fooled by a sword. Raising his head, Yichen revealed a smile. You are not. You are not either. Strolling among the Sky Scorpio swords, Yichen touched them one by one. This method was stupid, but also the most practical. Anyway, there were only 500 to 600 Sky Scorpio swords here, and it wouldn't take long to touch them all. He didn't want to be fooled by them. It seems to be you. After touching more than 300 Sky Scorpio swords, Yichen finally found the one that was most likely to be the Sky Scorpio sword. When he touched the sword, there was nothing strange at first. However, after rubbing it for a while, he immediately felt an extremely overbearing power stirring. As this feeling arose, Yichen caught a glimpse of a faint purple light flashing across the blade of the sword. If he didn't look carefully, he would have missed it. Senior Qing Lu had said that the Sky Scorpio sword had a material that came from a planet in the sky, containing a special power. Other swords do not have this kind of vibration, only this sword does. It was rare for treasures to possess special powers. They were usually inherited from the materials they were forged from, so it was impossible to fake them. This sword was most likely the genuine one. If that's not the case, I'll admit it. Yichen firmly believed in his choice. A swordsman's greatest taboo was hesitation. Clang, with his hand on the hilt, Yichen pulled out the Sky Scorpio sword. The second Yichen pulled out the Sky Scorpio sword, the sword suddenly shone with a purple light. Under the purple light, the ground nearby and the other Sky Scorpio sword started to form purple crystals at an extremely fast speed. The crystals expanded gradually, eventually covering dozens of meters in radius. What kind of power is this? Yichen's eyebrows flicked as his left hand touched the hilt of a Sky Scorpio sword right next to him, then slightly tightened his grip. Bang! A shocking scene happened. This sword, which was at least a mid-rank one, was shattered like a purple crystal. Purple crystal iron. I did not expect that there would be purple crystal iron in the Sky Scorpio sword. Qing Lu blurted out. Yan Fengfeng asked, Teacher, what is purple crystal iron? How come I have never heard of it? Qing Lu said, even within the top quality metals, there are good ones and bad ones. The most famous ones are the top 10 metals, and the purple crystal iron is one of them, ranked number 7. The purple crystal iron contains the power of crystallization, and most of the objects that are touched by the purple light will immediately crystallize. Even if it is the same rank materials, if they are touched by the purple light for too long, they will also be damaged. Then, this is the Sky Scorpio sword? Morong Qingqing felt that the Sky Scorpio sword in Yi Chen's hand seemed to be normal except for the powerful purple light. Otherwise, why did it have no reaction after being pulled out? Ting. Just as Morong Qingqing finished her sentence, the Sky Scorpio sword in Yi Chen's hand suddenly enlarged, from 4 feet and 2 feet to 3 meters, 2 meters, 3 meters. 30 meters. 30 meters. 30 meters. 30 meters. 30 meters huge Sky Scorpio sword, which was even bigger than Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's figure could no longer be seen. Once the Sky Scorpio sword enlarged, it created a horrifying commotion. The sword chi inside the sword grave became more and more intense, like a tornado. In the next second, all of the swords were pulled out automatically, floating in the air with the Sky Scorpio sword as the center. They slowly rotated like thousands of swords worshipping each other. This is the real Sky Scorpio sword? The Metal Sword King's eyes were wide open. It is indeed the extreme rank Sky Scorpio sword. Yi Chen laughed heartily. The 30-meter-long Sky Scorpio sword was extremely heavy, weighing at least 10,000 jin. Lifting it in his hand felt like lifting a small mountain. As far as he knew, only some special semi-extreme grade artifacts could enlarge it. Only extreme grade artifacts could do this. And he had already examined it carefully, and it was indeed an extreme grade artifact. It was the real deal. Yi Chen, congratulations! The Sky Scorpio sword contains the purple crystal iron. Even among the extreme rank weapons, it is still a top-grade weapon. Qing Lu was very envious of Yi Chen's luck. There were so many life and death realm warriors who wanted an extreme rank weapon, but failed to do so. And Yi Chen was only at late Sea of Souls realm, but he already had an extreme rank sword. If this news got out, it would definitely make countless people jealous. This might be my lucky chance. Yi Chen was imprinting the soul mark on the Sky Scorpio sword. Without it, he would not be able to make the sword smaller. If it did not shrink, not only would it take up a lot of space, it would also be unusable. Yeah, you have one of the keys, so you must have had a great fortune. The Sky Scorpio sword should belong to you. Qing Lu thought about it and agreed with him. 4 keys, 4 people would get them, and the ones who got them would be people with great fortune and fortune. Imprinting the soul mark on the Sky Scorpio sword was very easy. After tens of thousands of years, the soul mark that the Sky Scorpio King had left on the sword had already been used up. Right now, the sword was ownerless. Imprinting the soul mark on an ownerless object would not be a problem. Soon, Yi Chen successfully imprinted his own soul mark on the sword. Shrink. Yi Chen controlled the Sky Scorpio sword through the soul mark. Whoosh, the Sky Scorpio sword shrunk back to its original size, 4 feet and 2 inches. Holding the Sky Scorpio sword in his right hand, Yi Chen did not pour in his Jin Yuan and casually waved it twice. Crack, 2 crystal marks appeared in the air, which was the sign of air crystallization. One could imagine that even an ordinary person holding the Sky Scorpio sword would be able to kill a powerful martial artist, provided that he could lift it up. This Sky Scorpio sword weighed over 10,000 jin, and Yi Chen's strength exceeded 400,000 jin. Adding the explosive Jin Yuan, he could only wave it around with a weight of more than several 100,000 jin. This Sky Scorpio sword is an extreme grade sword. You can't keep it. Give it to me, and you can live for a few more years. Otherwise, if I leak the news, you will die for sure. The Metal Sword King had unknowingly finished recuperating his body. He stood up and greedily stared at the sword in Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen glanced at the Metal Sword King. I'm afraid even you can't keep it? I have my methods. You better think about it. One wrong move and you might lose your life. Of course, I won't take your sword for nothing. I will compensate you for your loss. On the other hand, if you don't agree, then the news of you getting the sword will leak out. I believe there will be a lot of life and death kings eyeing it. Sorry, not possible. Yi Chen's expression was cold. Then don't blame me. Shoo. The metal sword king flew out of the sword grave, increasing his speed to the limit. Obviously, he was also afraid of Yi Chen and Qing Lu joining hands. We can't let him live. Qing Lu took out her sky hammer, preparing to attack. Senior, let me do it. Yi Chen would naturally not let the metal sword king go. If the latter had not threatened him, he might have hesitated a bit and not killed him right away. But now, there was no need for that. The latter would die for sure. Holding the Sky Scorpio sword, Yi Chen raised it up high. Dense Xinyuan poured into the sword through the Laogong meridian in his palm. Ting, the purple light on the Sky Scorpio sword shone brightly, illuminating a purple halo. At the same time, a purple sword light appeared on the tip of the sword. Go. A vein popped out on Yi Chen's forehead. Waving both of his hands, the Sky Scorpio sword slashed down. No one could describe how breathtaking this sword was. Time within the sword mound seemed to slow down until it came to a standstill. All moving objects seemed to be frozen in that instant. As for the Golden Sword King, his flying speed grew slower and slower, but he himself didn't notice it. The purple sword light was like a purple shooting star in the universe. It instantly slashed at the back of the Metal Sword King, not giving him any time to react. Gotcha, the Metal Sword King's body was directly cut into two, and it was not over yet. The two halves of the corpse instantly crystallized, looking like two pieces of purple crystal. After the purple sword light cut through the Metal Sword King's body, the remaining power did not dissipate. It pierced through the wall of the sword grave as well, landing on the opposite wall. Of course, the opposite wall could not block it. Just like that, the purple sword light pierced through countless walls before stopping. Pong, the two crystallized corpse fell on the ground, shattering into pieces. With one sword, the Metal Sword King died miserably. Moreover, it was the kind of crushing death without any suspense. Huff, seeing the Metal Sword King killed, Yi Chen heavily gasped for breath. His complexion was incomparably pale, and beads of cold sweat dripped down his face. That sword strike just now had completely emptied his Xinyuan, not leaving a trace behind. It seemed as if it wished to drain his blood. That feeling of Xinyuan being emptied in an instant made Yi Chen extremely weak. He could not even hold the Sky Scorpio sword tightly, and it stabbed into the ground. This Sky Scorpio sword is simply an insatiable black hole. Yi Chen faintly sensed that even with all his Xinyuan, he might not be able to use the Sky Scorpio sword's full strength. 50 to 60% of its might would already be pretty good. Perhaps he would need to reach half-step King Realm before he could fully display its might. Fortunately, I have the Dragon God Medal. The Dragon God Medal was the highest medal of the Dragon God's Celestial Palace. At the same time, it was a treasure that could store a third of Yi Chen's Xinyuan. Activating the Dragon God Medal, a large amount of Xinyuan poured into Yi Chen's body. This Xinyuan and Yi Chen's were of the same origin, without the slightest conflict. So frightening. Qing Lu, Morong Qingqing and the rest were shocked. Yi Chen's sword attack did not have any mysteries, only pouring his Xinyuan into the Sky Scorpio sword and shooting out a sword light. However, the power of that sword light was extremely horrifying. Qing Lu's Sky Hammer was also a low-quality extreme rank weapon. Judging on its power, it was probably not even one-third of the Sky Scorpio sword's power. And this was still because Yi Chen could not bring out the sword's full power. Otherwise, the Sky Hammer might not even be one-fifth as powerful as the Sky Scorpio sword. Yi Chen, the Sky Scorpio sword is a supreme treasure. Even if it is powerful, you should not use it casually. Once Life and Death Realm warriors know that you have it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Qing Lu reminded Yi Chen. Yeah, there are a lot of Life and Death Realm warriors without extreme rank weapons. And the Sky Scorpio sword is obviously not a normal extreme rank weapon. It will make the King warriors crazy. Sun Tianlang looked away from the Sky Scorpio sword and nodded. Don't worry about me. Yi Chen of course knew about the principle of not showing off one's wealth. It could only be used when it was absolutely safe. Inside the sword grave, there were a lot of great swords. After taking the Sky Scorpio sword, Yichen collected another 7 to 8 semi-extreme rank swords and hundreds of top-rank swords. Qing Lu and the other 3 also collected a lot, all of the mid-rank and above great swords. The rest of the great swords in the grave suddenly snapped in half and then started to rot. It turned out that the reason why these low-rank and mid-rank swords could be preserved for tens of thousands of years was because the sword grave was a sealed space, and there was a lot of sword qi to train them. Now that the main sword had been taken, the low-rank and mid-rank swords immediately started to crumble. Let's go. Yi Chen and the other 4 left the sword grave. The tombs of the Ash Wolf King, Fire Bird King, White Sheep King, and Sky Scorpion King contained many treasures. Anyone who entered this place, as long as they were alive, would have a harvest. However, everyone knew that compared to the Tomb of Emperor of 4 Extremes, the previous 4 tombs were nothing. The graveyard of the 4 Extremes Emperor was an emperor's graveyard, and the 4 Extremes Emperor was not a titled monarch. He was an ancient hero who could leave his mark on the Emperor Scar Steel. If he were to come back to life, he could turn Elysium upside down with a single hand and control the world. What Su King, what Heir Emperor, they would all be fleeting clouds. Only a titled monarch who could leave his mark on the Emperor Scar Steel could compete with him. Unfortunately, there were no such titled monarchs in this era. Although the graveyard of 4 Extremes Emperor was good, everyone knew that it would be the turn of the Life and Death Kings next. They could only stand to the side. If their luck was good, they might be able to pick up some leftovers. Of course, this possibility was minuscule. Passing through the graveyard of Sky Scorpion King, Yi Chen and the other 4 arrived at a vast plaza. The entire plaza was paved with dark blue boulders. At each of the 4 corners of the plaza stood a statue. There was the Ash Wolf statue, the Fire Bird statue, the Aries statue, and the Scorpio statue. In the center of the plaza, there was an even larger statue of a human. This human statue was almost 100 meters tall and was cast from an unknown boulder. The surface of the statue was suffused with a simple but magnificent radiance. The human statue's expression was solemn. Its shoulders were wide, and its legs were long. Its right hand reached out. This hand looked ordinary, but it gave people a feeling of being able to overturn the heaven and earth. Even Yi Chen's heart raced as he was shocked by the statue's aura. Statue of 4 Extremes Emperor. Qing Lu raised her head and said with a reverent tone. Sun Tianlang said, a peerless genius from 70,000 years ago. If he were still alive, how powerful would he be? No matter what kind of genius, what kind of king, they would all be shrouded in his shadow. It had been a very long time since a titled monarch had appeared on the Emperor Scar Steel. Su King had tried, but he failed. Heir Emperor had tried, but he also failed. Ever since the era of Yuan Emperor, the last titled monarch to leave his mark on the steel, countless people had tried, but they had all failed. This had created an argument that no one could surpass the ancients anymore. They believed that the current era had already declined, and there would no longer be that kind of peerless genius. He's here. He has the 3rd key. The arrival of Yi Chen's group attracted a lot of attention. However, everyone's gaze was focused on Yi Chen, because he had the key to Aries constellation. Yi Chen. Dan Tai Mingyue walked over. What is it? Dan Tai Mingyue said, I have the 4th key. Adding Jiang Tian, Xia Hozuan, and yours, it will be 4. It will be enough to open the gate of 4 Extremes Emperor's graveyard. The 4th key is with you? Yi Chen had already suspected it. He did not expect the Scorpio key to really be with her. Then, she must have also trained the most powerful movement of the void-shattering finger, the 4th movement. Indeed. Dan Tai Mingyue nodded. All right, let's go. Yi Chen did not reject it. The 3rd key was with him, so he had to go even if he did not want to. Otherwise, he would be the target of everyone. It's opening. Everyone saw Yi Chen, Dan Tai Mingyue, and the other 3 walking toward the gate. They all held their breath and stared at the gate without blinking. Begin. Dan Tai Mingyue inserted her key first. Jiang Tian glanced at Yi Chen before inserting his own key as well. Then, it was Xia Hozuan and Yi Chen. The 4 keys were inserted at the same time, and the gate lit up with a blinding light. A wave of power blew the 4 away. Shoo! 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 The gate did not open immediately. Instead, four tiny light beams shot out, shooting toward Yi Chen and the other three at an extremely fast speed. Yi Chen's eyes and hands were quick as he reached out his hand to grab the light beam. Opening his hand, he saw a jade scroll. Jade scroll? Yi Chen looked confused. According to what he knew, jade scrolls usually stored profound sense martial arts or high-rank secret arts. Turning his head to look at Dan Tai Mingyue and the other two, Yi Chen found that they had each gotten a jade scroll as well. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. Jade scroll. It must be 4 Extremes Emperor's martial art. Getting the keys has so many benefits. Everyone's breathing quickened, wishing that they could go and snatch it. However, they did not dare to do it openly, and could only look at it secretly. Let's learn it first. Yi Chen poured his soul power into the jade scroll. At the same time, a group of uninvited guests appeared in the 4 graveyards ahead. This group of uninvited guests was too powerful. Their figures flickered as if they were teleporting, appearing anywhere. Even the walls of the passage couldn't stop them. They were not ordinary people, but genuine life and death kings. Hee, our luck is not bad. We actually encountered 4 heterogeneous beings at once. This should be a ghost shadow bat, right? It can be raised into a heterogeneous killer. This swamp king can protect the gate, and these 2 predators can produce countless thousand years spider silk. The hard wall of the tunnel rippled like water. An old man in black walked out of the wall. The old man in black looked normal, but when the Bat King was stared at by him, it felt its body go numb, and it could not move. It's a life and death king. Damn it. How can a life and death king come here? The previously high-spirited ghost Shadow Bat King's face was now filled with despair. Encountering a life and death king, escaping was already an extravagant hope. It couldn't even commit suicide. Squeak, the predators began to squeak, their small eyes filled with fear. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. The black-robed old man waved his hand, and the ghost Shadow Bat King's body was involuntarily pulled over. It then turned into a black light and entered the black-robed old man's beast token. After collecting the ghost Shadow Bat King, the black-robed old man grabbed the Swamp King. Night Ghost King, leave this swamp creature to me. An earthing yellow ripple appeared on the opposite wall, and a tall middle-aged man with a majestic figure walked out. With a wave of his hand, the restriction the black-robed old man had placed on the Swamp King was immediately dispersed. Swamp King then arrived at the tall middle-aged man's side and was collected by him. Beast King, you dare to fight with me? The black-robed old man Night Ghost King's eyes narrowed, revealing his killing intent. This was the gaze of a super assassin, capable of dispelling the false and leaving the true, directly penetrating the soul. Why wouldn't I dare? The Beast King's body was covered with an earthy yellow halo. His body surface was full of cracks, looking very tough. It was obvious that compared to the time in the parallel space battlefield, the Beast King's cultivation had improved a lot. It should be because he had refined the 2 Earth Yuan crystals that he had traded with the Black Thunder King that his cultivation had increased by 40 years. Humph, only a fool would fight you head-on. But, be careful of dying under my assassination one day. The killing intent on the Night Ghost King's body disappeared in an instant. His cultivation base was similar to the Beast King's, but the latter cultivated Earth Xin Yuan as well as Earth Profound. In terms of defense, he far surpassed kings of the same level. Moreover, the Night Ghost King specialized in assassination, so how could he confront the Beast King head-on? It was not his style. Say it if you have the ability. The Beast King didn't fear the Night Ghost King in the slightest. Life and Death Kings rarely fought to the death. After all, if they couldn't kill each other, they would gain an enemy who wouldn't be able to sleep at night. The remaining 2 predators shivered in front of the 2 genuine kings. How could they have the aura and ferocity of predators? They were like pitiful little rabbits. Collect! Collect! The Beast King and the Night Ghost King waved their hands, preparing to collect a predator each. However, things didn't go as smoothly as they thought. In the void, 2 large nets appeared out of nowhere, trapping the Beast King and the Night Ghost King. Who is it? The Beast King and the Night Ghost King were greatly alarmed. someone capable of trapping them was naturally a life and death king. Moreover, their cultivation base was definitely above theirs. You two are quite daring to collect the spider clan in front of me. Above the passageway, black ripples flowed, and a throne descended. The throne was tied to a thin thread, and sitting on the throne was a beautiful young woman in a black robe. Her lips were purplish red, and there were 4 eyes on her forehead. They were tightly shut, making her look both beautiful and dangerous. Black Mountain Queen. The Night Ghost King's figure twisted and fell off the spider web. His brows creased as he thought of retreating. This Black Mountain Queen was not a human, but a demonic beast king cultivated from a spider beast. At the same level, the strength of a demonic beast king was above that of a human. What was more frightening was that this Black Mountain Queen's cultivation base was at least 800 years. Even if the two of them worked together, they wouldn't be her opponent. Black Mountain Queen, those who don't know are innocent. These 2 predators are yours. The Beast King used a method to struggle free from the spider web and said helplessly. The Black Mountain Queen didn't reply. Sitting on the throne, she said to the 2 predators, "Little fellows, you're lucky to have met me. Otherwise, you'd have become someone else's pet." Hearing the word pet, memories and hatred flickered in the Black Mountain Queen's eyes. Buzz, as the 3 confronted each other, a spatial ripple radiated from the distance. The boundless aura made the 3 unable to resist. "It's Xianxia," the Beast King muttered. Back in the planar battlefield, a will projection of Xianxia had already made them feel threatened. Now that Xianxia had personally arrived, her aura was much stronger than a will projection. Regarding Xianxia's matters, it would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to finish. They only knew that she was the youngest life and death king in 1,000 years, several times younger than the Beast King. However, in terms of strength, the Beast King couldn't even catch up. Many people couldn't imagine how Xianxia, who had only become a life and death king for a few years, already possessed the strength of a peak king, comparable to the likes of Dragon King, Evil King, and Prison King. Monstrous aptitude, peak king strength, and unfathomable methods made Xianxia's prestige extremely formidable, enough to make all kings apprehensive. One could well imagine the pressure the 3 were under. Since Xianxia has come, the others will definitely come as well. Black Mountain Queen was used to being arrogant, but in front of a woman like Xianxia, she had to lower her head. The source of the spatial ripple was very far away, probably still at the entrance of the Forbidden Region. Ordinary life and death kings would need about the time to brew a cup of tea, while peak kings would need 1/3 of that time. After all, the space in the Forbidden Region was extremely stable, and the speed of traversing through space was much slower than the outside world. This was especially true in the graveyard, where arrays operated. Even life and death kings had to enter through the entrance. If they tried to force their way in, they would activate all the arrays, even those of 4 Extreme Emperor's graveyard. After putting away the 2 hunters, Black Mountain Queen didn't make things difficult for the Beast King and Night Ghost King. Sitting on the throne, she flew forward, the solid walls of the passage acting as if they didn't exist. In front of the entrance of 4 Extreme Emperor's graveyard, Yi Chen's face revealed a shocked expression. What he had obtained was neither a profound martial skill nor a secret art, but the foundation of space profound, which was even more precious than profound martial skills and secret arts. Emperor 4 Extreme's attainment in the profound of space is definitely at the great perfection level. It has already reached the point where there is no room for improvement. Just one more step and it would be the heavenly Tao laws. The profound of space that he concluded will make it easier for me to comprehend it. In order to form the foundation of a certain profundity, one had to reach perfection in that profundity. Otherwise, there would be mistakes and misunderstandings in the foundation of the profundity. Taking a step back, if one's profundity had not reached perfection, it would be impossible to form the foundation of a profundity, because even he himself did not fully understand it. Emperor 4 Extremes is indeed a peerless genius. Space Profound is one of the most powerful profounds. Once completed, the Space Profound martial skill created will be extremely powerful. At the very least, it will be a top-rank one. With this Space Profound as the foundation, my Space Profound will be able to reach the minor realm in a short period of time. Right now, Yi Chen's Space Profound realm had stopped at 28%, not far from minor completion. However, there were three most difficult stages in the profound realm: minor completion, major completion, and complete completion. According to Yi Chen's original estimation, it would take him at least half a year to reach minor completion. I wonder what the other three have obtained. Yi Chen turned his head to look at Dan Tai Mingyue and the other two. The three's expressions were strange. Jiang Tian seemed to have obtained something good, tightly clenching his fists as a sharp light flickered in his eyes. Xia Hozuan was in high spirits, emitting an ambitious aura. As for Dan Tai Mingyue, she turned her head to look at Yi Chen and faintly smiled. The three of them have obtained quite a lot. Right, everyone has a key. It's impossible for me to be the only one who obtained the greatest benefit. According to the ranking of keys, Dan Tai Mingyue's harvest is also better than mine. However, this has nothing to do with me. Who cares what others have obtained? As long as my harvest is satisfactory, it's fine. The foundation of Space Profound was extremely precious. After reaching the life and death realm, regardless of whether one was willing or not, one would need to understand some Space Profound. After all, everyone lived in a space. Who killed my Gu family's half-step king? Bang! The space in the center of the four extremities square shattered like a mirror, and a terrifying aura of destruction leaked out from the shattered space, causing the airflow in the entire square to become abnormally violent. At the same time, a yellow-robed elder walked out, his eyes filled with killing intent. Destruction King. The Gu family's Destruction King is here. Everyone was shocked. The Gu family had two life and death kings, East King and Destruction King. The yellow-robed old man was precisely the Destruction King. The Destruction King had not come for Iron Hand King's revenge. Of course, if the opponent's background was too weak, then it would be a different story. He had come for the bronze armor, which was a pseudo-extreme grade artifact that couldn't be bought even with spirit stones. How could the Gu family let it fall into the hands of others? For ordinary life and death kings, a pseudo-extreme grade artifact was equivalent to an extreme grade artifact. Only an ancient family like the Gu family, which had once produced the East King, could have an extra pseudo-extreme grade artifact for a half-step king to wear. However, this didn't mean that the Gu family didn't care about pseudo-extreme grade artifacts. On the contrary, they cared a lot about pseudo-extreme grade artifacts. When the Destruction King appeared, many other life and death kings arrived as well. Among them, there were also half-step kings who had died miserably in the Forbidden Area. However, they didn't act like the Destruction King, oppressing the enemy with their strength. The main reason was that the half-step kings they dispatched didn't have pseudo-extreme grade artifacts. Moreover, which half-step king in the Forbidden Area didn't have a backer? If they acted ruthlessly, it would be the same as declaring war on the opponent's backer. The Destruction King is here. I wonder if East King is here as well. Perhaps he's here, but he's hiding in the dark, quietly observing the situation. Or perhaps he hasn't. All of the life and death kings who had arrived started to discuss secretly. The True Spirit Continent's king warriors were divided into 4 levels. The first level would be titled King Warriors, the second would be Top King Warriors, the third would be Top King Warriors, and the fourth would be Normal King Warriors. Although the Gu family was not one of the top 4 families, they were not that much weaker. Especially East King, who had already been a top king warrior since a long time ago. None of the top 4 families would dare to look down on the Gu family. Even the top warriors of the True Spirit Continent considered the Gu family as the 5th top family. Senior Destruction King, I know who killed the Iron Hand King. The plaza was quiet for a while before a voice was heard. Eh? The Destruction King looked toward the source of the voice. Meanwhile, most of the people also looked toward the source of the voice. Yi Chen frowned. He could tell that the speaker was Jiang Tian. Who are you? The Destruction King asked. Jiang Tian said proudly, my name is Jiang Tian. My teacher is the North Sea Air Emperor. The disciple of the North Sea Air Emperor. All of the life and death king's expressions toward Jiang Tian changed. Jiang Tian was nothing to them, but his teacher, the Air Emperor, was extremely famous. He was a peerless king warrior who could be compared to Su King. However, he had always lived in the North Sea. Therefore, normal people on the True Spirit Continent did not know about the Air Emperor. So, you are the disciple of the Air Emperor. Do you know who killed my Gu family's half-step king warriors? The Destruction King's voice turned gentle. Jiang Tian looked at Yi Chen. When the Iron Hand King died, I was there. My teacher's right-hand man, the Windstorm King, also died in his hands. And that person is him. Jiang Tian pointed his finger at Yi Chen. It is him. Everyone's gaze landed on Yi Chen again. Late Sea of Soul Realm? Some of the Life and Death Kings couldn't help but frown. A young man with Late Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base had killed 2 half-step king warriors. This kind of achievement was indeed shocking. It is Yi Chen. Yi Chen killed the Iron Hand King and the Windstorm King. So horrifying. The Life and Death Kings could not recognize Yi Chen, but the other half-step king warriors and top master-level warriors did. They were all shocked. Yi Chen. Morong Qingqing was a bit nervous as she reached out her hand to hold Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen let out a light breath and said to Morong Qingqing, "Don't worry, he will not do anything to me." Yi Chen, don't worry. He will only scare you a little. Qing Lu had also killed a couple of half-step king warriors, but she did not care at all. If there was competition, there would be death. Plus, it was just a Gu family, so what could they do? This guy is Yi Chen, right? Right next to Dantai Mingyue, a beautiful middle-aged lady appeared out of nowhere. Her qi was extremely powerful, seeming to be even more powerful than all the Life and Death Kings present. Yes, great-grandma. Dantai Mingyue nodded. This middle-aged lady was none other than the Life and Death Realm warrior of the Dantai family, the Moon Queen, who was also the current leader of the family. Before the mysterious queen appeared, the Moon Queen could be counted as the #1 human queen. Her power was unfathomable. Only with the Moon Queen could the Dantai family stand firmly as one of the top 4 families. Indeed an outstanding young man. The Moon Queen admired Yi Chen a lot. She was very clear about Yi Chen's achievements. She was amazed that there was a genius like Yi Chen in this world, who could even beat the Bright Moon and the Dugu family's brat. So, you are Yi Chen? According to the rumors outside, you are so powerful. Seeing you today, I can see that you are indeed something. But, you killed my Gu family's half-step king warrior and took his bronze armor. Aren't you looking down on my Gu family too much? The Destruction King froze a bit. After knowing Yi Chen's identity, he had already given up on the idea of killing him. After all, he did not want to take revenge for the Iron Hand King in the first place. He only wanted to take back the bronze armor, and make him suffer a bit. The Iron Hand King wanted to kill me, so I killed him. The bronze armor was my trophy. Yi Chen's answer was very simple. The Iron Hand King wanted to kill him, so of course, he would not let him. As for the bronze armor, it was his trophy. Of course, it was not that there was no room for negotiation. You have guts. But, your words do not matter at all. How about this, you hand over the bronze armor and come back with me to the Gu family to apologize. I can let you go. The bronze armor is my trophy. If your Gu family wants it back, you have to at least give me some compensation. As for apologizing to the Gu family, I can't do that. I don't think I did anything wrong. I'm afraid you will not be able to bargain. The Destruction King did not have the intention to negotiate with Yi Chen at all. His eyes turned sharp. Destruction King, what do you want? Qing Lu walked out. Leader of the mysterious martial school, this has nothing to do with your school. The Destruction King was very scared of the Xianhou behind Qing Lu, so he was still polite to her. What do you mean it has nothing to do with my school? Just when Qing Lu was about to say something, a wave of space vibration appeared in the sky above the plaza. A luxurious space door appeared. It's her. The Moon Queen lifted up her head, her eyes shining brightly, causing the space in front of her to twist. From the spatial gate, a white-robed woman walked out. As she walked out, the berserk chi flow on the plaza immediately calmed down, as if a mouse seeing a cat, unable to move. The white-robed woman's eyes were like stars, and her fine black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Although her expression was calm and emotionless, she gave off an aura that disdained the whole world. Numerous Life and Death Kings paled in comparison before her. Xianhou Yan Qingxian had arrived. Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath. Every time he saw Xianho, he had a different feeling. The first time he saw Xianho was like an ordinary woman feeding the fish by the pond. She didn't give off any special aura. Seeing Xianho this time, Yichen recalled the shock he felt when he saw Xuanho's portrait for the first time. The Xianho in the portrait gave off the same feeling, a peerless beauty that looked down on the whole world. Destruction King, you want to bring Yichen to your Gu family to ask for forgiveness? Walking out of the spatial gate, Yichen looked at Destruction King. Destruction King's face twitched as he forced a smile. My Gu family's half-step king can't die in vain. Of course, my Gu family can't not give you and Dragon King face. I only want him to ask for forgiveness, and won't make things difficult for him. If not for Xianho and Dragon King, Destruction King would have long since killed Yichen. Asking him to go back to Gu family to ask for forgiveness was already giving the two a lot of face. If he dies, it's because his skill is inferior. How about this, if you can block one finger of mine without getting injured, I won't get involved in Yichen's matter. How about it? Xianho said indifferently. One finger? Destruction King hesitated. If it were any other life and death king, not to mention one finger, he would have no fear even if they fought for 300 rounds. However, Xianho was too powerful. Even one finger was not something an ordinary life and death king could block. What, you don't dare? Then don't mention this matter again. Xianho snorted. Fine, one finger it is. I don't believe that you can do anything to me with one finger. Destruction King also had his own pride. His cultivation base was 600 years, while Xuanho's cultivation base was at most 1,000 years. Most importantly, he was wearing an extreme-grade armor, and the gloves on his hands were also pseudo-extreme-grade artifacts. He believed that if he risked his life, he could block a finger attack from Xianho. Buzz, the surface of the Destruction King's body lit up with a reddish-yellow light. The light was like silk, interweaving into a cocoon, firmly protecting the Destruction King inside. At the same time, the Destruction King lowered his body and clenched his right fist. On his wrist, rings of Zhen Yuan condensed into rings of light. These rings contained an extremely overbearing destruction profound, and each of them could flatten a small mountain range. At this moment, they were wrapped around the Destruction King's wrist. Come! The King of Destruction roared, his eyes blazing like torches. Looks like you're ready. Xianho raised her right hand, and a transparent flame appeared on the tip of her right index finger. The moment the transparent flame appeared, the temperature of the plaza instantly dropped by 100 times. Layers of frost formed on the ground, and only the 4 Extreme Emperor's statue was not covered in frost. Ice Profound is actually not weaker than me. The Ice Pavilion Master also arrived. With his head full of white hair, his face was full of astonishment. Xuanho's main Profound was not Ice Profound. In fact, it was rare to see Xianho use Ice Profound in the past. Clearly, this Ice Profound was one of Xuanho's auxiliary Profounds. Take this. As Xianho pointed her finger at the Destruction King, the transparent flame turned into a beam of light and shot out at a speed that was hard to perceive under life and death realm. You're actually using Ice Profound to deal with me. The Destruction King was overjoyed. He fiercely punched out with his glove-covered right fist, and the Zhen Yuan rings on his wrist were added to his fist energy. Pung, an ice flower bloomed in the air. Destruction King's punch, which was powerful enough to flatten a mountain range, was completely frozen by the ice flower. Its kinetic energy was instantly reduced to 0, and after the ice flower froze the punch, it suddenly burst into a transparent halo. The Destruction King's right arm was instantly frozen by the halo. What? The Destruction King's face was full of fright. He straightened his left hand like a blade and slashed at his right shoulder. Kacha! His right shoulder and right arm were severed and fell to the ground. Not only did they not shatter, they even froze the plaza, forming a layer of ice that was several meters thick. How is this possible? Ice Profound has also reached greater completion. The Ice Pavilion Master sucked in a breath of cold air. His main Profound was Ice Profound, and he was currently at greater completion. However, Ice Profound was clearly Xuanho's auxiliary Profounds, and yet, it had also reached greater completion. It should be known that the higher one's Profound was, the harder it was to comprehend. It was normal for one to not make any progress for hundreds of years. Moreover, every tiny bit of progress would greatly increase one's battle strength. What a blow. Even her auxiliary profounds have reached greater completion. How are others supposed to live? The Moon Empress smiled bitterly. The greater completion of Ice Profound did not move her. What moved her was the fact that her opponent's Ice Profound had reached greater completion, which meant that his main profound might have already reached completion. Of course, there were different levels of profound meaning completion. The difference between a profound meaning that was easy to comprehend and a profound meaning that was hard to comprehend was huge. When two profound meaning completion warriors walked together and had the same cultivation base, one of them could be killed by the other in a second. This was the difference. But no matter what, being able to comprehend a profound to completion was already extremely shocking. Worthy of being Xianxia. Even a casual move has such power. Whoosh, suddenly, a ball of light appeared beside the Destruction King. The ball of light quickly expanded to a few meters in size, and a figure walked out of it. East King. Xianxia looked at the figure walking out of the light sphere. This was a middle-aged man dressed in a scholar's robe with a quaint appearance. He had a pair of extremely long and narrow eyebrows and a pair of phoenix eyes. He waved his sleeves, and the frost on the ground was pushed away in all directions. The ice melted and melted, clearing up an empty space. It's East King. I didn't expect East King to also come. Right, since the graveyard of 4 Extreme Emperor has appeared, with East King's strength, how could he not interfere? In the eyes of many life and death kings, East King's weight was quite heavy. After all, there were only a few titled monarchs in True Spirit Continent and 4 shallow oceans, and the number of peak kings could be counted on 2 hands. East King could be considered a figure with considerable weight under peak kings. Are you all right? East King turned his head and looked at the one-armed Destruction King. I'm fine. Although Destruction King said so, he was inwardly alarmed. If he hadn't quickly cut off his right arm, that icy cold chi might have spread to his entire body. In that case, even if he didn't die, he would have suffered a near-death injury. Chi, activating the undying body, the Destruction King's severed right arm quickly grew back. At the same time, the Destruction King's Xinyuan was also reduced by a small amount. This lost Xinyuan was not easy to recover, and it would take a long time if he were to rely on meditation and cultivation. East King, you also want to exchange a few moves with me? Xianxia flicked her sleeves and said. East King faintly smiled, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. East King didn't have much confidence in exchanging moves with Xianxia, and he also felt that it was unnecessary. Exchanges between life and death kings had to be meaningful. If there was no meaning, very few people would exchange moves. Yi Chen, you're pretty good. I'll keep that bronze armor with you for the time being. East King glanced at Yi Chen. This glance gave Yi Chen an endless illusion, as if his entire being had been abandoned by the world and sunk into chaos. East King's gaze, without a trace of emotion, directly fell into Yi Chen's sea of soul. Since Senior East King says so, Yi Chen will reluctantly accept. Yi Chen was startled inwardly. In that instant, the world disappeared, leaving only East King's glance. Life and Death Kings have already grasped a trace of the mysteries of the soul. Even if they both have a 5th-step martial soul or sword soul, the might displayed by Life and Death Kings far surpasses those under Life and Death realm. This East King's martial will should be at the peak of the 6th step. Xianxia coldly snorted and didn't say anything. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked into the depths of the void. There, an extremely powerful aura was flying over. This aura was already powerful enough, but the following aura was even more powerful. It was as if the entire void was pressing down. Before the aura even arrived, a majestic aura filled the heaven and earth. The two auras clashed in the void. Everyone present quieted down, not daring to speak. Yes, Master. Jiang Tian could sense the aura of his master, Air Emperor. As for the other one, he didn't need to guess to know that it was Su King. Only Su King could have such a magnificent aura that filled the heaven and earth. 2 titled monarchs. Yi Chen had long heard of Su King's name, and now, he was about to meet him. As for Air Emperor, although his fame in the continent was far below Su King's, in the eyes of insiders, Air Emperor and Su King were naturally on the same level. Not only that, every life and death king present was a legendary figure in the eyes of ordinary people. The reason why he could see them was not because of luck, but because he had already touched upon this level. After all, the weakest here were peak master level experts. Bang! Bang! The sound of popping bubbles could be heard as two spatial halos appeared simultaneously. Within the spatial halos, two sovereigns of the world walked out, majestic and imposing. Just their silhouettes alone gave off a boundless pressure. They were like the heavens, like the earth, vast and boundless, commanding the universe. Air Emperor, Su King, descended at the same time. Ling Tianqiu, after so many years, your strength has actually improved. Admirable. Air Emperor was a handsome middle-aged man with broad shoulders and slender waist. His broad shoulders seemed to be able to support the entire sky. His nose bridge was tall and straight, his lips thin, and his eyes were like two black holes. His gaze was extremely focused, but one couldn't tell where he was looking at. With a single glance, one's soul would be sucked in. Your strength is truly unfathomable. I'm afraid in another 2 years, I won't be your opponent anymore. Su King was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes with a golden crown on his head. His eyes seemed to contain the void, devouring the heaven and earth. Although he was a bit inferior to Air Emperor in terms of unfathomable depth, Su King displayed an imposing aura that could devour mountains and rivers, encompassing the sun and moon. You're flattering me to death. Air Emperor faintly smiled as his gaze fell on the statue of 4 Extreme Emperor at the center of the plaza. Su King's gaze also fell on the statue. The Air Emperor sighed and said, although you and I have reached the same height, compared to the ancients, we are still inferior. I wonder what kind of realm it is to take one step further. We'll know when we get there. Su King looked indifferent. That's true. The Air Emperor raised his head slightly. His eyes were filled with unimaginable ambition, desire, and dominance. Master. Jiang Tian walked over quickly and cupped his hands in greeting. Who killed Lian Feng? The Air Emperor nodded slightly and asked. Hearing that, Jiang Tian looked at Yi Chen. I understand. The Air Emperor turned his head to look at Yi Chen. Not bad, not bad. Yi Chen, your true spirit continent actually produced such a genius. Even your disciple can't compare. Su King said, I'm too lazy to care about the younger generation's business. Everyone has their own fortune. But, your disciple seems to have suffered at his hands as well. Hee, that's right. The Air Emperor said as he glanced at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian hurriedly lowered his head, looking ashamed. Air Emperor, Su King. Xianho, sensing that something was wrong, stood out. Little girl, it's only been a few decades, but even I can't see through your qi anymore. Compared to the Air Emperor, Xianho and Yan Qingxian were indeed little girls. Xianho laughed, not at all. Everyone says that I have the same power as you guys, but it's just a facade. In the eyes of the world, Xianho was too talented, which led to her popularity. Naturally, people would raise her to a higher level. But, she herself did not see it that way. Titled monarchs were still titled monarchs. No matter how powerful a top king was, there was still a huge gap between them. This is not a compliment. I, Jiang Jiankong, have not reached the point where I need to compliment others. The Air Emperor shook his head. He was indeed not complimenting Xianho and Yan Qingxian. In this era, there was no clear dividing line between titled monarchs and top kings. Moreover, Xuanho's power was indeed not to be underestimated. At their level, although cultivation and profound were important, it was not necessarily foolproof. There would always be some mysterious methods that could allow the weak to win against the strong. Life and death realm was a mysterious realm in itself. Xianho shook her head and smiled. She did not try to explain. Of course, although she did not have the confidence to fight against the Air Emperor Su King, at least she had the power to protect herself. Moving his eyes away from Xianho, the Air Emperor looked at Yi Chen again and said, I, Jiang Jiankong, will not bully the weak, but I am not someone who does not care about my subordinates. Otherwise, who would be willing to work for me? You killed the Windstorm King because you are powerful enough. But, before you killed him, you could have spared his life. It seems like I, Jiang Jiankong, am still not powerful enough in this continent. Although the Air Emperor's voice did not contain any killing intent, once the group heard it, their hair stood up. And Yi Chen's breathing accelerated. The Air Emperor was going to punish them. Air Emperor. Xianhou frowned. The Air Emperor did not even turn his head as he said, "Little girl Yin, I can't just ignore this. But, don't worry, I will not take his life, and I will not make him do things that he cannot do." Then, what are you doing? A bad feeling flashed through Xuanhou's mind, but she could not figure out what the Air Emperor meant. Senior, killing the Windstorm King was indeed an impulsive decision on my part. I wonder what kind of price you want me to pay. Yi Chen did not plan to argue with him. Arguing with a powerful titled king warrior would be a stupid thing to do. If he angered him, he would only sacrifice himself for nothing. The Air Emperor was a bit surprised as he said, "Don't worry, this is actually a good thing for you. You should have gotten an extreme rank greatsword, right?" Just as the Air Emperor finished his sentence, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had not expected the Air Emperor to be able to see through his storage ring and see what was inside. It was a miraculous skill that he had never heard of before. How could he not be shocked? As expected, when Yi Chen looked around, he found that except for a small number of people, the expressions of the others had changed when they looked at him. Some were greedy, some were murderous, some were malicious, and some were gloating. "Senior," Yi Chen was about to say something, wanting to fight for the last time. The Air Emperor shook his head, "You do not need to test me. Your storage ring is only a mid-rank one. How could I not see through it? You know what I mean. If you want to live and redeem yourself for killing Lian Feng, then hand over that extreme rank greatsword. Otherwise, no one in this world can save you. There is indeed an extreme rank greatsword, but I didn't notice it." As the Air Emperor spoke, Su King also used his ability and saw through Yi Chen's storage ring. Inside Yi Chen's storage ring, the Sky Scorpio sword was hovering in the middle, emitting a purple halo. Purple crystals floated around it, looking magnificent and imposing. "Air Emperor, this extreme rank greatsword is Yi Chen's personal spoils of war. Aren't you being a bit insincere? Apart from this extreme rank greatsword, I can agree to your other requests on his behalf." Xianhou naturally wouldn't ask Yi Chen to hand over the Sky Scorpio sword. Not to mention the impact it would have on her reputation, just the extreme rank greatsword itself would be hard to make one willingly hand over. Once Yi Chen advanced to life and death realm, he would have an even greater strength. "Little Yen, you know that I, Jiang Jiankong, am a man of my words. I've already given you a lot of face. Otherwise, I wouldn't even need to make a move. I'd have absolute confidence in making him disappear from this world." The Air Emperor's voice was slightly cold. "I naturally know this. However, this request, I can't comply." Empress Xian closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were cold. Behind her, layer after layer of spatial gates appeared. It was unknown how many there were. "Interesting. Little Yen, what do you think I should do now?" The Air Emperor's right hand behind his back lightly clenched into a fist. The surrounding space suddenly distorted and shattered, creating countless black wrinkles. The surrounding life and death kings were astonished. The Air Emperor didn't even circulate Jin Yuan, and merely clenched his fist to shatter the void. This kind of method was simply unimaginable. "Do what you have to do." Xianhou was crystal clear that it would be harder than ascending to the heavens to make the other give up. Since that was the case, there was no point in wasting words. She could only fight with all her might. "Good." The Air Emperor loudly shouted and punched at Xianhou. Xianhou didn't fear it at all. The space gate behind her turned solid and swallowed Xianhou. From the Air Emperor's point of view, Xianhou, who was surrounded by layers of space gates, seemed endless and unreachable. Bang 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 bang, the Air Emperor's fist energy was vast and ferocious, shattering layer after layer of space gates. It seemed as if nothing could obstruct his fist energy. However, the Air Emperor's destruction was fast, and the space gates were also fast. They maintained a balance, preventing the fist energy from closing in on Xianhou. "This is the mysterious 10,000 layer gate?" The Air Emperor squinted his eyes, his expression turning grave. The others also couldn't help but admire Xianhou. Xuanhou's mysterious Tao was broad, profound, and incomparably mysterious. Compared to the previous cultivator of the mysterious Tao, the mysterious king, she wasn't inferior in any way. Moreover, it had something of Xuanho's own. Watching from the side, Su Qing's expression was indifferent. The battle between the Air Emperor and Xianhou was of great value to him. It would allow him to somewhat estimate the bottom line of the Air Emperor and Xianhou. Although the mysterious 10,000-layer gate is said to be unbreakable, it might not be able to stop me. The aura on the Air Emperor's body grew even more powerful. Clearly, he was about to go all out. However, right at this moment, the Air Emperor suddenly stopped and gazed at the void. Haha, Jiang Jiankong, why the need to make such a big fuss? Let's just sit down and talk. An incomparably frightening aura suddenly appeared. The entire sky above the plaza twisted and overlapped. Immediately, a pressure even more powerful than that of Su Qing and the Air Emperor descended from the sky. Not to mention those below life and death realm, even some ordinary kings felt their bodies become much heavier. How many years of cultivation base is this? 1,500 years? 2,000 years? It's the Dragon King. Only the Dragon King's cultivation base can surpass the Air Emperor and Su Qing. The Dragon King has also come. Seems like his closed-door cultivation has succeeded. Everyone's thoughts turned at lightning speed, immediately guessing who the newcomer was. Although the Dragon King wasn't a titled monarch, he was the oldest monarch of the human race. Nobody knew how deep his cultivation base was. All they knew was that his cultivation base was something even titled monarchs couldn't compare to. For a long time, the Dragon King had the title of number one under titled monarchs. Some even considered him an actual titled monarch. The old Dragon King has also come. Qing Lu let out a sigh of relief, a happy expression on her face. Gotcha, a crack appeared in the space above the Four Extremes Plaza, and the benevolent-looking old Dragon King walked out. His hair was white, but his spirit was excellent, as if he could live for many more years. His spirit, qi, and soul were even more vigorous than those young life and death kings. Senior Dragon King. Yi Chen and the rest greeted. Dragon King waved his hand and smiled at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, your senior Air Emperor is just joking with you. Don't take it to heart. Joking? That's not necessarily true. Air Emperor was naturally not joking with Yi Chen. However, he was quite apprehensive of Dragon King. After living for more than 1,000 years, nobody knew what tricks Dragon King had up his sleeves. He had the confidence to defeat Dragon King, but he also believed that he would have to pay a disastrous price. Most importantly, he didn't have the confidence to deal with both Dragon King and Xianhou at the same time. Air Emperor, I'm very sorry about Windstorm King's death. But, the winner takes all. It's that simple. We've also come this far. Xianhou dispersed the mysterious 10,000 layers gate and walked out of the void. What a good winner takes all. Fine, I'll give old Dragon King and Yen girl some face today and not lower myself to your level. But, that might not be the case in the future. Air Emperor retracted his oppressive aura and said with an indifferent tone. The graveyard of Four Extremes Emperor had already opened, and the things inside that could catch his eye were few and far between. If he were to fight with Xianhou and Dragon King for a supreme grade sword, it would instead benefit Su Qing. He didn't have the confidence to come out unscathed under the joint attack of Xianhou and Dragon King. Hearing these words, Dragon King smiled. Yi Chen, why aren't you thanking Senior Air Emperor? Many thanks to Senior Air Emperor for not taking it to heart. Yi Chen was also a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat. In front of absolute strength, one had to lower one's head. This had nothing to do with surrendering. No need to thank me. It's just for today. The Air Emperor waved his hand and no longer looked at Yi Chen. As they spoke, more and more life and death kings arrived. There were peak kings like Evil King and Prison King, as well as some solitary kings. There were also some kings that no one had ever heard of. They should be the kind of hidden kings that no one had heard of. Yi Chen, after we get out, you should bid farewell to your family and prepare to leave the continent. Xianhou waved her sleeve, creating an invisible barrier to prevent others from hearing their voices. Xianxia is right. There are many kings on True Spirit Continent. Just human kings alone number more than 100. Adding the foreign kings, it's very complicated. The matter of you having the Sky Scorpio sword is no longer a secret. Staying on True Spirit Continent will be extremely dangerous. Xianxia and Old Dragon King can't appear in front of you at any time. Qinglu also said. Yichen nodded, I have already prepared for this. It is time to leave the continent. He had offended a lot of life and death kings. Although these life and death kings were quite afraid of Xianhou and Dragon King, and would not dare to kill him in public, but if they wanted to assassinate him, they would have plenty of methods. In this world, relying on others would always be a waste. Relying on oneself was the way to go. I will go with you. Morong Qingqing held Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen turned his head and smiled. With the woman he loved accompanying him, it did not matter where he went. Yi Chen, don't worry. No one will dare to touch your family, and no one will break this taboo. Our Dragon God Celestial Palace will also ensure their safety. Dragon King continued, as for Su Jing, you do not need to worry. She is different from you. When you meet again, you will know who she is. At that time, you will have to rely on yourselves to protect yourselves. Remember, before you become a life and death king, you better not come back. Not everyone wants you to become a life and death king, and I do not have many years left to live. Senior Dragon King. Yi Chen looked worried. Dragon King smiled as he waved his hand, after living for 1,000 years, I have no regrets. If I can see you guys grow before I die, it would be the best. If you have the heart, perhaps the Dragon God Celestial Palace will depend on you to preserve it. Yi Chen said seriously, Senior, don't worry. As long as Yi Chen has one breath left, I will not let the Dragon God Celestial Palace disappear. Of course, Senior, you will definitely live well. You have made it through so many times already. Dragon King said, impossible. Nothing can happen more than 3 times. I know my own situation the best. Right then, Xianhou sighed, this is a great era, and also a time of chaos. No one knows what will happen in the future. Yi Chen, Morong, Feng you 3 are the martial geniuses I think highly of. You have to work hard and control your own destiny. Master, I will. Yan Fengfeng's expression was resolute. Yi Chen and Morong will as well. Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing exchanged a glance and nodded. Alright, you won't be able to interfere in the following matters. Remember, leave True Spirit Continent as soon as possible. The farther, the better. Xianhou didn't want to scare them too much, but she still had to give them the necessary pressure. Senior, farewell. Yi Chen was also not a wishy-washy person. He cupped his fists and left. Watching Yi Chen and the rest leave, Dragon King said, everyone has their own destiny. It's up to them now. He is not a fish in a pond. Xianhou had never been able to see through Yi Chen. Yi Chen's future accomplishments were unfathomable. Leaving the graveyard, Yi Chen's group of 5 returned the way they came. Soon, they exited the forbidden region and arrived in the outside world. Yi Chen, I have no worries. I'm going to leave True Spirit Continent now. However, I'm going to the deep ocean beyond the western shallow ocean. If you're going in the same direction as me, we might meet in the deep ocean. Sun Tianlang didn't have a strong backer. If he didn't leave, only death would await him. Therefore, he had to leave True Spirit Continent. Brother Sun, I've implicated you this time. Yi Chen was very apologetic. Sun Tianlang said unhappily, what are you saying? If not for you guys, I would have died in there long ago. This life of mine was picked up, and I even obtained many benefits. Yi Chen, if you treat me as a friend, even an ordinary one, don't mention these things in the future. Alright, I won't mention it. Yi Chen also felt that he was being too blunt. In that case, we'll meet again someday. I hope I can also step into life and death realm in my lifetime. Sun Tianlang laughed heartily and sped away. After one of them left, Yi Chen and the other 3 were heading in the same direction, so they headed back together. Not far away from the mysterious martial school, the 4 were about to separate as well. Yi Chen, we'll meet again someday. Yan Fengfeng, who was standing on top of the mountain, said, the next time we meet, I hope we will all be life and death realm warriors. Definitely. After going through thick and thin together, Yi Chen had already treated Yan Fengfeng as his best friend. It was the kind of person who would do anything for each other without any reason. Yi Chen, live on. Qing Lu was their senior, so she reminded him. The Sky Martial region was quite a distance away from the South River region. Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing got on the flying puppet, flying at 10 times the speed of sound. On the back of the flying puppet, Morong Qingqing said, Yi Chen, time is running out. You don't have to go back with me. I can go back by myself. Then, be careful. Yi Chen felt that it was reasonable. Yeah, right, where are we going after leaving this land? Morong Qingqing asked. Yi Chen looked to the south and said, I have a couple of friends there. Let's go to the South Shallow Ocean first, then to the Endless Ocean. Let's meet up in the South River region's Sky South Nation. The Sky South Nation was one of the small nations in the South River region. It was close to the South Shallow Ocean, and was not that far away from the Windy Nation. Alright. After separating from Morong Qingqing, Yi Chen immediately flew toward the Yi family. Yi family, you are leaving the land? Yi Tianhao was confused. Yi Chen had to tell his parents some things. Although Xing Yuqing looked reluctant, he still said, remember, be careful out there. When it is time to back off, you still have to back off a bit. Otherwise, you might make too many enemies. Mother, I understand. Father, you don't have to worry. This time, I'll be leaving the continent. I'll be back in 5 years at most. For us martial artists, 5 years is very short. Astral reaching experts could live up to 200 years. Yi Chen had left behind a lot of resources for his parents and Yi family. Charging into the Sea of Soul Realm was not without hope. Once one became a Sea of Soul Realm expert, they would have a lifespan of 300 years. 5 years compared to 300 years was indeed not worth mentioning. Moreover, with his younger brother and sister here, Yi Chen could also leave without worry. Alright, as long as you're safe. Yi Tianhao and Xing Yuqing's faces were filled with both reluctance and pride. Yi Chen was already a legend of True Spirit Continent. As Yi Chen's parents, they had long since been satisfied. Returning to Sky Cloud Sect, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh at the changes. Compared to the old Sky Cloud Sect, the current Sky Cloud Sect was more than 10 times larger. The experts in the sect were like clouds in the sky. From one astral-reaching expert, it had grown to dozens, especially the core disciples, who were all at the astral-reaching realm. Among them, the well-known figures like Luo Hanshan, Zhu Mei, and Zhang Haoren had even reached the Sea of Soul realm. Even without Yi Chen, Sky Cloud Sect was already an influential 6th-grade sect in South River region. Of course, all of this was brought about by Yi Chen. Geniuses needed both talent and resources. Only with sufficient resources could one display their talent to the fullest. After all, not everyone could have a heaven-defying opportunity. Some geniuses with bad luck, because they didn't have enough resources, had their progress slowed. Seeing Yi Chen, these disciples of the same generation as Yi Chen were deeply moved. Although they didn't have Yi Chen's achievements, they were already independent experts in South River region, which had long surpassed their dreams. How could they not understand that the rise of Sky Cloud Sect was because of Yi Chen? Back then, when Yi Chen obtained the first place in the Hidden Dragon ranking, it had already brought a huge fortune to Sky Cloud Sect. Yi Chen, be careful. As the leader of Sky Cloud Sect, Luo Hanshan had taken his former senior sister, Zhu Mei, as his wife. The two already had a child, a girl. Next to him, Zhu Mei, who had a more mature temperament, smiled and said, "You will always be the pride of Sky Cloud Sect. Luo Hanshan and I often reminisce about the times when we were both disciples." Yi Chen was too different. It was impossible for Zhu Mei to say that she didn't have a crush on Yi Chen. In fact, most of the girls in Sky Cloud Sect had a crush on Yi Chen. However, they could only keep it in their hearts, because Yi Chen and they were not in the same world after all. Hee hee. Yi Chen chuckled. Sometimes, he also liked to reminisce. Yi Chen, take care. Zhang Haoren, who had become more mature, patted Yi Chen's shoulder. I will. Yi Chen turned his head to look at Wu Zongming, then looked at the disciples of the same generation as him. He revealed a smile, then turned around and flew out of the windy mountain. Sky South Nation, on a mountain peak near the sea, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing were standing on the mountain peak hand in hand, looking at the sea in the distance. A red sun was slowly rising up, stretching the two's shadows, their clothes fluttering in the wind. The South Shallow Ocean is not as complicated as the continent and the other shallow oceans. There is only a South Shallow Ocean alliance made up of countless forces. Of course, it is not because the people here are united, but because of the threat from the deep ocean. When he first came to the South Shallow Ocean, Yichen had not reached the Sea of Souls realm yet, and he was chased by the Ao family. This time, Yichen was already at late Sea of Souls realm, and his power had reached the top half-step king warrior level. But, thinking back to the battle at the bottom of the ocean, he still felt a lingering fear. That battle was not a battle of one force against another, but a battle between the South Shallow Ocean Alliance and all the forces in the deep ocean. He had only participated in the initial battle, and the two sides had not gotten serious yet. Where are we going? Yichen had not told Murong Qingqing anything about the South Shallow Ocean, so Murong Qingqing did not know what they were here for. I have some connections with the Water Ape Mansion. Let's go there first. It had been a couple of years, and he wondered how Sun Xiaojin and Wang Snake were doing. Above the boundless ocean, a flying puppet carrying two figures broke through the sky. The Water Ape Mansion is down there. Yichen was about to put away the flying puppet when he suddenly squinted his eyes. Eat my staff. Below, the ocean water started to rumble as a silver iron staff grew longer and longer. Eventually, it carried the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, turning into a sky pillar that attacked at Yichen and Murong Qingqing. Although Murong Qingqing's power was also at the half-step king warrior level, facing this attack, she still felt like she had nowhere to run. In her sight, besides this staff, there was nothing else. It is an old friend. Yichen smiled lightly as he took out his Thunder Disaster Sword and threw out a sword attack. As the sword was waved out, the sky suddenly darkened, and the sword light shone like a rainbow. Dang, the staff and sword clashed, and Yichen could not help but let out a cry of surprise. He could not help but take a couple of steps back, and the shockwave cut off a layer of ocean water within 100 miles. Rumble, a water pillar soared into the sky, and within it was a chaotic world ape. This ape held a silver iron rod in his hand. He had long arms and legs, and his bulging muscles were filled with explosive power. His fangs extended from his upper lip, and they were abnormally sharp. His golden pupils gave off an incomparably fierce and oppressive feeling. Brother Sun, you gave me such a big gift right off the bat. Yichen stopped retreating and said with a smile. The chaotic ape was, of course, Sun Xiaojin. The black fur on his body had turned into a silver-black color, and his body had become slightly thinner. However, he seemed to have become even more powerful and vicious. Compared to before, his pressure had increased by more than 10 times. An ape-type demonic beast? Murong Qingqing suddenly understood. Yichen introduced the two. Murong, this is Sun Xiaojin from the Water Ape Cave. He had saved my life before. Brother Sun, this is my girlfriend, Murong Qingqing. After the two got to know each other, Sun Xiaojin started to study Yichen, his pair of golden pupils rolling around. Brother Yi, are you at late Sea of Souls realm? Indeed. Yichen nodded. Sun Xiaojin continued to say, I am already a half-step beast king. I did not expect that my unexpected stick attack could only make you back a couple of steps. Ever since the battle at the bottom of the ocean started, it had never ended. Sun Xiaojin had gone through thousands of battles, and his cultivation had increased drastically. He had reached the half-step beast king realm a year ago, and the red gold ape bloodline inside his body had been mostly activated, which had turned his black fur into silver-black color and his pupils into gold. His battling power was way more powerful than normal half-step beast kings. Yichen had just arrived at the Water Ape Cave when Sun Xiaojin knew about it. He wanted to test Yichen's power, which was why the scene just now had happened. However, what surprised him was that even though he had improved a lot, Yichen's improvement was not any weaker than his. Facing his unexpected stick attack, Yichen had only taken half a step back, and his face was not even red or out of breath. Not really surprising. There are not many half-step king warriors who can make me take a couple of steps back. Brother Sun is one of them. Yichen sighed at Sun Xiaojin's potential. Although Yan Fengfeng was a top rank warrior, which was a bit more powerful than Sun Xiaojin, under the same realm, her battling power might not be as powerful as Sun Xiaojin's. It was not that Blue Phoenix's potential was not that great, but it could only be said that Yan Fengfeng's flame control was very powerful, while the Red Gold Ape bloodline was born for killing. You are the guest today, so I will not challenge you. But, after today, we will definitely have a battle. If it were someone else, Sun Xiaojin would not bother to challenge them at all. But, it was Yi Chen. Sun Xiaojin's fighting spirit was very high. For him, winning against Yi Chen would be more meaningful than winning against 10 or even 100 half-step king warriors. Hee hee. Yi Chen chuckled, not minding Sun Xiaojin's straightforwardness at all. Inside the water ape cave, the leader of the water ape race, Sun Tai, laughed. Yi Chen, I was not wrong about you after all. He had seen the exchange between Sun Xiaojin and Yi Chen. Seriously speaking, Sun Xiaojin and Yi Chen were evenly matched, and there was a whole realm difference between the two. Senior Sun, you are flattering me. Yi Chen held his fists together. You did not come to visit us this time, did you? Sun Tai ordered people to bring some fruits and tea for Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing as he asked. Yi Chen said, I have offended some king warriors, so I have to leave the continent for a while to explore the outside world. This time, I came to visit Senior and Brother Sun, and Wang Snake and Wang Mei are the other two. I will leave in a day or two. Sun Tai nodded, it is good to explore the outside world. The outside world is huge, and it would be impressive if I could explore 10 or 20% of it in my life. After drinking tea for a while, Wang Snake and Wang Mei arrived. Brother Yi. Hello, Brother Yi. Wang Snake and Wang Mei had just entered the hall when they saw Yi Chen. Wang Snake could not help but reveal a joyful expression as he walked up to him. Yi Chen stood up, patted Wang Snake's shoulder, and said with a smile, it has been a long time, and you have grown up. When he left, Wang Snake was still a teenager. Brother Yi, are you taking us away? Wang Snake had a bit of expectation on his face. The people in the water ape cave had been nice to them, but Yi Chen had done him a favor that he would never forget. He had always wanted to explore the world with Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head and said, no, maybe next time. The deep ocean was too dangerous, and having more people was not necessarily a good thing. I see. A disappointed look flashed through Wang Snake's eyes. He then noticed Murong Qingqing, who was standing right next to Yi Chen, and asked, Brother Yi, who is this? She is Murong Qingqing, my girlfriend. Hello, sister-in-law. Wang Snake said obediently. Hello. There was a bit of shyness on Murong Qingqing's face. Oh right, after so many years, you two have already reached the Sea of Souls realm. Let me see how powerful you are. Yi Chen was trying to test the two's power. All right. Wang Snake nodded immediately. On the wide open space in the cave, there was a circle of water apes, including Sun Tai and Sun Xiaojin. In the field, Yi Chen said to Wang Snake and Wang Mei, you two attack at the same time. I will only use early Sea of Souls realm cultivation to fight you two. The two's cultivation had increased way too fast, especially Wang Snake, who had somehow managed to catch up and reach mid-Sea of Souls realm. Of course, it was because of the blood crystal, but it was still not normal. Although the realm was increasing fast, the power might not be as fast. Brother Yi, we are going to attack now. Wang Snake and Wang Mei knew that Yi Chen was very powerful. They had the 9-headed snake bloodline, and normal late Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be their opponents. However, if it were Yi Chen, they would have to use all of their power to make Yi Chen satisfied. Yi Chen nodded. Fire snake dance. Wind snake kill. Wang Snake had trained the fire profound. Combined with his 9-headed snake bloodline, his attacking power was shocking. Wang Mei had trained the wind profound, which worked together with Wang Snake. Yi Chen shook his head as he pointed out a sharp finger. The two Xingyuan snakes were cut in half. Use all of your power. Your understanding of the profound is still a bit low. With only early Sea of Souls realm cultivation, Yi Chen was confident that he could kill the two within a second with that finger attack. But, it was not enough to satisfy him. Alright. Wang Snake and Wang Mei started to get serious as the qi on their bodies increased drastically. Meanwhile, two huge snake shadows appeared in the void behind them. One was 8-headed while the other was 7-headed. The 8-headed snake shadow belonged to Wang Snake. Wang Mei's was slightly weaker, but it was still very powerful. Shoo, shoo. Shoo, the 8-headed snake and 7-headed snake were wrapped in blazing flames and sharp gales. The 15 snake heads attacked Yichen separately, dazzling everyone's eyes. Ding 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 ding, Yichen flicked the heads of the snakes away with his fingers. Go. Suddenly, Wang Snake's 8-headed snake shadow extended another head, turning into a 9-headed snake shadow. The 9 heads moved in a mysterious pattern, attacking toward Yichen at the same time. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. These 9 heads were not as simple as numbers. Perfect half-demon bloodline. Yichen was surprised. He did not expect that Wang Shi could improve the 9-headed Hydra bloodline to the perfect level, which was the same as Qingqing's perfect demonic bloodline. Break! With a finger as black as ink, Yichen destroyed the force field created by the 9-headed Hydra phantom. Brother Yi, we can't win. Wang Snake backed out dozens of steps and said. Yichen said, not bad. But, you guys have been focusing too much on the 9-headed Hydra bloodline, and your understanding of the profound is a bit low. Oh right, Wang Snake, it seems like you have already reached the perfect 9-headed Hydra bloodline. Brother Yi, I have refined 3 bloodline crystals and just stabilized the perfect 9-headed Hydra bloodline. Wang Snake and Wang Mei were very confident at the beginning, thinking that they could follow behind Yichen and not drag him down. But now, it seemed like they had been thinking too much. Yichen had restricted his cultivation to early Sea of Soul's realm and used his finger as a sword, yet he could still beat them easily. They were not even at the same level. After testing Wang Snake and Wang Mei's power, Sun Xiaojin could not help but want to try. Yichen could tell that Sun Xiaojin could not wait anymore, so he suggested to fight outside the cave. Sun Xiaojin, who was already a half-step beast king, was very powerful. He was definitely a top half-step beast king. Fighting head-on. Even Yichen was slightly weaker than him. But, once Yichen performed his waning moon, Sun Xiaojin was blown away immediately. After staying in the cave for a day, Yichen and Qingqing left at noon on the second day. Above the boundless ocean, a huge bird-like flying puppet was flying at high speed. Boundless ocean is indeed worthy of its name. It's so desolate. After flying for 10 days and 10 nights, I haven't even seen a shadow of a human. There was a small wooden house on the puppet's back. This was the puppet house Yichen had obtained from the puppet school's branch ruins. The house wasn't too big, and it was just right for it to fit on the puppet's back. Yichen and Qingqing were lying in the house, chatting while drinking tea and eating fruits. Lightly taking a bite of the fire pear, Qingqing said, be it humans or demonic beasts, most of them live in groups. Boundless ocean is so big, so it's normal to not see people for a long time. Spitting out the core of the fire pear, Yichen smiled, fortunately, I have you to accompany me. Otherwise, it would be quite boring. When traveling alone, apart from cultivating, there was nothing else one could do. In fact, many times, cultivating was meaningless. As he spoke, Yichen's right hand, which was holding Qingqing, slid into her clothes. Another 4 or 5 days passed in a flash. On this day, Yichen and Qingqing finally saw a human. Brother, why don't you come over and have a chat? Yichen walked out of the puppet house and stood on the head of the puppet, raising his voice. From afar, the human flew over. This person's cultivation base was not weak either. Like Yichen, he was at late Sea of Soul realm. He was about 40 years old, and his eyes were filled with caution. He stopped a few li away, not daring to approach any closer. This one is Yichen. What is this brother's name? Yichen said with a faint smile. This one is Lu Hai. So it's brother Lu. Yichen cupped his fists. Lu Hai saw that Yichen didn't look like an evil person, so he hurriedly returned the greeting. Yichen glanced behind Lu Hai and asked, Brother Lu, I saw that you were panicking before, but there was nothing chasing you. It's quite strange. Lu Hai smiled bitterly, Brother Yi should be here for the first time, right? Indeed. Yichen nodded. After a moment of silence, Lu Hai said, This is an ominous place. I advise you to leave quickly. An ominous place? Yichen revealed a puzzled expression. Brother Lu, why is this place ominous? I'm very curious. Have you heard of the legend of the Devouring Island? No. Yichen shook his head. Legend has it that there is a devouring island within 1,000,000 miles of this place. Those who have been devoured by that island have never been able to come out. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but there are many treasures here. Many lucky people have obtained inestimable treasures here. To tell you the truth, I came here to try my luck, but just now I heard some strange sounds, so I hurriedly left. I've made a fool of myself in front of you, explained Lu Hai. The devouring island has many treasures. Interesting? Yichen touched his chin. Brother Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first, Lu Hai said. Alright, thanks a lot. Farewell. Cupping his fists, Lu Hai turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Entering the puppet house, Yichen said to Morong Qingqing, I wonder if it's true or not. Morong Qingqing said, perhaps it's similar to the fog forbidden zone. And, it's better to stay away from this kind of place. No one was willing to enter this kind of dangerous place. Many years ago, Yichen also entered the fog forbidden zone because he had no other choice. Normally, he would never do this. As Lu Hai said, the treasures near the devouring island attracted many people. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, Yichen saw a verdant island. Other than a large number of trees, there were also many buildings. It looked very prosperous. Let's go take a look. Yichen controlled the flying puppet to approach. It is quite lively. In the sky above the island, Yichen was a bit surprised. The island was not a temporary place to live. Obviously, it had already developed into a special town. Inside the town, the lowest cultivation of the warriors was at the astral reaching realm. Sometimes, one could even see half-step king warriors with immeasurable qi. Yichen, let's go down. It had been half a month since they had eaten a hot meal, so Morong Qingqing suggested. Alright. Putting away the flying puppet, Yichen and Morong Qingqing landed. On the wide and busy street, there were a lot of people setting up stalls. Extreme rank water spirit stone for 3 million top rank spirit stones. Come quickly if you are interested. 10 semi-extreme rank fire cloud stones for 1,500,000 top rank spirit stones. If you are not interested, please do not disturb. The stall was not that eye-catching, but the slogan of the stall owner made Yichen and Morong Qingqing exchange a look. So strange. Morong Qingqing could not help but say. It is strange indeed. Are they not afraid of being targeted? In a place without rules like this, exposing one's wealth was not a smart move, unless one was very confident in his power. But, no matter how Yichen looked at it, he did not think that these stall owners would be able to keep their wealth. The one with the highest cultivation was only at peak level late sea of Soul's realm. Hee, you two are new here, right? Right next to them, a middle-aged man said kindly. Indeed, we have just arrived at this island. Yichen replied. This island is called the Crystal Island. You two might not know about it yet, but it is not that there are no rules here. Instead, it is an island with very strict rules. It is the Black Water Alliance that controls the island. Inside the alliance, there are more than 20 rank 5 powers and hundreds of rank 6 powers. If you want to cause trouble here, you will be chased by the powerful warriors of the Black Water Alliance. The middle-aged man explained. I see. Yichen nodded, but he still had some doubts. He thought to himself, even if this place is very safe, there is no need to trade all kinds of treasures in the open. Seeming to have seen through Yichen's confusion, the middle-aged man continued, the reason these stall owners are rushing to sell their treasures for top-rank spirit stones is because the Black Water Alliance has mastered the manufacturing method of Xianxia crystals. Plus, they are selling them to the public. As long as you have enough spirit stones, you can buy as many as you want. Xianxia crystals? Selling them to the public? Yichen was shocked. Making Xianxia crystals was hard even for half-step king warriors, and only Life and Death Realm warriors would be able to do it. But, Life and Death Realm warriors would not be able to sell their Xianxia crystals. Firstly, they were not lacking in spirit stones, and secondly, there was a limit to their manpower. They could not just stop training, so making Xianxia crystals every day would not be necessary. Xianxia crystals were very useful. If used for training, it would be 10 times faster with half the effort. In this true spirit continent, Jinyuan crystals were definitely priceless treasures. No martial institution would be willing to sell them. The deep ocean is indeed full of strange things. Yichen shook his head and forced a smile. Morong Qingqing said to the middle-aged man, "You can really use spirit stones to buy Jinyuan crystals? How many top-rank spirit stones for one?" Because Jinyuan crystals are too precious, there is no standard. On the Crystal Island, 10,000 top-rank spirit stones would be enough for one low-rank Jinyuan crystal, and 1 million would be enough for one mid-rank Jinyuan crystal. As for top-rank Jinyuan crystals, the Blackwater Alliance does not have them. Jinyuan crystals were also divided into different grades. Warriors who had just reached the life and death realm could only make low-rank Jinyuan crystals at most. Only after 1,000 years of training would they be able to make mid-rank Jinyuan crystals. I wonder where I can exchange for them. Yichen wanted to go and have a look. There is a tower over there. Do you see it? There are powerful warriors from the Blackwater Alliance managing it. Once you enter, there will be someone to receive you. The middle-aged man pointed at a tower at the end of the street. Thank you for telling me. Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing said goodbye to the middle-aged man and walked toward the tower. There were no guards outside, so Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing walked in directly. You are here to exchange for Jinyuan crystals? As soon as they entered, a bulky man came over to greet them. Indeed. Yi Chen looked around and found that there were only a few people on the first floor. However, there were a lot of unfathomable auras on the second floor and above. They should be powerful warriors from the Blackwater Alliance. You are new here, right? Register here first. The bulky man took out a hexagonal crystal that looked like jade and crystal but was not. The crystal emitted a circle of light and scanned Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing. Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing squinted their eyes. They had already sensed that their images had been stored in the crystal, and there was also the date of their arrival on the island. It would be very hard to fake. All right. Putting away the crystal, the bulky man said, since you have not been on the island for a year, you can only exchange for 10 low-rank Jinyuan crystals per month. Didn't that guy just say that we could exchange without limit? Yi Chen said. He must not have said it clearly. This is the rule here. But, if you are willing to take on the missions from our Blackwater Alliance, not only can you cancel the 1-year limit, you can even get 10% off for Jinyuan crystals. Missions? What kind of missions? On the first of every month, there will be missions on the mission board in the center of the island. You can decide which mission to take on then. Since that is the case, let's exchange for 20 low-rank Jinyuan crystals first. Yi Chen took out 20 boxes filled with top-rank soul stones and piled them up on the ground. The number is just right. The bulky man opened each box and nodded. He took out 20 crystals with a dreamy luster from his storage ring and handed them to Yi Chen. Leaving the tower, Yi Chen said, I did not expect there to be an island like this in the deep ocean. There are so many strange things in this world. Yi Chen, should we stay here for a while? Morong Qingqing played with the Jinyuan crystals in her hand and asked. We have nothing to do anyway. Let's just stay here for a couple of days. Yi Chen said. Finding a restaurant, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing checked in. Then, Yi Chen started to train the Jinyuan crystals. Jinyuan crystals were solid Jinyuan crystals. But, it did not mean that one could just compress their own Jinyuan into crystals. Instead, they would have to remove some of the elements from their Jinyuan and turn it into crystals that everyone could train. For example, if one had the earth element Jinyuan, the Jinyuan crystals that were directly compressed would not be pure Jinyuan crystals, but earth element Jinyuan crystals. Not only would they have a low stability, but they could also be broken easily. Plus, they could only be trained by earth element warriors. Jinyuan crystals were indeed Jinyuan crystals. With only 5 of them, Yi Chen had increased his cultivation from late seas of Soul's Realm to peak level late seas of Soul's Realm. If it were top-rank soul stones, it would take at least a couple of months. Advancing from late sea of Soul Realm to peak sea of Soul Realm doesn't require that many Jinyuan crystals. I only used 5 out of 20. Since Morong Qingqing cultivated demonic power, Jinyuan crystals were useless to her. Therefore, the 20 Xianyuan crystals were all with Yi Chen. Putting away the remaining Xianyuan crystals, Yi Chen thought for a bit and took out the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit. Good steel had to be used on the blade's edge. In other words, it had to be used at the most crucial moment. Now that he had used the fruit, Yi Chen's spirit body would reach the 4th step, which would be a prerequisite for him to enter the half-step king realm. If he didn't use it, who knew when he would become a half-step king? Of course, it was indeed a bit of a waste to do so. After all, the Skyfiend Fire Spirit Fruit could upgrade a 4th step spirit body to the 5th step. Upgrading a 3rd step to the 4th step would be too much of a waste. However, time waited for no man. He would not wait for his spirit body to reach the 4th step before using the fruit. After eating so many days of fire pear, my spirit body's strength has increased a bit. It should be close to the peak of the 3rd step. I wonder to what extent would it reach after refining the fruit. Raising the Skyfiend Fire Spirit Fruit in his hand, Yi Chen examined it carefully, then swallowed it in one bite and chewed on it. Hot, the first thing he felt after swallowing the fruit was heat. It wasn't a heat that came from the outside, but from his heart, as if his body was about to be ignited. So hot. Yi Chen hurried to take off all his clothes and sat on the bed with his legs crossed and naked. Unfortunately, taking off his clothes had no effect at all. Visible to the naked eye, a white mist rose from Yi Chen's tall and sturdy body, carrying a trace of red. The red color increased, eventually replacing the white and turning into a red chi flow. As the chi flow spread out, the bed made of precious wood turned into ashes without a sound. Worthy of being the Skyfiend Fire Spirit Fruit. Yi Chen was afraid that the whole restaurant would be ignited, so he had to take out a tower shield from his storage ring and sit on top of it. With the tower shield, although the room was like a furnace, the red chi flow would not be too far away from Yi Chen. 15 minutes passed. 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Yi Chen felt as if he was being roasted on a rack of lava. His muscles, blood, meridians, and bones, there wasn't a single part of him that wasn't being tested. Sometimes, his entire body was burning, and the pain was unbearable. Other times, his bones were numb, as if there were countless ants gnawing on them. Other times, his entire body was convulsing, and he couldn't control himself. In the end, Yi Chen's eyes turned fiery red. It really King hurts. Yi Chen believed that he did not lack willpower, but at this moment, he still had the urge to roar. The pain would eventually pass. When his body could no longer feel any pain, an extremely comfortable and refreshing stream of air naturally spread out. Due to the huge contrast, Yi Chen finally couldn't help but moan out loud, and all the pores on his body expanded at the same time. First refining, then nourishing. So that's how it is. Before, every inch of Yi Chen's flesh and bones was being refined, and some of the hard-to-remove impurities were burned clean. Then, the special property of the Skyfiend Fire Spirit Fruit slowly imprinted itself on Yi Chen's body, making Yi Chen's spirit body no longer just a normal body, but a higher-level existence, as if it was on the verge of evolution. If someone was here and had the ability to see through things, they would see that Yi Chen's flesh and blood were crystal clear like jade. His blood was like melted red crystals, and his bones were like white metal. From inside to outside, it was like a brand new body. Rank 4 spirit body, done. As the refreshing stream of air was used up, the fiery red light in Yi Chen's eyes gradually disappeared. Crack, raising his head, Yi Chen tightened his fists. The powerful force made the space vibrate slightly, and all the furniture in the room fell down. Almost at the peak of rank 4, right? Just one more rank. Rank 4 spirit body was the body of a king warrior, and the body's toughness had reached an inhuman level. Without exaggeration, even if Yi Chen did not rely on his protective Xianyuan, an astral-reaching realm warrior would not be able to hurt him even a little bit. Even a Sea of Soul realm warrior would not be able to wound him badly. Only a Sea of Soul realm master warrior or a half-step king warrior would be able to kill him when he did not defend. Spirit body was spirit body, and it represented the toughness of the body. It did not have much to do with power, but it also had a little to do with power. Yi Chen could sense that his chi power had suddenly increased from 400,000 pounds to 450,000 pounds. It was an increase of 50,000 pounds, and one should not underestimate it. The higher one's chi power went, the harder it would be to increase it. Rank 4 spirit body is done. There is no longer any obstacle on the path to half-step king warrior. Putting on clean clothes, Yichen walked out of the room. There were a lot of restaurants on the Crystal Island, and they all had different styles. On the second floor of an ancient-looking restaurant, Yichen and Murong Qingqing sat by the window. No other restaurant in the whole True Spirit continent would have this many powerful warriors eating and drinking. Murong Qingqing glanced around and said emotionally. Yichen said, tomorrow is the first. There are obviously more people coming to the island. Yeah, I wonder what kind of missions there are. No one would complain about having too many Xianxia crystals. Breaking through from peak level late sea of Soul Realm to half-step King Warrior would require a huge amount of Xianxia. Half-step King Warriors would need 10 times more Xianxia. Since the ancient times, the reason why there were not many warriors who could beat Life and Death Realm warriors was because of the huge difference in the amount of Xianxia. Actually, a king warrior who had just reached Life and Death Realm would not be that powerful. Tap. Tap, footsteps were heard from the stairs. Soon, a man and a woman walked up. The man was very young, not more than 25 or 26 years old, not much older than Yichen. The woman was alluring and charming, with a pair of bright eyes that seemed to be able to release electricity. Just a casual glance from her would be able to make one's mind run wild and restless. When her gaze landed on Yichen, her eyes involuntarily brightened. Yichen was simply too outstanding in this restaurant, like a crane among chickens. Seriously speaking, Yichen was not the kind of peerless beauty that made people unable to stare at him, but he was still very handsome. Especially the temperament of his body, it was steady like water, with a hidden sharpness that was extremely lethal to women. However, when the woman's gaze landed on Murong Qingqing, she couldn't help but snort. It had been a long time since Murong Qingqing had worn a veil. Not to mention temperament, just her appearance alone could be compared to 1 in 100 million. She carried a peerless beauty amidst her holiness, as well as a dignified demeanor that was hard to find for ordinary women. Due to a woman's innate competitive mentality, the woman developed a subtle hostility toward Murong Qingqing. I didn't expect to see such a beauty in this desolate area. The young man who came up with the woman glanced at Murong Qingqing a few more times. Comparing himself to his girlfriend, he found that she was at a disadvantage in every aspect. I am Dongfang Hao. Can you two share a table? The young man walked over gracefully and said with a faint smile. Yichen raised his teacup and said, forget it. We're not used to sharing a table. Eh? Dongfang Hao looked at Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing didn't look at him. Brother Hao, let's sit here. The pretty girl saw that her boyfriend was a bit embarrassed, so she pointed at a table next to them and said. All right. Dongfang Hao sat down immediately. After a while, the waiter served tea and fruits to the two of them. Taking a sip of the tea, Dongfang Hao smiled and said, are you two here for a mission as well? Not necessarily. Yichen answered. Tomorrow is the first. As long as we finish the mission from the Blackwater Alliance, we will be able to exchange for endless Xianxia crystals. For us, it is a great temptation. Right now, I am at half-step King Warrior level, so I need way too much Xianxia to accumulate. As he spoke, Dongfang Hao intentionally brought up his own realm. Dongfang Hao was only 34 years old this year. Being able to reach half-step King Warrior level at that age was definitely a rare martial genius, and it was also something that he had always been proud of. But, you are not bad either. At this age, you are already at peak level late seas of Soul's realm. As long as you have enough luck, reaching half-step King Warrior level would not be a problem. If you don't mind, we can take on the mission together tomorrow. It would be safer with more people. Dongfang Hao did not say it out loud, but what he really wanted to say was that once there was danger, what could a peak level late seas of Soul's realm warrior do? It would not be a big deal if he died, but it would be a real pity if a beautiful lady died. You too, my name is Meng Xiaoling. Brother Hao is right. The more people, the safer it would be. With Brother Hao here, normal half-step King warriors would not be able to take more than a couple of attacks from him. Although Meng Xiaoling thought that Yichen was not bad, she was not the kind of person who was obsessed with him. Dongfang Hao was not only handsome, but also very powerful. Looking at the whole young generation, one might not be able to find another one like him. Compared to Dongfang Hao, Yichen was still a bit weaker. So, of course, she would speak up for him. I will think about your offer. Yichen stood up, preparing to go downstairs to pay the bill. Dongfang Hao stood up as well and said politely, I do not know your names yet. I hope you don't mind telling me. Yi Chen, this is my girlfriend, Morong Qingqing. After that, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing went downstairs together. Hee hee. Dongfang Hao smiled as he watched the two leave. Morong Qingqing. She is indeed as beautiful as her name suggests. Why didn't I meet her earlier? Dongfang Hao thought to himself. What? Have you fallen for her? Meng Xiaoling saw Dongfang Hao staring at Morong Qingqing's back until she left, so she said with jealousy. You and I are childhood sweethearts. You don't know me yet. I will never abandon you, and one day, I will become an emperor warrior as well. Dongfang Hao said proudly. You will become an emperor warrior for sure. Dongfang Hao's words made Meng Xiaoling's heart flutter. There was no woman who didn't want to see her man standing at the peak, leaving his name in the history books. Although she wanted to monopolize him, she understood that she couldn't keep a man like this under control. She didn't mind having a few more sisters. It won't be easy for you to get her. Meng Xiaoling continued. What, you're not jealous anymore? Dongfang Hao looked at her with a faint smile. Can I stop you? Meng Xiaoling felt pity for Yi Chen when she said this. She knew better than anyone that Dongfang Hao was the kind of person who wouldn't stop until he reached his goal. The night passed by quickly, and it was already the next morning. There were thousands of people gathered in the center plaza of the Crystal Island. The first mission is very easy. I will take it. Me too. It seems to be almost the same. It doesn't matter which one I take. Everyone found that although the tasks on the task cards were different, the difficulty was very low. They really couldn't understand why the Blackwater Alliance issued such a simple task. Couldn't they complete it themselves? Was the Blackwater Alliance trying to attract people? Of course, it was just a thought. For them, the easier the mission, the better. After finishing it, they would be able to exchange for endless Xinyuan crystals. There were a couple of rows of powerful warriors standing next to the board. One of the leaders stood out and sneered, Don't think that these missions are easy. Indeed, the missions themselves are easy, but don't you forget what kind of place this is. After being reminded by the leader, everyone realized that there was a legend about the devouring island here. If one was devoured, there would be no way out. If they ran into the devouring island, then the mission would be even more dangerous. Damn. The devouring island is only a legend. If I ran into it, I can only blame my bad luck. If I were afraid, I would not have come in the first place. Yeah. Who is afraid of who? The warriors who came here were all powerful and brave. Not many of them would be afraid. Which mission should we take? Yichen looked at the board and asked Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing thought about it and said, Let's take the second one. This mission is for us to find the ancient ruins on the map. Alright, let's take this one then. The reward is not low either. The missions on the board all had a reward, but of course, it was very low. The reward for the second mission was divided into 3 levels, 1,000 top-rank soul stones for astral-reaching realm warriors, 20,000 for Seas of Souls realm warriors, and 100,000 for half-step king warriors. If it were in other places, it would be unbelievable. Normal master-level warriors would have at least 50,000. However, people were not here for the reward anyway. It would be great if there was one, but it would be fine if there was none. The fact that the Alliance was willing to give out the reward would actually make people feel good about it. However, the reward would only be given out after the mission was completed. If the mission was not completed, then the reward would be cancelled. You guys are also taking the second mission? What a coincidence. Not far away, Dongfang Hao smiled when he overheard their conversation. In fact, he had not decided which mission to choose. He was waiting for Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing to decide. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to come into contact with them. What a coincidence. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Do you want another one? Morong Qingqing frowned. There's no need. If we change, they will change as well. It's superfluous. I want to see what kind of tricks they are playing. Yichen was not a person who was afraid of trouble. Since trouble came to him, running away was not the best solution. We really are fated. It's a pity that the mission is about to start. Otherwise, I would definitely invite you for a drink, Dong Fanghao said. Haha, brother how rarely invites people to drink. Meng Xiaoling interrupted. At this time, the experts of the Blackwater Alliance near the task board separated and formed a line of 3 groups. The leader of the first group shouted, "Whoever takes the first task, come to me. Those who want to take the second mission, gather here with me." Do we need someone else to lead us? Dong Fanghao frowned. He had only arrived a couple of days earlier than Yichen. There were 10 missions in total, so there would be hundreds of people taking the same mission. There were about 200 people in Yichen's group, and among them, there were more than 100 astral-reaching realm warriors. Listen up, I am the leader of your group. You will have to listen to everything I say. If anyone does not listen and tries to mess things up, I will ask him to leave the group immediately. Within 1 year, he will be disqualified from taking any missions. We, the Blackwater Alliance, do not welcome him. The leader of the second group was a man with gray hair. His cultivation was very high, and he was a half-step king warrior. The 2 beside him were also top master-level warriors. It was quite a powerful group. Perhaps only a huge alliance like the Blackwater Alliance would be able to send out this many half-step king warriors and top master-level warriors. Don't worry, I will do whatever you say. As long as you don't ask me to die, it will be fine. Right next to Yichen, the evil-looking man with a face full of stubble said with a loud voice. He was a half-step king warrior, and in this group, only he and Dong Fanghao were half-step king warriors. Alright, I believe you will not do anything stupid. The man with gray hair nodded. Since that is the case, let's go. Time waits for no one. The man with gray hair did not say anything more as he jumped into the air with the other 2 top master-level warriors, flying into the distance. Let's go. Yichen and the rest followed. Over 500,000 miles away from the Crystal Island, over 200 people were standing in the sky. The gray-haired man said, "The ancient ruins should be right under this ocean. Everyone, don't fall behind. Dangers are everywhere in the deep ocean. As long as we do not run into the Sea Demon King, it will be fine." The evil-looking man licked his lips. Dong Fanghao crossed his arms in front of his chest and said confidently, "Brother Yi, Lady Murong, we will form a group later. I will make sure you guys are safe." Murong Qingqing said, "We will take care of ourselves." Hee hee. It is better to be safe than sorry. On the way, Dong Fanghao had been trying to find a chance to talk to Yichen. Actually, he was using Yichen as a bridge to talk to Murong Qingqing. Unfortunately, there had not been any results. Although Murong Qingqing looked noble and dignified, Dong Fanghao had run into a lot of trouble with her. Dong Fanghao could not wait for some huge danger to appear so that he could show off. Yichen looked on coldly. If it were not for Dong Fanghao's sense of propriety, he would not mind showing him how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. Let's go. The man with gray hair and the other 2 jumped into the ocean first. Shoo! 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 The next second, 200 people jumped in one after another. Soon, there was not a single person left on the surface of the ocean. The reason why the deep ocean was called the deep ocean was not only because it was extremely dangerous, but also because there were all kinds of strange beasts lurking around. Most importantly, the depth of the deep ocean was much deeper than the shallow ocean. Here, it was normal for the water to reach 100,000 meters, or even 200,000 meters. Normal astral-reaching realm warriors would not even be able to reach that deep. Therefore, the astral-reaching realm warriors who came to the Crystal Island were at least at late astral-reaching realm. When they had reached 100,000 meters deep, a lot of light spots suddenly appeared from all directions, and they started to gather towards them. The man with gray hair squeezed his eyes as his voice spread out with the help of his Jin Yuan, "Everyone, be careful. It is a deep ocean electric eel." The deep ocean electric eel had a powerful thunder power inside its body. Once it reached a certain size, it would be very scary. It was very common in the deep ocean. Attack. Without any orders, everyone started to attack instinctively. Beams of sword chi, blade chi, and fist shadows attacked towards the group of electric eels. Crack, crackle, after being attacked, the electric eel became even more furious. The thunder power spread out from its body, turning the area within 10 miles into a thunder zone. After battling for a while, the electric eel still could not win against Yi Chen and the rest, and was killed. Boom, all of a sudden, a massive electric eel waved its tail and charged over at an extremely fast speed. The thunder power on its body was blue with a hint of black, evaporating all the water around it and turning it into a vacuum. Electric Eel King. Everyone was shocked. This electric eel was the leader of the group, and it was obviously a half-step sea beast king. Not only was it huge in size, its beast power was also extremely powerful. Normal half-step king warriors would only be able to run if they ran into an electric eel king, since they would not be able to beat it at all. Among the half-step sea beast kings, the electric eel king could be counted as one of the tyrants. With its unique thunder power, no one would dare to underestimate it. The appearance of the electric eel king made everyone cautious. The man with gray hair did not say anything right then as he crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking at the evil-looking man and Dong Fanghao. Besides the man with gray hair, these two were the only half-step king warriors. Let me do it. Dong Fanghao glanced at Murong Qingqing before walking out of the group. Hee hee. The evil-looking man was happy that someone else had taken care of it for him, so he let out an ugly laugh. Swoosh, the electric eel king sensed the powerful qi coming from Dong Fanghao's body. Its eyes, which were very small compared to its body, shrunk with a vicious light. If it were the white bone shark king, I might be a bit worried. But it is only an electric eel king, and it dares to block our way. Dong Fanghao waved his hand and a 4 to 5 feet long iron stick appeared in his hand. It was only a semi-extreme rank weapon, but it looked extremely heavy, as if it was made of a mountain. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, boom, pap, the electric eel king was enraged by Dong Fanghao. A sky full of thunder power poured out of its body, attacking toward Dong Fanghao who was not far away. Facing this kind of scene, a lot of people's faces turned pale. They thought that under this endless thunder power, they would not even be able to last one breath. Die. Facing the sky full of thunder, Dong Fanghao's body flashed, flying toward the eel king's back. Along the way, the incoming thunder power was shattered by the iron stick in his hand before it could even get close to his body. Dong Fanghao's speed was extremely fast, but it also seemed to be fake at the same time. The electric eel king could not lock onto him at all, so it could only roll its body to increase the range of the thunder attack. Shoo, in the boiling ocean water, a purple light flashed, and Dong Fanghao appeared out of nowhere. Earth-shattering art. Holding the iron stick, Dong Fanghao smashed it onto the eel king's head. Hoo, the yellow light expanded, covering the electric eel king. The next moment, the electric eel king's body was torn to pieces. There was no blood coming out of the wounds. It was completely petrified. It was like a broken statue of the electric eel king. Interesting. Very powerful. The evil-looking man was a bit surprised. Among this group of people, he should be the most powerful one. The man with gray hair thought to himself. Meng Xiaoling smiled at Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing, this kind of eel king. Brother Hao has killed a couple of them already. Even that extremely cruel white bone shark king might not be his opponent. With him here, we will be very safe. There is no need to worry about anything else. His power is indeed not bad. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Swoosh, Meng Xiaoling almost laughed out loud. She was only at peak level late Sea of Soul's realm, and she was judging her boyfriend's power as only not bad. With the death of the eel king, the rest of the eels seemed to have lost their backbone as they panicked and disappeared without a trace. It has been a long time since I last exercised. Too bad that it is still too short. Putting away his iron stick, Dong Fanghao looked like he was not done yet. This Dong Fanghao is indeed powerful. I have seen a lot of demi-king warriors, but none of them were this powerful. That was an eel king, and it was shattered into pieces with one attack. There are different levels of demi-king warriors as well. This Dong Fanghao should be a top demi-king warrior, right? Seeing that Dongfeng Hao had killed the ill king with one stick, everyone started to discuss. A lot of beautiful girls looked over at him. Alright, let's keep going. The man with gray hair looked at Dongfeng Hao a couple more times and said with a loud voice. Under the lead of the man with gray hair, the team continued to dive deeper. However, compared to before, the team was no longer lifeless. There were a lot of people chatting, and most of the topics were about Dongfeng Hao. Being young and powerful, he had become the center of attention without a doubt. Inside the team, Dongfeng Hao said to Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing, "This ill king is not that powerful. It is probably not more than 3,000 years old. Last time, I ran into a 5,000 years old ill king, and it took me a lot of effort to beat it. The lifespan of the beasts was usually longer than humans. Some of the turtle-type beasts could even live for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. Humans would not be able to compete with them even if they tried. However, humans had their own advantages. Although their lifespan was short, and normal people could only live for 100 years at most, the world was fair. Humans had an extremely powerful comprehensive ability, which allowed them to learn the profound in a short amount of time. On the other hand, the beasts were a lot more stupid. Hundreds of years might not even be comparable to a few years of humans. Therefore, for the beasts, shapeshifting was very important. As long as they could shapeshift into a human, their comprehensive ability would start to approach that of humans. Yi Chen smiled lightly but did not say anything. Neither of them said anything, which made Dongfeng Hao a bit unhappy. His gaze moved over to Murong Qingqing. "Miss Murong, the qi coming out of your body does not seem to be Jinyuan. I have been wondering about it for a long time. I wonder if you could tell me." Murong Qingqing said, "No comment. What's there to hide? We're friends, after all." Meng Xiaoling helped Dongfeng Hao. Dongfeng Hao looked at Murong Qingqing with a smile, waiting for her answer. Yi Chen's expression turned cold. "You too, it's best not to ask about things you shouldn't ask." "You." Dongfeng Hao thought that his temperament was way better than normal people, but Yi Chen's attitude had pissed him off a lot. It was obvious that the latter did not take him seriously at all. If it were not for Murong Qingqing, he would have lost it already. A mere peak-level late Sea of Souls realm warrior dared to talk to him like this. "You really overestimate yourself." Meng Xiaoling also couldn't stand Yi Chen's attitude and whispered. "It seems like we don't have anything in common to talk about. There's no need for us to get together." Murong Qingqing frowned and pulled away from the two of them. Right then, Yi Chen also said, "You too, if there is nothing important in the future, you better not disturb us. I am not someone with a good temper." As he spoke, he leaned toward Murong Qingqing. Dongfeng Hao's expression was very bad as it could get. His eyes were extremely dark. "I am so pissed. These two guys really don't know what's good for them." Meng Xiaoling gritted her teeth. "They will regret it one day," Dongfeng Hao said with a low voice. Everyone's diving speed was very fast. Soon, they had reached a depth of 180,000 meters. The water pressure here was unimaginable. It could definitely squeeze a huge piece of steel into a steel ball. Normal astral reaching realm warriors would be reduced to a meatball. "We should be reaching the ruins soon. Everyone, be careful," the man with gray hair said from the front. "Something is coming. It is the deep-sea piranhas." From far away, Yi Chen could already sense that there were huge amounts of deep-ocean piranhas approaching. The piranhas here were very small, only the length of a middle finger. But, for these kinds of vicious creatures that lived in groups, the smaller they were, the more destructive they would be. When tens of thousands of piranhas rushed over, it would definitely be a catastrophic disaster. Soon, the others had also sensed the arrival of the deep-sea piranhas. They were all breathing heavily, looking very nervous. "Huh. Without me, how are you going to block them out?" Dongfeng Hao had seen how horrifying the deep-sea piranhas were. This kind of piranhas did not have high individual battling power, and a clasping Yuan realm warrior would be able to handle them. But, they had two special features. One was their extremely hard body, and the other was their extremely sharp teeth. Even Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to kill them with one attack. Their teeth were sharp enough to pierce through Sea of Souls Realm Warriors' protective Xianxia layer. Once the deep-sea piranhas gathered into a large group, it would be quite a threat to even half-step king warriors. This is so troublesome. The man with gray hair reached his soul power into his storage ring, looking for something. The deep-sea piranhas were extremely fast, and within a couple of blinks of an eye, they had already arrived. Meanwhile, the man with gray hair threw out a green pellet, and beams of green chi spread out. Unfortunately, it did not spread out that fast, far slower than the attacking speed of the piranhas. All of a sudden, the number of astral-reaching realm warriors that had died had reached 2 digits. Facing the extremely cruel creatures like the deep-sea piranhas, the protective Xianxia layer of the astral-reaching realm warriors would be as fragile as tofu. Yichen's side was also being attacked by a huge amount of piranhas. Boom! Boom, boom. Morong Qingqing's protective demon power was even more powerful than a half-step king warrior's protective Xianxia layer. The piranhas would not be able to break through it within a short period of time, and were bounced back one after another. Seeing this, Dongfang Hao was a bit surprised. He had planned to go up and help out, letting them know who would be able to save her. But it did not really matter. If Morong Qingqing could survive, Yichen might not be able to. Even if he could survive, he would be embarrassed and become a laughingstock. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the speed of Yichen's sword. Any of the deep-sea piranhas that got close to Yichen were cut in half. All of a sudden, there were at least hundreds of deep-sea piranhas that got close. But, in the next second, hundreds of them had been cut in half. It was almost impossible to see how Yichen had attacked. Such a fast sword speed. Dongfang Hao had to admit that he had underestimated Yichen. Brother Hao, he does not seem to be easy to mess with. Meng Xiaoling was even more shocked than Dongfang Hao. She had not seen anyone's sword speed that was as fast as Yichen's. It was not hard to imagine how shocked she was. Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Hao said, "Fast sword speed is nothing. I am a half-step king warrior, and he is only at peak level late Seas of Soul's realm. He would not be my opponent. No matter how fast his sword speed is, would he be able to break through my defense? I would only need one attack to tear him into pieces." The green aura emitted by the green pill finally pervaded the air. When the deep-sea piranhas smelled this aura, they immediately rushed over like moths to a flame. The deep-sea piranhas in the lead were the fastest and swallowed the green pill in one gulp. Something horrifying happened. The other piranhas saw the leading piranha swallow the pellet, and their eyes turned red. They dismembered the other piranhas and started to fight for the bodies. After swallowing the bodies, even more piranhas could not stand it anymore and started to eat their own kind. Just like that, the number of piranhas started to decrease. Eventually, there was only one piranha left with a big belly. It swam back and forth before it disappeared completely. What kind of pellet is this? It is so scary. Everyone looked at each other. The man with gray hair said with satisfaction, "This is the piranha killer that our Black Water Alliance has developed. Don't think that it is just a small pellet. The materials used to make it would be millions of top-rank spirit stones. It could kill millions of piranhas. Right now, we have to use it because we have no other choice." The materials used to make the piranha killer pellet were extremely rare, and each of them would be priceless. Then, a master alchemist would extract the essence of the pellet, and it would take 81 days to make. Moreover, the failure rate was very high as 50%. "I wonder if your alliance would sell this kind of piranha killer pellet?" someone asked. "As long as you can afford the top-rank spirit stones, we can negotiate." I really can't afford it. One piranha killer fish was worth millions of top-rank spirit stones. Only a few Sea of Souls realm warriors would be able to afford it. Even a half-step king warrior would only have that much wealth, and it would be impossible for them to buy one. Although there were piranha fish killers, everyone had still suffered heavy casualties. Roughly estimating, at least 40 to 50 astral-reaching realm warriors had been killed, and more than 10 Sea of Souls realm warriors had been killed. Losing a quarter of their force all of a sudden had made the gray-haired man look very bad. "Yichen, don't you think it is strange? This Blackwater Alliance warrior seems to care a lot about the casualties. Normally, there is no need for him to care. Morong Qingqing could tell that something was not right. It is a bit strange indeed, and it is not just this. For example, the missions that the Blackwater Alliance has given out, and the Jinyuan Crystal Exchange, there are a lot of them. Yichen had already sensed that something was not right about the Crystal Island, but there was no point in just guessing. It seems like we can only take it one step at a time. Morong Qingqing nodded. Don't worry. As long as we do not run into life and death realm warriors, no matter how many enemies we run into, we will still be able to escape. This was also the reason why Yichen did not say anything. We are here. After diving down for a few thousand meters, the man with gray hair let out a breath and said happily. In front of everyone was a massive entrance at the bottom of the ocean. It was surrounded by seaweed, and one would not be able to see it without looking carefully. Let's go in. The man with gray hair led the way and jumped in. Let's go. Some of the people frowned a little before following him in. Hee hee. The evil-looking man seemed to have sensed something wrong as well, so he slowed down on purpose and ran behind the group. Be careful. Yichen held Morong Qingqing's hand as the two disappeared into the pitch-black entrance at the bottom of the ocean. The entrance was very deep, as if it was a huge crack at the bottom of the ocean. No one knew where it led to. If it were not for the fact that there were a lot of people, normal people would not dare to come in, and would have left a long time ago. After about 10 minutes, everyone's eyes brightened. They had finally passed through the entrance and arrived at the inside of the ocean. This place is a bit weird. Yichen looked around and said. Weird? I can't tell. This is indeed the entrance to an ancient ruin. Morong Qingqing shook her head. She really couldn't tell anything. Don't you feel that this place doesn't have the feeling of being sealed for a long time? It seems like people come here often and destroy the ancient chi here. Hearing Yichen's words, Morong Qingqing looked pensive. She was not as meticulous as Yichen, but she was not stupid either. Once there is any movement, we will leave immediately. Yichen said with a serious tone. Yeah. Morong Qingqing nodded and carefully walked beside Yichen. Everyone, follow behind me. Don't break the formation. The gray-haired man's voice was heard from the front. Aren't we looking for the ancient ruin? Now that we have found it, why are we not going back? Someone mumbled. The top master-level warrior next to the gray-haired man said coldly, if you don't want to, you can go back now. I won't stop you. Just saying. The person who was talking shut his mouth immediately. The ancient ruin was huge. First, there was a stone hall, and then a straight tunnel. Oil lamps were lit on both sides of the tunnel, as if they were paving the way for the group. After 15 minutes, the group finally passed through the tunnel and arrived at a wide flat ground. In front of the flat ground was a huge stone door, and in the center of the flat ground was a six-pointed star. Inside the six-pointed star, there were many complicated runes. These runes were not for decoration, they were filled with traces of energy aura, and from time to time, streams of light would flash through. Boom, all of a sudden, a gate fell down from the tunnel behind the group, locking them inside. What is going on? What happened? Damn it. We are locked inside. The situation happened too suddenly. Many people were still in a state of confusion, but more people were panicking. They were 180,000 meters under the sea. No one wanted to be trapped here and unable to get out, especially when they were fine just now. Damn it. Isn't it just a gate? What is there to be surprised about? Watch me break it. A master-level Sea of Souls realm walked out. He raised his right hand and tightened his fist. All of a sudden, a red flame wrapped around his fist before he smashed it heavily onto the gate. Pah, the gate did not move at all. Not even a single stone chip splashed out. What? This Sea of Souls realm master-level warrior did not believe it, so he attacked the gate crazily. His fiery red fist shadows were like illusions, landing on the center of the gate. Everyone, attack together. Seeing that they couldn't break the gate, someone called for everyone to attack together. 1, 2, 3, attack. Boom boom boom, over 100 attacks landed on the gate, and the gate finally shook a little, causing some dust to fall off. Unfortunately, it was still far from breaking the gate. Get out of my way. The fierce-looking man parted the crowd and walked out. Can you do it alone? Some people were puzzled. Let him do it. Although we have a lot of attacks, many of our unique martial arts have been scattered by other Jinyuan streams, so we can't display our full power. I see. I had forgotten about it. Understanding the crux of the matter, everyone's gazes converged on the fiendish man. Among them, there were only 3 half-step kings, and the fiendish man was one of them. Although they didn't know the fiendish man's strength, it shouldn't be too bad. A half-step king was a half-step king after all. Standing in front of the gate with rapt attention, the fierce-looking man took a deep breath. As he inhaled, the surrounding space began to distort slightly. Clouds of light black air gushed out, and his aura rose steadily, reaching a terrifying level. Break! The man roared as he threw out a palm blade attack toward the gate. Boom! The frequency of the gate shaking was obviously much higher than before. Dust was blown out from the corner, blocking everyone's sight. So sturdy. The man's expression changed. Let's join hands. Dongfeng Hao could not stand it anymore, so he stood next to the man. If it could be broken, we would not have been lured here. Yichen shook his head as he glanced over at the man with gray hair and the other 2. The man with gray hair was very sensitive to gazes, so he turned his head to look for the source of the gaze. However, Yichen had already looked away. Mad wave cut. Cracking ground attack. The man and Dongfeng Hao performed their top martial arts, attacking the gate together. Dong, the gate shook violently, and cracks started to appear on it. It is about to break. Everyone was overjoyed. Let's do it again. Dongfeng Hao said to the man. All right. The man was in a good mood. As long as he could break this gate, he would be able to get out. Huh. The man with gray hair sneered secretly, seeming to be very disdainful of everyone thinking that they could break the gate. How is this possible? Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the fiendish man and Dongfeng Hao's combined attacks didn't even have the qualifications to make the gate shake. It turned out that the gate was emitting a layer of dark light that bounced off the attacks and instantly acted on Dongfeng Hao and the fiendish man. Pooh, caught off guard, Dongfeng Hao and the man both puked out a mouthful of blood and were blown backward. Their feet rubbed against the ground for a long time before stopping. How can this be broken? Dongfeng Hao's expression was ugly. Exhaling, Yichen said, don't waste your energy, you two. Since we've been lured here, there's no way we can escape. What do you mean? Dongfeng Hao stared at Yichen with a sharp gaze. Yichen said, do you really think that we're trapped here because of the relic's mechanism and not someone else's doing? You're saying that someone brought us here on purpose? The man came to a realization. We'll have to ask him. Yichen pointed at the gray-haired man. Insolence. You're courting death. The 2 men beside the gray-haired man rebuked Yichen. Yichen sneered. Since you've brought us here, you've succeeded. Why don't you take off your mask? Haha. The gray-haired man guffawed, his laughter filled with pride and admiration. I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. How did you figure it out? The gray-haired man asked. I only suspected at first, but as soon as we entered the relic, I began to suspect you. Oh, why didn't you run then? Everyone is curious. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Plus, I thought running would have been useless. You guys must have had a backup plan. You're right. The moment you stepped into the relic, you couldn't get out. Bringing you here was the second step. I have to admire you. You were the only one who noticed the anomaly among so many people. The others kept it to themselves. Even if they had suspicions, they wouldn't have targeted me. So, strength isn't everything. Your ability to survive is stronger than everyone else's. The gray-haired man admired Yichen. Of course, he didn't know Yichen's strength yet, thinking that Yichen was merely meticulous. No need to admire me. In fact, I should admire your Blackwater alliance. With such a grand plan, it's obvious that you want to capture everyone in one fell swoop. If I'm not wrong, your plan has something to do with Devouring Island. Am I right? Yichen smiled. Hiss, not only the gray-haired man, even the 2 people next to him sucked in a breath of cold air. With just a few clues, Yichen was able to figure out their plan. This could not be described as meticulous, it was simply frightening. Is what he said true? The ferocious-looking man's face was filled with killing intent. Ridiculous. You're still asking me now. The gray-haired man sneered. You're courting death. I'll tear you apart. The ferocious-looking man wasn't a good person. He had always been the one making fun of others. Since when did he become the one being made fun of? This made him feel very wronged. Boom, his right hand formed a blade, and a light black saw appeared on the edge of his palm. The ferocious-looking man slashed at the gray-haired man and the two top master-level masters. Boom, that attack was blocked out by a layer of blue membrane. The ground under the gray-haired man and the other two moved automatically, bringing them into the wall. The gap in the wall was a blue membrane. It seemed like even 10 half-step king warriors wouldn't be able to break it open. The gray-haired man and the other two could see Yichen and the rest through the blue membrane, and Yichen and the rest could see them as well. You think that I'll give you the chance to attack me? The gray-haired man said with a mocking expression. F***ck your ancestors. The fierce-looking man repeatedly attacked the blue membrane, causing it to ripple like water. Unfortunately, the defensive power of the blue membrane was far beyond imagination. No matter how much strength the fierce-looking man exerted, he couldn't shake it in the slightest. It was all in vain. Everyone, let's go. After everyone knew that the gray-haired man and the Blackwater Alliance were the masterminds, they were all furious. All of them wanted to eat the three alive. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, the tide-like energy flooded the thin blue membrane like a vast ocean. Dongfang Hao and Meng Xiaoling had also joined in the attack. Only Yichen and Morong Qingqing stood aside and did not do anything, watching coldly. After a long while, the qi disappeared, and the blue membrane was not damaged at all. It's useless. Since you're here, don't waste your time. Yichen said calmly. Since you already knew, why didn't you tell us? I, to the third, will teach you how to behave. I will also keep your girlfriend safe for you. The ferocious-looking man, Tu Laosan, had a belly full of anger. Since he could not do anything to the gray-haired man, he shifted his attention to Yichen. Right then and there, he was ready to kill Yichen and have some fun before the disaster came. As he spoke, an evil smile appeared on his face, as if Morong Qingqing was already his, and there would be no accidents. Seeking death. A murderous look flashed across Dongfang Hao's eyes, but he quickly hid it. He was happy that Tu the Third would kill Yichen. After Yichen was killed, he would be able to openly save Morong Qingqing, killing two birds with one stone. It seems like you want to die. Yichen's expression turned cold. The murderous look on his face was a few times more intense than Tu the Third's. Many people around him hurriedly took a few steps back, shocked by Yichen's murderous look. This young man, his killing intent is so thick. Why is it so much thicker than a half-step king warrior? Yeah. It is indeed confusing. What is the use of thick killing intent? It is still power that matters. I do not think he will win. I am afraid that he will be killed within 1 or 2 attacks. Too bad for a beauty. Although everyone was shocked by Yichen's killing intent, they did not think that Yichen would be able to escape from Tu Laosan's attack. The gap between the two was just too huge. Do I want to die? Tu Laosan sneered, all right, I will not kill you right away. I will let you taste the feeling of being dead. Are you done? Now, you can die slowly, very slowly. Yichen suddenly took out his Thunder Disaster Sword and threw out a sword attack. Shoo, blood spilled everywhere as Tu Laosan's entire right arm was chopped off. Because it was so sudden, the blood shot out 8 meters away like a fountain. What? Everyone was shocked. This result was completely different from what they had expected. Tu Laosan was a half-step king warrior after all, but his arm had been chopped off by Yichen. Impossible. Tu Laosan roared, his face pale. It was hard to tell if it was because of the pain, shock, or both. Nothing is impossible. Yichen threw out another sword attack. It was so fast that Tu Laosan did not even have the time to react before his left arm was chopped off. Spare my life. I promise I will never mess with you again. Tu Laosan was scared. Although everyone had fallen into the trap set by the Black Water Alliance, at least there was still a chance of survival. You are too stupid. Yichen did not show any mercy as he lifted up his Thunder Disaster Sword. I will *CK your whole family. Everyone, let's kill him together. Tu Laosan's eyes were filled with despair as he yelled crazily. Unfortunately, not many people listened to him. Fighting against Yichen right now would just be suicide. Shaking his head, Yichen held the Thunder Disaster Sword and threw out a Thunder Devour. Tu Laosan, who had lost both his arms, was unable to fight back and was directly swallowed by the Black Thunder Ball. The Thunder Ball twisted and expanded, producing a series of intense explosions. At the center of the explosions, Tu Laosan's 7 orifices were discharging electricity. His skin was charred, cracked, and carbonized at a visible speed. Bang! Tu Laosan fell to the ground and his body was smashed into pieces like charcoal. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that this was a human corpse. Dong Fanghao looked at Tu Laosan, who had been smashed into pieces, then looked at Yichen. His face looked very bad. All the way here, he had thought that Yichen was just a peak-level late Seas of Souls realm warrior. Even if he could fight beyond his realm, he would only be a normal half-step king warrior, which would be a huge gap between them. However, he had not expected that Yichen's battling power would be a couple of times more powerful than he had imagined. Even someone as powerful as Tu Laosan could not last 3 sword attacks, although it was partly due to his carelessness. So he's actually this powerful. Meng Xiaoling murmured unconsciously. Inside the blue film on the wall, the man with gray hair said, I did not expect that you would be the most powerful warrior in this team. What is the use of being powerful? I was still tricked by your Black Water Alliance. Yichen put his sword back into its scabbard and said lightly. Hee hee. The man with gray hair laughed, you don't seem to be nervous at all. If being nervous is useful right now, I would not mind being nervous for a bit. As he spoke, Yichen looked around. Eventually, his eyes landed on the hexagram under his feet. It had flashed for a second, and if one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it at all. The man with gray hair saw that Yichen had noticed it, so he said, it is useless. In a while, you will all be devoured by the Devouring Island, and this place is one of the connecting points. Indeed. After the man with gray hair said that, everyone realized that the Black Water Alliance was indeed connected to the Devouring Island. As for what the connection was, they did not know, and they did not want to know at the moment. Right then, a lot of people started to despair. They wished that they could go back in time and never go to the Crystal Island again. The hexagram emitted a powerful energy ripple. This energy ripple was even more vast than the Zhenyuan released by dozens of half-step kings. As the hexagram was completely activated, the stone door in front of everyone opened with a loud rumble. Inside was an energy whirlpool that crazily revolved, devouring everything in the stone room. No. Without any time to react, at least half of the people were sucked in by the energy whirlpool. It was like a black hole, and no one knew what was on the other side. The sucking power of the energy whirlpool was way too powerful. Even though Yichen and the rest tried their best, they would only be sucked in a little bit later. Waiting until the whirlpool disappeared, the stone door closed. The blue layer on the wall disappeared on its own, and the man with gray hair and the other 2 walked out. Another batch. It is so easy. The top master level warrior on the left of the man with gray hair laughed. You think it is easy? We, the Black Water Alliance, are under a lot of pressure. Some of the life and death realm warriors are getting more and more greedy. If we do not give them enough Xianxia crystals, these things will be exposed. By then, we will be in trouble as well. The man with gray hair said. No matter how big their appetite is, they should have a bottom line, right? After all, our Black Water Alliance has a lot of life and death realm warriors as well. Another top master level warrior said. What do you know? The world of king warriors is not that easy to understand. That's true. Let's go. Let's go back and hand in the mission. This was a strange and dazzling world. As far as the eye could see, there was a rainbow-colored chaotic sky, pitch-black seawater, and 6 small islands that formed a circle. There was nothing else. Where is this? In the sky, Yi Chen and the rest looked confused. Who cares where we are? As long as we are not dead, it is good. After a moment of confusion, everyone looked extremely happy. They thought that they were going to die for sure, but they did not expect to survive. This was more important than anything else. Don't be so happy yet. Yi Chen did not think that the Blackwater Alliance would be so kind. He had a feeling that not dying would be even scarier than dying. At least if they died, everything would be over. If they did not die, who knew what would be waiting for them? Just when everyone was preparing to go to the island, the surreal space in front of them vibrated. A transparent human figure appeared, with a pair of transparent wings on his back. Hello, this is the Devouring Island. You can call me the Holy Spirit. The transparent human figure said to everyone. Holy Spirit? What does that mean? You do not need to know this. Next, I will tell you the rules of the Devouring Island. The rule is to provide Jinyuan crystals. Astral Reaching Realm Warriors will have to provide 10 Jinyuan crystals per month, Sea of Souls Realm Warriors will have to provide 50 Jinyuan crystals per month, and Half-Step King Warriors will have to provide 100 Jinyuan crystals per month. Hey, where do we get the Jinyuan crystals? Someone asked. The transparent human figure said without any emotion, on the Devouring Island, you can make your own Jinyuan crystals. You can try it now. Make your own Jinyuan crystals? Most of the people did not believe it. Normally, only a small number of Half-Step King Warriors could make Jinyuan crystals. They could not do it at all. But, out of curiosity, everyone started to try it out. We can really make Jinyuan crystals. Not long after, someone cried out in alarm. Within a short period of time, everyone realized that as long as they tried to compress their Jinyuan, it would start to crystallize. Some of the different elements inside would be removed automatically, turning it extremely pure. Of course, because of the short period of time, the Jinyuan crystals that they made would be very unstable. Once they lost control, they would shatter immediately. We can really make Jinyuan crystals? Could it be that the Blackwater Alliance got their Jinyuan crystals from here? B****. The Blackwater Alliance tricked us to come here. They must be making us work for them. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Thinking that the Holy Spirit was not that scary, a Sea of Souls Realm Master level warrior said, we can make Jinyuan crystals. Why should we give them to you? This is the rule of the Devouring Island. The Holy Spirit answered. T rule. Let me ask you, how do we get out? The Holy Spirit said, getting out is very easy. Astral Reaching Realm Warriors, hand over 10,000 Jinyuan crystals, Sea of Souls Realm Warriors, 50,000, and Half-Step King Warriors, 100,000. Astral Reaching Realm Warriors, hand over 10,000 Jinyuan crystals. May I ask, how many Jinyuan crystals can an Astral Reaching Realm Warrior make in a month? 15. 15? Are you messing with us? It has been 60 to 70 years since we handed over 10,000. This is the rule here. T rule. Let me ask you, how do we get out? A lot of people had a vicious look on their faces. Hand over all the Jinyuan crystals, and you will be able to get out. The Holy Spirit's tone did not change at all. Go die. 3 of them attacked the Holy Spirit together. Pooh. Pooh. Pooh, the Holy Spirit flapped its wings, and the 3 of them puked out blood. On the Devouring Island, even Life and Death Realm Warriors would not be my opponent. Do not waste your energy. Also, you have to remember, if you are lazy and do not hand over all the Jinyuan crystals after 1 month, you will be punished by me. Besides that, you are not allowed to kill anyone here. The mission of the killer will fall on you. In other words, you can get out after handing over 10,000 Jinyuan crystals, but if you kill someone with the same cultivation as you will have to hand over 20,000. Hearing the Holy Spirit, Yi Chen frowned, something is wrong. Yi Chen, what is wrong? Morong Qingqing asked. Yi Chen said, since we can get out after handing over the Jinyuan crystals, then the thing about the Devouring Island would be exposed for sure. But, judging from the situation outside, the Devouring Island is still a legend. You mean, once we get in, we can't get out? Very likely. That Holy Spirit is lying to us. I don't know about that. We will see. The devouring island was too strange, and even Yichen had no clue about it. Only by observing for a while would he be able to figure it out. Knowing that the Holy Spirit was unbeatable, everyone had a bitter look on their faces. According to the Holy Spirit, the devouring island was like a prison where they had to work. If they did not work, then they would be punished. Plus, with so many Xianxia crystals, how long would it take to hand them over? You all appeared from this direction. From now on, you will be working on the number 3 devouring island. The Holy Spirit pointed at the island before disappearing. Should we go? A lot of people were hesitating. What else can we do? Do you have a way to leave? Let's go. Let's see how it goes first. Just like that, everyone arrived at the number 3 devouring island. The number 3 devouring island was not that big, and could only be considered as a small island. There were more people on the island than he had expected, numbering in the tens of thousands. A small portion of them were training in the valley in the center of the island, while the rest were either making Xianxia crystals in their own caves, or chatting and practicing martial arts outside. Look! Another group of unlucky people. I guess they were also tricked by the Blackwater Alliance. So many people. They must have been tricked. The people who were chatting on the island looked at Yichen and the rest, their tone carrying a hint of gloating and numbness. The Blackwater Alliance had indeed tricked a lot of people. Morong Qingqing saw that there were tens of thousands of people on the island, and she was a bit surprised. It should be known that there were 6 islands on the devouring island, and there would be more than 100,000 people on the 6 islands. Among them, the lowest cultivation would be at the astral reaching realm, while the highest would be at the half-step king warrior level. If they could be controlled, it would definitely be a horrifying power. After a long time, it is not strange for there to be this many people. Yichen rolled his eyes and said, "It seems like some of them have been on the island for years. Although they are not dead yet, they are no different from the walking dead." Hearing him, Morong Qingqing looked over the people on the island and realized that there would always be a couple of people who had a blank expression on their faces. It seemed like they did not care about anything, and their eyes were always losing focus. Will we end up like this? A bit of anxiety appeared on Morong Qingqing's face. Letting out a breath, Yichen sneered, "If you want to lock me up, you will have to see if this place can hold me." The Holy Spirit said that even life and death realm warriors would not be able to do anything to him. But there were no life and death realm warriors on the island. Therefore, even if life and death realm warriors could not do anything to the Holy Spirit, they would not be afraid of him. Therefore, as long as one could become a life and death realm warrior, there would be a chance to get out. Of course, that would be in the future. Hey, you newcomers might not know about the little rules of the island yet. I am a nice guy, so I will tell you about them. A tall and sturdy-looking man walked out. First, on the devouring island, everyone has their own cave. If you want a place to rest, then you will have to build your own cave. The distance between your cave and other people's cave cannot be more than 50 meters, so it cannot be too big. Second, there is a training holy ground in the center of the island. Besides the last day of the week, you can go there to train at any time. Of course, you will have to line up. Third, the last day of the month is the time to hand in the Xianxia crystals. Do not forget about it. As for where to hand it in, you do not need to worry about it. When the cave is built, a stone altar will appear, and you only need to put the Xianxia crystals on it. Alright, that is all. You should go find a place to build your cave. The rocks here are very hard. The simple and honest man waved his hand. Because the island was not that big, there were only a couple of small mountains on the island, which were almost like beehives. There was no place to build a cave at all. Yichen and Morong Qingqing had chosen a lot of places before they finally managed to dig out a cave on a slope. The reason why they chose to build it on the rocks was because Yichen realized that the rocks on the island were very hard and could block out soul power. Sea of Souls realm warriors' soul power would only be able to spread out 10 meters, and half-step king warriors would not be able to go beyond 30 meters. Even though Yichen's soul power was very powerful, it could only reach 50 meters. Once the cave was built, a wave of vibration appeared in the surreal space, and a stone altar slowly landed down. This devouring island seems to have its own natural rules. Yichen looked like he was thinking about something. What do you think the Holy Spirit is? Morong Qingqing thought about the existence of the Holy Spirit. Yichen said, it should be the manager of this world. As for whether or not it is a living being, I do not know. But I have this feeling that this place has a very powerful background, so powerful that even life and death realm warriors are afraid of it. Otherwise, that Holy Spirit would not have said that even life and death realm warriors could not do anything to it. That is really bad. Morong Qingqing frowned. Today is only the first day, so I do not know anything yet. But, I will find out in the future. Yichen took out the puppet house from his storage ring and put it in the middle of the cave. He did not want to sleep on the hard ground. Astral reaching realm warriors could make about 15 Xinyuan crystals every month, which was an average of 1 every 2 days. Sea of Souls realm warriors could make Xinyuan crystals 5 times more than astral reaching realm warriors. They could make 75 crystals every month, which was an average of 5 every 2 days. In the next 4 days, Yichen had made 11 Xinyuan crystals, which was higher than average. As for Morong Qingqing, she had made 15 demon power crystals, which was a lot more powerful than Yichen, since the demon power was more powerful than Xinyuan in the first place. I wonder if the demon power crystals would be useful? Morong Qingqing said. Yichen said, on the devouring island there are not only humans, but also beasts. The beasts can make the demon power crystals. Since the demon power crystals are useful, then the demon power crystals should be useful as well. I hope so. Morong Qingqing nodded. Let's go. There is a holy place for training in the middle of the island. Let's go check it out. Making 11 Xinyuan crystals in 4 days meant that they could make at least 80 in a month. Sea of Souls realm warriors would only need to hand over 50 Xinyuan crystals, which would be more than enough. Yeah. Morong Qingqing and Yichen walked out of the cave together. The island was not that big. Once the two walked out of the cave, they could see the people on the island. I have only made 16 Xinyuan crystals this month. 10 of them need to be handed over, and 3 of them need to be handed over to the manager of the Black Water Alliance. There are only 3 left, and you want to take 2 of them at once? I have worked hard this month for nothing. Not far away, an astral-reaching realm warrior yelled. I don't care how many Xinyuan crystals you have made this month. If I ask you to hand them over, then hand them over. Otherwise, I will take away all the Xinyuan crystals you have and let you be punished by the Holy Spirit. I believe a lot of people know how painful it is. Do you want to try it? It was a middle-aged man with extremely long hair. Behind him, there were dozens of Sea of Souls realm warriors, looking very aggressive. Don't push it too far. The astral-reaching realm warrior's tone softened. I am bullying you. Hurry up. I do not have time to waste with you. The man said impatiently. Eventually, he still handed over the 2 Xinyuan crystals and left angrily. Ah, when will it end? Not far away from Yichen, an elder shook his head. Yichen turned his head to look. Senior, what is going on? What else could it be? It is just the dark power here. The elder's cultivation was not weak, being at late Sea of Souls realm. Dark power? Besides the Black Water Alliance, there are other dark power parties here? Morong Qingqing did not understand. The elder explained, the Black Water Alliance is the biggest manager on the devouring island besides the Holy Spirit. All 6 islands are under their control, and there are a lot of dark power parties on each island. Our number 3 devouring island is divided into 30 regions, and each region is ruled by a group of dark power parties. This region of ours is called the Black Mountain region, and the leader of the dark power party there is a half-step king warrior called the Tough King. His rule is that as long as one lives in the Black Mountain region and has an astral-reaching realm cultivation, they have to hand over 2 Xinyuan crystals every month. Sea of Souls realm warriors, 10 crystals, and half-step king warriors are exempted. Does the Black Water Alliance not care about it? Morong Qingqing continued to ask. The elder made a face, jackals of the same tribe. Actually, the dark power parties on the devouring island are all accepted by the Black Water Alliance for better management. Otherwise, if there is a rebellion, it would be a headache for the Black Water Alliance as well. I see. Yichen nodded slightly. You are new here as well, right? The elder saw that Yichen and Morong Qingqing were not familiar with them. Yes. Right now is the beginning of the month, so no one will come to collect your Jinyuan crystals. But, after this month ends, you will have to face this. Remember, do not fight against the tough king and his power, and definitely do not fight against the power of the Blackwater Alliance. Otherwise, you will only suffer. Thank you, Senior, for the reminder. Yichen held his fists together as he walked toward the center of the island with Morong Qingqing. On the way, Morong Qingqing said, "This devouring island is more chaotic than I thought. The island is divided into 30 regions, and each region has at least 700 to 800 people. 90% of them are astral-reaching realm warriors, and they would be able to collect 1,000 Jinyuan crystals every month. Sea of Souls realm warriors would be around 10%, and they would be able to collect 1,000 Jinyuan crystals every month. So, it would be more than 2,000 in total. It would be quite a fortune." Yichen shook his head. It is not that simple. The Blackwater Alliance would not let the tough king get all the benefits alone. It would most likely be the Blackwater Alliance, and the tough king's power. The training place was in the valley in the center of the island. When Yichen and Morong Qingqing arrived, the valley was already full, and there were a lot of people lining up outside. So many people. Morong Qingqing saw that there were more than 100 people in the line. Let's go back first. Yichen did not really care about the training place. He was only one step away from the half-step king warrior realm, and so was Morong Qingqing. Training alone would not do them much good. When Yichen and the rest arrived at the island, it was the beginning of the month. The Jinyuan crystals that they had made were all stored in their storage rings, and it was not time to hand them in yet. Within a blink of an eye, 20 days had passed, and the end of the month was getting closer and closer. During this period of time, Yichen had made 55 Jinyuan crystals, and Morong Qingqing had made 75. It had already exceeded the requirement by quite a bit. Can you give me a break for this month? I have used a lot of Jinyuan crystals to accumulate Jinyuan. By the end of the month, I will only have 60 Jinyuan crystals left. If I give you 10, it will not be enough. The same thing happened in the Black Mountain area again, but this time, it was a peak-level late Sea of Souls realm warrior. Sorry, you have to hand it in. Hurry up. The tough king's follower did not care about the others' feelings at all. That peak-level late Sea of Souls realm warrior bit on his teeth and still handed in 10 Jinyuan crystals. It turned out that he had just managed to break through from peak-level mid-Sea of Souls realm to late Sea of Souls realm this month, and he had used a couple of Jinyuan crystals. Then, he reached the peak level from late Sea of Souls realm, and he had used a lot of them as well. Hey! You two, come over and hand in the Jinyuan crystals. 10 for each of you. Putting away the Jinyuan crystals that he had just received, the tough king's follower noticed Yichen. Yichen was not surprised at all. Every month from the end of the month to the beginning of the month, it was the time for the dark power parties to collect the Jinyuan crystals. After all, there were thousands of people in a district, so it would take a couple of days to collect them. Let your tough king come talk to me. Yichen said calmly. Who do you think you are? Do you think the tough king is someone you can see whenever you want? The warriors of the tough king surrounded them, led by that creepy long-haired middle-aged man. Asking you to go see the tough king is for your own good. After so many days, Yichen had pretty much figured out the situation in the Black Mountain area. This tough king might not be the most powerful warrior on the number 3 devouring island, but he was indeed the most brutal one. Otherwise, he would not have collected so many Jinyuan crystals. Brat, you are looking for death. Seeing Yichen being this arrogant, the warriors of the tough king who were used to being aggressive could not handle it anymore. Shoo! Shoo! 4 late Sea of Souls realm warriors jumped out, attacking toward Yichen and Morong Qingqing together. Yichen did not even need to take out his sword, he just threw out a sword finger attack. Pooh! 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 Even if it was only one sword finger attack, it was still not something the 4 could handle. They were all blown away like broken bags. Impressive! Kill these bastards who eat people without spitting out their bones. Within this short period of time, a lot of people had already surrounded them. Seeing that Yi Chen was only at peak level late Sea of Souls realm, but could beat 4 warriors of the tough king with one attack, they could not be happier. Brat, no wonder you are so arrogant. You do have some tricks up your sleeves. The creepy middle-aged man squinted his eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He waved his hand, signaling all of his warriors to attack. Kill. Die. To be able to be the warriors of the tough king, they had to be at least mid-Sea of Souls realm. Dozens of warriors with mid-Sea of Souls realm and above jumped toward Yi Chen, their killing intent intense. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's power was way below his, and he was the kind of warrior who could fight beyond his realm. Therefore, the result was already decided from the very beginning. Seeing his warriors being blown away while puking out blood, the middle-aged man finally lost his cool. His body flashed once as he threw out a claw attack toward Yi Chen's head. That sharp claw power seemed like it was going to scratch through Yi Chen's head and body. That kind of power was not something normal people could compete with. Chi, the cold-looking middle-aged man's attack was fast, but Yi Chen's attack was even faster. His arm moved, and his sword finger pressed against the cold-looking middle-aged man's neck. The cyan finger light flickered, and as long as the cold-looking middle-aged man moved a little closer, the finger light would immediately pierce through his throat. You didn't die because the rules here don't allow it, and also because I want you to bring a message. Yi Chen sneered. Cold sweat appeared on the middle-aged man's forehead. Yi Chen's attacking speed was way too fast, and he did not even see how Yi Chen attacked. It was not until he felt a slight chill on his throat that he realized that Yi Chen had already attacked. If it were not for him stopping his body in time, he would have been killed on the spot. Of course, even if the cold-looking middle-aged man wanted to die, Yi Chen wouldn't let him die by his hands. He wasn't that stupid. Withdrawing his sword fingers, Yi Chen said, "Let the tough king talk to me. You'll regret this." The eerie middle-aged man took a deep breath and said slowly as he hurriedly retreated a dozen steps. That would depend on whether the tough king is capable enough. Yi Chen's tone was indifferent. Let's go. The middle-aged man brought his wounded warriors and left. The cave that the tough king was staying in was huge. There were no other caves within 300 meters of it. Inside the living room, the tough king looked at the middle-aged man with a dark expression. You mean, not only is he not going to hand over the Zhenyuan crystals, he wants to see me? Yes. Besides that, he has also wounded our people. The middle-aged man lowered his head. An evil light flashed in the tough king's eyes. It seems like my title is not cruel enough after all. Even the people in the Black Mountain area don't like me. Bring me over. I will let him know what regret feels like. The Black Mountain area was not that big. Within half a pot of tea's time, the tough king had brought a group of people over. That evil Chi had scared a lot of people out of their wits. The tough king is here. I wonder how he is going to handle this. This is so unwise. Our number 3 devouring island only has 20 half-step king warriors. Even if the tough king is not in the top 3, he would at least be in the top 5. Some of the leaders of the dark power groups are only at peak level late Seas of Souls realm. Perhaps he is one of the martial geniuses from some big power group. He is used to being on top. Everyone started to discuss. Who are you? Tell me your name. Floating in the air, the tough king looked down at Yi Chen and said with a low voice. Yi Chen, you must be the tough king, right? Yi Chen lifted up his head and said lightly. Since you know, why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? Yi Chen sneered, you do not deserve it. You are looking for death. The warriors that the tough king had brought were furious. Alright, you have guts. But, the more guts you have, the more miserable I will make you. Kuei Feng, test him out for me. An evil look flashed through his eyes as the tough king said to the middle-aged man on his left. Yes. The middle-aged man's body flashed. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8. All of a sudden, he turned into 8 phantoms that looked both real and fake at the same time, surrounding Yi Chen. Wind profound. No, there is also a hint of shadow profound. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. The middle-aged man's cultivation was the same as his, only peak-level late seas of Soul's realm. But, since he was valued by the tough king, then he must have something special about him. Judging from his movement art, it was indeed very powerful. Normally, it would be hard for a movement art to combine different profound, but this man had done it. I have wounded a half-step king warrior before. I hope you can last a little longer. Kuei Feng cracked a smile that was full of cruelty. Being able to wound half-step king warrior. With your cultivation, it is not bad. Yi Chen would not be scared by his words. Not to mention the fact that he could wound half-step king warrior, even if he could kill him, so what? Are you being arrogant, or do you have something else to rely on? Kuei Feng was a bit hesitant after seeing Yi Chen's expression. He could wound half-step king warrior with his peak-level late seas of Soul's realm cultivation, which meant that his power was way beyond warriors at the same level. Being able to become half-step king warriors meant that they were all extremely talented. But, he did not seem to be surprised at all. Kuei Feng, what are you hesitating for? The tough king was getting impatient. Yes. Kuei Feng took a deep breath as his eyes turned sharp. Tornado kill. Shoo. 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 8 shadows seemed to have been activated at the same time, flying around Yi Chen like an extremely powerful tornado, trying to kill Yi Chen. Shoo. Shoo, shoo. 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 The tornado was getting thinner and thinner as Kuei Feng attacked. Once he attacked, cold stars flashed everywhere, and the whole tornado seemed to be spinning like a blade. Being in the middle of the tornado, Yi Chen looked calm as he lifted up his right sword finger and pointed it out. Chin, as the sparks flew everywhere, a beam of cold light flew out of the tornado. Then, the tornado stopped. What? Kuei Feng lost? When the tornado stopped, everyone was dumbfounded. In the field, Kuei Feng's right hand was bleeding as it was held there stiffly. On the other hand, Yi Chen did not even change his posture. He had only lifted up one of his hands and pointed his sword finger at Kuei Feng's forehead. One could vaguely see that sharp sword-like finger light. How is this possible? Not only did the others not believe it, even Kuei Feng himself could not believe it. While moving at a high speed, 8 of him attacked at the same time. He thought that he would be able to beat Yi Chen with one attack. However, he did not expect that not only could Yi Chen tell his real body, but he had also knocked away the short blade in his hand with one finger. No matter if it was observation, attacking power, or accuracy, Yi Chen was a few times better than him. Beating Kuei Feng with one attack? Could it be that he had trained some kind of secret skill? The tough king did not think that Kuei Feng would be able to beat Yi Chen. He only wanted to test out Yi Chen's power. However, he did not expect that Kuei Feng would be defeated in one attack. Of course, this did not mean that Yi Chen's power was much more powerful than Kuei Feng's. It could only mean that Yi Chen's fighting skills were way better than Kuei Feng's. However, when the power gap was too big, no matter how good one's skills were, it would be useless. With good skills, could he break through the defense? With good skills, could he dodge the ultimate attack? Neither. Only when the power gap was not that big, would it be useful. Impressive. But your good luck ends here. The tough king jumped into the air and threw out a punch at Yi Chen. That punch was thrown out like a shooting star, but it was also like lava. It made people feel like they were facing a disaster. This tough king's power is almost the same as Qing Lu Sr. Yi Chen could tell with one glance that the martial art that the tough king had performed contained the fire and earth profound. Of course, the combination of the fire and earth profound would have different effects for different people. Boom, Yi Chen still did not take out his sword. He pointed out with his sword finger and a thunderball was formed. It attacked towards the tough king, exploding with an extremely hot and violent chi flow. He blocked it. The tough king did not believe it. His fists were like a shooting star shower as they attacked towards Yi Chen. Each punch was fiercer than the previous one. He did not believe that Yi Chen would be able to handle it. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, the sound of chi clashing continued. The mud on the island had been scraped open, but Yi Chen did not back out even half a step. It is my turn now. Yichen took out his Thunder Disaster Sword. The sword light flashed once before stabbing out. Too fast. I cannot dodge it. The tough king was shocked. He realized that no matter how hard he tried to dodge, he could not avoid that sword attack. It was indeed unbelievably fast. It was indeed Yichen's spiritual sword attack. Once it was performed, even top half-step king warriors would not be able to dodge it. Even if I cannot dodge it, so what? Break through my protective Jin Yuan first. The tough king screamed in his mind. Shoo, the spiritual sword attack was not only fast, but its attacking power was also horrifying. It had only paused for a second before it pierced through the tough king's protective Jin Yuan and landed heavily on his chest. Puking out a mouthful of blood, the semi-extreme rank grade armor on the tough king's chest was slightly twisted. He then puked out a mouthful of blood as he was blown backward with a pale face. Even the tough king has lost. Who is this guy? People in the Black Mountain area had seen way too many confident people, but all of them had been beaten by the tough king without exception. The appearance of Yichen was like the sun after the rain, tearing apart the clouds and shining down. This Black Mountain area is going to change soon. A lot of people thought to themselves. Take out all of their storage rings. Yichen was not a good person, and he wanted to leave the Devouring Island as well. Naturally, he would not show any mercy to these dark power groups. So, he asked Morong Qingqing to take out all of their storage rings. Don't push it too far. The tough king's followers were shocked, but they still tried to sound tough. Yichen said, don't force me. Although you can't kill people on the Devouring Island, it doesn't say that you can't cripple people. If I cut off one of your arms, you can still make Jin Yuan crystals. So, don't force me. Morong Qingqing went to get the storage rings of the tough king's followers. As for the tough king, Yichen would take care of him. Brat, if you do not want to die, I suggest you not to even think about Jin Yuan crystals. It is not like this has never happened before. There have been people who were more powerful than you before. But as long as they thought about Jin Yuan crystals, none of them would have a good ending. The tough king said with a cold tone. Are you trying to scare me? Yichen smiled lightly, his eyes sharp like blades. Feeling the intense killing intent coming from Yichen, the tough king did not dare to be too arrogant. He said, I am not trying to scare you, but only a small part of the Jin Yuan crystals that we collect belong to us. Most of them have to be handed over. As for who to hand over to, you should be clear about it. The tough king was one of the top 5 warriors on the number 3 Devouring Island, so the Jin Yuan crystals he collected were divided in a ratio of 20 to 80. 20% would go to the tough king's power, and 80% to the Black Water Alliance. For example, the Black Mountain region could collect about 2,400 Jin Yuan crystals every month, so 20% would be 480 crystals, which was not a small amount. For some of the weaker regions, the ratio would be 10 to 90%, or 5 to 95%. This month, the tough king had already collected a lot of Jin Yuan crystals. If all of them were taken by Yichen, then he would not be able to hand over 80% of them to the Black Water Alliance. Then, the Black Water Alliance would definitely come to Yichen. Don't worry, I will talk to the Black Water Alliance. How could Yichen not think of that, although he knew that the tough king was the leader of the underground power in the Black Mountain region, and that he would have a lot of Jin Yuan crystals? When Yichen opened the tough king's storage ring, he was still shocked. The tough king's Jin Yuan crystals filled up a small box. Roughly speaking, there should be no less than 5,000 of them. On the Crystal Island, 5,000 low-rank Jin Yuan crystals were equivalent to 500 million top-rank soul stones. The tough king's face was extremely ugly. There were a total of 5,400 Jin Yuan crystals in the box, and only 600 of them had just been collected. The remaining 4,800 were his own, and these 4,800 were his own. These 4,800 were his own, and these 4,800 were his own. On the Devouring Island, half-step king warriors would have to hand in 100 Jin Yuan crystals per month, and half-step king warriors would be able to make around 130 to 140 crystals per month. The tough king was the average 140. Of the 140 crystals, 100 would have to hand in, and the remaining 40 would have to give 30 to the Black Water Alliance. In other words, even if he did not train and did not collect Xinyuan crystals, he would only be able to save 10 of them per month. Since he was the leader of the dark power in the Black Mountain region, he had a lot of extra income. 80% of the Xinyuan crystals that he collected would go to the Black Mountain Alliance, and 20% to his power. As the leader, he would naturally get the biggest share. In other words, it would take the tough king 4 years to save 4,800 Xinyuan crystals. If he used Xinyuan crystals to train, it would probably take him 5 to 6 years. Don't say that I didn't give you a way out. I'll leave you 100 Xinyuan crystals. Taking out the box, Yichen left 100 Xinyuan crystals inside. How many Xinyuan crystals do you have? On the way, Yichen asked Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing said, most of them are with the tough king. Plus some Xinyuan crystals that I left for them, there are only 800 of them. That is not bad. Many a little makes a mickle. Yichen was very satisfied. Then what should we do next? The Blackwater Alliance will probably come for us soon. Yichen said, if we rely on ourselves, it will take at least 50 years before we have the chance to leave the Devouring Island. You and I both cannot wait that long. As for becoming a life and death realm warrior, there are too many unknowns. So, we have to do something unusual. These dark power parties would be a good choice. You plan to take them all out? Why not? Yichen was not the kind of person who would follow the rules. He knew that the rules were made to be broken. If he did not think it was necessary, he could just ignore it. Where does the Claw Shadow King live? Arriving at the Black Plain area next to the Black Mountain area, Yichen grabbed onto a Sea of Souls realm warrior and asked. 8 miles in that direction. The warrior had been grabbed by Yichen and could not move at all, so he said hurriedly. Thank you. Yichen let go of him. The leader of the dark power in the Black Plain area was called the Claw Shadow King. According to the rumors, he was a lot weaker than the tough king. Arriving at the place where the Claw Shadow King lived, Yichen did not waste any time and threw out a punch. Boom, the ground shook as dust rose up everywhere. Who was looking for death? A human figure flew out. What welcomed him was a cold sword light. With a flash, the Claw Shadow King's whole body was blown away, puking out a huge amount of blood. With such a huge commotion, it was impossible for the warriors of the Claw Shadow King to not know about it. But, before they could even see what was happening clearly, they could only see layers of black shadows in front of their eyes as they were blown away. Only then did they see that it was an extremely beautiful lady with black wings on her back who had attacked them. Who are these two? They are like my idols. They beat up the Claw Shadow King and his warriors so badly that they did not even dare to let out a fart. Waiting until Yichen and Morong Qingqing had left, everyone who had seen this scene was shocked. They could not help but admire them. How much? Yichen asked Morong Qingqing how many Xinyuan crystals she had as usual. 650. Not bad, I have 3,800. There were 30 regions on the number 3 Devouring Island. With the Black Mountain region as the center, the other 20 or so regions had all been cleaned out by Yichen, leaving only a couple of big regions. After cleaning out more than 20 dark power parties, Yichen had already gotten 50,000 Xinyuan crystals. If it were him alone, he would be able to give all the Xinyuan crystals to the Holy Spirit and leave the Devouring Island. But, that was if the Holy Spirit did not lie to them. 52,100 Xinyuan crystals in total. Morong Qingqing had just finished counting. There are still 3 regions left. The Yellow Sand region and Iron Mountain region are nothing to worry about, but that explosive Fire King from the Blue Water region is a bit tricky. For Yichen to say it was tricky, it meant that he was at least at the top half-step King Warrior level. Yeah. According to the rumors, he was already a top half-step King Warrior when he first came to the Devouring Island. He has been here for more than 10 years, so it is impossible that he did not improve at all. Besides that, he is also one of the earliest dark power parties on the island. If it were not for the Blackwater Alliance not wanting him to expand, he might have already taken over the number 3 Devouring Island. It is indeed tricky, but my luck should not be that bad. What Yichen was worried about was that the explosive Fire King was already a top half-step King Warrior. Although there was no freedom on the Devouring Island, there were plenty of Xianyuan crystals, especially for the leaders of these dark power parties. They would not lack Xianyuan crystals at all. Although Yi Chen's cultivation had reached peak level late seas of Soul's realm and his power had improved a little, there was still some distance between him and the top half-step king warrior. The top half-step king warrior does not seem to be that easy to reach. Talent and comprehensive ability are very important. Morong Qingqing was not too worried about it. Hearing her, Yi Chen felt that it was reasonable. Let's not worry about this for now. Let's take care of the other two regions first. Outside of the Iron Mountain region, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing had already found out where the Explosive Fire King was staying, and were on their way there. Yi Chen laughed. The main district is indeed the main district. The two dark power parties had already given us 15,000 Xianyuan crystals. I wonder how many Xianyuan crystals this Explosive Fire King has? Hee, this is the first time I have done this kind of robbing thing. The law of the jungle is the law of the jungle. Instead of being the one who follows the law, I would rather be the one who dominates the law, although only in a small area. Although Yi Chen was usually very gentle and polite, and in a peaceful world, he would be a well-educated person. But before he came to this world, he had always been the one who liked to take the initiative. He would not cause trouble, and he was not afraid of trouble either. There was a kind of iron blood aura in his bones, which was also why he could adapt to the true spirit continent so quickly. Morong Qingqing knew Yi Chen very well. Since the first time she had seen him, she had felt that there was something different about him. But, she had never been able to figure out what was different. As the two spent more time together, she gradually realized that Yi Chen was the kind of person who could adapt to any environment. He was like a blade of grass that looked very low-key, not as beautiful as a flower, but more tenacious than a flower. He was like a great sword that was usually hidden, but when the time was right, he would cut the throat with a sword. Even if he was put in a place that was 10 times worse, he would still be able to live well. The stars were not as bright as the sun and the moon. But, when you were in the universe, you would realize that this star was way bigger than the sun and the moon. Who is it? The Iron Valley district was the biggest district on the number 3 Devouring Island, and its population was a couple times more than the Black Mountain area. Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing's flying route was too direct, which immediately attracted the attention of the Explosive Fire King's followers. People who are looking for the Explosive Fire King. Morong Qingqing's speed exploded. She flapped her wings and flew like a ghost. The followers of the Explosive Fire King all puked out blood as they were blown away. Get down here. A blue shadow jumped up and threw out a blade light toward Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing's power was not weaker than normal half-step king warrior. She threw out a hand blade attack as well, and a black blade light spread out. Boom, the chi flow spread out in all directions, and the warrior was forced back. Both of his feet had sunk deep into the mud, creating a huge pit. Powerful warrior. The warrior who had attacked Morong Qingqing was the top warrior of the Explosive Fire King. He had been on the Devouring Island for many years, and he had already reached the half-step king warrior level. Since there were a lot of people in the Iron Valley district, following the Explosive Fire King would be much better than trying to start a new gang. Plus, the Explosive Fire King was the most powerful warrior out there, so even the Blackwater Alliance did not want to pressure him too much. Therefore, he had been staying in the Iron Valley district all this time, and had never thought about becoming the leader of any of the dark power groups. He thought that with his power, it would not be a problem for him to take on Morong Qingqing. He did not expect that he would be at a disadvantage after only one attack. Iron 6, who was causing trouble here? In the mountain in front of Yi Chen, a flame was moving around, and a voice was heard. It was a very calm voice, but it gave people the pressure of a volcano that was about to explode. Boss, you better come out. Iron 6 felt that he would not be able to take down the two. Boom, just as Iron 6 finished his sentence, the mountain shook a little and a beam of flame shot out from the top of the mountain. It was almost a flash before it arrived right next to Iron 6. Such a fast speed. Morong Qingqing squeezed her eyes. She could feel that the Explosive Fire King's speed was not because of his powerful Xianyuan, but because of his usage of the profound sense. He could use 10% of the pushing force to increase his speed by 20% or even 30%. Who are you? The explosive fire king studied Yichen and Murong Qingqing as a light flame shone on his body. Is the name that important? Yichen was also studying the explosive fire king. His cultivation was undoubtedly at half-step king warrior level. But compared to the tough king, the explosive fire king's Xinyuan was more solid, as if there was a volcano compressed inside his body. Before he even arrived, it was already hard to breathe. Yichen estimated that the explosive fire king's Xinyuan was at least 3 times more than the tough king's. Not counting the purity, it would be more than 10 times more than Yichen's. This person's cultivation is almost at the Thunder Spirit King's level. I wonder how powerful he is. Cultivation was still cultivation. If one did not have enough profound sense, the power gap would still be huge. I do not care who you are. Since you have come to the Iron Valley district, then don't leave. Or, you can choose to be my subordinates. Murong Qingqing was able to beat down Iron 6 with one attack, so she must be very powerful. Although Yichen had not attacked yet, with the explosive fire king's eyes, he could naturally tell that Yichen's threat was even more powerful than Murong Qingqing's. Being your subordinate will depend on whether or not you have the power to do so. Murong Qingqing said. The explosive fire king said, a couple of days ago, there was also a young man and woman who came to challenge me. But right now, I have locked them up in the Iron Valley prison. That young man is quite powerful. At such a young age, he already has top half-step king warrior battling power. Do you think your battling power is even more powerful than him? You will know after you try. Yichen did not even need to guess to know that the young man and woman were Dongfang Hao and Meng Xiaoling. Dongfang Hao was very powerful, and since even he was not the explosive fire king's opponent, then the latter's power must be horrifying. But, this was exactly what Yichen wanted. Those half-step king warriors before him were too weak, and he had not even used 1/3 of his power. Looks like you're very confident. The explosive fire king wanted to test it out, but seeing that Yichen did not do anything, he thought to himself. He did not think that Yichen would be able to bring out that much battling power with his peak level late seas of Soul's Realm cultivation. Boss, don't be careless. Iron 6 had seen the great battle a couple of days ago. He could tell that the explosive fire king had already used 90% of his power to fight against Dongfang Hao. Don't worry. The explosive flame king waved his hand. There is a limit to my patience. A couple of days ago, I gave them a chance and only put them in jail for 3 months. However, you guys will not be so lucky. Otherwise, everyone would think that I, the explosive fire king, am easy to talk to. The explosive fire king was a bit depressed as well. He had just defeated Yichen a couple of days ago, and now there was another Yichen. Did they all think that he, the explosive fire king, was easy to bully? Of course, he did not know that Yichen had already swept the 3rd devouring island, and he was the only one left. Yichen did not say much as he slowly took out his thunder disaster sword. A crystal-like lightning flashed once on the sword blade, and the air was sliced open without a sound. Take this. Holding the sword in his right hand, Yichen threw out a sword attack. Woo, woo. Woo, the dark gold pattern tore open the sky. The space between the two seemed to have turned into a peaceful lake. Meanwhile, the attack that Yichen had thrown out was like a huge rock thrown into the lake, bringing up a powerful pattern and attacking toward the explosive fire king who was not far away. Not bad. The explosive fire king did not dare to slow down. A dark red mass of iron hammer appeared in his hand. Flames were burning on the surface of the hammer, shining brightly. He threw out a hammer attack toward the center of the pattern. Boom, boom. 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 The Iron Valley area was full of mountains, but once the two exchanged attacks, a huge part of the mountain started to collapse. It was like the sky was falling. Could it be the explosive fire profound? In the first exchange of attacks, Yichen had realized that the explosive fire king's fire profound was very different from the others. If the pure fire profound was just burning, then the explosive fire king's fire profound was like thunder, exploding crazily. Yichen's guess was right. The explosive fire king had indeed learned the explosive fire profound. The explosive fire profound was actually a fire profound as well. However, Because it had abandoned the soft part of the fire profound and increased its attacking power, the explosive fire profound was even more destructive than the fire profound. In terms of attacking power, it was undoubtedly more powerful than the normal fire profound. Of course, it did not mean that the explosive fire profound was better than the normal fire profound. Everything in the world had its own reason for existing. The soft part of the fire profound was not useless. In other words, the fire profound was also divided into yin and yang, and the explosive fire profound was more masculine. Huh? Metal and water combined profound, and this sort intent? The explosive fire king was shocked as well. Yichen's gold pattern contained both the metal profound and the water profound. The combination of the two profounds would complement each other, and the degree of integration would be very high. However, Yichen's sword intent was obviously more powerful, which made the explosive fire king even more cautious. 9 layers of fire ocean. The explosive fire king had learned the explosive fire profound, so he liked to be the main attacker in battles. After blocking out Yichen's attack with one attack, he quickly started his counterattack. The dark red iron hammer vibrated 9 times in the air, and 9 layers of exploding fire waves overlapped together, attacking towards Yichen. Pop, 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 the space was twisting. The power of the 9 layers of fire waves was unbelievably powerful. The entire space seemed like it could not handle it anymore. Impressive. After Yichen waved out that sword attack, he had already lifted up his thunder disaster sword again. At the tip of the sword, a black thunder ball appeared quickly, spinning and expanding at an extremely fast speed. By the time the explosive fire king started his counterattack, the size of the thunder ball had already exceeded its previous size. It was dozens of meters in diameter, and the black thunder light had even darkened the sky. At first glance, it looked like a black sun, vast and horrifying. Go! Yichen threw out a sword attack. Shoo! The huge black thunder ball flew out agilely, bouncing around like a star, chasing after the moon and the stars. It seemed like the stars were moving, breaking through the limitation of the space. Dong! In the next instant, the black ball of lightning collided with the 9 layers of fire waves, and a deafening sound erupted. This kind of vibration was not much weaker than a meteor crashing into the ground. Circles of spatial ripples swept in all directions, and the heavenly lightning stirred up the earth fire. 13 layers of waves. The power of the explosive fire king was not just for show, it was the real deal. He tore apart the shockwave and flew towards Yichen. The iron hammer in his hand kept waving in the air, throwing out layers and layers of fire ocean. With the power of the fire waves, his speed became faster and faster, attacking towards Yichen. Boom! Boom, boom. Yichen's expression did not change. He waved his thunder disaster sword casually, and a circle of dark gold pattern appeared, blocking out the incoming fire ocean. In a blink of an eye, Yichen waved out 13 sword attacks. 13 circles of pattern appeared with him as the center, quietly blooming, looking extremely beautiful and powerful. With his shocking speed, the explosive fire king surrounded Yichen and attacked him, like a blacksmith who was forging an extremely hard metal. Unfortunately, Yichen's metal was just too hard, not giving any face to the explosive fire king at all. No matter how much power the explosive fire king used, he could not break in at all. It was just a waste of energy. Explosive fire shock. Finally, the explosive fire king used his ace attack, throwing out a hammer attack. As this hammer attack was thrown out, the space in front of him twisted drastically. The rolling fire wave was like a sound wave, vibrating crazily. In the past, the explosive fire king had used this attack to kill countless half-step king warriors. Even if it were other half-step king warriors at the same level, they would have to avoid it. Boom, the fire wave rushed out and Yichen was blown away dozens of miles, bringing up a trail of sparks on his body. Huh. Under this attack of mine, you should have suffered a very serious internal injury. This kind of internal injury would not be healed in a short period of time. The explosive fire king knew the power of the explosive fire shock very well. He did not think that Yichen would be able to survive it, unless he was wearing a pseudo-extreme rank armor. But, pseudo-extreme rank armors were just too rare, and not everyone had one. Yichen indeed had a pseudo-extreme rank armor, which was the bronze armor he got from the Iron Hand King. however, he did not activate it. Although the Explosive Fire King's Explosive Fire Shock had an unbelievable destructive power, it would not be able to wound him at all. It would already be impressive if it could make him back out dozens of miles. What a powerful ace attack. Yichen stopped and said with a smile. You are not hurt? The Explosive Fire King frowned. Yichen waved his arm. The dragon bone defense layer on his skin had disappeared, and his muscles were a bit sore. Just then, besides not using his most powerful ace attack, he had already used all of his power. Even so, the Explosive Fire Shock had still damaged some of his internal organs. But, Yichen had the undying body, so all of those organs had been healed within a second. So powerful. He could even take on the boss Explosive Fire Shock without being hurt at all. Iron 6 opened his mouth wide, looking very shocked. Everyone in the Iron Valley area was also shocked. They had been living in the Iron Valley area for so many years, and they had never seen anyone push the Explosive Fire King to this extent. I have seen your Explosive Fire Shock. Now, I will show you my waning moon. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to know more about the Explosive Fire King's level and his own power, Yichen would not have bothered with him until now. Now, it was time to end it. Bring it on. The Explosive Fire King was ready to fight, his eyes staring at Yichen without blinking. The smile on the corner of Yichen's mouth disappeared. His palm held the Thunder Disaster sword neither too lightly nor too heavily as he threw out a sword attack. It was as smooth as flowing water. Not good. The Explosive Fire King's eyes widened. In his sight, the sky and the ground had completely disappeared. There was only a crescent moon-like black sword power breaking through the air. The black sword power was getting bigger and bigger, even his sight could not contain it. That kind of feeling was like he was in the middle of a starry sky, watching a broken planet flying towards him. Boom, the black sword power had messed up the Explosive Fire King's sense of time. He had only just lifted up his hand when he felt like his body had been struck by lightning. He was blown backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. Crack, that sword attack had not only blown away the Explosive Fire King, it had also split the mountains below him into two halves. All of the mountains had been squeezed to the sides, and the rumbling sound was still there. End of chapter 764. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.